This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. May 3rd, 10:26 a.m. Yu Sui stood downstairs from his office, laptop in hand and a canvas bag in hand, gazing up at the sky, a dazed expression on his face. A blinding, eerie red filled the sky, as if someone had poured a basin of blood into it. A single glance was enough to send one's heart shuddering and their scalp tingling. After a while, people, stunned by the blood-red sky, murmured, as if they had regained their composure. "Why is the sky red? It's so scary. I guess there was an earthquake somewhere." Is this true? It would have to be a global earthquake for it to be this popular. Holy crap. This kind of spectacle is happening. It'd be trending for the next 2 weeks. Hurry up and take a picture and post it on social media. The surroundings suddenly rang with the sounds of flashes of light and a bustle of conversation. Before Yu Sui could recover, someone exclaimed, "Huh? It's raining." Fine, dense raindrops fell from the sky, wetting the hair of passers-by and soaking their cheeks and clothes. Someone reached out to catch the raindrops, only to discover they weren't transparent. Why is this rain red? Is it acid rain? No way, we had acid rain before, and it wasn't this color. It really is going to rain red. I never seen anything like this in my lifetime. Yu Sui pushed up the black framed glasses that covered most of his face. His delicate brows furrowed tightly. His heart tightened, and he subconsciously retreated toward the building behind him. System, what is this? 10 minutes ago, she signed up for the get-rich system. 5 minutes ago, her company went bankrupt. Now, she was about to buy a lottery ticket with a 100% chance of winning the jackpot, taking the first step towards becoming a wealthy woman. But this step, she couldn't take no matter how hard she tried. Yu Sui grew up in an orphanage. Although her luck wasn't great, she was born with a superb sixth sense, which she used to avoid countless robberies by thugs, quarrels with school bullies, and phone thefts. At this moment, looking at the rain outside, her heart was pounding, and every hair on her body screamed for danger. The system was also a little confused. "Host, I don't know either." "Aren't you the system? Use your high-tech stuff to see." Yu Sui was speechless. She said, "How could someone like me, who couldn't even win another bottle of a certain black tea, be favored by the system god?" It turned out the system was a clueless fool. The system complained, "Host, I'm the get-rich system. Investment, stock trading, and financial management are my specialties. I haven't learned to analyze this kind of obviously abnormal natural phenomenon." "If you haven't learned it yet, learn now," Yu Sui said coldly, pushing his glasses. "If you can't even do that, what's the point of having you?" As expected, the bud determines the head. She hasn't even become rich yet, but she's already mastered the essence of capitalism. The system sobbed and began searching its database. Outside was a mess. The sky was red, the rain was red too. It was like the beginning of a disaster movie. Some people hurried from the street to the nearby building, while others curiously stood in the rain, filming with their phones and chatting with those next to them. "Look! The sun has a hole in it." Everyone looked up in unison. The dazzling sun, once hanging in the sky, now had a gaping hole. Darkness swallowed up the remaining light, and the outside gradually grew darker. "Is this a total solar eclipse? Didn't you hear the news say there was a solar eclipse today? Red rain and a solar eclipse? Is this the end of the world?" The last ray of sunlight was swallowed up, and the entire world was plunged into darkness. Someone screamed, as if a mechanism had been triggered. "Ouch! It hurts! Fuck! This isn't rain. This is boiling water. It's so hot! Oh my god! It's burning me!" The people who had been standing outside rushed into the adjacent building, creating a chaotic scene. Yu Sui's scalp tingled, and he retreated repeatedly, retreating to the hallway leading to the building's small entrance, ready to flee at any moment. The system finally noticed something. "Host, there's something wrong with this rain. There's something alive in it." The naked eye couldn't see clearly, but it could sense a strange energy surge from the raindrops as darkness fell. It fell on those caught in the rain. Although it didn't know what it was clear it wasn't a good thing. Some apocalyptic novel or movie he's seen before suddenly popped up in his memory. Faced with the situation before him, Yu Sui didn't bother to watch the excitement and decisively turned and ran towards the small door at the back. "System, are you truly the get-rich system?" Although the system itself was somewhat bewildered, one thing was certain. "Host, I truly am the get-rich system. Although it's a freshly released beta version, it's absolutely a genuine get-rich system. If you don't believe me, go buy a lottery ticket or pick a stock, and tell me how much you want to earn. I arrange it for you. Yusui rolled his eyes. At the back door, a few men were chatting and laughing, puffing away cigarettes, marveling at the rain. What a strange day. Is it? Is the world really going to end? TSK, if it were the end of the world, it would be so great. We wouldn't have to work like slaves here. We could just lie down and wait for death. Oh, that won't do. I haven't spent all the money I worked so hard for yet. At least I can enjoy myself for a few days before the end of the world. That's a nice thought. There's no countdown to the end of the world. Yusui. She had just taken out her phone and made a call. It rang a few times, and then suddenly disconnected. Unconvinced, she opened the chat interface, but the voice call didn't go through, and the message didn't go through. The person slacking off playing games next to her cursed. It's stuck. Shit! I'm about to get a pentakill. Do you have a signal? And no signal. It must be the solar eclipse. It seemed she wasn't the only one. Yusui simply put the phone away, her brow furrowed into a frown. System, is the thing in the rain still there? Yes. What exactly is in the rain? I don't know. The system was puzzled, but the question now was, host, let's go buy a lottery ticket. Buy the lottery ticket sooner, win sooner, claim the prize sooner. Then, it could demonstrate its abilities to the host, allowing the host to live a life of free spending. This way, it could complete its mission sooner, becoming the best system of their generation, and reaching the pinnacle of unified life was just around the corner. Yusui chuckled. Going out to buy lottery tickets now? Although she wanted to get rich quickly, she valued her life even more. System, what happened to those people caught in the rain? I don't know. The vein on Yusui's forehead twitched. The system suddenly felt useless. With a sudden inspiration, it connected to the hall surveillance camera and transmitted the images of those people into Yusui's mind. His eyelashes fluttered slightly, concealing his surprise as he watched intently. The people who had left the screen gathered at the doorway. Their exposed skin had turned red, and they kept on scratching, their hands itching. The young man who had drunk the rainwater was now clutching his neck desperately, his eyes reddening. Blood marks soon formed on his neck, but he seemed to feel no pain and continued to scratch. The people who hadn't been caught in the rain couldn't help but move aside, making room for them in the crowded hall. The system was startled, and its speech sped up. Host, let's run. Those people's bodies are infected by the thing in the red rain. Parasite? The system nodded frantically. Host, hurry! Those people are about to change, just like in a zombie movie. If you don't run, you'll be dead. It hasn't even finished its mission yet. If the host dies, it's doomed. How do we get out of here? Can you create a protective shield? The system stared at the people in the hall and shook its head. Host, I don't have that ability. How about trying on a raincoat? Hee. Raincoat? If it can parasitize people, can a raincoat stop it? She rolled her eyes, but still pulled an unopened plastic-wrapped pen refill from her handbag and threw it out. Red raindrops pattered against the plastic, and everyone examined it carefully. Is the system useful? It is. Outside, there's red rain, and in the hall, there's a zombie army waiting to mutate. Yusui steeled herself, and immediately threw on the small blanket she used for her nap at the office, then the disposable raincoat the company had issued her last time. One raincoat wasn't enough protection, so she cut a hole in the top of the oversized trash bag in the cleaning room next door, slipped it inside, and covered herself from head to toe. She then covered her feet with several black trash bags and taped them shut, completely covering herself. Then, holding her umbrella, she cautiously walked out the door. Her action startled the people smoking nearby. Some glared at Yusui, looking at her like she was insane. Red raindrops fell along the edge of the umbrella, creating a splatter of red flowers. The streetlights on either side were still dark, and the usually bustling streets were now sparsely populated. Yusui, holding her phone with the flashlight on, lowered her head and hurried past. A puddle of red rain formed on the ground, and as she stepped into it, it felt like she had arrived at a crime scene. The old residential complex she rented was just behind her. While the environment was poor and the house small, it was close to the office, only a 10-minute walk away. Before she was halfway there, the system in her mind suddenly screamed, frightening Yusui so much that she almost jumped. Ah! Host, hurry! How far is your home? Run! Those people have mutated. It hadn't even been 10 minutes. Yusui shuddered, clutched the umbrella tightly, and, not caring about anything else, she ran. Fuck, why are you still biting me? Damn, are you born in the year of the dog? Let go, or I be rude. A chaotic burst of shouting and fighting suddenly erupted from behind. Yusui didn't dare turn his head, but quickened his pace. A moment later, the shouting turned into a heart-wrenching cry for help. Help! Someone's killing someone, someone's biting someone to death, someone, help me! Yusui's heart was pounding. Fear, and the instinct for survival heightened her senses. She thought she could hear the sounds of a person behind her biting and chewing. She clenched her umbrella, pursed her lips, and rushed forward recklessly. The system in her mind urged anxiously, "Host, hurry, hurry! Oh no! There's another mutant ahead. Get out of the way!" Yusui made an emergency turn and ran into the alley to the right, running for his life. Right, there's someone on the right. Yusui quickly turned and ran in the other direction. Her glasses were a bit of a hindrance, so she took them off and threw them to the side of the road, then ran towards the small gate of the residential complex. Fortunately, it was ajar. Unfortunately, there was a mutated person wandering around the gate. Chapter 2. Yusui slammed on the brakes, blurting out a curse. Damn it. Her luck was truly bad. The man behind the small door was wearing a black suit and tie, looking like a white-collar worker from a nearby office building. He was walking slowly with his back to the door, his steps slightly stiff and uncoordinated. Hearing footsteps, he slowly turned his head, revealing a neck and face covered in scratches so deep they could be seen through the bone. His hands were bloodied, and his bloodshot eyes stared straight at Yusui, his mouth opening as a low, gurgling sound escaped him. Huh? His red eyes instantly lit up like two red light bulbs. Through the door in the rain, Yusui and the zombie man's gaze met. Ah, the system was about to cry. How could it be so unlucky? It had just bound to a host and encountered a zombie. Seeing that it was about to return to the factory for regeneration, it opened its mouth and sobbed loudly. It had discovered. Host, what should I do? What should I do? Yusui's face was cold, and she didn't care. At the last moment, she calmed down. Her biological parents had thrown her into a roadside trash can shortly after she was born. The director's mother picked her up when she passed by and took her home to raise her. The director's mother said that she was so thin and small and often sick at the time that she thought she wouldn't survive, but she managed to survive. The director's mother named her Yusui, hoping that she would live a long life. Now, she would also strive to survive. Woo-woo. Hiccup, host, why did you put away your umbrella? Although it felt that a young girl had little chance of winning against a mutated zombie host, it still had to fight. Was she putting away her umbrella, preparing to lie down and wait for death? No, it felt it could still save it. Yusui put a plastic bag over her head and tightened the drawstring of her raincoat. She carefully checked the garbage bag on her body, double-checking that the raincoat was intact. Then she let out a long, deep breath and folded her umbrella. Red raindrops pelted her raincoat, and even through the layers of plastic, she could feel the heat. It really feels like boiling water, Yusui thought. System, keep an eye on any more zombies coming. The system didn't understand why, but it agreed anyway. Now, it and its host were on the same rope. They had to work together to get through this hurdle before they could complete their mission. Yusui finished, her gloved hand tightening around the handle of her umbrella. The long, black handle became her only weapon. Through a door, the man and the zombie moved simultaneously. Yusui rushed forward, flung open the door, and slipped inside, waving his umbrella unceremoniously at the zombie. The tip of the umbrella sliced through the air, creating a gust of wind before slamming into the zombie's neck with a dull thud. The already stiff zombie was thrown back several steps by the force before he managed to steady himself. The system's entire light ball trembled with excitement. He wanted to cheer, but he was afraid to distract Yusui, so he tried to keep his mouth shut. The small door creaked back and forth. Yusui's gaze was fixed on the zombie, his raincoat and plastic bag rustling as he moved. He raised his umbrella again. This time, the umbrella's tip aimed at the zombie's eyes. Swish. The metal tip of the umbrella pierced the zombie's eye socket, piercing deeply. The zombie let out a low growl, flailing his hands wildly. His face showed no trace of pain, only confusion. His feet, driven by instinct, continued to move forward, trying to grab Yusui, who was holding the umbrella handle. Yusui gritted her teeth, grasped the umbrella handle, and thrust the umbrella hard into the zombie's eye socket. A burst of immense strength, between life and death, caused the zombie's feet to slide backward uncontrollably. System has to remind you, host, that zombies have extremely strong vitality. Unless their heads are blown apart, this attack won't be fatal. Yusui understood, and she pressed the button on the umbrella handle. Bang. The umbrella popped open instantly, its immense force knocking the zombie's flailing arms backward. Yu Sui seized the moment he lost balance and thrust the umbrella forward. The zombie fell backward, splashing water. The metal tip of the umbrella pierced his head. He waved his hands wildly, as if trying to prop himself up, but the open umbrella over his face held him back. He frantically clawed at the narrow space. The black umbrella blossomed like a flower from his eyes, catching the red raindrops falling from the sky. Crisis averted. Yu Sui turned and ran, his hurried footsteps mingling with the sound of rain. The system almost wanted to shower Yu Sui with flowers. "Host, you're amazing." Woohoo! It had thought it was finished. To its surprise, it was fine. Its mission still had hope. Yu Sui rushed forward without looking back. The orphanage had many children and few supplies, so fighting was a common occurrence for her as a child, for a variety of reasons. Before she was 7, Yu Sui was always on the losing end of fights. Her frail health, thinness, and small size didn't give her an edge among the other children. As she was beaten so many times, she began to study how to fight back effortlessly. After 2 years of experimenting, she began to win more often after she turned 9. Although the director's mother punished them with standing and copying homework after every fight, they still fought privately when the director's mother and the teachers weren't paying attention. As they grew older, they learned to disguise their behavior and switched to verbal attacks. Yu Sui never imagined that the fight she experienced as a child would still be useful now. The neighborhood was much quieter than usual. Following the system's prompts, Yu Sui dodged a few wandering zombies and successfully reached his apartment building. Entering, Yu Sui, panting, began to peel off his raincoat and plastic bags one by one. "System, are there any zombies in our building?" The system, now having located itself, scanned the area with practiced skill and shook its head. "No, but host, there are in the building behind you." Yu Sui breathed a sigh of relief. After double-checking that he was dry from the rain, he tossed the plastic bag and raincoat into the trash can on the first floor. He climbed all the way to the 5th floor, retrieved his key, opened the door, and strode in. The hallway, kitchen, and bathroom were deserted. Yu Sui quickly strode forward and opened the door to the 2nd bedroom. With a click, the room was pitch black, the curtains tightly drawn, and only the faint light of a cell phone indicated the location of the occupants. Wansini was curled up in bed, engrossed in a novel. When she heard the door open, she looked up and glanced at the time on her phone. "Hey, why are you back so late? Did your company go bankrupt?" She had just put her phone down and hadn't even sat up when Yu Sui yanked her out of the covers, looking her up and down. "How are you? Are you okay?" Wansini was puzzled. "Oh, I'm fine. I just have a fever. I take an antipyretics. Your hand is so hot. Could you have caught my fever too?" She reached out and turned on the light. A bright glow instantly illuminated the room, illuminating Yu Sui's pale face. Wansini was startled by her, and placed her hand on Yu Sui's forehead. Sui, you look so pale? Are you having a heart attack again?" Sit down. I get you some medicine." Yu Sui shook his head and took her hand. Their eyes met. Wansini saw the seriousness in her eyes. Sui, what's wrong? Something happened?" "Yes. Your company really went bankrupt." She rolled up her sleeves angrily. "Are there any compensations? If not, we go to arbitration. We can't let your ruthless boss get away with it. You also need to be compensated for your previous overtime pay, as well as your social security and provident fund contributions. Not a penny less." Yu Sui opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. "Zombies, it's the end of the world." Wansini, who was calculating the bills, paused, turned around, her eyes wide as bells. "Huh? What did you say?" Yu Sui simply pulled out his phone and urgently instructed the system to load the image of the office lobby. "You, take a look first." The phone was right in front of her. Wansini stared at Yu Sui's face, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Finding no sign of a joke, she steeled herself and took the phone. What greeted her was a scene reminiscent of a zombie movie, blood splattered everywhere, roars, screams, and cries all mixed together. The video played for only 3 seconds before Wansini, her hands trembling and her face pale, shut off the phone. "Yu Sui, am I delirious? You said the world is ending?" Wansini blinked hard and glanced outside tremblingly, still a little unconvinced. Yu Sui nodded, her face pale. Wansini hurried to the window, drew back the thick curtains, and saw the pitch-black darkness outside. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and she carefully checked the time on her phone several times. May 3rd, 10:41 a.m. Wansini twitched her lips, wanting to cry but unable to. Her face was drawn and her mouth pursed. "Why are we so miserable? It's okay to encounter once in a century or once in a millennium wonders before, but how can we even encounter the apocalypse? Although she had cried countless times before destruction. Why hasn't the world ended yet? If there was a Thanos button, she would definitely press it. But at this moment, she didn't think so. With a mournful face and trembling hands, she lowered the curtains. Sway, sway, am I dreaming? No. Ah. Help. 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 Someone. Someone. Murder, murder. Screams and wails rang out from outside. Rwansini leaped over like a rabbit and grabbed Yusue's arm. Sway, sway, what is this? Yusue flicked off the lights in the room and patted her hand. They subconsciously stepped softly out of the bedroom and into the kitchen, where they peered out the window to observe the situation outside. The buildings in the old neighborhood were not far apart. A light was on in a room on the ground floor of a building behind them. In the glow, a white-haired old man could be seen stumbling out, covered in blood. He hadn't taken a few steps when someone behind him grabbed his arm and began biting him. A painful wail echoed throughout the neighborhood. Rwansini gritted her teeth, clutching Yusue's arm and trembling. In that moment, the last shred of hope in her heart vanished. Sway, sway, what should we do? We can only wait. It hadn't even been 20 minutes since the rain and darkness. Everything had happened so quickly. The screams and cries for help continued outside. Rwansini huddled in Yusue's arms, clutching her head, but the sound still pierced through her hands and eardrums, reaching her ears. 10 minutes later, the wailing stopped. Yusue and Rwansini stood by the window, looking out, and gasped. The ground seemed a sea of blood, the red rain and blood mingling in a pool, stinging their eyes. A white-haired old man, missing an arm, staggered to his feet, uttering a low wheeze. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary old man taking a leisurely stroll, but his purple skin and hideous wounds betrayed his true identity. He's really become a zombie. Chapter 3. Yusue knew that old man. Their neighborhood was old, and most of the residents were migrant workers who worked nearby. Only a few elderly families remained. The summer Yusue had just moved in was exceptionally hot. After returning from her job search, she suffered from heat stroke and nearly collapsed at the entrance to the complex. It was the elderly people who helped her up and fed her water and medicine, which finally brought her back to health. Later, she even bought them some fruit. They saw each other so often on their way to and from get off work that they became familiar with her. She was not short, about 165 centimeters tall, but rather thin, with fair skin, thin eyebrows, long eyes, and an oval face. She looked delicate and fragile, as if she would fall at the slightest breeze. Every time the elderly people saw her, they would urge her to take care of herself. Yesterday, on her way home from overtime, she ran into the elderly man from the building behind her taking a walk. He reminded her that rest was the most important thing. No one could have imagined the world would become like this today. In the darkness, Yusue and Rwansini remained silent. The rain outside continued to fall, with no sign of stopping, and even the sky showed no sign of brightening, making everyone feel anxious. We couldn't just sit here and wait. Yusue pulled Rwansini up with a wooden face, cupping her face and rubbing it. Sini, cheer up. We don't know when things will return to normal, so we have to be prepared for a protracted battle. Even if it were the end of the world, they would fight to survive. Rwansini nodded blankly, wiping the tears from her face with the back of her hand. I know. They were just ordinary people. They couldn't save others, so they could only save themselves. The two of them looked around. The rented house had 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a bathroom. The master bedroom was occupied by another woman, but she had gone on a business trip yesterday and wasn't expected back until next week. Now, there was no telling if they would ever see each other again. There was a hallway near the entrance, with a table and 2 chairs. Yusue and Rwansini usually ate here. At this moment, Yusue simply moved the table over and propped it against the door. The apocalypse was approaching. Although she hadn't actually experienced it, she read plenty of novels and movies about it. At this time, besides zombies, one also had to be wary of human nature. Since they were 2 girls living here, they had to be especially prepared. Rwansini returned to the bedroom, retrieved the key the girl in the master bedroom had left them, and opened the door. After checking the windows, she drew the curtains and moved the cabinets over to block the windows and balcony door. Although they lived on the 5th floor, it was still best to be cautious. After finishing up the house, the two immediately set to work preparing the household's food and drinks. Rwansini sighed at the overflowing refrigerator. Thank goodness, we went to the supermarket last weekend and did some shopping for groceries and other provisions. Leveraging their previous experience staying home, they were now habitually stockpiling. 3 barrels of water just arrived, 2 handfuls of noodles, 2 bags of rice, eggs, milk, vegetables, a box of instant noodles, small bread, and a self-heating hot pot. It's enough to last us a month. Yusui pulled out his phone. There's still no signal. I can't get any news from the outside world, and I don't know when it will be restored. More likely, that restoration will be a distant prospect. Yusui lifted a corner of the curtain to peek outside. I don't know when this rain will stop, or when the sun will rise. Wansini sighed. We still have electricity and water now. I'm really worried about a power outage. It was noon. The two of them had no appetite, and just ate a piece of bread. During this time, they heard a lot of screams intermittently, and could not see the situation outside clearly, but what they could be sure of was that things had become worse, and no rescue had arrived. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The rain outside intensified. Bean-sized raindrops slammed against the air conditioner, making a crackling sound that filled the listeners with unease and irritation. 7:30. The streetlights in the residential complex came on. The darkness had restored light to the neighborhood. Yusui quickly lifted a corner of the curtain and, huddled with Wansini, peered out. Their scalps tingled as they took in the scene. Numerous bodies, missing limbs, staggered around the complex. A rough count revealed over a dozen. Most of the residents in their complex were employed in nearby office buildings, and since it was Monday, the majority of the zombies were elderly. Wansini covered her mouth. How pitiful. Yusui lowered the curtain, no longer looking outside. If this continues, we might end up even more pitiful than them. Death was a relief, but life was even more difficult. Wansini's eyes darkened, and she rubbed her face with a sense of sympathy. Yusui poured a glass of water and held the medicine. Come here and take it. She raised her hand to test the temperature of Wansini's forehead, frowning. Why is it still so hot? Wansini paused with the medicine, hesitantly saying, Sway, do you think I'm about to awaken some superpower? Isn't that how it's written in novels? The protagonist has to have a fever before they can unleash their body's potential and awaken some amazing superpower. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she was. She put the medicine back. I can't take it. What if my superpowers shrink after taking it? I have to get through this on my own. Yusui rolled his eyes. Shrinking superpowers? If you burn your brain, you're done. Anyway, besides a slight fever, I'm fine. I won't take any. I saved the medicine. Wansini was adamant. We already have zombies, so how could superpowers be far behind? I don't know what type of superpower I have. Water is practical, lightning is offensive, and earth is defensive. A space-based one would be great, then we wouldn't have to worry about having no place to store supplies. Yusui chuckled. Wansini grew increasingly excited. By the way, besides superpowers, there's also systems and stuff. It's not like there's nothing left. We can just start PUBG mode, right? That's too difficult. As she spoke, she paced around the room, excitedly trying every mantra and summoning method from the novel. She worked herself into a sweat, but nothing happened. Yusui's eyelashes flickered. She and Wansini grew up in the same orphanage and had fought together as children. Aside from the director's mother, they were each other's closest relatives, with no secrets. The system immediately detected Yusui's intention and objected. Host, no. There's a clause in our contract that prohibits revealing the system's existence. This is a violation. What happens if it's violated? Do you want to terminate the contract? Terminate the contract? The system froze. In peacetime, everyone wanted a get-rich-quick system. No one could resist the allure of instant wealth, and the system reigned supreme. But now the situation has changed. Judging by the situation in the hall, it won't be long before the world descends into chaos. Money is the most useless thing. As the saying goes, when the rule is upon you, you must bow your head. Yusui looked up at Wansini. Actually, I have a system. Huh? A somewhat discouraged Wansini turned and heard Yusui's words. Hope rekindled in her eyes. What system? Here's her chance to dominate the apocalypse. Once the system is activated, wouldn't space, spiritual springs, supplies, and supernatural powers be all within her reach? She gazed at Yusui eagerly, his eyes blazing like light bulbs, and said affectionately, Sway, from today on, if you say go east, I won't go west. If you say sit down, I won't stand. My life depends entirely on your guidance. Yusui paused, then whispered, get rich quick system. Wansini, get rich quick. Did I hear it wrong? Get rich quick. Yusui held his forehead. You heard right. It's the get-rich-quick system. It's the kind you read in novels where you can win a lottery ticket and easily land the host at the top of the Forbes list. The system puffed out its chest proudly. Host, the Forbes list is easy. We want to be the richest man in the world. But it's the end of the world now. The light in Wansini's eyes dimmed, and she looked at Yusui hesitantly. Does this system have any other identity? No. Yusui's firm voice shattered her illusions. The system felt slighted, but considering the current situation, it couldn't argue. Wansini sobbed, Sway, why are we so miserable? Yusui patted her shoulder, be positive. At least we're still alive. As long as we're alive, there's hope. Come on, take your medicine. Don't burn yourself out. Wansini took the medicine, picked up the water cup, tilted her head back, took a sip, and swallowed it. Her face immediately wrinkled. It's so bitter. Good medicine tastes bitter, but it benefits the disease. The wait was long. That night, Yusui and Wansini were completely sleepless. Even though the system had automatically taken on the responsibility of monitoring the zombies' movements, the sudden arrival of the apocalypse still kept them on edge, unable to sleep. The slightest sound outside would instantly make them sit up, eyes wide open, ready for battle. The next day, the alarm clock rang at 7 o'clock. Yusui immediately turned it off, threw back the covers, and got out of bed, heading to the window. He opened the curtains, but the expected light didn't appear. It was still pitch black outside. It's not dawn yet? Wansini asked as she ran, her hope fading as she saw the darkness outside. Why isn't it dawn yet? Isn't there going to be no daylight anymore? No. The system suddenly spoke, and Yusui narrowed his eyes. How did you know? I guessed. The system's inorganic voice somehow tinged with silliness and bewilderment. Didn't you say you haven't learned how to analyze this obviously abnormal natural phenomenon? Hey host, this is what I rushed to learn last night. The sun is still in the sky, but it's just blocked by something. Once that thing dissipates, daylight should be coming. System, hurry up and show your strength. I calculated it shouldn't take more than a week. A week? Yeah, about right. I read that the Earth's temperature will drop by about 17 degrees Celsius during this period. Host, you must stay warm and don't get sick. The system gave itself a thumbs up as it spoke. This was the internet slang from this world it had learned last night. It felt very thoughtful, and the host would surely find it useful, which would make them pay more attention during future missions. Yusui turned around and shared the system's speculation with Wansini. No sun for a week. This is truly devastating. Wansini gasped. That means we have to stay here for at least a week. After that, she checked the food and supplies again. Supplies are plentiful. I hope there aren't any water or power outages, or we'd be stuck with raw meat and rice. Yusui twitched his lips in a cooperative smile. If it really comes to that, I reluctantly eat less and leave it all for you. Wansini said modestly, No, you're not feeling well. Eat more. The two exchanged glances and laughed, their tense nerves suddenly relaxing with the laughter. Luckily, they were still by each other's side. In the darkness. 3rd floor. The man opened the refrigerator and cursed under his breath. Shit, there's nothing here. Not a single thing in stock. Chapter 4. May 6th. The 3rd day of the apocalypse. After learning from the system that the sun wouldn't reappear for another week, Yusui and Wansini began to move. Although they hadn't experienced the hardships of surviving the apocalypse, countless novels and movies had taught them that the body was the foundation of everything. If they wanted to survive, with their current bodies, which couldn't even lift anything, they'd be delivering packages to zombies the moment they stepped out. Sharpening your sword before battle is crucial. Wansini found a previously saved Sonda training video and projected it onto the wall. The two of them began to study diligently. They say interest is the best teacher, especially now that they were facing the threat of death. For the past 2 days, they spent their days eating and training. They weren't making drastic progress, but at least they learned the basics, which would help them run faster against zombies. Take a break, Wansini panted, one hand on her hip, pressing the pause button on the remote control. She grabbed a towel and wiped the sweat from her forehead. I'm exhausted. Yusui's legs weakened as she plopped down on the yoga mat. With shaking hands, she picked up the cup and gulped down several large gulps of water. The system seized the opportunity to flatter her, saying, Host, you worked hard. You practiced that move just now exceptionally well. If you were to encounter a zombie, you'd definitely defeat it in a single blow, just like last time. It poured out endless flattery, practically praising Yusui as a tycoon who could kill zombies with a single glance. Yusui raised an eyebrow. What do you want from me? Gifts are always in return. The system confirmed for her one thing. There are no free lunches in this world. She'd been so blinded by the promise of getting rich quick that she tied herself to such a useless system. If she could do it over again, she'd absolutely never be fooled again. The system chuckled and said shyly, nothing much. Just host, can you find me something when we go out next time? What? The system chuckled and said rather embarrassedly well, I'm the get-rich system. Our goal is to make the host the richest person in the world, spending whatever they want without worrying about money, living a life of... Get to the point. Yusui ruthlessly interrupted the system. Can you help me find some jewelry, gold, or something? Yusui was almost laughing at the system's words. You mean, as your host, I have to struggle to survive in this apocalyptic world and search for supplies, while also helping you find gold, silver, and jewelry in order to complete your mission? That's right. The system also felt that its request was a bit outrageous, but it had no choice. Its heart ached, and it began to sob. Host, if I don't complete my mission, I'd be sent back to the factory for retraining. Ugh, host, can you bear it? Can't bear it. Yusui's heart was as hard as iron. The system froze for a moment before opening its mouth and sobbing uncontrollably. Yusui, if she could do it over again, she would absolutely never bind herself to this useless system again. Shut up. Knock knock. Wansini looked up and rubbed her ears. Sway, did you hear that knock? Yusui nodded, slowly stood up, and with a sullen expression, he reached for the stick by the door. Yes. The system, still immersed in grief, hiccuped and glanced over, sobbing, Host, there's a man standing at the door. He lives on the 3rd floor. Someone knocked on the door. It was a man. Yusui glanced at Wansini. The man who lives on the 3rd floor. She had run into him a few times on her way to and from get off work. He was also a white-collar worker working in a nearby office building, looking refined and wearing glasses. But those impressions were from before the apocalypse. Now, she assumed the worst of him. Knock, knock, knock. The knocks grew louder. Yusui and Wansini each carried a stick and left the bedroom. The video doorbell screen at the door revealed a handsome, slightly pale face. The man wore a plaid shirt, his eyes sunken and his face sallow, as if he hadn't slept well in a while. He would occasionally adjust his glasses, glance up at the electronic peephole on the door, then walk over to the railing and peer down. Knock, knock. The man glanced at the peephole and knocked again. Yusui took a deep breath and asked through a door, What's going on? A voice came through the door. Chinemo pushed up his glasses and said quickly, Hello, I'm Chinemo, who lives on the 3rd floor. We met before. Can you help me? I'm out of food in my room, and I've been hungry for 2 days. Yusui and Wansini exchanged a glance. Wansini opened her mouth and said silently, Give it to me. In the apocalypse, human hearts are unpredictable. System, how many people are in our building? The system perked up and told the information it had. 7 people in total. No one on the 1st and 4th floors, 4 on the 2nd floor, and only Chinemo on the 3rd floor. Yusui was silent for a moment. When there was no response from the room, Chinemo spoke faster and added, I won't take your things for free. I can pay for them. He pulled his wallet from his pocket and pulled out a few bills. I pay. He was truly hungry. He'd been relying solely on tap water for the past 2 days. It was pitch black outside, raining, and there were zombies everywhere. He didn't dare go out. Remembering the last time he saw Yusui and Wansini carrying bags home, he mustered up the courage to come. The system's eyes lit up when it heard about paying. Host, let him buy it with money. Money! Money brings me 1 step closer to completing the mission. Yusui frowned. Money is useless. Seeing Yusui still didn't respond, Chinemo added, I have some first aid medicine in my room. I can trade it for food. In special circumstances, if money isn't enough, barter can be used. Yusui and Wansini exchanged glances, each nodding slightly. She whispered, Okay. Chinmo's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly turned and ran downstairs to his room. The clatter of his footsteps echoed in the hallway, drowned out by the sound of rain outside. Wansini returned to his room and packed 5 bags of instant noodles and 5 loaves of bread. The system said it would clear up in a week, and the instant noodles and bread would be enough to last him through the next few days. Chinemo ran over, carrying his medicine box. The door opened, and he eagerly peeked inside. Seeing a table propped against the door, he placed the medicine box on it and licked his chapped lips. All for you. Any food? Rwansini, wearing gloves, opened the medicine box. It was overflowing with cold medicine, fever reducers, cephalosporins, painkillers, and so on. She selected a box of cephalosporins and a box of painkillers, closed the box, and returned it. That's enough. Chinemo accepted the instant noodles and bread from Yusui, thanking him profusely. Without even taking the medicine box, he turned and ran downstairs, leaving Yusui and Rwansini staring at each other in bewilderment. Did I give too little? Rwansini glanced outside, feeling a wave of regret and unease. Yusui also felt that medicine was a scarce commodity in the apocalypse. She was silent for a moment. Keep it for now. I give him some when I see him later. Closing the door again and propping the table against it, Yusui told Rwansini the number of people the system had indicated. 4 more on the second floor? Perhaps they heard what we just did? Rwansini frowned. Yusui was also worried. With only 2 of them, they might not be able to win if something really happened. Second floor. The curtains just opened, were lowered again. A long-haired girl standing by the window shrank back. It seems like there are more of them. The man standing next to her put his arm around her shoulders and patted his chest. It's okay, I protect you. The long-haired girl nestled in his arms, looking up at him lovingly, an ambiguous atmosphere spreading. In the room across the street, the man in the black shirt tilted his head slightly, and after a long pause he said, Hey, did you hear footsteps and voices just now? No. The crew-cut man leaned against the window and turned to wink at him. It must have come from across the street, right? 7 or 8 times a day, aren't they afraid of kidney damage? The two exchanged glances and laughed knowingly. They're just so good-natured. There are zombies outside, yet they can still be so affectionate under the moonlight. They're truly enviable. The crew-haired man rubbed his chin and chuckled. You know what? That woman has a nice figure, curvaceous and pretty. The 2 men huddled together and began to mutter. The man in black changed the subject. Speaking of which, it reminds me there's a really beautiful woman living upstairs. She has thin eyebrows, long eyes, an oval face, glowing skin, and speaks softly. TSK, TSK, TSK? You mean that girl? I actually ran into her before. The crew-haired man thought for a moment. She came in wearing a blue dress. Wow, she absolutely blew me away. Why didn't you tell me you had such a beautiful girl? He nudged the man in black and raised an eyebrow. Do you think she's crying under the covers right now? The 2 men exchanged glances and laughed. 5th floor. The room was bustling with activity. Yusui, clutching a bottle of water, broke into a run. Sweat soaked her hair, clinging to her face, and her bun hung loosely at the back of her head. Rwansini, also clutching a bottle of water, panted as she ran. Sway, take a break. I'm so tired, I can't run anymore. Yusui coldly rebuffed him. You just took a break. Run faster. Don't be lazy. When we run into zombies later, are you going to tell them to take a break and stop running? Impossible. The zombies would just pounce and devour her. Rwansini gritted her teeth and continued running. Of the 36 strategies, running away is the best. The others couldn't be mastered quickly, but running was essential. If she beat him, she eat. If she lost, the zombies would eat. The system muttered in Yusui's mind, Host, next time he comes, let him buy it with money. With money, we can complete our mission faster. Completing the mission will earn me a reward, and so will the host. Hee. Host, please help me, please. We're all on the same page, we should be working together. Dream on. Others are scavenging for food and daily necessities in the apocalypse, but she's picking up gold, silver, and jewelry? And there's a reward? You're kidding me. Host, if there really is a reward, maybe it can even help you awaken a superpower or something. Yusui paused. Chapter 5. Awakening superpowers? Yusui's first thought was, looks like the system is actually useful after all. Her luck is finally starting to improve. Before she could even get a moment's joy, memories of apocalyptic novels she read flashed through her mind. She paused and hesitated. System, if humans can awaken superpowers, what about zombies? Could they awaken superpowers too? If even zombies have superpowers, then ordinary people like us without them would just lie there and die. Why would we even bother living? The system hesitated for a long time. Zombies. Zombies can have superpowers too. At this, Yusui's face darkened. She tried to guess. Are there any zombies in the community with awakened superpowers? No. The system immediately reported what it had monitored. Host, there are currently 67 survivors and 35 zombies in our community. No, it's now 66 survivors and 36 zombies. These zombies show no signs of awakening. What about the survivors? There were 5 survivors showing signs of awakening, one of whom was on the 2nd floor of this building. Yu Sui frowned. Second floor, second floor. The crew-cut man stood naked in front of the open refrigerator, shoving his arms, hands, and head directly into the freezer, as if he were cramming his entire body in. He kept yelling, "It's hot!" His body flushed red, his eyes bloodshot, and his blood vessels bulged, making him look like he was about to mutate. The man in black clutched the door with one hand and stepped back, ready to run back to his room. "Lu Jia, are you feeling better?" "No." Lu Jia simply pulled out all the drawers in the freezer, curled up, and forced himself inside. He squatted inside and sighed comfortably, "I'm feeling much better now." After saying this, he glanced up at the black-clad man's weary posture and expression, smiled, and asked, "Zhang Feng, are you afraid I turn into a zombie?" Zhang Feng tried to calm himself and laughed. "How could that be? We're good brothers, I'm just worried about you." "Is that so?" Lu Jia glanced at him with a smile, not exposing his lie. He turned to look at the closed door on the other side, his eyes flickering with a strange light, and said quietly, "Fengzi, I think I might be awakening my superpowers." "Huh?" Zhang Feng was startled. Upstairs, Wansini touched her cheek and looked at the thermometer in her hand, puzzled. "Why? I have a fever too. Isn't that how it is in novels and movies? You have to have a fever before you can awaken your superpowers. Why don't I have one?" Since Yu Sui told her what the system had said, she had already taken her temperature 3 times, her expression visibly unhappy and depressed. Awakening superpowers isn't a good thing. Yu Sui snatched the thermometer from her hand and set it aside. According to the system, superpowers come at the cost of overdrawing your lifespan. The more you use them, the faster you die. Wansini was unwilling to accept this. It's a superpower though. Overdrawing it doesn't matter. At least to get you through the day. Otherwise, when dawn breaks, are we just going to have to fight a horde of zombies outside with our bare hands? Could it be that the system made a mistake, and I'm going to awaken my superpower too? Yu Sui raised 2 fingers and tapped her head. "Don't even think about it." "Ah!" Wansini screamed, clutching her head, as she looked at Yu Sui with tears in her eyes. "What do we do now? If the person downstairs successfully awakens his superpower, he might come up and steal our things. It might even be more than just a robbery." "Host, don't worry. Your superpowers won't awaken for a few days, at least not before dawn, so you're safe in the meantime." As soon as the system finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Yu Sui and Wansini both turned to look at the door. The system glanced at the person standing at the door, and felt deeply embarrassed. Zhang Feng was stunned at first, then overjoyed. "Wow, brother, you're awesome. Brother Jia, now I'm going to follow you." Zhang Feng flattered Lu Jia profusely, making him feel a little flattered. He glanced at Zhang Feng casually, reached down and pressed his hand, his lips curling uncontrollably, as he spoke politely, "Of course, we're brothers. If I don't protect you, who else will I protect?" When Lu Jia thought of the word superpower, his entire body trembled with excitement. His heart felt like a volcano erupting, making him want to scream, wishing the whole world knew he could awaken superpowers. He was truly the chosen one. The end of the world was his world, and this neighborhood was his starting point. Everyone would prostrate themselves at his feet, including this brother before him. After the excitement wore off, Lu Jia felt the heat subside a bit. He climbed out of the freezer, and Zhang Feng, standing beside him, immediately flattered him. "Brother Jia, how are you feeling? Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something to replenish your energy?" "No rush." Lu Jia raised his chin and glanced at the closed master bedroom door. Zhang Feng understood instantly. He coughed, stepped forward, and banged on the door twice. "Qin Li Hui, come out." What happened next was obvious. After the door opened, Qin Li Hui was knocked to the ground by Zhang Feng's punch. Behind him, Lu Jia began to establish his position in the room. After dealing with the 2 people in the room, Lu Jia's gaze fell on their building. Neither of them went to the first floor. After all, their superpowers had not yet fully awakened. Although the rain outside muffled the sound, they had no plans to confront the zombies head-on. Starting from the 3rd floor, Zhang Feng began knocking on every door. At the door, Chinimo lowered his head and touched the wound on his cheek. At Zhang Feng's raised fist, he knocked again. Knock knock. Wansini looked at the screen and sneered. "What's that? The zombies haven't even broken in yet, and we're already fighting them off." Yu Sui clenched his stick tightly, staring at the door, but didn't open it. Lu Jia glanced up at the electronic peephole above the door, then pulled Chinimo away, smiling and leaning forward. His voice was gentle, and if it weren't for the bruises on Chinmo's face, he looked like a nice guy. Hey girl, my name is Lu Jie, and I live on the second floor. You know the situation right now. The neighborhood is overrun with zombies. The apocalypse is here, and it's incredibly dangerous out there. It's fate that we live in the same building, so we should help each other. He flexed his muscular muscles. I used to be a sauna coach. If you need any help, just ask. I'd be there for you. Zhang Feng added, our brother Jie is about to awaken his superpowers. Lu Jie glanced at him, his eyes flickering with pride as he muttered, why are you saying this? His tone tinged with a hint of commanding condescension. Hey girl, open the door. It's best if we live together now. If anything goes wrong, we can look after each other. What do you think? He was met with silence. Yu Sui and Wansini remained silent, and naturally, the door remained closed. Lu Jie's smile faded, and he frowned. Zhang Feng's expression immediately changed upon seeing this. He reached out and knocked hard on the door several times. Open the door. It's already this late, and you're still acting so pretentiously and naive. If it weren't for our brother Jie's kindness, thinking that you two women are powerless and would just grope around in danger, we wouldn't have come up here. Hurry up and open the door. Why do we have to bring you in with a grand ceremony? Wake up. Don't you see what's going on? You're still acting so arrogant. Did you hear me? Wansini rolled her eyes, covering her mouth and whispering to Yu Sui, I think they're just after our food. We're still living together. What the hell are you expecting? Zhang Feng raged on, but still no one opened the door. His expression was a little embarrassed, and his anger grew, and the knocks on the door grew louder. Lu Jie stared at the closed door, his anger rising. He wanted to kick it open, but he forced himself to hold it back. He turned to Zhang Feng and cursed, why are you being so aggressive? You scared people. You can't blame them for not opening the door. Turning around, he said softly, girls, we mean well. Think about it. We live on the second floor anyway. If you figured it out, come down and find us. If we stay together, we can look after each other, and the days ahead will be easier. After saying that, he winked at Zhang Feng, why don't you apologize to us girls? Zhang Feng reluctantly apologized, girls, I have a quick temper, but it's all for your own good. Don't take it personally. Only after the three men left the doorway did Yu Sui and Wansini breathe a sigh of relief. Wansini wiped the sweat from her palms. Sui, what do we do now? According to what Lu Jie and Zhang Feng said, and judging by Chinmo's expression, they won't give up. This time, they're still concerned about saving face, but next time, they might just resort to force. Yu Sui stared at the security camera at the door for a moment, confirming they had left before saying, we can't live here anymore. It was only the third day, and everyone hadn't fully transitioned to a society ruled by law. They still knew to use courtesy first, then force. If they waited any longer, the evil in human nature would only grow. By then, without any special powers, they would be forced to rely on others' wishes. System, what special power can you awaken? The system grew excited. Host, I can help you open up storage space, but it requires energy. The more energy, the larger the storage space. There are no side effects. Yu Sui looked around. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about running out of supplies. Deal? Finally taking the first step in the mission, the system beamed with joy, as if it had seen the day of its completion. It quickly began to operate, exchanging the remaining energy. Host, the storage space has been opened up. Try it. Wansini exhaled softly, excitedly gazing at the two large boxes, and several buckets of water already packed nearby. Sui, try it. Yu Sui followed the system's instructions and placed his hand on the box, holding his breath and concentrating, silently chanting in his mind. Collect. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The boxes and water beside him remained motionless. As their eyes met, a silent awkwardness spread. Yu Sui turned and asked the system, where's my spatial ability? The system trembled, its voice thick with guilt. It's here. Yu Sui glanced to the side, nearly fainting with anger. Is this what you call space? Next to the system's light ball, a highly loud brand self-heating hot pot sat. Its red packaging and solitary figure seemed to mock Yu Sui's naivete. Hee. She shouldn't have doubted that the system was useless. How can this not be considered space? You know, it can hold 200,000. Chapter 6. People really do want to laugh when they're furious. Just like now. Yu Sui smiled, his brows curved, a faint blush tingeing his cheeks. System, are you kidding me? Host, I don't have any. The system feels wronged. Host, this is exchanged for all my remaining energy. My energy is your savings. 200,000 is the maximum I managed to scrape together for you. That's all I can. Oh, so you blame me for being poor. Well, nothing. The host is a rich woman, so why would I need to bind it? But none of this matters. Host, as long as you collect more gold, silver, jewelry, and RMB, I gain energy with the money. With energy, I can help you open up a larger space. With a larger space, you can store more items. Yu Sui's smile finally faded, and he said expressionlessly, So, you mean I should go out in the rain to buy you a lottery ticket? Lotteries don't work now. There's no internet connection, so the prizes can't be drawn. You need gold, silver, jewelry, and RMB. The moment the host receives them, I can count them as their property. As their property increases, my mission will be closer to completion, and I can gain energy from them, thus further assisting the host. The system was still imagining a bright future where Yu Sui would collect money, and it would absorb energy to complete its mission, but Yu Sui couldn't bear to listen any longer. What sin had she committed in her past life to deserve such a system? Once and he blinked. Sui, what's going on? The space isn't activating? Do I need to chant any spells? No need. Yu Sui flipped his wrist, and a small, self-heating hot pot appeared in his palm. He said sternly, his face sullen, My space can only hold one of these. Puff. Once and he laughed. A second later. She cried again, Wow, what kind of space is this? This crappy system is ruining my hopes. I saved so much food, am I going to throw it all away? Of course not. Yu Sui related the system's theory that gold, silver, jewelry, RMB equals energy equals space size. Once and he touched her face, immediately stood up, pulled her wallet from the bedside table, and placed it in Yu Sui's hand. I still have 120,000 here, add a little more. As soon as the wallet arrived, the system cheerfully said, Ding dong, congratulations on your host's deposit increasing by 120,000. Energy is being absorbed and converted. A space has been automatically matched for you to store the corresponding amount of your deposit. Please check. Yu Sui glanced at it, took 8 packs of tissues, and placed them in. Not too much, not too little, just right. How's it going? Did it work? Wansini asked nervously. Yu Sui nodded. It worked. She waved her hand. 8 packs of tissues. Looks like the system wasn't lying. Wansini rubbed her chin, her thoughts growing increasingly dangerous. Sui, what do you think if we go directly to the bank? Bank. Before Yu Sui could finish her sentence, the system popped up in her mind. Yes, host, why didn't I think of that? Let's go to the bank. I give you a storage space as big as a bank vault. Sounds tempting. Yu Sui thought carefully, and came to a conclusion. Dream on. Do you know how to open the bank vault door? Yu Sui asked, raising an eyebrow. The system is stuck. Host, I don't even have a body, how can I open it? It can find vulnerabilities in the software, but not the hardware. It knows the vault has a key. The direction is right, but the location is wrong. Yu Sui stood up and walked to the window, lifting the curtains. Across the street was the Windsor Mall, a famous high-end fashion mall in Beijing, filled with luxury brands. In a word, expensive. Wansini also remembered Sui, do you want to go to the mall across the street and buy for free? Yes. There were still 3 days until daylight returned. Lu Jia had just shown signs of awakening his superpowers, and rushed up to assert his leadership. Perhaps he could break through the door tomorrow. She and Wansini were outnumbered, and the difference in strength was even greater. The only thing they could do was escape before he noticed. They couldn't stay here any longer. Wansini said nothing and began to dress and search for a raincoat. You said the jacket you bought earlier was useless, but now it's coming in handy. With a raincoat on top, we'd be fully protected. We'd definitely have a smooth journey. Yu Sui watched her rummaging through boxes and drawers, a smile on his face. She didn't say anything about the dangers of her staying behind if she went alone, because if the system were in Wansini's body, she would make the same choice. System, keep an eye on the people on the 2nd floor for me. The system nodded rapidly. Host, don't worry, I keep an eye on them. They had finished lunch now. Lu Jia was huddled in the refrigerator with a fever, while the other 3 were playing cards with him to cool down. Yu Sui nodded gently to Wansini. The 2 of them lifted the table by the door and moved it to its original position. They gently opened the door and tiptoed downstairs. After descending to the 3rd floor, I heard voices coming from the 2nd floor room. 3 twos want one? Lu Jia's voice was unusually loud, as if he couldn't prove his status otherwise. In response, Zhang Feng and the other two shook their heads in unison. Snap. The cards clattered against the table, followed by Lu Jie's triumphant laughter. Single 4, I win again. Zhang Feng and the other two complimented him, while blaming each other for playing a poor hand. First floor. Yu Sui and Ruansini held an umbrella over their heads, freeing their hands. Ruansini touched it and muttered quietly, I never thought this thing would actually come in handy. Yu Sui looked up. It was a black head-mounted umbrella, which Ruansini had recommended to her after watching a video. The reason for buying it was that it would free their hands. Now, their hands had indeed been freed. Yu Sui, gloved and gripping the stick tightly, stepped out first, followed closely by Ruansini. The patter of rain drowned out their footsteps. The aimlessly wandering zombies moved their stiff legs one step at a time, stopping after every 2 steps, looking up at the sky and waving their arms like deranged followers of a cult. Ruansini glanced away quickly, then looked away. The teeth marks on her arm and the purple skin were still seared into her mind. Yu Sui, who had returned just as the incident happened, must have been terrified, she thought. Or the small door at the back. Huh? Ruansini looked at the zombie sprawled on the ground, rowing a boat. An open black umbrella was tucked over his head. That umbrella. Sui, that's your umbrella. Yu Sui glanced away and looked away. Well, I just happened to run into him on my way back. Is that so? Ruansini blinked. But I discovered these zombies aren't as formidable as described in movies and novels. She expected a swarm of zombies, sensing their scent, to rush over as soon as they arrived. But unless they walked right past one another, they were blind and deaf, completely oblivious to their presence. Yu Sui was also somewhat puzzled. Host, you can think of these zombies as newborn babies. They possess a bloodthirsty instinct, but they don't know how to move. I suspect this has something to do with the black fog obscuring the sky, slowing their evolution. However, once the fog dissipates and daylight breaks, the bloodthirsty factor in their bodies will be fully activated. System, your get-rich-quick system also teaches this? Yu Sui narrowed his eyes. The system jumped up and down. Of course not. This is knowledge I acquired through diligent study all night. Host, I'm very useful. I'd be even more useful once we complete our mission. Really? Before the system could reply, a zombie in a plaid shirt and trousers rounded the corner and collided head-on with them. Ruansini instinctively jumped back, swinging her stick and slamming it down. What the hell? I was so scared. Yu Sui pointed at the zombie she had knocked to the ground with her stick. Zombie. Ruansini glanced at it and turned away. Ugh. The man in the plaid shirt's face had probably been scratched to pieces, then bitten several times. Parts of it exposed blood-stained bone. A large piece of flesh was missing from his eye socket, and his eyeball was dangling there, threatening to fall out. He seemed confused as to why he couldn't stand up, and he reached out and scratched at it. Ugh. Ruansini's stomach churned, but considering the strange red rain still falling outside, she forced herself to hold it back, her face pale. On the street, zombies in suits and work clothes wandered around, their exposed faces and arms devoid of any healthy flesh. A mixture of red and white washed down by the rain, leaving strange clumps of flesh scattered across the ground. Yu Sui pursed her lips tightly, gripping her stick and unceremoniously smashing it against the head of the female zombie in a suit and skirt standing in front of her. Bang! The stick collided with her head, causing it to shake, and the flesh on her face swayed with it. Ah! So disgusting. The system screamed, its light ball bobbing up and down, as if it were going crazy. Woo-woo host, I'm going to have nightmares tonight. So your system still needs to sleep. Yu Sui forced himself to distract himself. Of course. The system covered its eyes, and screamed as it answered Yu Sui's question. We systems need rest too. Oh, I can't tell. Host, although we lack bodies, we still have brains. We need to relax, the system muttered. We also have authority. Completing a mission with a host not only earns us mission rewards, but also vacation time. The main system said this allows us to combine work and rest to better serve the host. Yu Sui listened, numbly raising his hand and waving his stick. 20 minutes later, the two stood at the entrance of Windsor Mall. Blood was everywhere. The ground was a mess. The inside was so crowded that there wasn't even room to stand. The standing zombies were huddled together. One could imagine how horrific the situation inside that day was. Yu Sui blinked. Now, they couldn't even get through the door. Too many zombies. Ruansini said in a trembling voice. Unless they stepped over the zombies, otherwise, entering would be like delivering food to the zombies. The system fell silent. Of all its calculations, it hadn't anticipated this situation. Hateful. Chapter 7. Now that we're here, Yusui refuses to go back empty-handed. Thankfully, the system was more than capable this time. Connecting to the mall's surveillance, it found a way for Yusui. Host, this way is fine. There aren't many zombies here. There's a jewelry store just around the corner. In fact, just seeing the name of that jewelry store made the system's eyes light up. Yusui and Wansini circled to the small door indicated by the system. They pushed it open. A strong stench of blood and decay wafted in. Behind his mask, Yusui's face paled even further. Wansini, clutching her stomach, bent over, unable to bear it any longer. She quickly unzipped her mask, ripped it off, and vomited. Ugh. It stinks. Not only the stench, but also the traces of congealed blood on the ground and walls. Just one glance made your scalp tingle. Every cell in your body screamed danger, and you wanted to turn around and run. Yusui gritted his teeth, his fingertips clenched and whitened as he gripped the stick. He looked up and saw 3 zombies in clean uniforms near the exit. They had noticed the commotion and slowly turned their heads, revealing a face pockmarked and bruised. The closest one had its mouth open, drool dripping down its chin, where a piece of flesh was missing. Hiss. The system covered its eyes and screamed, "Ah, so scary." Yusui pursed his lips, stepped forward, and swung the stick, bringing it crashing down on the female zombie's head. Bang. The female zombie fell to the ground, still waving her hands, trying to grab Yusui's feet, her mouth wide open, hoping to take a few bites of fresh flesh. Wansini had vomited enough, her face pale as she straightened up and shoved the stick into its mouth, stopping it. What a sin! A few days ago, there was nothing delicious to eat, and now it's only able to feast on human flesh. Bang. Yusui smashed the stick against its head again, the force numb in her hands. Even the hardest part of its skull was cracked, oozing red and white blood, yet it didn't stop. It's incredibly resilient. It's still moving. Wansini gasped in amazement, unhesitatingly raising the stick and bringing it down again. The blow to its head seemed to have no effect, leaving Wansini stunned. It seems the old movies and novels are real. Could the original author of this subject have traveled back in time? There was no answer to this question. Yusui stepped over the female zombie. Let's see if there's a golf club. That should be more lethal than the stick. Wansini nodded in agreement. After dealing with the zombies in the hallway, Yusui and Wansini didn't hesitate and ran towards the jewelry store. Only a few zombies roamed the hallway, most of them crowded near the entrance. The jewelry store was open, with only one zombie inside. Yusui rushed in, knocking the zombie inside with a club before kicking it out. Wansini cooperated and closed the door. The lights were on in the shop. The jewelry gleamed in the light. Ignoring the bloodstains on the glass cases and the floor, it felt like a return to their shopping trip. Wansini picked up a nearby stool and smashed it against the glass cases. A crisp clatter echoed through the shop. The zombies outside heard the sound and turned their heads, looking around, as if searching for the source. The system was ecstatic. Host, hurry, pick up those jewels. We want them all. Yusui glanced at the prices on the necklaces on the counter, her eyes dazzled by the swirl of small change. Before she could even count the digits, she was awakened by the system's urging. She immediately reached out and grabbed 5 or 6 necklaces, holding them in her hands. Is this it? The system was brimming with happiness. That's it. Slurp. So much money, so much energy. She didn't know how the system worked, but as she watched the jewelry on her hand lose its luster in the blink of an eye, her heart trembled, and she began to doubt this self-proclaimed get-rich-quick system within her. This didn't seem like a legitimate system at all. These few are useless. Try some more. The system watched with satisfaction as Yusui's savings climbed at an astonishing rate, thinking gleefully, a few more times, wouldn't it be able to complete its mission soon? It seemed they still had to give the vault a try, just in case they could get in. Wansini, standing nearby, brought a tray overflowing with necklaces, rings, and other valuables. Here, all the valuable jewelry in this store is here. Yusui gave a thumbs up and quickly placed his other hand on the jewelry. 2 more zombies appeared outside the door, ramming their bodies against the glass door. System, hurry up, Yusui urged. Any more delay, and they'd be surrounded by zombies. The system went into full gear, and after 3 seconds, it burped loudly. Host, all right, let's move on. And so, they appeared in the Ka family jewelry store next door. With the experience accumulated in the previous store, Yusui and Wansini cooperated more tacitly this time. One cleared the zombies, while the other closed the door. One absorbed energy, while the other looted all the jewelry in the store. 3 minutes, the battle is over. After finishing the fourth store, seeing the number of zombies surrounding the door swell to over a dozen, Yusui called a halt. Time to go back. Wansini shook the golf club in his hand and took a deep breath. Okay. The system had no objection. The prerequisite for completing the mission was that the host was alive. Right now, the host was still a weakling. Although the zombies were still in their early stages, they couldn't handle the overwhelming numbers. The door opened. The zombie that was ramming the door lost its balance and tumbled in. Yusui and Wansini, gripping their golf clubs, swung them up and down, smashing them into the still-standing zombie's head. Bang! A hole was instantly ripped open in the head. Yusui raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, this was far more lethal than a stick. After leaving the store, the two of them sprinted back the way they had come. As she emerged from the mall, Yusui gasped for air. Looking at the red rain outside, she felt less frightened and more at home. At least, the zombies in the rain were weaker than those inside. The rain washed the blood off the golf club. Wansini steadied her breath and looked at the zombies not far away, staring up at the sky. Sway, do you think they have crystal cores in their heads? Crystal cores? Yusui understood immediately. They were essential for leveling up in apocalyptic supernatural novels, and would also be the universal currency of the future. In short, stocking up on them would definitely come in handy. They did it right away. With golf clubs in hand, the two approached the hapless zombie staring up at the sky. Bang! Before the hapless zombie could react, his skull shattered and he collapsed to the ground, a hole in his head. He trembled a few times before returning to normal. So you really have to crack the head to kill a zombie, Wansini sighed, then saw Yusui already rubbing the golf club inside the zombie's skull. She covered her mouth and turned her head, wanting to vomit again. But this time, she didn't. Humans are truly adaptable. 3 days ago, she wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken. Now, not only can she kill zombies, she can even search their heads. Are there any? Wansini couldn't help but look inside. Yusui frowned. No. It felt wrong, all gooey inside. Crystal cores should be hard, right? After sorting out the assets, the system came to its senses and saw Yusui and Wansini squatting head-to-head in front of the zombie's body, scratching the zombie's head with golf clubs, as if conducting some profound research. Host, what are you doing? Oh, looking for crystal cores. The system was silent for a moment, then asked suspiciously, do zombies have crystal cores? How come I don't know about them? Yusui paused, staring at the mushy zombie brain. He glanced at his hand again, then looked away and stood up. Zombies don't have crystal cores? Didn't you say zombies have superpowers? Yes, zombies do have superpowers. So what does that have to do with crystal cores? The system suddenly understood. Host, have you been reading too many novels? Yusui, Wansini observed her expression and stood up. What did the system say again? No crystal cores? Yes. Then how could zombies have superpowers? The system pondered for a long time. I don't know. I'm not a zombie. Anyway, zombies don't have crystal cores. It became cheerful again. Host, we had a very rich harvest this time. Your storage space has greatly expanded. Let's go back now. The host will definitely praise this space when they see it. Yusui didn't move. She lowered her gaze to the zombie's chest. There was no crystal core in its head, so where was its heart? The system was shocked. Host, do you still want to open the zombie's chest to see if there's anything different about its heart? Wansini pulled a knife from her backpack and plunged it into the zombie's chest. Poof! The tip of the knife sliced through the flesh and pierced through. The system's light ball flickered at the two people's actions. It re-examined Yusui's previously investigated data. Yusui, female, 25 years old, 165 centimeters tall, grew up in an orphanage and graduated from Beijing University of Economics and Trade with a major in human resources management. She works in human resources consulting. Her biggest wish is to buy a house in Beijing. She has a gentle personality and appears well-behaved and quiet. Aside from being a bit stingy, she's just an ordinary person. Gentle, well-behaved and quiet? Ordinary person? The system was dumbfounded. It stared intently at Yusui, who was now stabbing a zombie's heart with a knife, examining it over and over. None of the 3 descriptions described above applied to her. It felt deeply deceived. Nothing's different. Wansini stared intently for a long time before coming to a conclusion. System, shock. It seems you actually seen a normal human heart, otherwise, how could you have come to such a conclusion? Yusui nodded, placed the hard back into the zombie's chest, and cleaned the tip of the knife with rainwater. It really doesn't look any different. Forget it, let's go back. Okay. The two of them acted as if nothing had happened, leaving the system alone, its thoughts tangled in its head. Downstairs in the residential complex. System, they didn't notice we were out, did they? Yusui hid in the doorway and peered up the stairs. The lights in the hallway were off, and it was pitch black. Nothing could be seen or heard. The system, pulling itself together from its chaotic thoughts, answered, "No, they're all in the second-floor room and haven't come out." Yusui gestured to Ronsini, and they slipped in with light steps. They carefully removed their outermost raincoats and wrapped themselves in them. They untied the plastic bags around their feet and tossed them into the trash can. After making sure they were dry, they walked a few steps, leaving no wet footprints, before heading upstairs. The second-floor room was completely silent. Yusui and Ronsini held their breath and hurried upstairs. Third floor. Fourth floor. Only when they entered did they both breathe a sigh of relief. Second floor master bedroom. Gupanpan lay on the bed, wrapped in the quilt, curled up tightly. The door opened again, and Qin Lihui, head bowed, hesitated for a long moment before stepping in. Panpan. Chapter 8. Sui, how's it going? How much has the space increased? Can it hold all the food and drinks we stored? Ronsini asked hurriedly, not even bothering to change her clothes. This time, they emptied 4 luxury jewelry stores. If that wasn't enough, they have to turn their attention to the vault. The system smiled brightly. Host, guess how much you have in your savings now? Playing this guessing game at this time? Yusui chuckled. All I know is, if my stuff can't fit in, you have to wait for it to be melted down and remade. The system froze for a moment, then honestly explained. Host, the jewelry we obtained this time is worth a total of 90,759,421 yuan. The space has now grown to 2 meters in length, width, and height, so everything you stored will fit in. Yusui didn't feel the initial numbers were real, but when the system gave the size of the space, he felt something. How much? Only 2 meters? Host, this is already huge, the system said weakly. I even opened a back door for you, otherwise it wouldn't be this big. Yusui tried his luck. Sui. Is it okay? Ronsini looked at the snacks, rice, flour, and oil that had been neatly arranged in a row. She was silent for a moment, then tentatively asked, how about we go to the bank? Okay, it can fit, but we just need to organize it. Yusui said, as he rolled up his sleeves and opened the box. He discarded all the extra packaging that took up space, then squeezed and tucked it down, combining the 3 boxes into 2. He put the bottled water in first, placing the box on top, and the rice and flour on top, trying not to waste any space. Ronsini understood and folded and compacted the clothes in her closet into her suitcases. The 2 suitcases were so full that she couldn't even close the lids, so she sat down on them, using her body to press them shut. After packing, the 2 of them slumped onto the floor, sighing softly as they gazed at the empty room. Sui, when are we leaving? Ronsini unscrewed the cap of her bottle and took a sip of water, regaining her strength. Yusui took the bottle and took a sip. We leave after we eat something. Okay. The night is long and full of dreams. Lu Jia and the others downstairs are like ticking time bombs, ready to explode at any moment. It's best to stay away. As for where to go, they already decided. It's also in the same complex, but that building is empty. They stay there for a few days and decide after daybreak. Second floor. Gu Panpan had already dressed and was huddled aside, head bowed. Qin Lihui nudged her, then looked up at Lu Jia and said flatteringly, Brother Jia, have Panpan go up and ask them to come down. They're all girls, so it'd be easier to talk. Lu Jia sat on the sofa with his arms folded, squinting at Gu Panpan. You? Gu Panpan clenched her hands and nodded gently. Yes. She paused. Brother Jia, I go talk to them. Zhang Feng, standing nearby, folded his arms and chuckled. He remembered the rebuff he received the last time he tried, and he felt a pang of displeasure. He scanned Gu Panpan's body and laughed again. Brother Jia, let her go. He's right. They're all girls, so it'd be easier to talk to them. Lu Jia snapped his fingers, a faint flicker of fire flashing from his fingertips. Okay, go ahead. Gu Panpan's eyes dimmed at the sight of the flames. She clutched her palms tightly and said softly, Brother Jia, I go up right now. Okay. Gu Panpan walked out of the room, climbing the stairs step by step, not daring to look back, fearing she'd see the faces of the people behind her. 5th floor. Gu Panpan raised her hand and gently knocked on the door. Hello, can you open the door? Inside the room. Yusui took a bite of a chocolate bar and looked up at the door. So soon. It was a girl's voice. Wansini devoured the rest of the chocolate bar in one gulp, stood up, clapped her hands, and walked out. The girl on the video doorbell had round, almond-shaped eyes that looked a little empty, her long hair disheveled. She looked like a Barbie doll with its soul drained away. She stared blankly at the door, tears welling in her large eyes. Hearing footsteps from inside the house, she instinctively jumped like a startled rabbit and glanced back. She breathed a sigh of relief only after confirming that no one was behind her. She leaned closer to the door and whispered quickly, Hello, my name is Gu Panpan. I live on the 2nd floor. Brother Jia asked me to come look for you. Could you please open the door and let me in? Don't worry, they're not here. Yusui frowned. If she was not mistaken, the bruise on the girl's neck looked like it had been pinched. Wansini was furious. Trash, disgusting, inhuman. In just 3 days, these people were capable of such a thing. It was simply lawless. Yusui touched her hand and leaned forward. On the screen, Gu Panpan clasped her hands together over her chest, her eyes pleading, tears streaming down her cheeks. She silently cried, Save me! Click. The door opened. But the table by the door remained unmoved. Gu Panpan's eyes gleamed at the sight of the door opening. She subconsciously glanced toward the stairwell and tilted her head slightly to the side. She reached behind the door and pulled out her phone. A line of text appeared on the screen. Do you have any sleeping pills? She said, It would be scary just the two of you. Why don't you stay together? With more people around, we can help out if something happens. Yusui and Wansini exchanged a glance. They didn't have any sleeping pills, but the girl in the master bedroom did. Wansini glanced at her calmly, then turned and walked toward the master bedroom, opening the door and going inside to search. Yusui shook his head. Thank you, but no thanks. We're used to living alone, and it's uncomfortable with so many people. Can I come up here more often? There are only 3 of us girls in the building right now, and I'd love to talk to you. Gu Panpan put her phone away. Okay. Wansini returned with the medicine and placed the bottle in Gu Panpan's hand. She glanced at the stairwell and pushed her back. Let's talk next time. With that, she slammed the door shut. Gu Panpan quickly tucked the bottle into her pocket and hid it. She looked up and saw Lu Jia standing at the stairwell. She lowered her head, a look of guilt on her face. Brother Jia, I'm sorry. I didn't do this well. Lu Jia glanced at the closed door, then at Gu Panpan, whose expression was lowered, his face indistinct. He put on a friendly expression and put his arm around her shoulders. What's there to apologize for? It's my fault for interrupting your girls' chat. He looked up and waved at the surveillance camera. Girls, I mean no harm. I just wanted to take care of you. Panhan, isn't that right? Gu Panpan nodded cautiously. Yes, Brother Jia takes good care of us. Yeah, that's right. I'm just kind-hearted. Let's go. It's getting late, and you must be hungry. Let's go back and eat. Okay. After the 2 of them left, Wansini stood there, thrashing a few times. I really want to beat him into a pig's head. Disgusting. Yusui lowered his eyes. No rush. Sini, let's wait until tonight. Wansini understood and clenched her fists. Okay. 2nd floor. Zhang Feng glanced behind Lu Jia and Gu Panpan. He didn't see Yusui and Wansini and immediately understood. TSK, they're really good at making trouble. Our brother Jia personally invited them twice, and they wouldn't come down. Lu Jia smiled and patted Gu Panpan's shoulder. You did a good job. At least they opened the door this time. Next time, they come down on their own initiative. Brother Jia, I go cook. Gu Panpan lowered her eyes to the floor beneath her feet. The white tiles were a bit yellow, casting a small, dark shadow on them. Go ahead. Oh, and add more salt. The food we made for lunch was tasteless. I see. Gu Panpan walked into the kitchen. Through the wall, she heard Qin Li Hui's courteous words. Brother Jia, please sit down. Are you feeling better? I get you a glass of water. No need. You're quite good at reading people's cues. Zhang Feng chuckled, leaned against the wall, and whistled at Gu Panpan, who was cooking inside. Isn't that right, Panpan? What do you think? Gu Panpan turned timidly, gave Qin Li Hui a blank look, then looked away. The range hood turned on. The humming sound masked their conversation. Gu Panpan expertly washed and cut vegetables, heated the wok, and added oil. The thick smell of cooking fumes wafted from the kitchen. Zhang Feng sneezed and, with a wave of his hand, closed the kitchen door. Huh? Gu Panpan let out a soft breath. This was the most meticulous cooking she had ever done in her life, she thought. Upstairs, Yu Sui and Ruansini showered and changed into clean clothes. They double-checked that everything in the room was put away. They sat on the bare bed and stared outside. Sui, what do you think Gu Panpan is going to do? The bottle of sleeping pills was ground into powder and poured into the soup. Gu Panpan added 3 spoonfuls of salt and stirred it with a spoon. It's time to eat. The kitchen door opened, and Gu Panpan brought the prepared meal to the table. The bowl of soup emanated wisps of hot steam. Taking a deep breath, a fragrant aroma filled his nostrils. Lu Jia blew on the bowl, then took a sip. It was a bit bitter. Zhang Feng frowned. Why does this soup taste a bit strange? Gu Panpan remained timid. I added some herbs. She glanced quickly at Qin Lihui. Brother Qin isn't feeling well. I bought some herbs for nourishment. If you're not used to it, I pour them out. Oh. Nourishment. Zhang Feng's tone stretched out, a meaningful glance at Gu Panpan's chest. Are you complaining that we're not working hard enough? Lu Jia took a sip of the soup from the bowl, his lips curled into a smile, and he glanced deeply at Gu Panpan. Qin Lihui glared at Gu Panpan, a look of embarrassment on his face. Zhang Feng and Lu Jia devoured the entire pot of soup, chatting away incoherently as they ate. Qin Lihui agreed obsequiously. Gu Panpan glanced at him, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. It felt like she'd gotten to know him all over again these past few days. Qin Lihui always appeared confident and superior in her presence. Even on the first day of the apocalypse, after a brief moment of panic, he quickly calmed himself, reassured himself, and assured himself that he would protect her. Promises are the most unreliable things in this world. But in just one day, he had walked right into the wolf's den. Gu Panpan lowered her head, silently eating the white rice in her bowl. Listening to the laughter around her, her lips twitched, and a smile welled up in her heart. Is the medicine taking so long? The meal was almost finished. Dang. Zhang Feng's bowl fell onto the table, swaying twice. His body slumped over the table, and he fell asleep soundly. Qin Lihui struggled to open his eyes. Across from him, Gu Panpan beamed at him. Suddenly, he seemed to see Gu Panpan from their first meeting. She had smiled at him like that then. He opened his mouth. Panpan, you. 2 people fell from the table one after another. Lu Jia stood up, glaring at Gu Panpan angrily. Bitch, what did you do? He reached out to hold the table, but it suddenly tilted towards him, sending the still unclear dishes crashing down on his chest. He shook his head, his vision blacking out, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He strained his eyes and reached out, wanting to grab Gu Panpan and teach her a lesson. Gu Panpan stepped back and stood up. She looked down at him, her eyes cold and indifferent. That's strange. When you asked me to cook, didn't you consider that I might have tampered with it? I don't know where their inexplicable self-confidence comes from. Huh? Lu Jia ultimately succumbed to the effects of the drug and collapsed to the ground, falling into a deep sleep. Gu Panpan stopped smiling, glanced at the 3 people lying on the floor, and walked into the kitchen expressionlessly. When he returned, he held a kitchen knife in his hand. With a sharp movement, the knife fell. Blood stained the ground. Gu Panpan looked at his hands and laughed silently. Chapter 9. After laughing, Gu Panpan glanced at the knife in her hand and the blood on her body. She stood in the room, listening to the sound of rain outside. She calmly returned to her room, changed into clean clothes, picked up her suitcase, and walked out. Outdoor. Yu Sui and Ruansini were covered up completely. Seeing the door open, they raised their golf clubs, their eyes full of vigilance. The red suitcase was carried out first, followed by a pair of white sneakers. Gu Panpan, her hair tied up and wearing a shirt and jeans, looked at Yu Sui and Ruansini, momentarily stunned. Ruansini raised her chin, pretending not to notice the blood on the floor and the bodies of Lu Jia and the others lying on the floor. How about it? Want to go together? Go together? Are you waiting for me? Gu Panpan's voice was filled with uncertainty. Yu Sui glanced at her. Don't you have a raincoat? Raincoat? Gu Panpan looked at Yu Sui and Ruansini's gear. They wore rain hats on their heads and raincoats on top. Except for their eyes, not a single inch of skin was exposed. Ruansini kindly walked around for a moment. Yes, you can't dress like that. There's something in the rain outside. If you get caught in it, you end up with the zombies. Is that so? Gu Panpan, who hadn't left the house since the apocalypse, immediately turned to look at Lu Jia and the other 2 lying on the floor. She hesitated for a moment. Turn into zombies? She blinked. Should they be sent over? Yusui and Wansini remained silent, awaiting her decision. In the end, Gu Panpan still didn't drag them out. Can you wait for me? I change. Gu Panpan glanced outside and began to feel unsafe in her clothes. Of course. Wansini simply sat down on the stairs. Yusui instructed, wear long-sleeved shirts and long pants underneath. Your outer clothes must be waterproof, and your shoes must be water-resistant. I understand. Gu Panpan dropped her suitcase and ran inside. 2 minutes later, she emerged, bundled up tightly. Thank you. Let's go, Yusui said, and walked out first. Wansini followed closely behind, turning to call out to Gu Panpan, don't drag your suitcase on the ground. It get wet, and it's bad. Gu Panpan nodded like a chick pecking at rice, picked up the suitcase, and followed closely behind the two of them, holding the suitcase in one hand and the umbrella in the other. The dim streetlights illuminated the road inside the community. Gu Panpan's nerves tensed, her gaze fixed on the road beneath her feet, afraid to glance around. After all, the last time she glanced, she'd seen a hideous, terrifying face. Yusui followed the wall around the corner, avoiding the zombies as much as possible, and reached the building they'd chosen. It was 6 buildings away from their old place, in a corner, rather secluded, but the advantage was that there were no people around, and there were fewer zombies. Entering the building, Yusui removed his raincoat and hat, shook off the raindrops, and carried them upstairs. It was still the 5th floor. The room on the left. Yusui fiddled with a lock with a black hairpin, leaving Gu Panpan stunned. Click. The door opened. The 3 of them entered. The room contained 2 bedrooms, about the same size, one with a balcony, the other without. The layout was identical to their previous home. The kitchen and bathroom were spotless and well equipped. It seemed the person living here had gone to work and hadn't returned. Where do you live? Yusui pointed to a room. Gu Panpan pointed to the one without a balcony. I stay here. Wansini walked into the bathroom and turned on the water. Hot water. I'm going to take a shower. She closed the door and called outside, Sui, give me some clothes. Yes. Yusui was about to return to her room to retrieve the suitcase from her space when Gu Panpan called her over. She opened the suitcase and said, I see you didn't bring any. I have some here. They're all clean. You can wear them if you don't mind. She then stepped aside, stirring her hands unconsciously. They are clean. I haven't worn them in days. Their eyes met. Yusui understood her thoughts. She reached out and patted her head like the director's mother used to, saying only, go to bed early. You have to get up early tomorrow. Gu Panpan stood there, watching Yusui's back. She felt the touch of his hand lingering on her head and blinked. For some reason, her nose felt sore, and her eyes felt hot. Tears fell heavily to the ground. She bit her lip, squatted down, hugged herself, and finally couldn't hold back her tears. Yusui was startled when she came out with clothes. She was always happy, and didn't cry when the director's mother touched her head. She stood there, wondering if she had done something wrong. Wasn't she supposed to touch her head? The bathroom door opened. Wansini poked her head out. Sui, my clothes? Before she could finish her words, she saw Gu Panpan squatting on the ground, sobbing. Yusui, holding her clothes, stood there, somewhat bewildered. She sighed, Sui, give me the clothes first. Gu Panpan raised her head and hiccuped. Through tearful eyes, she stared at the clothes in Yusui's hands, then glanced at Wansini. Don't cry, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to touch your head, Yusui apologized sincerely. Woo-woo. Hiccup, huh? Gu Panpan thought her eyes might have been blurry from crying, otherwise why would Yusui apologize to her? She wiped her face haphazardly. No, you don't need to apologize. I should be the one thanking you. Thank you. If it weren't for you I would, woo-woo. Wansini came out, having changed her clothes, folding her arms over her chest. Stop. She put her hands on her hips, and stared at Gu Panpan. You stop crying. Turning to Yusui, she said, you, go take a shower. Yusui immediately stepped into the bathroom, breathing a sigh of relief. Gu Panpan, bewildered, stopped crying. That night, Gu Panpan slept terribly restlessly. As soon as she closed her eyes, the faces of Lu Jia and the others appeared. Unable to fall asleep, she simply sat up, left the room, and sat at the door of Yusui and Wansini's room. Before she knew it, she had actually fallen asleep. Yusui woke up early in the morning and first opened the curtains to take a look outside. No surprise, it was still pitch black, and the rain hadn't stopped. Wansini rubbed her eyes. What's going on? It's still dark. Ah! Wansini counted on her fingers. Today is the 4th day, right? According to the system, there are only 3 days left. It's almost time. Yusue's nose twitched. I think I smell porridge. Wansini sniffed, surprised. It really is. Opening the door. The aroma of porridge intensified. Gu Panpan heard the commotion and emerged from the kitchen, laughing. You're awake. I saw there were rice and vegetables, so I made some porridge for breakfast. Wansini scratched her hair casually. Why are you awake so early? She peered in and saw an omelet simmering in the pan. You're amazing. You can even make this. Gu Panpan smiled shyly. My mom taught me all this when I was home. After washing up, the 3 of them sat at the table, eating breakfast and chatting. Time was peaceful. On the other side, a bloody storm was unfolding. In a physical sense. Zhang Feng was awakened by the pain. He groaned a few times and struggled to open his eyes, his hand instinctively reaching for his stomach. Fuck, it hurt so bad. As he released his hand, something sticky smeared on it. He looked down, his face darkening, and he opened his mouth to scream. Ah! The piercing cry also woke Lu Jia and Qin Li Hui. Their memories were still lingering on Gu Panpan's exceptionally bright smile from yesterday. They looked around, but couldn't see her. A sense of foreboding followed Zhang Feng's frantic screams. The 2 men, as if aware of something, looked downwards. The screams and curses echoed throughout the building, waking Chenemo, who had been sleeping upstairs. He sat up, listened for a moment, and then, understanding, his lips curled up. That was good. They deserved this retribution. After breakfast, Gu Panpan transformed into the snail girl and began to check and organize the food and drink items in the room. Rice, half a bag, noodles, half a handful. As for vegetables, there were only 2 potatoes and 3 onions. There was a small chicken breast in the freezer, and nothing else. There's so little. Gu Panpan frowned as she looked at the empty refrigerator. They didn't know how much longer they would have to stay here, and the food supply was severely low. Yusui tied her hair up, looked over, and exchanged a glance with Wansini, but didn't mention the space for the time being. After all, they had only met Gu Panpan a few times. The system yawned in her mind. Host, I'm going to bed. It had been watching Gu Panpan all night, fearing she might become a psychopath and seek revenge against society. Fortunately, Gu Panpan remained a normal person. Let's go! Yusui casually picked up the golf club and touched the hairpin in his hair. Let's start with our floor and search house by house. Wansini reached into his pocket and turned to look at Gu Panpan. Come on! Yes! The 3 began their raid. In addition to food, drinks, and daily necessities, Yusui also found several bank cards and necklaces and jewelry. Looking at the bank cards in his hand, Yusui was dissatisfied. Why can't I use this? You added the balance to the bank cards that he gave me last time. The system shook its head. That's different. Last time, Wansini gave it to you voluntarily, so I could transfer the money from her card to yours and count it as points. Now that the owner of this card is gone, I can't do that. Then why are necklaces and jewelry allowed? Because they're anonymous. The system reasoned confidently. What about those cars on the road? Yusui had also set his sights on them. They're much more expensive than gold necklaces. No, those cars have owners too. Host, don't just try to take advantage of them. She? Take advantage of them? The vein on Yusui's forehead twitched. So why should I take advantage of them? If you just given me a little more help, would I have to do this? The system is in the wrong. Host, I gave you a backdoor and took advantage of them too. We're even. Yusui was furious. He tossed the bank card aside. The system was quiet for a moment before it started beating again. Host, while those zombies are still in their early stages, they're a perfect place for you to start. Why don't you go out and practice? If you don't adapt now, when the weather clears, and you suddenly face those zombies that pounce on flesh and blood, I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand them. You're right. It's just that the system clearly has bad intentions. The system chuckled. Host, you understand me. There are 3 of you now. There are still several jewelry stores in that mall we didn't enter last time. If you absorb all those jewels, your space will definitely double, becoming. The system painted a huge picture. It'd become as big as your bedroom. Just imagine, that's a lot of space to store. Although it's just a fantasy, it's still quite tempting. After searching the entire building, the 3 of them returned to their room. Yusui mentioned that he was going out, and Wansini immediately stood up to pack his things. Gu Panpan was silent for a moment, then stood up and said firmly, I want to go too. Chapter 10. In this situation, hiding at home all the time is suicidal. Gu Panpan learned her lesson and resolved to no longer hide behind others. She mentally prepared herself and turned to look at the supplies she had just found piled in the living room. Frowning, she worried, where's the best place to hide these things? We're not home, and if someone takes them while we're out, it'd be disastrous. Leave these to Sui Sui. She's an expert at hiding things. Wansini took her hand and led her into the kitchen. Come on, let's find you a good weapon. Have you ever fought before? Without waiting for Gu Panpan to answer, she said, it's okay if you haven't. You can learn now. It's simple. Just remember one thing, be aggressive. Whether they're human or zombie, you have to be more aggressive than them. That's how you win. Gu Panpan nodded like a chick pecking at rice, her ears perked up and her eyes wide open, trying to memorize the fighting tips Wansini had shared with her. In the living room, Yusui looked at the rice, flour, grains, and oil scattered on the ground, then at the limited space. He scolded the system. Tens of millions for such a tiny space. System, don't you feel guilty? Host, our system doesn't have a heart. As the saying goes, a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. The system is now like that. Host, I calculated that after taking all the jewelry from the remaining luxury stores on the first floor of that mall, the space can be expanded to the size of your room. Then, fitting all these things in will be a piece of cake. Keep going, host. I'm rooting for you, Yusui, Don't get angry. Don't get angry. If you get sick from anger, no one can help you. She silently rolled up her sleeves and began to sort. There were 5 barrels of oil, only one still unopened. The rest were used, so she simply packed them all into one barrel to free up space for a bottle. After emptying the rice, there was only 1 bag left, 5 handfuls of noodles, 2 bags of flour, and 4 barrels of water. The bulk of the remaining items were instant noodles. She removed the boxes to squeeze out as much space as possible and tucked in some miscellaneous seasonings. The space was completely packed, so the 2 suitcases filled with clothes had to be left outside. Now, there was no need to worry about the clothes being stolen. Having learned from her previous outing, Yusui deliberately waited until night before leaving. After all, going out in the pitch black with a flashlight would have been very conspicuous. At night, the streetlights solved the flashlight problem. It was 7:30 p.m. The streetlights in the neighborhood came on, and the world before her eyes was once again bright. Yusui checked his raincoat and jacket. Are you ready? Gu Panpan nodded in unison, her grip tightening around the rolling pin. Okay, I try not to hold you back. Wansini's eyes narrowed, her voice muffled through her mask. Don't be nervous. The zombies out there aren't as aggressive as in the movies. As long as you don't get in their way, they won't attack you. Gu Panpan's body tensed. She nodded heavily, her raincoat creaking a few times. It was impossible not to be nervous, but there was no other way. She had to bite the bullet and go out. After all, according to Yusui and Wansini, this was a beginner's village. If she didn't come out to gain experience, she would be tormented by the zombies once she left. Yusui led the way, followed by Wansini and Gu Panpan. The 3 of them kept close to the wall, quickening their pace to avoid attracting any zombies. There was a small door next to the building they were living in, leading directly to the main road. After leaving the complex and taking a few steps, Yusui frowned. The glass door of the roadside convenience store was smashed, leaving a mess inside. The shutter of the newsstand not far away had been pried open, newspapers and magazines scattered across the ground, soaked by the rain. The shelves inside were empty, as if they had been looted. Several zombies with smashed heads lay on the ground. There was no shortage of clever and courageous people. Yusui had known that someone would come out to search for supplies, but she hadn't expected it to happen so soon, on only the 4th day. The increasing number of people coming out also meant a more chaotic environment. The concept of order was slowly fading from the minds of these survivors. When they met again, they might not receive a friendly greeting. Yusui quickened his pace, heading towards the mall. This time, they had hardly encountered any direct zombies along the way, and arrived at the mall with remarkable ease. It was the same employee entrance as last time. Host, there's someone inside. Before I even entered, I heard the system's alert. How many people are there? Yusui released his grip on the doorknob and gestured to Wansini and Gu Panpan behind him. Wansini pulled Gu Panpan closer, and the 3 of them hid in a corner, not entering. There were 2 people on the first floor, who looked like a couple. There were no people on the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th floors. There were more people on the 5th floor, 9 in total. The heaviest group was on the basement floor, Over 20. Ah, a fight has broken out on the basement floor. Yusui clenched his golf club. There was a supermarket on the basement floor, and a restaurant on the 5th floor. These people were going there to get something to eat. There are people on the 1st floor. We need to be careful, Yusui whispered. Wansini was surprised. There's someone here? They hadn't seen them the last time they came. Gu Panpan grew even more nervous, her hand trembling slightly as she gripped the rolling pin. Now she was extremely wary of strangers. Yusui noticed her nervousness and reached out to shake her hand. It's okay, let's stay out of the way. Of course, if they were really found, they wouldn't hide. Gu Panpan hummed softly. The glass door opened. A foul odor washed over. Several zombies lay sprawled on the ground, their heads crushed. A mixture of blood and brain matter stained the ground red. Several bloody footprints were left at the exit. Gu Panpan took a step back, her legs weak. She turned around and couldn't help but dry heave. Why don't you wait outside? Seeing her like this, Yusui asked seriously. If it's already like this here, it must be even scarier inside. Gu Panpan, held by Wansini's arm, struggled to her feet. She squeezed her eyes shut, bit her lip, and waved, I just need to get used to it. This kind of situation would probably become the norm in the future, and she couldn't back down now. Besides, it was a zombie corpse, and she had stabbed those 3 beasts several times with her own hands. It was just blood, so she could handle it. She let out a long breath. Let's go in. Are you sure? Yusui looked at Gu Panpan with some surprise, but then she thought about it. She wasn't a weak person, otherwise she wouldn't have asked them for medicine. Sure. Gu Panpan stood up straight and released her grip on Wansini's arm. Wansini gave her a thumbs up. Great. Stepping over the corpses of the zombies, she treaded on the bloody ground, leaving a trail of bloody footprints as she reached the hall. Compared to the hallway, the scene inside was even more horrific. Everywhere was splattered blood, shattered glass, and bodies lying in a chaotic mess. Some had been mauled beyond recognition, others had their heads smashed to pieces, and still others had gaping holes in their chests, exposing intestines and bones. Gu Panpan's body trembled uncontrollably. She clenched her teeth, trying to suppress her fear and nausea, averting her gaze from the horrific corpses. After a moment, she managed to calm herself and followed Yusui and Wansini, carefully stepping over the bodies and heading towards the nearby shop. Hey, someone's coming. Yusui and Wansini had just entered the G family shop when they heard someone talking. They stopped, their expressions solemn, and simultaneously tightened their grip on their golf clubs as they looked in the direction of the voice. A man and woman emerged from the shop across the street, wearing red raincoats. Seeing their attire, the girl looked them up and down for a moment before laughing. Don't get me wrong, we mean no harm. You're dressed quite well, covering up well. She glanced up at the sign for Shop G, understanding it, and pointed at the name above. I think their stuff is better. Would you like to take a look? We still have some left. Yusui realized they were treating them as people who couldn't afford luxury goods before, and were now taking advantage of the situation. She shook her head and declined. The man shrugged. All right then, let's go. The girl waved. The man behind her stared at them for a few seconds before retracting his gaze and following her out. By the way, the girl paused, turned, and pointed down. If you're looking for something to eat, it's best not to go to the basement. It's been occupied by a group of people, and everyone who went there was beaten. Thank you. Yusui thanked him and breathed a sigh of relief as he watched their backs. Luckily, they weren't enemies. Inside the store, Gu Panpan stood guard while Wansini grabbed all the jewelry and placed it on a tray in front of Yusui. She glanced at the bags and clothes, reached out, and blinked. Sway. No, the system was busy as an octopus, adding Yusui's deposit and converting the numbers into energy. It then used this energy to upgrade the space. In its busyness, it glanced at the bag and clothes in Yusui's hands and shook its head in denial. Yusui was dissatisfied. Why? They didn't have an owner. This kind of thing has no energy, it's purely consumable. The system spread its hands. Over there, host, hurry. There's a gem on that sign. Don't waste it. Let's hurry. There are several more gold shops on the 2nd floor. Let's get them all done right away. Yusui had no choice but to toss her bag and clothes aside, shook her head, and carrying the tray, walked over to the gem the system mentioned, reaching out to cover it. Continue with the next shop. Gu Panpan was puzzled, but didn't ask. After all, since she was already here, she wouldn't have even been allowed into these shops before. This time, She might as well take a look around. It would also comfort her frightened heart and distract her. End of the first floor. On the second floor, the three of them repeated the same process at the gold shop. Yusui watched her bank balance soar at the speed of a divine seventh. It dazzled her eyes, and she couldn't count the strings of zeros. She had never dreamed of having so much money in her life. In the end, under these circumstances, that dream came true. Yusui consoled himself. It's okay, it's okay. At least I have a space. He turned around and looked at the space. Yusui, System, what's going on? Didn't you say you could expand my space to the size of my room? Is this my room? System, host, the bathroom is also your room. Chapter 11. Yusui clutched a small golden Buddha statue, surveying the now renovated bathroom, now 2 meters long, wide, and 4 meters high. For the first time, she thought 100 million was a small amount. She began seriously considering the possibility of a trip to the vault to broaden her horizons. Host, something's wrong. Someone's coming. The system, staring at the monitor, quickly issued a warning. 4 of them, all men, wielding fire axes. You better take cover. Yusui's expression changed. He waved to Gu Panpan, who was guarding the door, and pointed outside. Gu Panpan glanced at the elevator entrance. Although she saw no sign of living people or zombies, she obediently hurried inside, crouching down and hiding behind the counter. She began to feel nervous. Is anyone here? Wansini asked silently, gesturing. Yusui tightened her grip on the golf club, nodded gently, and raised a finger to her lips. The store was completely silent. The sound from outside could be heard clearly. No one's here, big brother, are you seeing things? A man in a yellow jacket, holding a fire axe and no raincoat, his face scarred by a nail scratch, stood at the elevator entrance and glanced around. The once spacious and bright mall was now a shambles, blood and bodies strewn across the floor. Aside from the 4 of them, no one was alive. The leading man, sleek and dark-skinned, looked around with a slightly irritated tone. Stop standing here babbling. Split up and look. I think she's hiding somewhere. Judging from her build, I think she's a woman. Once we find her, you can do whatever you want with her. The 3 people behind him brightened their eyes and cheered. Okay, big brother. I go this way. Hey, little sister, don't hide anymore. Come out. I'm here to protect you. You must be starving. I got delicious food here. Hot pot, instant noodles, cake, chocolate, everything you need. Come out. Don't hide anymore. In the gold shop. Yusui gripped his golf club tightly, his body tense. Gu Panpan's face was as gloomy as water, his eyes fixed on the ground ahead. The nervousness and fear he felt earlier were gone, replaced only by deep disgust and a faint murderous intent. Wansini's brows knitted together. Listening to the approaching footsteps, she reached out and touched Yusui's neck. Strike first, gain the upper hand. Yusui understood what she meant from her eyes. She held Wansini's hand, shook her head softly, and tapped the back of her hand. Wait a little longer. Wait until his companions were farther away. The voices of the other 3 men grew increasingly distant, and correspondingly, footsteps approached. Smash. The glass case of the jewelry shop next door was smashed, shattering all over the floor. The man glanced at the discarded tray and the jewelry inside, then glanced outside. His eyes rolled, and he smirked. Hey, it's not here. What a pity. Then on to the next shop. Bang. Bang. The footsteps approached. In the small jewelry shop, Yusui and the other 2 held their breath. The man in yellow glanced at the jewelry on the tray on the counter, and the empty cabinet nearby. A smile curled his lips. He brought his fire axe, and slammed it down on the counter. Broken glass scatters everywhere, some landing on the raincoats of Yusui and the other 2, who were hiding behind the counter. Good sister, I see you. Come out quickly. The man walked slowly, looking with interest behind the counter facing the front door. He turned, bent down like he was playing hide-and-seek, and peered behind the counter on the left side of the entrance. He lowered his upper body and let out a huh. Is it here? No. No one behind the counter. Then it must be here. The man clapped his hands lightly, smiling as he walked to the other side, repeating the same move, bending down and saying regretfully, Huh, why isn't there anything there? Am I seeing things? He stood up and walked around the store, muttering to himself, nothing on the left, nothing on the right, only one inside. Let me see, is it here? Yusui and Wansini exchanged a glance. She held a golden hairpin in her hand, a lifelike butterfly shape, its wings fluttering gently in her palm. The pointed tip made it easy to insert into her hair. She rubbed her fingers against it a few times, finding it prickly. Is this the place? The man lowered his voice deliberately, a smug smile plastered on his face, as if he could anticipate the panic-stricken panic of the men hiding behind the counter upon seeing him. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, almost impatient to see the scene. He bent down and completed it in one go. Ha, found it! Their eyes met. The man's grin froze when he saw the golf club suddenly fall down. He instinctively tried to dodge, but it was too late. Bang! Once and he struck the man hard in the head. Before he could retreat, Yusui grabbed him by the collar, the golden hairpin in his hand piercing the man's fragile neck with pinpoint accuracy. Hiss! The aorta ruptured, blood gushing out. The golden hairpin turned blood red, and the wings, stained with blood, fluttered tremblingly. You call for help. The man clutched his neck with his hands, his eyes wide open, staring at Yusui and Rwansini in disbelief. His body began to stagger, and he stumbled, trying to escape the store. Bang! Gu Panpan raised her golf club high and slammed it hard into his head. The hard skull cracked, and blood gushed out, soaking his entire face. The scratches from his nails reflected on it, like a hideous centipede devouring him. Plop! The man's vision went black, and he collapsed to the ground, a pool of blood quickly spreading. Let's go! Yusui and Rwansini grabbed Gu Panpan, who was standing there, looking down at the fallen man, wondering what was going on, and rushed out of the store, running as fast as they could. Oh fuck, there really are people there, boss. They gotten away. Hurry, 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 chase them. Dongsey's over there, he's in trouble. If anything happens to Dongsey, I catch you and beat you to death when I catch up. Curses and footsteps rang out from behind. Yusui and Rwansini didn't even turn back. Gu Panpan, held by them, ran forward as if being dragged along by two men. She shook off her previous emotion. Thank you, I can run on my own? Okay. Yusui and Rwansini let go of them simultaneously, their long legs flailing as they ran forward with all their might, their feet like they were on a roller coaster. Gu Panpan stumbled and steadied herself. In the blink of an eye, the two men were 7 or 8 steps away from her, leaving her mouth agape with shock. Little bitch, wait until I catch you and make you pay for Dongsey's death. Stop! If you keep running, I break your legs. Gu Panpan gritted her teeth, threw her arms wide, and ran for her life. She truly regretted not having enough legs until they were needed. If only she had 2 more. Host, exit through the main gate. There's someone at the back door. Yusui stared at the main gate, his feet still pounding as he rushed forward. Rwansini followed closely behind. Gu Panpan, driven by a fierce will to survive, ran the fastest she ever run. The gate opened wide. Outside, dim streetlights and a drizzle of rain fell. Yusui dove in, leaving them all far behind. Fuck, they're out? Bah, what are you waiting for? Hurry, and put on your raincoats. I don't believe we 4 grown men could let a few little bitches get away. Wait, Gu, what happened? You're just in time. Go chase them. 3 bitches killed Dongsey. Across the street, Yusui led Rwansini and Gu Panpan into the alley for a while. Gu Panpan stretched out her hands, panting, no, I can't run anymore. Her lips were pale beneath the mask. She gasped for air, her heart pounding violently. Gu Panpan felt like she was going to die in a second. System, are they chasing us? Yusui didn't dare to let his guard down and continued running. System was dumbfounded. No host, they just came out of the mall. After all, putting on a raincoat takes time. More importantly, the host was running too fast. Yusui then slowed down his pace, breathed a sigh of relief, and turned to Gu Panpan and said, hold on a little longer, and we go straight home. It's safer there. Gu Panpan understood. After all, there was no telling when they might encounter another person or zombie outside, so it was best for them to hide. She gritted her teeth and held her breath as she followed the 2 men. The alley twisted and turned, and even as Gu Panpan was dizzy, they successfully returned to the complex. Entering the building, the 3 of them didn't bother removing their raincoats, and daring not to stop, they climbed all the way to the 5th floor. Once inside, Gu Panpan plopped down on the ground, lowered her head, pulled off her mask, and breathed in the fresh air with deep gulps, her lips turning slightly purple. Yusui swallowed and pulled Gu Panpan up from the ground. Walk, don't sit. Once and he placed one hand on her waist and tugged at Gu Panpan's other arm. Yes, you can't stop immediately after strenuous exercise, or it's easy to get sick. Gu Panpan, her legs shaking, asked the question the system wanted to ask. How can you run so fast? The system also wanted to know, host, you're clearly a 996 worker. How do you have such excellent physical fitness? Not only is your physical fitness excellent, but your mental strength is also terrifyingly strong. On the first day of the apocalypse, you were able to fight zombies without blinking an eye, and not only defeated them, but now, only 4 days later, you're already able to do it. Host, could you be reborn? Yusui shed her raincoat with trembling hands, checked that it was clear of rainwater, raised her eyelids, and replied no. If she could be reborn, she would never have bound herself to this system. Wansini revealed the answer with a subtle smile. Nothing, just a lot of practice, and now it's coming in handy. There was a bucket at the door, and they put their used raincoats into it. They took off their rain boots and placed them next to it, cleaning up the remaining water stains on the floor. The three of them slumped in their chairs, their tense nerves finally relaxing. In the mall, the man's dark face darkened even further, his eyes blazing as he stared at the corpse on the ground. He clenched his fists and uttered, "Find them for me. They can't get far." He squatted down and closed Dongzi's wide-open eyes. "Don't worry, Dongzi. I definitely avenge you. I send them all down to accompany you. From today on, except for eating and sleeping, you all must go out and find them for me. I fight to the death." Chapter 12. Hu. Yusui rubbed her nose and pressed her chest. Her legs felt like they were filled with lead, and her head felt a little dizzy. Perhaps it was from running too fast, and her heart hadn't yet calmed down from the exertion. Sui, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell? Wansini immediately turned around and placed a hand on her forehead. It's okay. You don't have a fever. I get you a glass of water. I'm fine, Yusui smiled and shook her head. I just take a shower. Okay, then go quickly. Wansini walked towards the room. I get you some clean clothes. In the bathroom. Yusui turned on the shower, and the hot water washed over her body. Her heart felt like it was being pricked by needles. A sharp, dense pain spread from her chest. She couldn't help but squat down, holding onto the wall. She bit her lip tightly, swallowing back a moan. It hurt so much. Host, are you alright? The system was a little anxious, then remembering that Yusui's body seemed to be having a heart attack. A ball of light bounced up and down in its sea of consciousness. Host, don't die. Woohoo. Its mission isn't complete yet. You be the one to die. Yusui uttered these words through gritted teeth. She pressed her hands to her chest, taking deep, long breaths to ease the pain. Fortunately, she'd taken good care of herself over the years. The pain lingered for a moment, then gradually eased. But Yusui felt a lingering unease. She's still too weak. When the daybreak arrives, and the true Doomsday arrives, she probably won't be able to hold out for much longer. Woohoo, host, I'm just worried about you. Are you worried about me, or about your own mission? Yusui sneered. She stood up, leaning against the wall, and tossed her soaked clothes aside. Her face was grim. System, if I die, we're all doomed. The system's voice froze. Originally, it chose Yusui not only because she was poor, but also because she had a heart condition. Although she was now well-fed, she was still injured and her lifespan was limited. She'd barely make it past 60. For it, after completing its mission to make the host the world's richest man, the sooner the host died, the better. Of course, their system couldn't take action against the host, and could only wait for them to die. However, there were loopholes they could exploit, such as for someone like Yusui, whose lifespan was already short. After the host's death, it could return to the main system space. With luck, it could even be the first system to return, earning additional rewards. But now the situation was different. The mission wasn't completed, and the host was dead. It really had no choice but to return to the factory for reconstruction. So, system, since your energy can open up storage space, I suppose it can also repair my body. The system fell silent. It could, but wouldn't it be losing money to complete this mission? It's a get-rich-quick system, not a charity system. Yusui didn't push it. Anyway, when that day finally came, just like she said, they all have fun together. After showering and changing into clean clothes, Yusui walked out the door refreshed. The heat gave her cheeks a slight flush, which gave her previously unnaturally pale complexion a touch of life. The door opened. Gu Panpan and Wansini turned to look at her. Gu Panpan was stunned for a moment, her almond-shaped eyes filled with amazement. Wansini handed her the hot water. Sui, how are you? Are you feeling better? Yeah. Yusui took the cup and took a sip, moistening her throat. Why are you sitting here? Waiting for me. Wansini gestured towards the kitchen and winked at her. Wait for your rice to cook. Sui understood. The space thing couldn't be hidden for long. It was just that Gu Ponpon's experiences over the past 2 days were so complex and shocking that she hadn't considered it for a moment. Today, they'd gone to the gold shop in the mall together. She and Wansini's strange behavior hadn't been hidden from her, but after returning, Gu Panpan hadn't questioned them, choosing to respect their little secret. Sui thought this through and exchanged a glance with Wansini. He took the cup in one hand and placed it on the table. A moment later, a handful of noodles appeared on the table. Gu Ponpon's mouth dropped open, and she reached out to touch the noodles. The tangible touch brought her back to reality. Is this a space ability? Yes. Sui nodded. As for the existence of the system, she chose to remain secret. Gu Panpan stood up excitedly, spinning around. That's great. Why don't we go out again now? The supplies outside shouldn't have been taken yet. Let's go get some more so we don't have to worry about starving later. Oh, and why not stockpile some seeds? Once the situation stabilizes, we can find a place to grow our own crops and become self-sufficient, never worrying about starving again. She spoke excitedly, causing Sui and Wansini to hold their foreheads in their hands. Sui grabbed her arm, forcing her to stop spinning. Calm down. Yes, Wansini spread her hands. We like to collect what you mentioned too. Unfortunately, Sui's space is only just now. She gestured. It's like a square grid, 2 meters long, wide, and high. It can't hold that much. Sui coughed softly. Correct, it's 4 meters high now. Gu Panpan, After the excitement wore off, Gu Panpan took the noodles into the kitchen and held out a hand. Add an egg. Sui opened her hand, revealing 3 eggs and 3 small green vegetables. The water boiled, and Gu Panpan added the noodles to the pot, and used another pot to fry the eggs. Outside, Sui and Wansini were sorting the supplies in the space. 3 bags of rice, 6 barrels of oil, 2 bags of flour, 7 handfuls of noodles, 7 barrels of bottled water, a carton of milk, a carton each of instant noodles and self-heating hot pot, 3 bottles of Lao Don Ma, and 4 bottles of Jia Kai, pickled mustard greens, to go with the noodles later. Wansini rested her chin on her hand. The rest is some bread, biscuits, chocolate, and snacks. If we eat sparingly, it'd be enough for the 3 of us for a month. Sui, however, was less optimistic. She pointed to the light overhead. That assumes a constant supply of electricity, gas, and water. Wansini's head drooped. That's right. Okay, time to eat. Gu Panpan turned off the stove and brought out the noodles. Wansini and Sui went into the kitchen, grabbed chopsticks, and brought out the remaining bowl. Wansini sniffed the lush green vegetables paired with a poached egg. She picked up her chopsticks, took a mouthful of noodles, and slurped them up. She gave him a thumbs up. Delicious. I thought everyone would lose their appetite, but it turns out that as long as you're alive, you need to eat. I ate up a bowl of noodles. Wansini wiped her mouth. I go wash the dishes. Panpan, you go shower first. Okay. Gu Panpan didn't refuse. Sui helped clean up. Outside, under the streetlight, the rain pattered down, just like the previous few days, no difference at all. After watching for a while, Sui noticed something was amiss. She put down her chopsticks and examined them carefully, her brow furrowing. Strange. What's wrong? Wansini finished washing the dishes and turned to see Sui staring outside. She peeked outside. Sui. Something's wrong. Sui pointed outside. Look at those zombies. Their movements are a little strange. Wansini narrowed her eyes. Really? They seem to be hugging something? Under the streetlight. The zombies stood there motionless, their heads raised to the sky, their arms stretched out, their mouths humming as if they were praying for something to happen. Sui and Wansini exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of suspicion in the other's eyes. Sui felt a surge of foreboding. Sui, do you think this is a sign of a zombie mutation? Wansini speculated. The zombies' movements were truly strange, and the system had previously stated that the zombies were in their nascent stage. After daybreak, they would become even more bloodthirsty and ferocious, even unleashing superpowers. Quantitative change can only lead to qualitative change. Could they be starting to change now? I'm not sure, but this change is definitely not a good thing. Sui shook his head. System, what's wrong with the zombies outside? Sui asked several times, but the system seemed to have vanished, with no response. Look, Sui. Wansini's eyes widened. She grabbed Sui's hand and shook it, covering her mouth as she whispered, something's happening over there. Yu Sui looked in the direction of her finger. On the other side of the road. The man in the raincoat must have been a survivor hiding in the residential complex. Seeing the motionless zombies, he approached with a fire axe in hand. The fire axe was raised high and swung down with force. The imagined zombie head fell to the ground, but it didn't. Puff. The zombie's raised arm suddenly dropped, its sharp nails digging deep into the man's chest. Hot blood gushed out, and the fire axe in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. Puff. The zombie's hand rummaged deeply into the man's chest, finally pulling out a bright red, still beating heart. It sniffed it, opened its mouth, bared its fangs, bit through the heart, and swallowed it whole. Thump. A gaping hole appeared in the man's chest, and the light in his eyes dimmed. He opened his mouth, spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground like a rag doll, letting the rain pelt his face. A moment later, he staggered to his feet, seemingly transformed into a new species, a zombie. Wansini's scalp tingled. Hiss, has that zombie gotten stronger? Wansini whispered, covering her mouth. The zombies they encountered before only whined and screamed, and even when they ran into them head-on, they would mechanically reach out and try to bite. In short, they were completely different from the zombie downstairs, who was going straight for the heart. Yu Sui's brows furrowed. It seems to have evolved. More than that. Yu Sui suspected the zombie had awakened superpowers, and asked the system several times, but it played dead and didn't answer. Then what should we do? Wansini scratched her hair. This zombie awakens by just looking at the sky. It's much easier than us. She then looked up at the sky. How about starting today? I won't sleep at all. I just stare up at the sky every night. Maybe I can awaken superpowers too. While they said that, they both understood that superpowers were a matter of fate. If you have them, you have them. If you don't, you don't. Gu Panpan emerged from the bathroom, to see the two men standing motionless in front of the kitchen window. She coughed, then walked over and looked outside. What's going on? Yu Sui raised his chin. Look, over there, it looks like there's a zombie with awakened powers. Gu Panpan blinked, glanced outside, then back at Yu Sui, grinning. Haha, zombies can awaken powers these days? How hilarious. Wansini nodded gravely. Their eyes met. Gu Panpan covered her mouth, laughing until she burst into tears. Wow, why? Even zombies have awakened powers, and I haven't. This isn't fair. Downstairs. The man looked up at the small building before him, and tightened his raincoat. Is this here? Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. The lights were on upstairs. Chapter 13. Brother Sun, let's go up quickly. The man who spoke wore a diving mask, completely covered up. He held an electric baton and peered inside, somewhat impatiently. Near the back gate of the complex, a large tree obscured the last building. Before the apocalypse, this place was somewhat remote, but now, compared to the other buildings, it felt a bit safer. Sun Jun, the leader, still hadn't entered. Standing at the corner, he looked up, then turned to look at him. Deshang, are you sure it's the 5th floor? It's definitely the 5th floor. I can see it clearly. Zhang Deshang pointed to his eyes. He had been the security guard at the back entrance of the complex, and was very familiar with the area. The landlord's family lives on the 5th floor of this building. We're on good terms. They went on a trip a while ago, and gave me the key, asking me to check it out. So the people living there with the lights on right now definitely aren't them. Wang Jun, standing nearby, twitched his nose, took a deep breath, and swallowed. Yes, someone's definitely living there. I can smell fried eggs. At the mention of fried eggs, Sun Jun and the other two couldn't help but feel their Adam's apples roll. They looked up at the building and swallowed. What if there are men living there right now? Sun Jun held his breath, but remained silent. They'd been holed up in the dorm for the past few days, their stored food gone. After a day of starvation, the three of them were starting to feel the strain, so they finally mustered the courage to venture out in search of food. There were lights on in other buildings, but they didn't dare go in, fearing they wouldn't be able to win if a fight broke out. Zhang Deshang almost raised his hand to swear, they were women. I saw them clearly. One of them was wearing a pink raincoat, and the tallest one was only about 165 centimeters tall. It had to be a woman. Brother Sun Junzi, if you don't believe me, I go up there myself. Sun Jun patted his shoulder. Deshang, of course we believe you. Let's do this. Since we're here, let's go up and take a look. Keep quiet, and see what's going on. Zhang Deshang, holding the electric baton, walked in first, followed closely by Sun Jun and Wang Jun. 5th floor. Zhang Deshang pointed to the door to the right, fished a key from his pocket, and lowered his voice. This is it. I have the key. He inserted the key into the lock and turned it gently. The lock clicked softly. He glanced back at Sun Jun and Wang Jun, gripped the doorknob tightly, and took a stance. Sun Jun and Wang Jun nodded gently, motioning for him to open the door, their electric batons ready. Zhang Desheng took a deep breath and flung the door open. The three men rushed in like bandits rushing down a mountain. The hallway was empty. Zhang Desheng approached the master bedroom, opened the door, and shouted, "Don't move." The only response was a deserted room. No one. No one's in the second bedroom either. Wang Jun pushed open the second bedroom door, his eyes wandering around. No one's in the kitchen or bathroom either. Sun Jun walked over. But someone must be living here. The pot's still hot, but everything's gone. He then opened the refrigerator. It was empty, just as empty. Sun Jun came to his senses, gritting his teeth in anger. If he'd known they wait downstairs for so long, he wouldn't have waited so long. Fuck. They must have taken their belongings and run off to another room. Let's search them one by one. I don't believe we can't find them. He was now 100% certain that Zhang Desheng was telling the truth. They were three girls, otherwise they wouldn't have dared to confront them, and simply ran away. Yes. Zhang Desheng's eyes nearly bled at the thought of their food being taken away. They must still be inside the building. Let's search each house one by one. Separately, don't let them get away. Zhang Desheng ran downstairs without looking back. I go to the second floor and start searching upwards. I go to the fourth floor. Wang Jun followed closely behind. Sun Jun wandered around the room for a moment, opening every cabinet door and searching thoroughly for a while, but found nothing. Furious, he cursed again before heading out the door and heading across the street. 3 minutes ago. While Sun Jun and the other two were still debating whether to come upstairs, Yu Sui received a system alert. Host, 3 men are coming upstairs. Quickly find a place to hide. At that moment, Gu Panpan was crying over the unfairness of having no superpowers while the zombies all did, when Yu Sui tugged at her arm and pulled her up. Hurry, someone's coming. Wansini's expression changed, and she stood up and ran into the room. I get my things. Since she was leaving, she had to take everything with her, including food and daily necessities. Nothing should be left for the other party. Yu Sui glanced at the empty space and put away the oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, noodles, and other items he had just taken out from the kitchen. He then went to the bathroom and packed the shampoo, shower gel, tissues, and other items into the space. He also put the suitcase containing clothes into the space. The three of them grabbed their golf clubs, closed the door, and headed for the house across the street. Yu Sui climbed onto the table and climbed onto the nearby refrigerator, gripping the golf club tightly as he stared at the door. Wansini and Gu Panpan also found a place to hide. Click. The sound of a door opening and voices drifted in from the next door. Yu Sui gestured to Wansini and Gu Panpan, who had poked their heads out to see, and they retreated back into hiding. In his mind, the system was counting down. Host, he's coming. He's opening the door. Opening the door, opening the door. Incoming, incoming. Sun Jun furiously opened the door and rushed in. He glanced around the room, seeing nothing but the faint sound of wind. He instinctively looked up. A silver, round object slammed down on his head. A second later, the round object made close contact with his head. Bang. Sun Jun's eyes lit up, his head spinning. He dropped the electric baton, steadying himself against the door with one hand. He opened his mouth to call for help, but before he could speak, Wansini darted over, golf club held high, and struck him again. Thump. Sun Jun's vision darkened, his grip on the door loosened, and he fell limply to the ground. Gu Panpan followed closely behind, grabbing his hair and pulling his head up. She drew her box cutter, her eyes cold and indifferent. The sharp blade of the box cutter pressed against his neck. A single push would end his life. Yu Sui placed a hand on her shoulder, stopping her movements. Panpan. Gu Panpan was puzzled, her brow furrowed and her eyes filled with disgust. You want to save them? Of course not. Yu Sui shook his head, pointed outside, and pulled a rope from his space. Tie him up. There are 2 left. Use him as bait, and take them out together. Gu Panpan smiled. Okay. Wansini took the rope and tied Sun Jun up like a dumpling, then removed the diving mask from his head. You know what? This thing is much better than the usual masks and hats we wear. 3 of them, 3 of us, just right. Yu Sui rubbed his chin. The 3 of them exchanged glances, understanding the situation. Gu Panpan and Wansini dragged Sun Jun into the bathroom. Yusui picked up the electric baton from the ground and used it on Sun Jun. It worked quite well. What should we do now? Gu Panpan glanced outside. Yusui shook the electric baton in his hand and thrust it into Gu Panpan's hand. Take the initiative. Yusui's footsteps were light. System, where are the other two people? One is in the room on the left of the 4th floor, the other on the 2nd floor. 4th floor. Yusui gestured, and he and Gu Panpan stood guard at the doorway to the left of the 4th floor, one on either side. Wansini squatted at the stairs, keeping watch. Wang Jun searched the room from top to bottom, but couldn't find a single grain of rice, not even a pack of toilet paper. He spit and kicked a chair hard. Little bitches, when I find you, I skin you alive. He walked out of the room, cursing. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he was shot by Gu Panpan's electric baton. Ah! Wang Jun screamed, his body instantly stiffening as if struck by lightning. He fell backward uncontrollably and landed heavily on the ground. Yusui stepped on his chest, bent down, pulled the diving mask off his face, raised his golf club, and struck him hard in the head. At the same time, he produced a rope from the space. Gu Panpan quickly took it and bound his hands and feet. Downstairs. Hearing the screams, Zhang Deshang's expression changed slightly. He rushed out of the room and shouted upstairs, Junzi, what's wrong with you? Brother Sun Junzi, have you found him? No one responded. A sense of foreboding gripped the electric baton in his hand, and he walked upstairs, shouting, Brother Sun Junzi? Don't be silent. I'm coming up. Room on the left on the 4th floor. The door was open. He was alone in the hallway. Zhang Deshang swallowed and hesitated for a moment. Junzi? Junzi? Gu Panpan shocked Wang Jun again with the electric baton, causing him to moan. Hearing the sound, Zhang Deshang cautiously approached the room. He stood at the doorway, watching warily for a moment, but did not move. Gu Panpan gritted her teeth, parted her lips, and whimpered no. Then, reaching out, she slapped Wang Jun's cheeks, repeatedly and resoundingly. Outside the room, Zhang Deshang's frown relaxed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He chuckled and rubbed his hands. Well, you're really dishonest. You found the person and didn't even tell us. Junzi, you're so disloyal. I was worried about you. He swaggered in. The living room was empty, so he set his sights on the tightly closed master bedroom door. He walked over and knocked. Hey Junzi, can't you get the food out first? I'm starving. He cursed a few times, then turned and went into the kitchen. Just as he was about to open the door, he felt a numbness in his body, as if he'd been electrocuted. He trembled uncontrollably, dropped the electric baton in his hand, and fell backwards. Gu Panpan stepped on his chest, ripped the mask off his face, and kicked him hard. Now, let's see who's the bitch. Zhang Deshang's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He wanted to stand up and teach her a lesson, but he had no strength left. Furthermore, a golf club had struck him in the head, causing stars and a wave of pain. Wansini and Gu Panpan expertly tied him up with ropes. They only found a lighter and a pack of cigarettes on him. You have nothing useful. Wansini kicked him in dissatisfaction. Idiot, your head is full of dirty thoughts. But how did they get the key to the upstairs room? Could it be the landlord? Wansini tossed his lighter and cigarette aside and clapped his hands. Yusui smacked him in the face with his golf club. Wake him up and ask him, and you find out. Huh? An uninvited guest burst into the first floor. Chapter 14. Yusui was nearly stunned by the system's sudden scream, barely waking her. She squeezed her eyes shut and rubbed her temples. System, are you a screaming chicken? Is there something you can't just say? Host, something terrible has happened. A zombie is running into the building. It's the same zombie you saw earlier, on the verge of awakening its powers. 3 sentences in a row, each one more serious than the last. Zombies are coming in. Let's go upstairs to our rooms. Yusui's face sullen, not wanting to question Zhang Deshang, who lay on the ground. She grabbed Wansini and Gu Panpan's hands and ran upstairs. Next time, can you tell me something this serious all at once? It's like squeezing toothpaste. The system stopped screaming. It was so scary. I didn't mean to do that. Yusui didn't want to argue with it. The 3 of them scurried upstairs like rabbits, returned to their room, locked the door, and moved the table near the entrance to prop it up. Wansini leaned against the wall, patting her chest repeatedly. Sui, what's going on? Why did the zombies suddenly come in? They noticed these past few days. The zombies just kept spinning in circles, looking up at the sky. They hadn't the slightest intention of suddenly moving towards the next building. They were like unconscious puppets, completely different from the zombies in movies and novels. How could they suddenly change? It's the zombie we just saw that's about to awaken its superpowers, Yusui said, picking up the stools and piling them on the table, blocking the door. Superpowered zombies. Rwansini and Gu Pandan gasped, looking around. Feeling unsafe, they unplugged the refrigerator nearby, moved it over, and placed it behind the door. Is this okay? I don't know. System, what are the zombies doing now? This is so strange. The system looked at the footage from the surveillance camera, somewhat baffled. After a while of contemplation, unable to come up with anything, it simply transmitted the footage to me. Host, look. First floor. The zombie man, dressed in a suit and tie, his skin tinged with purple, a tooth mark deep enough to reveal the bone on his neck. He stood in the hallway, pacing back and forth, occasionally pausing to gaze at the rain outside. A rare hint of bewilderment crossed his stiff, lifeless face. It seemed as if he had simply come inside to avoid the rain. If it were a human, this would be perfectly normal, but he's a zombie. Host, he looked up. He seemed to see the surveillance camera, to see me. Ugh, what should I do? This is so scary. He's not coming back up again, is he? The zombie man's behavior was strange, but considering he awakened his special abilities, there must be something different. While I couldn't figure it out, it wasn't a big deal. But? Yusui rolled his eyes speechlessly. Why on earth are you, a system, so afraid of zombies? Even if they wanted to eat you, they couldn't. The system froze and said stupidly, that's right. It glanced at the zombie's face on the surveillance camera and couldn't help but scream again. For some reason, the sight of a zombie made it scream in fear. To save face, it found an excuse. Host, I'm worried about you, afraid something might happen to you, so I'm reminding you like this. Is that so? Of course. 3 minutes later. The zombie man was still circling the hallway. Aside from the occasional roar, he didn't seem to have any intention of going upstairs. Yusui breathed a sigh of relief. Oh right, system, the zombie's powers awakened so quickly. So what powers do the zombies downstairs have? I don't know what powers they are. The system jumped back and forth, but it only showed signs of awakening. The true awakening of powers would have to wait until the sky brightened again, and your human powers wouldn't be usable until then. So, that sudden black fog that blocked the entire sky was to buy us time to adapt. The system jumped up and down. You could say that. Ugh, hiss, it hurts. On the floor of the left room on the 4th floor, Zhang Deshang's forehead was aching. He couldn't help but curl up to relieve the pain, but his hands wouldn't move. He slowly opened his eyes and rolled them around, taking in his situation. Junzi? Wang Jun, lying across from him, whimpered as he saw him awake, motioning for him to remove the tape from his mouth. You capsized in the gutter, little bitch. Once I untie the ropes, I definitely settle the score with him. At the same time, Gu Panpan raised her hand. Well, have we forgotten there are 3 more people in this building besides us 3? Yusui and Rwansini were stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Gu Panpan before turning back to the door. Zhang Deshang and Wang Jun helped each other untie the ropes, cursing as they supported each other to their feet. They glanced upstairs, but didn't immediately rush up to rescue their good brother. What should I do? I'm afraid brother Sun has been tied up by them too. Zhang Deshang searched his pockets and looked at his empty hands. They taken my electric baton and my mask too. These little bitches, I'm going to fight them. He said he was ready to fight, but his feet didn't move. Wang Jun casually advised, Deshang, why don't we go back first and come back to rescue brother Sun after we got weapons? Otherwise, if we just go up there unarmed, we'd just be asking for our lives. Not only will we fail to save brother Sun, but we also be in trouble. Zhang Deshang borrowed the donkey to ride downhill. You make sense. Turning on his toes, let's go back and get weapons. The two reached an agreement and ran downstairs. First floor. The zombie man, sheltering from the rain and contemplating his own life, heard footsteps and slowly turned his head, looking towards the stairs. Zhang Deshang and Wang Jun grabbed the railing and braked suddenly, staring in disbelief at the zombie man blocking the doorway. The two collided head-on. The zombie man tilted his head slightly, his nose twitching, revealing a set of sharp teeth, and a string of saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. Smells good. Hungry. Fuck, how could there be zombies? Zhang Deshang cursed, steadying himself. Wang Jun shook his head. I don't know. I guess I just stumbled in here by accident. It's okay. These zombies are stupid. We just need to run fast and avoid getting caught. Wang Jun nodded repeatedly. You're right. The question was, Who's going first? Wang Jun glanced at Zhang Deshang calmly and said, I go first, Deshang. I give it a flying kick, and then we both run out. Good brother. Before Zhang Deshang could finish his words, his body lurched as a powerful force struck from behind, pushing him towards the zombies downstairs. His expression was startled, but when he realized what was happening, he started cursing loudly. Wang Jun, how dare you try to trick me? Wang Jun pushed him forward. Deshang, don't worry. I kill this zombie and avenge you, as long as... Puff. Before Wang Jun could finish his words, he saw a hand reach out from Zhang Deshang's chest. A bruised, bloody hand, clutching a beating heart in its palm. Zhang Deshang spat out a mouthful of blood, which sprayed onto Wang Jun's face. His eyes widened as he glanced down at his chest, then at the heart. He opened his mouth, his body trembling violently, and he lost consciousness. Wang Jun stared at the scene in horror, his whole body frozen. He wanted to run, to scream, but his legs wouldn't obey him and his throat couldn't make a sound. The zombie man pulled his hand out of Zhang Deshang's chest and, as Wang Jun stared in horror, dropped the still beating heart into his mouth and swallowed it. No, no! Wang Jun finally came to his senses, his will to survive driving him upstairs with all his might. Before he took a step, he felt a gust of foul air behind him, and then a pain in his chest, and his feet left the ground. Inside his chest, the hand that had pierced Zhang Deshang's chest was now piercing his. Realizing this, Wang Jun's pupils dilated instantly. He opened his mouth, wanting to scream, but only spat out a mouthful of blood, just like Wang Jun had just done. So even without a heart, a person can still live for a while. Wang Jun thought dazedly. Shoo. The hand that was clutching his heart withdrew, and Wang Jun's body was thrown aside, hitting the wall, and sliding down, rolling down the stairs to the ground. His eyes, once open, lost their luster, and the last bit of consciousness faded. On the surveillance footage, the zombie man swallowed the heart in his hand in one gulp, licked his lips, and revealed a long-lost, eerie, satisfied expression. Host, its superpower is speed. Yusui pressed his brows. I see. Just now, the zombie man had teleported behind Wang Jun in the blink of an eye, his hand piercing through his chest like tofu, grabbing his heart with incredible precision. Everything happened so fast. Yusui felt a little discouraged. If all zombies in the future are like the zombie man before them, what's the point of hiding? They might as well go out and lie down now, join the zombie family, and say goodbye to their suffering once and for all. Host, don't lose your fighting spirit. Superpowers aren't invincible. The system is acting as a life mentor. Don't be fooled by the bravado of these zombies with their superpowers now. They all come at the cost of their lives. The more they use, the faster they die. We just have to survive. Once they're all dead, we win. Yusui chuckled. Life? Even after becoming zombies, there's still life? Yes, it's that strange substance in the rain that keeps the zombies alive. They feed on humans for energy. Without that energy, the thing that keeps them running and jumping will die, and then they become a true corpse. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a perpetual motion machine forever dying? How could such a thing exist in this world? Our system doesn't have that capability, so how could such a low-level zombie possibly achieve that? Yusui pondered for a moment, staring at the zombie on the surveillance camera. So when would it finally die? Chapter 15. System, host, this, that, based on this zombie's abilities and the lively people outside, a rough calculation suggests he can live for at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 months. Yusui sneered. I think I better jump from the building as soon as possible. With her current body, her heart felt like it was about to explode just because she ran a little too fast last time. Now, not only does she have to face the teleporting zombie downstairs, but she also have to face unknown zombies of all kinds in the future. She thinks it's better to lie down as soon as possible. Although she doesn't want to die, didn't the system say that zombies are also living things? Those who know the times are heroes. She just changed species. Host, please don't. Our mission isn't complete yet. Isn't it your dream to become the richest person in the world? Now that dream is at hand, it's about to come true. How can you give up so easily? Besides, don't you still have me? I help you. It's just a superpower, isn't it? I also unlocked your spatial power. Host, don't be discouraged. As long as we unite, we definitely outlive those zombies. Host, please, let your leg down from the windowsill. Woo-woo. Yusui lifted his other leg and stood directly on the windowsill, gripping the glass window with one hand and pretending to open it. Spatial powers are useless. I can't hide in there. Even if I stockpile a warehouse full of stuff, it'd just be wasted when the time comes. Might as well just jump down now. No! The system screamed. Under Yusue's coercion, it had no choice but to give in. Host, Woo-Woo, let me figure out how to operate your superpower. Woo-Woo, can you please come down first? If the host were dead when the apocalypse struck, it would have to consider itself unlucky and return to the factory for regeneration. But it had survived for several days, even forcing itself to progress slightly on its once hopeless mission. With its mission now so close to completion, how could it give up now? It decided to give it a try. Satisfied with the answer, Yusui jumped down from the windowsill, drew the curtains tight, and gestured to Rwansini. Rwansini understood, rubbing her cheeks, which had been deliberately lifeless, and grinning softly. 1 minute ago. They learned of the zombie downstairs' special abilities, and how it had easily taken the lives of Wang Jun and Zhang Desheng. Rwansini felt as if the sky had finally fallen. A special zombie. When daybreak came, they would be powerless, helpless, and would be reduced to delivering food. As for Yusue's so-called get-rich-quick system. Originally, I thought it was useless, but Yusui figured it was still worth a try. After all, the space had been opened, so who knows? It wouldn't be a big deal anyway. So Yusui jumped off the building. Rwansini took her hand and looked her up and down. What kind of superpower? I don't know yet. Yusui dusted off his clothes. At least give me a powerful attack, like lightning or fire. The system in his mind beeped a few times at Yusui's words, as if it was annoyed. Lightning or fire? You're just buying groceries here? You're being picky? But lightning? Electricity? This night was destined to be another sleepless night. Yusui and the other two hid in their room, huddled together on a bed. In the darkness, none of them spoke, but none of them could sleep. As soon as she closed her eyes, she could almost see the superpowered zombie downstairs rushing up, breaking through the door, and then swiftly ripping out their hearts, waking them up in shock. Yusui found a way to find a smile. System, do you think that zombie would be bothered if they had my heart? After all, she has a heart disease. The system, typing away like an octopus, found the time to answer her question. No, do you care if chickens, ducks, or fish have heart diseases? It doesn't sound like it affects their food. But, how can you talk like that, system? I'm a human, a living human. Yusui was dissatisfied. Haha, it's all the same. Yusui's displeasure made the system happy. It was probably the most unlucky system of its generation. It had carefully selected and bound a host, thinking the mission was easy, but the end of the world had arrived, and its relationship with Yusui had been reversed, leaving it the one being exploited. It had heard what she and Rwansini were saying. She wouldn't jump off the building to commit suicide. She was just scaring herself. The system was truly frightened when it was on a human. Now it was begging Yusui to do the mission. So, the system shed bitter tears for itself and diligently researched how to backdoor Yusui into gaining some supernatural powers. Yusui couldn't sleep, so he just started chatting with the system. Speaking of which, system, aren't you the get-rich system? How come you're so knowledgeable about zombies? Not only did it see something strange in the rain from the beginning, but it was also the first to predict that those people caught in the rain in the company lobby would turn into zombies. The former could be explained by high technology, but the latter seemed like something she experienced firsthand. Add to that the system's previous assurance that it would take 7 days for the sun to rise again outside, and all that talk about those wooden stack zombies and strange supernatural information. What's the big deal? Read a few more novels and watch a few movies, and you figure it out. Yusui narrowed her eyes. Really, if that were all, why would a high-tech system be so afraid of zombies? It screamed like a kettle at the sight of one, and even kept trying to talk to her for the past few nights, under the pretext of worrying about her and trying to keep her company. Now it seemed like the system itself was afraid. Of course it was true. For a high-tech system like me, these things were child's play. I could easily learn them. The system typed out the code, racking its brains. It had to give the host a life-saving supernatural power. The goal was to keep the host alive. What if she got a powerful one and went out pretending to be a big shot and saving people? Wouldn't that mean she'd be expending her own energy just to fill the gap? Got it. After the system quickly completed the task, it didn't tell Yusui right away. Otherwise, seeing how easy it was, wouldn't she make even more outrageous demands? He had to dawdle for a few more days. 7 o'clock in the morning. 3 heads stood in a row by the window, each with a large dark circle under their eyes. They hadn't slept a single peaceful night since the apocalypse. Ah, it's not light yet. Rwansini's head drooped. The streetlights in the neighborhood were off, and outside, it was pitch black. The only sounds were the patter of rain and the faint cries of the zombies. Yusui glanced at the date on her phone, May 8th. 2 days left. Gu Panpan rubbed her face, reached out to touch her long hair, and looked up. Sister Sunny, can you help me cut my hair? It's inconvenient with long hair. It's fine now that there's water, but if the water goes out later, it'd be troublesome. Besides, she didn't want to be caught by zombies while running because her hair was too long. That would be bad luck. Ruansini, who had just had her hair cut short to her ears, glanced at Gu Panpan's long hair and snapped her fingers. It's okay, leave it to me. I'm a professional hairdresser. Yusui couldn't help but smile. There were many children in the orphanage, mostly girls. When they were young, the environment was difficult, and long hair was prone to lice. So the director and the teachers would give them all a boy's haircut. When they got a little older, Ruansini felt it wasn't looking good, so she started cutting her own hair, specifically for Yusui. After learning from 5, 6, 7, and 8 failed attempts, Ruansini finally mastered it. She pulled an old piece of clothing around Gu Panpan's neck and snipped a few times with the scissors, leaving a mass of black hair on the floor. After a moment, she clapped her hands and said, "Done." Gu Panpan in the mirror had a new bob haircut, which made her almond-shaped eyes look even rounder. She looked like a high school student, with a touch of student spirit. She reached out and brushed her hair. That's amazing, Sister Sunny. You could open a shop with your skills. Ruansini chuckled and patted the chair. Sway, come here. Let me cut your hair too. Hair takes away nutrients from the body. You're already in poor health, so you can't let it grow too long. Yusui hadn't had a haircut in a while. Now it was below her shoulders. It was mainly because barbershops were expensive and the service was poor. Even a dog-eaten hairdresser could do a better job than those Tonys. Gu Panpan munched on bread. After what happened with Zhang Deshang and the others yesterday, there was still a zombie downstairs, so they wouldn't cook for the time being. Sister Sway, is that zombie still downstairs? Yusui nodded gently. Yes. Perhaps the zombie, having awakened its powers, was at a higher level. The few zombies that had been roaming around their building had disappeared. It seemed this place had become its territory. Ah! Gu Panpan found it difficult to swallow the bread. What should we do then? Staying here was too dangerous. If that zombie could just make it up the stairs, their lives would be over. Better to stay still than to move, Ruansini said calmly. We can't run away anyway, and we still have food. We just have to fight a protracted war. Yusui glanced at her in the mirror. Now we can only hide and wait. Unable to fight, unable to escape, they could only hide here. Gu Panpan swallowed the bread with difficulty. Oh! What's going on? She sat cross-legged on the floor. Back in school, when I was frustrated by exams, I often said why the world hadn't ended yet. I never thought it would actually happen now. Ruansini finished cutting Yusui's hair and smiled. It's the same for us workers. We workers curse our bosses, and the world at least 3 times a day. When I first heard Sway talk about the end of the world, my first reaction was, I don't have to work anymore. That's great. After seeing the even more brutal world outside, she felt that working wasn't so bad after all. At least I was still alive, and didn't have to worry about losing my life. Yusui brushed her hair, swept it up from the floor, and threw it into the trash can. She sat on the floor, leaning against the bed, slowly eating her bread and milk. After we're full, let's start exercising. Exercise? Gu Panpan took a sip of milk. Ruansini clenched her fists. Well, if we can't win, we can still run. As long as we can outrun the zombies. The ordinary zombies, we win. As for the zombies with special powers, we talk about them later. System, where's my special power? You're not just dawdling, you already finished it, and are deliberately not telling me, System, Chapter 16. How could it be? The system was so unreasonable, yet so confident. Am I that kind of system? The host has superpowers, not cabbage. How could it be so fast? I'm so exhausted, I haven't even had time to drink a sip of water, and you don't even praise me, but instead you're blaming me. Yusui raised an eyebrow. Aren't you a system? Why do you need water? Host, although I am a system, I also have authority and need to rest. Oh, Yusui nodded. So what's my new superpower? Lightning or fire? Water is fine too, I'm not picky. Uh-huh. The system gave a perfunctory laugh and then shut up, thinking, the host is really just ordering food. Yusui didn't wait for the system's reply, but she wasn't anxious. After all, the system wouldn't let her die so easily. In another building in the complex, someone was extremely anxious. On the second floor of the building where Yusui used to live. Lugia laughed 3 times, his eyes gazing sinisterly outside. Every sip and bite was destined by fate. Gupanpan's actions had actually accelerated the awakening of his supernatural powers. He snapped his fingers, and a flame suddenly appeared at his fingertips. The flame grew and shrank, bright and dimming with his movements, like an obedient pet, shifting shapes and forms according to his thoughts. Lugia chuckled triumphantly, but the laughter was brief and soon ceased. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. He would not let Gupanpan, his benefactor, go. When he found her, she would make her pay. Including Yusui and Wansini, who had given him face upstairs. Brother Jia? Qin Lihui stood huddled to the side, his fair face revealing a hint of fear and weakness. He lowered his hand, twirling his fingers. At first glance, he looked a bit like the old Gupanpan. Ever since Gupanpan knocked them unconscious, cut them up, and escaped, he replaced Gupanpan as the target of Lugia and Zhang Feng's enslavement. Beatings and scolding were commonplace. If he hadn't been somewhat useful, he'd probably have been chased downstairs and become one of the zombies. Lugia tooted, and just as he tried to stand, he pulled his wand again. He glared at Qin Lihui with a sinister expression and waved, "Come here." Qin Lihui instinctively took a step back, and was kicked by Zhang Feng, who was folding his arms. "Brother Jia called you, what? You still want to run?" No, Brother Jia. I don't mean to run away," Qin Lihui argued, slowly walking towards Lugia. He spoke rapidly, unburdening himself with everything he's seen. "Brother Jia, I found where that bitch Gupanpan lives." Lugia's face darkened, and he reached out to pinch his face. His skin flushed red, and the heat from pressing Qin Lihui's fingers made him want to scream. "Where?" Qin Lihui fought back the pain from the burn on his face. "Inside the building near the back door of the complex. I saw her last night when I was staking out there. She was wearing that pink raincoat. I saw it clearly. I went with her to buy it. I couldn't be mistaken." Lugia shoved him away, his eyes bloodshot. "Bitch, I found you." He waved his hand. "Get ready. Go catch that bitch. I'm going to make her suffer." Okay, Brother Jia. I get ready." Qin Lihui fought back the pain, and quickly backed away from the room. 2 red fingerprints were left on his jaw, standing out against his pale face. But the thought of catching Gupanpan soon filled him with a smile of joy. He had been so kind to her, yet that bitch dared to do this to her. He would definitely take good care of her. Red raindrops fell like red gems, forming a blood-red river on the ground. Black rain boots waded through the river, and they walked resolutely towards their destination. Qin Lihui led the way, walking at the front, guiding Lugia and Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, behind, attentively supported Lugia as they walked slowly. When they encountered zombies along the way, Qin Lihui would use his stick to beat away the stunned zombies. Finally, they arrived not far from the building. Qin Lihui pointed, "Brother Jia, that's it. They're hiding inside the building, but we don't know which floor they're on." "It doesn't matter." Lugia licked his lips and lowered his voice. "Let's search room by room. As long as they're still inside, we definitely find them." Then, Qin Lihui's body trembled. His eagerness for revenge temporarily overwhelmed the pain. The 3 of them quickened their pace and rushed into the building. In the first-floor hallway, the superpowered zombies milled in the hallway, occasionally glancing at the still downing rain outside, then casting a disdainful glance at the bodies of Zhang Desheng and Wang Jun lying on the ground. Savoring the taste of their hearts, their bloodlust intensified. But a glance at the pitch-black sky outside somehow gave him a wave of fear, and he hid inside the building, not leaving. Until Qin Lihui and the other 2 barged in. "Oh! Host, it's over, it's hit!" The system shouted, with a hint of gloating in its voice. Anyone who threatens the host's life is an enemy of its system. Now, 2 waves of enemies collided head-on. Yusui swallowed the bread in his mouth. "What? Host, look, Zhang Feng, the awakened superpower who used to live in the same building with you, and his companions are coming over." Yusui paused and looked over. On the surveillance footage, 3 people and 1 zombie, no one moved. Qin Lihui glanced at the 2 corpses on the ground, his face changing. Something felt amiss. There were gaping holes in their chests. Could the zombies in front of him have caused this? But that wasn't right. Aren't zombies like wood? They only whimper and whine. Their fightbacks were clumsy and easily killed. How could 2 grown men actually kill zombies? Could they have been ambushed? Before he could figure it out, Zhang Feng, who was behind him, shoved him aside and sneered, "Bah, pretty boy. A zombie scared you? Look at your courage. You're barely more courageous than a rat." Zhang Feng stepped forward with a stick. "Open your eyes and see how you fight a zombie." He swung the stick with all his might. Bang! The stick struck the zombie's head, but the zombie seemed completely oblivious. Its pale eyes stared at his face, then slowly shifted downwards, licking the corner of its lips. Hiss! Zhang Feng's hand went numb, and he shook his wrist imperceptibly, his face livid. "I was just demonstrating. This is how you swing it. Now, I'm going to get serious." He raised the stick again, and it dropped with a rustling sound. Puff! Qin Li Hui's eyes widened. The zombie in his sight moved. Raising a hand, its black nails still stained with scabby blood, its 5 fingers gathered together like a drill, and with a swish, it pierced Zhang Feng's chest, sending blood gushing out. Puff! Zhang Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. A hand pierced through his back, and the color drained from Qin Li Hui's face. His lips trembled, and he froze, staring at the zombie in disbelief, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. In that hand, clutched a heart, still covered in bits of flesh and blood vessels, oozing blood. He stumbled back in fear, his legs giving way, and he fell to the ground. Fengzi! Lu Jie stretched out his hand, and the flames at his fingertips instantly grew larger. He swung a stream of flame, burning towards the zombie. The zombie quickly withdrew its hand, swallowing Zhang Feng's heart in one gulp, and pushed his body forward to block the flames. Lu Jie's face changed drastically, and with a flick of his fingertips, the flames parted, bypassing Zhang Feng's body and lunging towards the zombie. Zhang Feng fell backward, his sight instantly enveloped by flames. He opened his mouth and, with difficulty, raised his arm to give Lu Jie a thumbs up. Before he could complete the gesture, he collapsed to the ground, vomiting another mouthful of blood. Fengzi! Lu Jie crouched down, clutching his chest with his hands, which were soaked with blood. Zhang Feng twitched his lips at him, tilted his head, and died. Over there. The zombie flapped its arms, as if trying to extinguish the flames, but the flames seemed endless. Instead of extinguishing, they burned even more fiercely. Lu Jie's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked at the zombie with a look that seemed to spit fire. His skin grew even redder, faintly ablaze. His clothes, unable to withstand the heat, began to crumble to ash and fell to the ground. The zombie, helpless, moved his feet. In the blink of an eye, he had scooped up Qin Li Hui, who had fallen to the ground in fear, and was out of the building. Lu Jie was the only one left on the surveillance camera. Yu Sui pulled one up with each hand and came to the window, drawing aside the curtains and looking outside. Once and he was puzzled. Sui, what's wrong? As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes widened. Gu Panpan rubbed them. The zombies are on fire? Burning? A fire-related superpower? It's Lu Jie. Wansini and Gu Panpan said in unison. Yu Sui nodded. Yes, they're fighting. Yu Sui didn't know which superpower was stronger, human or zombie. He asked the system, but it also said it didn't know. But now, it seemed that human superpowers had the upper hand. Downstairs. The zombies' attempt to extinguish the flames with the rain failed. Although the flames had dwindled slightly, Lu Jie quickly reignited them. Zombie's clothes and hair were completely burned, and his once recognizable skin was now charred and deformed. With a determined heart, he attacked Lu Jie. Lu Jie roared, and flames erupted from his body, enveloping him like a protective shield. He stared intently at the zombie. Superpowers? You, a zombie, have superpowers. Today, I'm going to kill you and avenge my brother. The zombie didn't understand, but instinctively sensed danger and quickly moved away from him. Seeing the flames blazing, it simply lay down on the ground and swirled in the water. Lu Jie seized this opportunity, opened his arms, and the flames condensed into an arrow, piercing its head. Swish. The zombie dodged with a tumble, its flames extinguished by the water. It leaped to its feet, its gray eyes fixed on Lu Jie's chest, a hint of eagerness, as if it couldn't wait to devour his heart. Lu Jie sneered, You want to eat my heart? I burn you to death. He roared, and the flames in his hands transformed into 2 dragons, burning towards the zombie. The zombie's body moved as fast as lightning, leaping back and forth, but soon, his speed slowed down, and he was entangled by the dragons, wrapping his body and burning again. Lu Jie's veins bulged, and every inch of his skin turned bright red, as if oozing blood. A string of blood dripped from his nostrils. Host, you see, this is the price of using supernatural powers. He is burning his own life. Judging from his current condition, he could only hold on for a minute. Chapter 17. The system commented. Lu Jie's superpowers seemed quite impressive, but he was using them too aggressively, and his body was about to collapse. Based on the speed at which his superpowers were awakening, Lu Jie's current superpowers were at best a large lighter, but judging by the battle downstairs, it looked like a human flamethrower. Yu Sui stared intently at the battle downstairs. System, didn't you say he had to wait until daybreak before his superpowers could be used freely and effectively? It's not even daybreak yet. I think it has something to do with what Gu Panpan did earlier. It stimulated him, accelerating his superpower awakening. What about the zombies downstairs? The system's light ball flickered. It was related to the person who had delivered the food. The stimulation from his heart also accelerated his superpower awakening. Yu Sui's face was expressionless. Judging by this, there must be quite a few zombies and humans with awakened superpowers outside right now. After all, the conditions for accelerated awakening are so common. The system paused. Well, judging by the data, that's what it is. So you can hold on, huh? Lu Jie roared furiously, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. He continuously summoned his strength, sending several more fire dragons lashing out at the zombie. The zombie's flesh was ripped apart in the flames, and even the stagnant water on the ground couldn't extinguish the flames. Yet, he remained stubbornly alive, attacking Lu Jie. But each blow was blocked by Lu Jie's flames. After several rounds, the superpowered zombie began to endure. Its legs gave way, and it fell to its knees. Rainwater fell on it, engulfed by the flames, and puffs of white smoke billowed out. Its gray eyes gleamed with bloodlust. Instinct drove it to its feet, but its body was somewhat out of control. Go to hell. Seeing the zombie finally give up and stop attacking, Lu Jie roared, a powerful wave of energy erupting from his body. The flames enveloping him blazed fiercely. He clasped his hands together, and a large sword formed from condensed flames appeared in his palms. He slashed at the zombie's head. The zombie raised his hands, his charred palms blocking the flaming sword. His body bent downward under the pressure, collapsing to the ground, and the resistance dissipated. Lu Jie roared, exerting all his strength. The flaming sword approached the zombie's neck. A strange meaty aroma slowly drifted on the wind, and the zombie's gray eyes gradually dimmed. Puff. The flaming sword pierced the zombie's neck, abruptly severing its head. It fell to the ground and rolled like a charred ball. Its body, like a piece of charred charcoal, fell to the ground with a plop, splashing a puddle of water. Lu Jie relaxed his grip and grinned. His entire body ached, and he couldn't help coughing, only to spew out a mouthful of blood. His head swam, and he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. He wiped his face with his hand, only then realizing it was covered in blood. He hadn't felt anything before, but now the pain was overwhelming, making it difficult to even lift a finger. The rain continued to fall. Lu Jie struggled to move his feet into the building, then extinguished the flames. He collapsed onto the ground, staring at the blood covering his body. His temples pounded, and his heart felt like it was about to explode. Cough, cough. Lu Jie covered his mouth, bent over, and coughed violently. Blood trickled through his fingers, and a strange, frothy mass formed in his palm. He had a strange feeling, as if his life had come to an end. A sense of weakness washed over him, as if death would greet him in the next second. System, is the zombie completely dead? Yu Sui leaned against the glass to take a closer look. Not only was its head ripped apart, but its body was also burned to charcoal. It must be dead now. Dead, completely dead. The system was delighted. What a blessing in disguise. If it weren't for this sudden appearance of a superpowered zombie, the host would have been killed by Lu Jie and the others. Fortunately, now that they're dead, the host is still alive and well. Host, there's more good news, that Lu Jie is also going to die. Today is a truly wonderful day. Yu Sui breathed a sigh of relief, then became wary again. Would he turn into a zombie? No, the system shook its head. He had just used fire to protect himself from the rain. Instead, he died from overusing his superpowers, exhausting his vitality. He wasn't bitten or scratched by a zombie, so he wouldn't turn into a zombie. Yu Sui turned and told him about Lu Jie and the superpowered zombie's mutual destruction. The outcome of the battle downstairs was decided. Gu Panpan patted his chest, a broad smile spreading across his face. That superpowered zombie is dead, how great. Yes, that means we have one less enemy. Once and he rubbed his chin. What about Lu Jie? Is he dead? Yu Sui shook his head. Not yet, but he be soon. Huh, that's good. Hearing this, Gu Panpan was genuinely happy. Yusui raised a finger, his brow furrowed. There's also some bad news. When they were fighting just now, the superpowered aura they emitted attracted the attention of quite a few zombies. Now they're all converging towards this area, so we need to move quickly. If the superpowered zombie hadn't died, the unawakened zombies would have avoided it, fearing its aura. But now they're gone. Judging by the video provided by the system, they're eagerly rushing here. Although that zombie had been burned to charcoal, the other zombies were unaware. They were driven by instinct, craving flesh and blood, and even more powerful energy. So, they're here to share the superpowered zombie's corpse? Yusui's smile had barely risen when the system's words brought it down. Yes. The system nodded. For zombies, there's only what they can't eat, and what they can't eat, nothing is uneatable. Even if it's their own kind, they take a bite if they get the chance. Host, if you want to escape, hurry up, or we be surrounded by zombies. Yusui and the other two didn't dare delay. They quickly changed their clothes, gathered their belongings, and covered themselves thoroughly before pushing open the door. As soon as the door opened, the three of them saw someone wriggling in the hallway. Gu Panpan said, I almost forgot about him. What should I do now? Sun Jun, tied up like a dumpling, stared wide-eyed, wishing he could stab Yusui and the other two to death with his eyes. His mouth was taped shut, and he whimpered inaudibly. When he saw the diving masks and electric batons they held, he struggled like a fish being pulled from shore. Wansini stepped forward, stepped on him, and whispered, What? Are you not convinced? Yusui pointed downwards. Your good brother is already a corpse. How about we send you to accompany them? Sun Jun's struggle ceased immediately, and he lay flat on the ground, like a dead fish. Wansini pointed at him, and Yusui shook her head. Let's go! She wasn't a saint. She couldn't save someone hostile to her. Yusui stepped over him, and strode downstairs. Wansini stepped on Sun Jun's body as she descended. Gu Panpan followed behind her, turning back to him, and kindly reminding him, there are zombies downstairs. Be safe. Bye. Gu Panpan waved and disappeared into the hallway. Sun Jun's face paled. He turned and began to wriggle his way back into the room. First floor. 3 bodies lay in a pool of blood. Lu Jia sat against the wall, his body drained of life, his red skin clinging to him like a deflated balloon. Lu Jia struggled to raise his head. His vision was blurry, but he could still make out 3 figures. He strained his eyes, raised his trembling hand, as if trying to fling out flames. His voice was hoarse like a broken bellows. I'm going to kill you. Gu Panpan looked down at him with a smile, then kicked him in the chest, speaking word by word. Brother Jia, how are you? Do you like the gifts I gave you? Lu Jia felt a pain in his chest, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Reluctantly, he reached out to grab Gu Panpan. Bitch, I won't let you go. Phew, I'm going to kill you. He coughed several times, spat out a large pool of blood, and finally finished his words haltingly when Gu Panpan kicked him again. What a coincidence, Brother Jia. I want to kill you too. Lu Jia coughed up blood again in anger, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. His head tilted, and he was breathing more out than in. Yusui glanced outside. The nearest zombie was Qin Lihui, who had been captured by the superpowered zombies. He seemed to have just transformed, staggering to his feet, as if adjusting to his new identity. Wansini swung her golf club and smashed Qin Lihui's head. Turning around, she saw Gu Panpan masked emerging. Sister Sui, Sister Sini, which way are we going? Yusui raised his chin. Back to the building we lived in before. After they fled, Chinemo also found an opportunity to escape. Now that Lu Jia and the others had emerged, the building was empty. Wansini and Gu Panpan agreed and ran towards the building, following the familiar path along the wall. Shortly after they left, zombies began to converge. In the open space in front of the building, nearly all the zombies in the neighborhood were huddled together. The sight of them was terrifying. The zombies outside continued to squeeze in. The zombies inside squatted on the ground, grabbing at the charred corpse, tearing off pieces, and stuffing them whole into their mouths, as if they were eating some delicacy. Lu Jia watched helplessly, as the hordes of zombies outside scrambled to share the corpse of the superpowered zombie. They charged straight for the superpowered zombie's body, not even sparing him a glance, giving him some time. Seeing the zombie's movements, his eyes shifted, their gaze somehow landing on Zhang Feng's body, lying at his feet. Elsewhere, Yusui and the other two returned to the original building. This time, they headed straight for the second floor and gathered all the supplies Lu Jia and his team had left in the room after searching. Afterward, they didn't linger in the building for long, heading straight for the outside of the complex. There were still 2 days until dawn. They had to use this time to intensify their search for supplies, at least filling up the space. Then, they would find a place to hide and successfully survive the most dangerous period of chaos after dawn. Chapter 18. On the way from the building to the community gate, Yusui and the other two encountered very few zombies. Wansuni muttered, "It seems they all been drawn there." Yusui saw the situation in front of the small building from the system's broadcast and nodded. "Let's go now." "Okay." After crossing the community gate, there was a road outside, office buildings across the way, and a river beside it. Yusui pointed across the way. "There's a vegetable market across the river. Let's go and look for something." Wansuni and Gu Panpan agreed. Compared to the vegetable market, the system had its own ideas about where to go. Host, there's a bank over there." "Let's go." "A bank? There must be money in there." Its energy, used to activate the host's superpowers, has been almost completely depleted and needs to be replenished. Yusui refused. "There are only 3 of us, and there are at least 17 or 18 tellers, customers, and security guards in the bank. We can't defeat them." "No, host, there aren't many people here. I already seen them. There are only 7. The system quickly pulled up the surveillance footage. "Host, look. 3 tellers are inside. They're powerless. A single blow will do the trick. 1 security guard is old and missing an arm. As for the other 2, they're easy to deal with. They're not young anymore, and their bodies are quite fragile. I checked the route. Let's make a quick decision. Once we get the money inside, we can upgrade our space, more than doubling its size, and our new superpowers will appear even faster." Seeing Yusui unmoved, the system threatened, "Host, I'm running low on energy. I can't support the development of new superpowers. Without a fresh infusion of energy, my superpowers will likely be wasted." Yusui paused. "System, you become so powerful, you're becoming a threat. Then I have no choice. Its energy is really running low." After a moment's thought, the space upgrade and new abilities still attracted her. Wansuni listened to her words without objection, eager to try, golf club in hand. "Let's go. We're all out now. Let's go for it." Gu Panpan nodded. "There's a lot of supplies at the market. It would be a waste if we couldn't fit them all. Let's expand the space first." She patted her chest. "Sister Sui, don't worry. I'm an experienced person now. I won't hold you back." Yusui smiled. "Okay, let's go together." The system smiled, full of energy. "Host, I guide you." Cars were parked in a mess on the road. Yusui glanced at them, and then looked away. It seemed that trying to drive away later would be difficult. The zombies on the roadside were still the same as before, dazed, and with their heads tilted high. They would only attack when they got in their face. It seemed the superpowered zombies downstairs were few and far between. Yusui swung his golf club, crushing the zombie's head. Then he kicked it over and reached the bank's main entrance. "We're here." Standing outside, through the glass door, he could see the zombies inside. It was exactly as the system had predicted. 7. 3 tellers were inside, and the remaining 4 were outside. Yusui let out a soft breath and rubbed his wrist. "Are you ready?" Wansuni nodded her chin. "All right. Take care of it all in one go," Gu Panpan said calmly, completely different from the first time she'd gone out and nearly jumped at the sight of the zombies. "Go." Yusui rushed in with a swift stride, raising his golf club high and striking the zombie in the head. Then, he raised his foot and kicked it to the ground. Crack. The zombie's body made a crisp sound, and then it lay on the ground, flailing its arms and legs like a tortoise unable to turn over. Behind them, Wansuni and Gu Panpan acted decisively, quickly dispatching the other 2 zombies. With a flick of his wrist, Yusui's golf club followed his arm in a semicircle in the air. Bang. The zombie in the floral dress had a hole in its head. Disoriented, it reached out and walked forward again. Bang. Wansuni struck again. The zombie in the floral dress staggered and fell to the ground, unconscious. Huh? Why do these zombies feel so much weaker than the ones out there? Is it just my imagination? Wansuni wiped the blood-stained golf club on the floral dress. Yusui walked inside, shaking his head. It's not an illusion. It's the rain outside, Yusui relayed the system's words. There's something in the rain that turned these people into zombies, and also gave them power. Just like that superpowered zombie, it had been drenched in the rain outside. Wansuni understood. Does this mean our chances of survival indoors are much higher than outdoors? That's before dawn, and we have to stay calm, Yusui added. Just like when the apocalypse struck, only a small number of people were caught in the rain, Yet the entire building was dragged into the zombie swarm. It was because everyone was so frightened that they only focused on running, giving the zombies an opportunity to exploit their situation. Opening the small door, the three of them entered the bank's office area. It was empty, with papers scattered on the floor and bloodstains on the walls and floor. But no one was there. They must have noticed something was wrong and fled. Left, right here, the system said excitedly. This is the bank's vault. System, let me handle it. Host, try the bunch of keys. The key was checked one by one, finally confirming the key. A moment later, the system was done. Host, open the door. Yusui inserted the key, turned it, and opened it. He grasped the dial on the door and opened it. The pile of banknotes inside, emitting the ink-like scent of new bills, dazzled Yusui and the others. Wow, so much money. Wansuni blinked, walked in, and reached out to touch it. Gupanpan sighed, oh, if this weren't the apocalypse, I wouldn't have to worry about finding a job and could just lie low for the rest of my life. Yusui curled his lips. If it weren't the apocalypse, we'd all be in jail. Wansuni thought carefully, actually, prison food isn't so bad. I heard they have a regular work schedule, and even lunch breaks, which is much better than the 996,007 schedules out there. Yusui reached out and placed his hand on it, rolling his eyes. The system grinned from ear to ear and busied itself with activity like an octopus. Host, don't miss out on anything in the cabinets behind the counter or the deposit machines. Yusui nodded. Since he was here, he definitely had to take every penny. Exiting the bank, the space had been upgraded from 2 by 2 by 4 meters to 4 by 4 by 4 meters. The once crowded supplies now seemed a bit smaller. System, where's my new ability? Host, don't worry. With this energy, the development of the new ability will be greatly accelerated. It's expected to be ready in 2 days, the system said excitedly. If we need to speed things up even further, we can still check out a bank. Yusui, no rush. Let's go to the vegetable market first. Yusui turned his gaze towards the other side of the river. Wansuni was confident. We'd definitely be able to stock up on food and drink this time. Let's go! I can't wait any longer. Hurry up. I'm afraid everything at the market has been sold out. Gupanpan quickened her pace. The three of them headed non-stop towards the vegetable market on the other side of the river. Entrance. Yusui looked at the zombies wandering inside and the scattered vegetables on the ground, feeling a sense of foreboding. Wansuni gaped, took a closer look at the 2 stalls at the entrance, and gasped, no way. They're all empty. Yusui clenched his golf club. Let's go in and take a look. The further they walked in, the drier the three of them felt. The stalls outside were completely empty, not even a single vegetable leaf in sight. Unconvinced, Yusui searched through each store, only to find a few packets of seasoning and half a bag of onions, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. How could this be? Wansuni stared at the empty baskets. Not even a single leafy vegetable. Yusui's face froze. We were so naive, we underestimated the hoarding abilities of those around here. Gupanpan gasped. This reminds me of the salt my family used to stockpile when I was little. We used it up even after my parents divorced, and we even split it in half. Yusui sighed and perked up again. Go a little further inside. If all else fails, grab a few packets of seeds or something. Anyway, whatever you have might come in handy someday. She took a few of the baskets from her hand and placed them in the space, using them as storage boxes. Next, the three of them searched each store, packing in whatever they could eat and use, no matter how much. After browsing the entire market, they found 4 bags of rice, 3 bags of flour, 6 handfuls of noodles, 3 barrels of oil, 5 barrels of water, 2 cartons of milk, 5 bottles of pickled mustard, a basket each of potatoes, onions, and sweet potatoes. Most excitingly, they even found 3 pounds of apples. While the amount wasn't small, it was far less than they expected. After leaving the market, the three of them found a roadside fruit shop, pulled down the roller shutter, and hid inside. After Yusui finished cleaning up the supplies, he rested his chin on his hand and sighed heavily. This is completely different from what we imagined. Wansuni took a bite of bread with resentment. These people are stockpiling so quickly. I didn't expect we'd be late. What should we do next? Should we go to other markets? Yusui took a sip of milk. Let's go, while there's still time. After a quick bite, Yusui and the other 2 opened the door. Which way? Gupanpan glanced around. Yusui and Wansuni exchanged glances and pointed simultaneously. That way. Gupanpan followed their pointing fingers. Where? I remember there's a really large wholesale farmers market over there, called something. Dongyuan Market. Yu Sui and Wansini said together. Wansini snorted. I don't believe those people could even empty that market. Yu Sui nodded. Besides, that area is close to the suburbs. The city's population is high, which means there are more zombies. The suburbs are relatively less populated, making it easier for us to hide. Okay, I have no objection. Gu Panpan tightened her raincoat. But how are we going to get there? Walk there? It'd take at least 4 hours, and you might encounter zombies along the way. It's unrealistic. The three of them looked at each other for a moment, then all turned their gazes to the roadside. Chapter 19. A black electric scooter was parked on the side of the road, a familiar blue takeout insulated box resting on the back seat. Yu Sui walked over and removed the insulated box. Wansini circled the scooter. No keys. Gu Panpan pointed, and a zombie in a blue takeout uniform staggered toward them. The keys are right there. Wansini walked over, golf club in hand. With 2 bangs, the zombie's head exploded and fell to the ground. Gu Panpan rummaged through his pockets and found a bunch of keys in his pants pocket. He shook them. Got them. 3 people were crammed into the electric scooter. Yu Sui rode, his butt barely touching the seat. Wansini and Gu Panpan clung to the back, afraid of being thrown off. Gu Panpan sat in the middle, golf club held high in her hand, poised to stab any unsuspecting zombies that tried to approach. I never felt this road so difficult. Wansini sighed. Although Beijing's traffic was famously congested, it wasn't as bad as it was now. The road ahead was blocked by 2 out-of-control buses that had drifted sideways. They had no choice but to quickly lift their electric bikes and cross the road using the nearby sidewalk. After several consecutive blocked routes, Yu Sui turned to the system. Don't just sit there. Find me a clear path. Okay. This time, the system agreed with remarkable eagerness. 10 minutes later, Yu Sui looked at the mall ahead and understood why the system had agreed so readily. Yu Sui planted his feet on the ground, his face expressionless. System, I mean a vegetable market, not a mall. Oh host, is this on the way? The system hesitated. Seeing Yu Sui turn the car around and start to leave, it quickly called out. Host, I checked. There's a supermarket here with plenty of supplies. Take enough to last you a month. Plus, there are no zombies or people inside. It's perfectly safe. Don't miss out, host, don't leave. I chose this mall specifically for you because I wanted to make sure you didn't make a wasted trip. Just take a look inside. Yu Sui turned and exchanged a glance with Wansini. Wansini blinked, let go of her hand, and got out of the car, stretching her arms and legs. Her meaning was clear. Gu Panpan rubbed her, but got out of the car and looked up at the mall sign. There must be a gold and jewelry store inside, right? Sister Sui, let's go in and look around. We can even expand the space a bit. Host, look, let's go in. Yu Sui parked the car, put the keys in his pocket, and walked in, golf club in hand. It was surprisingly empty and quiet inside. Aside from a few scattered pieces of broken glass and a smattering of blood, the ground was surprisingly peaceful, like the near-bankrupt malls they visited before the apocalypse. The glass doors of every store were tightly shut, as if they hadn't been open all this time. Host, you're right. This mall is closing soon, so their opening hours have been delayed. It won't be open until the apocalypse arrives, so they're closed. Host, there's still some jewelry in that gold shop over there that hasn't been removed. Let's go quickly, don't waste it. Yu Sui calmed down and walked in the direction indicated by the system. He smashed the glass door. The counter was empty, but he did find a lot of gold jewelry in the safe in the employee lounge at the back. After obtaining it, the system immediately began to absorb it. After finishing this one, they moved on to the next door. The gold shop on the first floor was completely looted, and the 3 of them descended the stairs. On the basement floor, there was a supermarket. Led by the system, they headed straight for the supermarket's warehouse. Yu Sui pried the lock on the main door. Seeing her deft lock-picking, Gu Panpan couldn't help but ask. Sister Sui, this craft, how did you learn it? Yu Sui's lips curled slightly, and her expression softened. Wansini chuckled at the memory. When I was little, I never went hungry thanks to Sui's craft. The orphanage had 3 meals a day at set times, but children are greedy, exercise frequently, consume energy quickly, and get hungry quickly, so they never get enough. The director's mother was very strict about their snacks and rarely gave them any, so they had to find their own way to avoid going hungry. The snacks were initially placed in the warehouse. Yu Sui spent a long time studying them, before unlocking the door and leading Rwansini inside to get some food. Later, the director's mother noticed the snacks were dwindling, so she moved their hiding place. The locks were also changed, and over time, Yusue's lock-picking skills improved. Yusue tossed the lock aside and pushed the door open. This is the most practical skill I learned. Gu Panpan gave a thumbs up. Amazing. When she saw the boxes in the warehouse, her mouth dropped open in amazement. So many. I gotten rich. Rwansini rubbed her hands excitedly. The system was proud. Hee, host, now you believe me, right? I wasn't lying to you. Yusue reached out and unceremoniously tucked the boxes from the warehouse into his space. As expected of a system, you're amazing. 10 boxes of instant noodles, all in different flavors. Bread, biscuits, and other items were also sold by the box this time, a variety of which totaled 4 boxes. 5 boxes of drinks, and then there were rice, flour, grains, and oils. Yusue frowned as he looked at the overflowing storage space. System, I give you some space on credit. I find a bank to pay you back when I'm out. The system was tempted, but host, it's not that I don't want to advance you space, it's just that I can't do it. Oh, no use. The system pouted, that's not what you said just now. Yusue looked at the remaining supplies in the warehouse with reluctance, his mouth watering with greed. Rwansini had already opened a bag of chocolates and stuffed them into her mouth, narrowing her eyes in happiness as she stuffed a piece into Yusue's mouth. Sway, can't you fit more? Yeah. Ah, what a shame. Gu Panpan looked at the supplies reluctantly, then had an idea. Sway, why don't we find a nearby bank first, go there, and come back to load these up? That makes sense. There was no time to lose. The 3 of them hurried outside. The system had already identified a bank as their target. The electric scooter carried the 3 of them, speeding along at lightning speed. This bank was much larger than the one they had just visited, and there were many more zombies inside. But now, with the remaining supplies from the supermarket warehouse hanging before them, they felt a surge of strength. Yusue led the way, entering, swinging his golf club left and right. The good news: the zombies here were just as fragile as the ones they had encountered before. They could be dispatched with just a couple of blows. The bad news: there were still people alive inside the bank. The door opened. 3 men in bank uniforms were holding electric batons. The leader, dressed in casual clothes, was holding a pistol, the black muzzle pointed at Yusue's head, his eyes like those of a hawk. Stop! What are you doing here? Li Chenao shouted, stopping Yusue and the others. He had seen their movements on the surveillance camera and thought they were here to take advantage of the situation. When the apocalypse struck, he came here on leave to run some business, but he had never imagined encountering something like this. With the situation outside unclear and only 3 weak bank tellers left, he stayed behind to look after them. At first, some had considered scheming, but upon seeing the zombies outside, they wisely left. Only Yusue and the other 2 were left. Yusue raised his hands, speaking rapidly, afraid he would pull the trigger. Don't shoot. We're good people. System, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you tell me there were people inside? If the system were in front of her now, Yusue's golf club would definitely land on its head. The system hesitated for a long time. Host, that's not it, you didn't ask. Is it my fault for the relationship? Li Chenao sneered, good people? Put down your weapons, leave now, and I spare your lives. No. If you leave now, the supermarket won't be able to hold all the supplies. Yusue's eyes trembled slightly. She looked up and looked at Li Chenao intently. Hey, you all know the situation now. It's the end of the world. We had no choice but to come here. She squeezed out 2 tears and stammered, if we don't bring anything back, our boss will kill us. We don't want food, just a little money. Yusue clasped his hands together. Our boss has issued a death order. If we don't return with the money, he beat our families to death. Li Chenao frowned, staring at Yusue without moving. Beside him, Gu Panpan burst into tears, dropping her golf club and slumping to the ground. Please, we don't want this to happen either. If we don't return by the appointed time, my mother will die. You're holding a gun, so you must be a police officer or something. Are you going to stand by and watch someone die? Besides, it's the end of the world. We don't want supplies, we just want money. That's useless. Can't it buy us a life? Rwansini sobbed. My brother and sister are in his hands. We were hiding at home, but he'd brought his men to our house. He's awakened his superpowers, and even if we combined, we couldn't defeat him. He said he roast my brother and sister until we didn't return with the money. There was nothing I could do. Wow. Li Chintao's expression changed. The three tellers behind him felt a little sorry for Gu Ponpon's breathless sobs. One girl poked Li Chintao on the back and whispered, "Brotherly, why don't you let them take some money? Saving lives is the most important thing." Yes, at this point, that money is just a pile of waste paper, completely useless. Besides, they were just ordinary tellers, and the money didn't matter to them. In this situation, if it could save lives, it would be a good use of the money. Yu Sui was delighted and sobbed in thanks. "Thank you, brothers and sisters. I thank you on behalf of my parents and brother. Thank you for saving them." Making a lie? That was easy for Yu Sui. Once and he thanked them profusely. "You are good people. I thank you on behalf of my brothers and sisters. We don't need much, just a little money to report to the boss." She stared at the gun in Li Chintao's hand for a few subtle moments. A gun? It was a valuable item. If only they had it too. Chapter 20. Li Chinao glanced at the zombies outside and the still dark sky, then pointed his gun back. "Put down your weapons. We take you there." Yu Sui and the others thanked him profusely. The girl who had first spoken to them pointed, "I take you there." She stared at Yu Sui's raincoat. "Will this protect you from the strange rain outside?" There were a dozen people in their group. When the apocalypse arrived, after a period of chaos, only 7 or 8 remained. They later realized the rain outside was not right, so those with families donned raincoats and umbrellas and left, leaving them, a few single people, alone. It didn't matter whether they went back or not, so they might as well stay together and have someone to look after. "Okay," Yu Sui nodded. "We've been wearing this for the past few days. It's okay. Those zombies outside aren't as scary as you imagine. As long as you're faster than them, you can win. You guys are amazing." Another girl praised them. She glanced outside and shuddered. "I don't dare go out. Those are zombies. If they catch me, I'd be dead. There's food and drink here. It's best to hide here." Yu Sui smiled shyly. Everyone has different ideas and survival philosophies, but she still warned, "Those zombies right now are pretty dumb and easy to deal with. I think it's better to get out more now to get used to it. After all, it's the end of the world, and who knows what the zombies will become." Once he understood and added, "Our boss has awakened a superpower, a fire-type one." She snapped her fingers. "Just like that, fire will burst from my fingers. That's amazing. What if zombies in the future have superpowers?" Yeah, Gu Panpan agreed. "We don't have superpowers, so we can only be exploited and used as thugs to gain proficiency. Otherwise, we'd be in trouble if we encounter more powerful zombies in the future." Li Chinao pondered. The smiles on the other 3 tellers' faces fell, and they frowned, thinking, "We're here." The girl took out her key and opened the vault door. Li Chinao waved the gun in his hand, motioning Yu Sui in. "You can only take a little." Yu Sui nodded. I understand. She pretended to pull out a school bag and put the money in it, her hand gently brushing over the piles of money. "System, hurry up, I'm short on time." "Here we go, host." "Host, the cabinet next to you is filled with jewelry. Turn around and touch it." Yu Sui frowned. "I think of a way." She feigned ignorance, gasping in amazement. "How much money is this? It's dizzying." The girl gave a weak smile and held up 3 fingers. 3 small goals. Hiss. Yu Sui held his forehead and took a few steps back, bumping into the cabinet next to him. He supported himself with one hand and covered his chest with the other. "I never make this much money in my lifetime." "System, is this okay?" Yes, move to the side." Yu Sui wiped the cabinet, shifting his steps, looking frightened and weak. The girl chuckled and pointed at the cabinet Yu Sui was leaning against. "The jewelry in there is more valuable than all the money here combined." "Ah!" Yu Sui jumped aside in shock, groping at the cabinet. "Well, I just bumped into it. It's okay, isn't it? If it was, even if I sold myself, I wouldn't be able to compensate." Puff. "How can it be so fragile? It won't break." The girl laughed. Li Chintao's face was gloomy. "Is it okay? If it's okay, come out quickly." Yu Sui quickly picked up her school bag. Okay. Thank you, brother, and everyone. It's okay. This money will just get moldy if it's left here anyway." The girl had finally come to terms with it. If her boss had truly awakened superpowers as Yu Sui had said, then judging by the plots in the novels and movies she read, perhaps even zombies would have superpowers one day. The situation was only going to get worse. This money was useless except for heating. Yu Sui picked up her golf club, carrying her school bag. She said seriously, "I think it's best to go out and fight zombies right now." These zombies are so stupid and dumb right now, they can be easily killed. I wonder if they'd be the same after daybreak. Will daybreak come? Li Chenao asked, focusing on the key point. Yu Sui shrugged, slung her school bag over her shoulders, and put on her raincoat again. It will, of course. The rain will stop and daybreak will come. It will. She waved. Thank you. I hope we can all survive. Several tellers followed suit and waved. Be safe, everyone. After Yu Sui and the other two left, Li Chenao looked outside. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to look at the other three. Let's go out and take a look. Yu Sui was right. It was the end of the world now. They couldn't hide forever. The tellers looked around, then made up their minds. They returned to their rooms, donned their raincoats, and, imitating Yu Sui and the others, covered themselves thoroughly. Armed, they emerged from the bank. Sui, is it all packed? Wansini glanced at the road ahead and asked hurriedly. Pack up, pick up the important items, and take them. It be fine. The space expanded from 4 by 4 by 4 meters to 4 by 4 by 6 meters, with an extra empty space. Wansini was pleased. Then let's hurry. Don't let anyone get there first. They quickly returned to the mall entrance. This time, the system announced, Host, there's something going on inside the supermarket. People? Yu Sui gestured to Wansini and Gu Panpan, pacing softly. No, it's zombies. Yu Sui breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't a big deal, just zombies. Zombies with special abilities. Yu Sui, System, will you die if you finish your words in one breath? Corner. There are mutant zombies in there. Yu Sui crouched in the corner, gripping his golf club tightly and gesturing. Earth-type zombies, too. Earth-type zombies? Wansini's features were contorted with jealousy. Why? How come these zombies have superpowers so easily? Why don't I have any? Gu Panpan weighed the club in her hand. Can we defeat them? The mutant zombie they seen so far was the speed-type one downstairs. It appeared behind people in the blink of an eye, then unleashed a black tiger hardrip. Now an Earth-type? Ha, they weren't going to be knocked to the ground the first time they met. However, people die for money, birds die for food. Let's go, Wansini clenched her fists. There's a box of chocolates in there, my favorite, the food hazelnut flavor. Gu Panpan stood up. After this deal, we won't have to worry about food for 2 months. Yu Sui smiled and wiped the water off his gloves. The savings will be enough for 3 months. The three of them walked out from the corner, holding their golf clubs. Wait a moment. Yu Sui turned on his toes and saw the fire cabinet next to him. He opened it and pulled out a fire axe. He waited. This should work too. After walking around the first floor, the three of them, armed with not only golf clubs but also a fire axe, headed towards the supermarket downstairs. In the supermarket, Host, that zombie has now run into the warehouse. The system was angry. What bad luck. There's so much space. Why did it have to go to the warehouse? Yu Sui was also angry. Her luck was really bad. What bad luck. No matter how unlucky she was, she had to go. The three of them cautiously circled the warehouse. Huh? Not long after, they spotted a zombie circling the warehouse entrance. It wore a tattered black dress, its hair plucked out in clumps, leaving a bald head. Its mouth agape, revealing a mouthful of sharp, blackened teeth, its nostrils flickering as if it were sniffing something. Huh? The zombie opened its mouth, saliva dripping onto the floor. Its eyes fixed on the discarded lock, which seemed to linger with the scent of human flesh and blood. No! A moment later, the zombie's head snapped up, its gray eyes fixed on the shelf obscuring Yu Sui's form. It opened its mouth, held out its hands, and ran over. The scent of flesh and blood emanated from there, not from the broken lock. Host, the zombies are coming, the system screamed. Yu Sui's body arched slightly, her muscles tensed. Just as the zombie's hand swept across the shelves, she dove to the side, leaping up from the side, fire axe raised high, and slashed fiercely at the zombie's head. Bang! A wall of earth suddenly appeared in front of the zombie's head, and the fire axe sank into it, sending dust flying everywhere. Off to the other side, Wansini, suddenly attacking, rushed forward, fire axe in hand. Halfway through, the ground beneath her feet seemed to turn to mud. She sank deeply into it, her entire body swaying. System, shock. Host, this is the method of the Earth-type zombies. Yu Sui gritted his teeth and pulled out his fire axe. Tell me, I can't see without my eyes. System, Roar, the zombie roared, its gray eyes throbbing with excitement, drool dripping from the corners of its mouth. Its thirst for flesh and blood fueled it. It raised its hand, and a row of earth spikes appeared around it, piercing Yusui. Yusui didn't bother to pull out his fire axe. He quickly ran to the back, grabbed a nearby shelf, and pushed it hard to block the attack. Gu Panpan stood by the wall, staring at the sudden appearance of the earth wall and spikes. He activated the fire alarm on the wall and reached out to press it. Splash! The sprinklers on the ceiling opened, and water poured down like raindrops, instantly enveloping the entire warehouse in a mist. The dirt wall and spikes around the zombie's head were soaked by the rain, turning into a thick mud that fell to the ground. The mud beneath Wansini's feet became solid ground again. She pulled her foot free, feeling a surge of joy. She rushed forward, fire axe in hand. With a single swing of the fire axe, the zombie didn't dodge or evade, but formed another dirt wall. Its 5 fingers formed claws, and clawed at Wansini's chest. Swish! The claws scraped against a steel plate, making a sharp sound. Wansini grinned and chuckled. She smashed the fire axe down hard, breaking the dirt wall. A second wall was waiting behind. Bang! Yusui's fire axe swung forward, attacking from both sides. 2 dirt walls surrounded the zombie's head, protecting it and obscuring its vision. Gu Panpan, gripping the golf club, swept it towards the zombie's legs. The club struck the zombie's calf hard, but it only staggered slightly and didn't fall. Earth spike shot out again. This time, Yusui and Wansini were prepared. They quickly leaped back, their fire axes across their chests, blocking the blow. Roar! After several consecutive setbacks, the zombie roared in anger and swung its hands. The ground beneath its feet shifted, and a wave of earth rose from its position, tumbling and rolling, making it impossible for Yusui and the others to even stand. Chapter 21. Yusui's quick eyes and hands grabbed the edge of the shelf to steady himself. Sini, Panpan, step back, hold on, and keep your balance. Hearing Yusui's words, Wansini and Gu Panpan reacted quickly, using their golf clubs as crutches to support themselves as they retreated toward the wall. A wave of earth rolled, centered around the zombie, spreading outward. Shells were knocked to the ground, goods scattered everywhere, but the undulating wave finally stopped about a meter from the zombie. Yusui's mind shifted. Thinking back to the speed-powered zombie he's seen before, it seemed like they could teleport behind Lucia when they were a meter away, but they never used the teleportation ability beyond that distance. It seemed these zombies' abilities had their limits. He could only grind them down slowly. Yusui extended her hand and gestured toward Wansini. Sini, control your distance, attack from a distance. With that, she casually grabbed a can of milk powder that had fallen to the ground and threw it at the zombie. Swish! A wall of earth suddenly appeared, blocking the zombie. The milk powder fell to the ground, then, with a thud, was carried back by the churning earth waves. Host, I saw it. The wall of earth appeared only when the milk powder came within a meter of it. The system was excited. It survived again. Ha ha! God will not let it die. Getting the system's answer, Yusui distanced herself from the zombie, took a deep breath, and gathered up the scattered bottles and jars around her, and threw them all over the zombie. They were experienced in protracted battles. The 3 of them formed a triangle, surrounding the zombies. They grabbed whatever they could and threw it without even looking. Earth walls kept appearing, shielding the zombies' heads. After a few strikes, the zombie roared angrily, seemingly sensing Yusui and the others' intentions. With a wave of its hands, the earth wall blocking its head vanished, and it sprinted toward Yusui, waves of earth spreading beneath its feet. Sway, be careful. Host, get out of the way. Yusui's face sank as he ran to the side, gritting his teeth. I want to hide, but you give me the ability to walk through walls. Is it that she doesn't want to? There's a wall behind her. The system shut its mouth and played dead. Between life and death, adrenaline surging, Yusui swiftly retreated to the side. He had never felt his movements so graceful. On the other side, Wansini and Gu Panpan were constantly attracting the zombie's attention. But for some reason, this zombie's gray eyes were glued to Yusui, oblivious to Wansini and Gu Panpan's attacks. Yusui dodged and dodged through the supermarket, running non-stop. System, what's going on? Is my flesh so delicious? Why is that zombie chasing me alone? Yusui was puzzled. He had never imagined he would one day be so coveted by a zombie. The system explained quietly, Host, it's because I opened a space for you, enhancing your soul strength. Get to the point. Yusui, bracing herself on the counter with one hand, leaped to her feet. The zombies behind her were hot on her heels. And, whether it was her imagination, Tu Lang was getting closer and closer, even though the distance between her and the zombies was clearly more than a meter. Anyway, the zombie thinks you have superpowers, so eating you is a great tonic for it, allowing it to level up early. Yusui chuckled. You mean, this will happen every time I encounter a superpowered zombie in the future? Yes. The system felt a strange sense of guilt growing stronger as it continued, so it quickly changed the subject. Host, now is not the time to talk about this. That zombie is desperate, preemptively burning its life force, expanding the range of its superpowers. She was just complaining about the earth wave getting closer and closer to her. Host, be careful, get out of the way. Sway, watch your back. Yusui's scalp tingled as she felt a cold wind blow from behind her. She instinctively bent down and rolled forward. Hastily looking back, she saw a thorn in the ground. Damn it! Yusui cursed under his breath, scrambling to his feet and continuing his run. Behind him followed a zombie that looked as if it was about to explode. Behind them were Wansuni, Gupanpan, and the other two, each holding a fire axe and a golf club. The three of them, along with the zombie, were circling the supermarket. Bang! A wave of earth surged, and Yusui lost his balance, slamming hard to the ground. His chest ached, and a fishy, sweet taste welled up in his throat. Sway. Wansuni's eyes were bloodshot. He gripped the fire axe tightly with both hands, leaped forward, raised it high, and chopped it down fiercely. Buzz! As expected, the fire axe smashed into the earthen wall, sending dust flying everywhere. Wansuni cursed, then decisively drew his axe and stepped back, barely avoiding the zombie's dark, dangerous-looking nails. Taking advantage of the gap where the zombie was distracted, and using the earthen wall to protect itself, Yusui, resisting the pain, climbed to his feet and ran forward. Gupanpan tightened her grip on the fire axe as Wansuni leaped to her feet. She swiftly stepped forward, swinging her arm in a circle, the sharp blade darting straight for the zombie's thigh. Puff! Hit! Gupanpan was overjoyed. As expected, multitasking was difficult, let alone trying to do three things at once. Now it had succeeded. Hey, aren't you going to chase me? Yusui, standing in front of him, ripped off his diving mask and, unable to suppress the sweet, fishy feeling swirling in his throat, spat out a mouthful of blood. The scent of blood spread. The zombie, about to attack Gupanpan, seemed to have radar. Its head whizzed around, its nostrils flaring, saliva dripping, its gray eyes dancing with excitement. Instinctively, its body sprinted towards Yusui at full speed. Yusui didn't dare stop and ran as fast as he could. The strike was successful. It seemed the plan was working. Wansuni and Gupanpan, each holding a fire axe, attacked the zombie, one above and one below. After being hit repeatedly in the thigh, the zombie's speed slowed significantly. Yusui didn't dare let his guard down, still maintaining a distance of more than 3 meters. Roar! The zombie roared. If it could speak, Yusui thought it would have cursed a lot by now. Host, no! This zombie is calling for help. We need to hurry. Now it was Yusui's turn to curse a lot. What's going on? Didn't the zombie before occupy the territory by itself? He even fought Lugia 1v1. Why is he shaking his body when it comes to me? Unfair. Well, zombies have their own personalities, and they don't know. But the system thought that if he said this, Yusui would probably curse, so it changed it. Yes, it has no moral principles. How shameless. Roar! The zombie opened its mouth, revealing a row of teeth that gradually turned black. Yusui gritted her teeth. She had dropped the golf club and fire axe in her hands long ago, while running, leaving her completely unarmed. She stared intently ahead, and suddenly, her eyes lit up. Let's fight. Wansuni once slashed at the zombie's back, slicing through both its legs. Flesh and blood flew, revealing the white bones beneath. Yet, it continued to chase Yusui, showing no sign of stopping. Damn it, doesn't it feel any pain? Gupanpan shook her wrist, her knuckles cracking from the shock. A zombie wouldn't be a zombie if it felt pain. Hey, why is Sister Sway running over there? Wansuni glanced over and understood. Panpan, let's hurry up and catch up. This time, we must make sure it never runs again. Host, why are you running into the fresh produce section? The ground is covered in rotten leaves and water. Don't slip. Yusui didn't have time to reply. He crossed the booth and threw back a bottle of white wine he had picked up from the beverage section. Crack! The bottle hit the zombie's head, shattering glass and soaking it with wine. It ignored him and chased after Yusui. Yusui ran and threw things until she spotted the fresh meat section she was looking for. The counter was empty, with a sign that read authentic Paoshan black pork. She braced her hands on the counter, flipped back, and leaped inside. Glancing around, she spotted what she was looking for immediately. Host, the zombies are coming. What are you doing with this? It bend if you hit it. There's nothing there. Yusui glanced at the plug. It was plugged in perfectly. Then he glanced at the supermarket, bright as day, and the approaching zombies. He took a deep breath and pressed the button on the end of the lever. Puff. A ball of dark blue flame erupted from the muzzle, spraying the zombies, who hadn't stopped in time, all over their faces. And then, the alcohol in his body ignited, and with a bang, the flame shot up high. The zombie was clearly startled too. He stood there for a few seconds, flapping his hands and feet, causing the earth beneath his feet to crumble slightly, and the ground returned to its original solidity. Now, once he raised the fire axe, aimed at the zombie's neck, and slashed hard. Goo Pan swung the fire axe and slashed at the zombie's legs. Bang. This time, both of them hit the zombie squarely. The zombie's head tilted to the side, a gash forming on its neck, leaving only one side of flesh attached to the head. Blood gushed out like a fountain through the laceration. Its lower body, its thighs severed, lost its balance, and it lurched to the side. Yusui, not complacent, picked up a machete from the nearby table and quickly slashed it several times, separating the zombie's head from its body. He breathed a sigh of relief. Done? Gu Panpan gasped for air, her heart pounding. Yusui stared at the corpse for a long moment, then confirmed with the system several times before nodding done. The system was stunned. Looking at the corpse lying on the ground, its neck hacked to pieces and its head smashed, it swallowed, once again suspecting that its previous investigation of the host had gone awry. Is this really such a helpless situation? Sui, are you having a heart attack? Sit down, I give you some medicine. Once he grabbed Yusui and looked her over from head to toe, wishing she could turn into an X-ray machine and see through her heart and soul. Yusui wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and smiled. Nothing serious. Then, there's something wrong. Ruansini quickly pulled a bottle of water and medicine from her backpack. Hurry, take a few pills. We go to the hospital later. Yusui, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, took the medicine and swallowed it in one gulp. The hospital is useless right now. I'm fine. Let's pack up quickly. The zombies are coming. In the warehouse. Yusui packed up everything he could use, even the wrapping paper, put on his raincoat and diving mask again, and grabbed his weapon. Host, those zombies are all on the first floor. We run into them if we go out now. Then we take another route. Yusui weighed the golf club in his hand. This one was still the most comfortable. Let's go to the garage. There are fewer zombies there. Yusui pointed, let's go that way. It's covered in zombies, so it's better to avoid it. Ruansini and Gu Panpan agreed, and the three of them headed towards the garage. Garage entrance. 6 men armed swaggered in. A short man behind them flattered, Boss, it's inside. There's a lot of supplies in the supermarket warehouse locked. I came back to find you as soon as I found them. The leading man patted him on the shoulder. Alright, you got a good job. Let's go, after we done this, we have some hot pot to satisfy our cravings. Boss, you're awesome. Chapter 22. The lights in the garage flickered, the electricity crackling. The men's voices grew closer. Yusui and the other two, hiding behind the car, breathed softly. Yusui gestured, silently saying, 6 of them. They looked tough. Ruansini hid herself behind the car, signaling with her eyes that they should stay put for a while. Just a few steps out of the supermarket, Yusui received a system alert. Someone was heading their way. Their target was the same as theirs, supplies in the supermarket warehouse. Luckily, they were a step ahead. Brother Chang, why do I feel like there are more zombies here? The man used an iron rod to rip the zombie's head open, then flicked the blood off the rod. Now that you mention it, I think something's amiss. There weren't so many zombies here when we got here, the man who first discovered the supplies in the supermarket warehouse said. Could it be that someone's come in and attracted all the zombies? The men exchanged glances, their expressions suddenly changing. The man in the lead waved his hand. Let's go in and take a look. Don't let anyone take the supplies away. The thought of this possibility made them wish they could grow wings and fly to the supermarket warehouse. Seeing the zombies blocking their way, their movements became even more decisive. As they drew closer, Yusui and the other two held their breath, carefully dodging the zombies while taking care not to attract their attention. Brother Chang, the door is up ahead. Go through there and go straight ahead to the supermarket. Okay, guys, hurry up. Hot Pot and beer are beckoning us. Oh! The crowd responded in unison, cheering as they stormed toward the glass door. Roar. Yusui pulled Wansini over, raised his hand, and smashed a golf club into the zombie's bald forehead. Blood splattered everywhere, and the zombie roared in anger. Her face paled slightly, and she cursed inwardly. As expected, the 6 people who had just been intently heading into the supermarket stopped. Brother Chong, the leader, stared intently at the direction of the sound, gripping the iron rod tightly, his muscles tensing. There's someone out there. The zombie staggered toward Yusui. Wansini cursed under her breath and slashed at the zombie's neck with her fire axe. After battling the superpowered zombie, Wansini felt incredibly strong now. This kind of zombie would be a piece of cake. While disposing of the zombies was easy, it unfortunately attracted the attention of another group. Come out! You're hiding there, or we'd be rude if you don't. Brother Chong gestured, and 2 of them, one on each side, approached the black SUV in front, their iron rods poised for impact, their voices growing increasingly aggressive. Get out now! Seemingly unable to escape, Yusui took a deep breath and winked at Wansini and Gu Pan Pan. She tightened her grip on her golf club and slowly emerged from behind the vehicle. Wansini and Gu Pan Pan followed closely behind. The 3 of them stood by the vehicle, warily observing the 6 people before them. Brother Chong breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing them. He glanced at them from the side and sneered, "So you're 3 young women. What? Are you trying to take advantage of this mess?" Yusui's expression remained unchanged. "We just wanted to hide here." TSK. The other man scoffed, disdainfully. "Hide? I don't think you cry until you see the coffin." His eyes darted between Yusui and the other 2. "Bring those bags you're carrying, or we start fighting." He took a few steps forward. Yusui stepped back, his golf club raised. "I said we just wanted to hide here." Wansini raised the fire axe, still stained with zombie blood, slowly dripping down. The atmosphere froze. "Are you Yusui?" The man who had been walking at the back suddenly spoke, removing his rain hat and mask. He walked towards Yusui and pointed at himself. "It's me, you recognize me now, don't you?" Yusui paused, staring at the familiar, handsome face, still holding his golf club. "Fan Liankai?" Wansini and Gu Pan Pan, standing behind him, exchanged glances, having not expected such a situation. "Haha, your voice sounded familiar to me just now. Looks like I wasn't mistaken." Fan Liankai laughed, breaking the tense atmosphere. He turned and said, "Brother Chong, this is my former colleague Yusui. It was a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. We all know each other. Girls are timid. I guess they're just hiding here. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." Brother Chong raised an eyebrow, glanced at Fan Liankai, then at the deflated bags behind Yusui and the other 2, then sheathed his weapon. "I didn't expect to run into someone you know here." Fan Liankai chuckled. "That's right." He glanced at Yusui, as if about to say something, but swallowed it back inside. It's good. I'm glad I'm alive. By the way, what brought you here? I remember you lived in a neighborhood near the company." Yusui slowly put down his golf club and casually said, "Go find someone." "Is that so?" Fan Liankai paused, his face flushing slightly. "Would you like to join us? You? The 3 of you. If anything gets unsafe, you can help each other out." The people behind him gave Yusui a meaningful look. Although she hadn't removed her mask and was wearing a loose raincoat, she looked quite elegant. "Thank you, but no thanks." Yusui declined. Fan Liankai was a little disappointed. "I just thought it would be safer with more people. You're not in good health to begin with, and this situation is so dangerous." Seeing Fan Liankai trying to persuade Yusui to join despite being rejected, Brother Chong's brows furrowed and he interrupted. "All right, we have things to do. They were here to find supplies, not to stroll and chat. Since we're acquaintances, let's forget about it this time. You can go." Wansini was delighted and wanted to turn around and leave immediately. Yusui glanced at Fan Liankai, remembering how he'd taken care of him at the company. No matter his motives, he helped him numerous times. He warned, "We left because a zombie with superpowers appeared in our neighborhood. You should be careful too." Brother Chong's expressions changed, and they asked anxiously, "Superpowered zombies? Really? Zombies can awaken superpowers? How come I can't? Damn, zombies again. Now even zombies have superpowers. How can we live like this? They're killing us." Several people started complaining, and Yusui frowned slightly. What was going on? Judging from their expressions, it seemed that none of them had awakened superpowers, let alone heard of or seen them before. How come they had not only seen them, but also encountered them several times? Something's wrong. Once he asked, haven't you seen it? One of them blurted out, seen nothing. We almost wiped out all the zombies in our neighborhood, but none of them have superpowers. We cracked their heads open, and there's no crystals or anything like that. Novels are just lies. Superpowered zombies. You're so lucky, girls. You made it out alive. If these zombies have superpowers, then that person should have too. How come none of the living people in our neighborhood have them? Such bad luck. Someone chuckled to himself, we're even facing the apocalypse. Isn't that just bad luck? Brother Chong apologized for acting like a bandit and bully. Look, he had wronged her. Not only was this little girl powerless, but she also shared such important news with him. She must be a good person. He patted his chest and offered a sincere invitation. Girls, why don't you stay? You girls are out looking for someone, and you're the ones getting yourself into trouble when they can't find one. Listen, brother. These days, staying alive is the most important thing. If we're destined to be together, we definitely meet again in the future. Yu Sui shook his head. We already made up our minds. Brother Chong and Fong Liankai tried to persuade Yu Sui, but failed. He sighed and glanced behind the three of them. Look, we found a lot of supplies in the supermarket warehouse. Do you want to go get some? With the situation out there, we can't go without some food. Warehouse? Get some? Wansini smiled sheepishly, saying nothing. Gu Panpan lowered her head and shook it slightly, feigning shyness. Yu Sui shook her head and declined, giving a good reason. Thank you, but no thanks. We're just here to rest for a while before continuing on. Carrying too much stuff will make it harder to travel. She feigned a greeting for Wansini and Gu Panpan, then checked the time on her phone. It's getting late. Have you rested enough? Let's go. Would you really consider staying? Once things settle down, if you need help, we can help. Fong Liankai tried to persuade her to stay. He and Yu Sui had joined the company at the same time, and he had fallen in love with her the moment he saw her. It was a pity that the king of Xiang had a dream, but the goddess had no interest. Now that they had met, he felt it was a match made in heaven and could not be missed. How about I go with you? How could that be possible? Yu Sui and Wansini's eyes widened, and they shook their heads vigorously. Thank you, but no thanks. If they went together, wouldn't the space's supplies be exposed? The two exchanged glances. Yu Sui put away his golf club. It's getting late. Brother Chong, you guys have things to do here, so we won't bother you anymore. We're leaving now. Wansini nodded rapidly. Yes, yes, yes. Go ahead and do your thing. We won't bother you anymore. See you again. With that, the two of them waved and, pulling Gu Panpan along, turned and headed for the garage exit. Fong Liankai called out several times, but to no avail. He could only sigh softly, lowering his head, feeling somewhat dejected. Brother Chong threw his arm around his neck. Brother, a broken heart isn't a big deal. That girl is a good person, and good people will be rewarded. Let's go, let's get into supplies first. There are so many mouths to feed in the community. That's right, Fong Liankai. Here's my bottle of beer. You can have as much as you want today. Hey, let's go, I'm getting hungry from talking about this. Come on, let's go in. The group ran towards the supermarket warehouse. The warehouse door was open, the lock fallen to the side. The floor was a mess, shelves toppled and items scattered across the floor, as if after a major battle. And their destination this time. In the warehouse, only a few boxes were scattered. Chapter 23. The electric bike sped away. Wansini, sitting in the back, turned her head and glanced back, muttering, No, no, thank goodness we ran fast. Yu Sui agreed, having an electric bike is definitely a lot more convenient. In the warehouse, Brother Chong and his group were furious. Where are the supplies? Where's the food? Where's my hot pot and my beer? He kicked open a box of towels and slippers, his veins bulging with anger. He looked at another box, which contained dishes and bowls. Bang! He kicked it hard, and the dishes shattered with a sharp sound. Was it that Yu Sui and the others just took? Someone became suspicious. Fong Liankai immediately retorted, Impossible. Their bags are so flat, how could they possibly hold so much stuff? Absolutely impossible. Someone retorted, Perhaps they have spatial abilities or something. Fong Liankai chuckled, You think superpowers are cheap? Besides, if she had them, why would she run away from her neighborhood? Brother Chong cursed, Alright, stop arguing. I see there's still a lot of useful stuff on the shelves. Go find it, and take everything you can. If I find out who emptied the warehouse, I skin him alive. Achoo. Yusui couldn't help but sneeze. Wansini grew worried. Sway, let's find a place to rest. You were beaten until you vomited blood. Don't get any internal injuries. You need to rest before you continue. Gu Panpan pondered for a moment. Sway, how about we rest for a while? I take your pulse. You can take pulses? Yusui turned in surprise, glancing at Gu Panpan behind him. Are you a medical student? Gu Panpan began to regret not working hard in school. I studied a little bit of clinical medicine, both Chinese and Western medicine, in my undergraduate studies. Yusui thought to herself, no wonder the clean, sharp strike against Lu Jie and the other two didn't kill them. She coughed and shook her head. It's okay, I'm fine. We should get there early. It's almost 11 p.m. now, and there's only one day left until dawn. Who knows how ferocious those zombies will be after dawn? We have to hurry. Host, I suggest you get some rest. You just vomited blood. I checked you, and your heart is almost overloaded. If this continues, you'll be dead. The system grew anxious. The mission wasn't completed yet, and the host couldn't be harmed. In this situation, there wasn't a hospital doctor to provide emergency care. As for Gu Panpan, haha, she's just a half-witted person and can't be trusted. Seeing the system's anxiety, Yusui calmed down. She coughed, swallowing the sweetness in her throat, her brows curved. System, there's nothing I can do about this. I'm going to die anyway, so I can only give it my all now. Or use your energy to help me feel better. Should it really hurts. Though Yusui was used to the occasional heart throb and aching, it was now a real burden. Her vision was blurry, and everything she saw was double. Sydney, you ride? This wind is giving me a headache. Yusui parked the scooter by the roadside and pinched her palm, trying to keep her body steady and speak in a normal tone. Wansini stared at her for a few seconds, mumbling, I told you I ride. Hurry up and get on, hold me tight. I'm tall enough to shield you from the wind. Panpan, you sit in the back. Gu Panpan understood and chuckled, Sister Sway, sit tight. I'm relying on you guys to block the wind for me. Behind her mask, Yusui's lips were pale. She twitched the corners of her mouth and smiled. The electric scooter was back on the road. Yusui clung to Wansini's waist, resting her head on her back, letting her consciousness be consumed by the darkness. Gu Panpan's grip tightened, wrapping her around her body, one hand on her wrist. How is it? Wansini turned her head and asked. Gu Panpan shook her head. I can't feel it. You're wearing too much. Wansini, forget it, let's find a place to rest. She's just trying to hold on. The only thing she's stubborn about is her mouth. When Yusui woke up again, she was lying on a soft bed. Her throat was burning with thirst, her chest ached like it had been hit with a sledgehammer, and she had no strength left. Water? Wansini's ears pricked up, and she quickly helped her up. She took the water Gu Panpan offered and placed it to her lips. Here's the water, open your mouth. Yusui instinctively opened her mouth and gulped it down. Gu Panpan touched her forehead, her almond-shaped eyes widening. 39 degrees, the fever hasn't subsided yet. She put down the thermometer, spun around anxiously. No, I have to go to the hospital to get some medicine. If the fever continues like this, Sister Sway's body won't be able to handle it. Yusui felt like she had prematurely entered the stage of the afterlife. She seemed to be floating in the sky, surrounded by pitch blackness, and images flashed before her eyes. A ticking timer? Yusui leaned in to take a closer look. Is she really dead? She didn't want to die yet. A scene from her childhood played in front of her eyes. In the scene, she had 2 pigtails, and was pushed to the ground by a little boy with a red dot on his forehead. The boy snatched the lollipop from her hand. The little boy stretched out his tongue, and licked the lollipop again and again, with an intoxicated expression, looking at her provocatively. Then, a second later, little Yusui climbed to her feet, neither crying nor laughing. She grabbed a nearby stool, and smashed it against the boy's head, slicing his forehead and bleeding. His lollipop fell to the ground. The boy came to his senses, touched his face, and burst into tears. Yusui simply sat cross-legged on the ground, chin in her hand, and watched with interest. She hadn't been one to take any chances when she was little. The ticker tape hadn't lasted long when an anxious voice called out. Yusui pricked up her ears and listened. Host, wake up! Woohoo! I upgraded all the powers I gave you. You can't die. Woohoo! If I'd known, I would have told you sooner. Yusui chuckled. The system was indeed taking its time. She closed her mouth tightly and listened. Host, wake up! Why haven't you woken up yet? Woohoo! If I had known, I wouldn't have chosen a sick host. The mission wouldn't be completed. The risk is too great. I must learn from this lesson next time. Ah, it's all my fault for wanting to take shortcuts and being lazy. Now, I gotten myself into this big trouble. But it's not my fault. How could I have known this little world would end? It's too difficult. I'm a newbie, just trying to complete a mission, and why is it so difficult? Oh, I better share some of my energy. The less profit the better. Ah, there's hope. When Yusui woke up, the system couldn't help but set off fireworks in her head. Host, great. You're finally awake. Do you know what I sacrificed? To save you, I even used my own original power. It would take at least 10 banks to make up for it. Yusui said quietly, really? I heard everything just now. The system was like a chicken with its neck strangled, stuck. Original power? Wouldn't that mean less? No wonder they chose me. It turns out they were looking for a shortcut, and my special ability. System, eh? Sway, great. You're awake. Wansini hugged Yusui tightly. Gu Panpan, who was about to leave for the hospital to get medicine, swooped over and placed her fingernails on her wrist. She studied it carefully for a moment, then exhaled deeply. Sister Sway, your heart is beating much stronger. Just now, she was so weak that her pulse seemed to have disappeared. She thought Yusui wouldn't make it. Yusui smiled and patted Wansini. Let go. I can't breathe, you're strangling me. I'm fine now. Wansini loosened her grip. Bullshit, it's all fine, Yusui. When will you ever stop being so stubborn? I think next time we won't need to use sticks as weapons. Just use your mouth, and you'd definitely be able to smash a zombie's head. What are you trying to show off? Couldn't you have told me earlier if you were feeling unwell? She grabbed Yusui's cheek with one hand. Look, your face is so hot, I could boil an egg in it. You're so ready to go to hell. Okay, I was wrong. Yusui took her hand away. I was just worried you worry. She rubbed her cheek. It's really fine now. She pointed to her head. And, our spatial ability has been upgraded. Really? Gu Panpan was delighted. Wansini leaned closer. What did that damn system ask for? How could I be so mean? This is the ability I selflessly contributed. What do you mean by asking for it? The system wasn't happy. Yusui chuckled. Selfless? Contribution? She scratched her ears. If I hadn't emptied 2 banks, I almost believed it. The system felt guilty. And that request for 10 banks? I thought I was hallucinating. The system chuckled dryly. Host, take a look at this newly upgraded ability. Are you satisfied? Wansini rubbed her chin. You mean, if we encounter any danger in the future, we can all hide in your space? Gu Panpan's eyes sparkled. Then if we get enough supplies, we can stay in there forever, never having to fight zombies again. Oh my, this is fantastic. Yusui took a sip of water to moisten his throat, and poked her forehead. Haha, you're dreaming. She held up a finger. 1 chance a day. No more than 3 people can enter at a time, and their stay cannot exceed 1 hour. Also, the space doesn't shift. You exit from the same place you entered, and the flow of time is the same as outside. Gu Panpan rubbed her forehead, her face falling, but she quickly brightened again. That's a space we can hide in. In a critical moment, it can even save our lives. Wansini nodded. It sounds a bit useless, but at a crucial moment, if you can survive for a while, you win. Then the system will seem to be doing something useful. What did it ask for? Yusui gestured with his hands. 10 banks. Wansini's mouth twitched. 10? Do we look like bank robbers? Shouldn't a get-rich-quick system handle money matters? Why do you need it to do it yourself? What's the point of having it? Gu Panpan blinked and held out her hand. Sister Sway, a get-rich-quick system? Isn't that a spatial ability? Is it what I thought? Chapter 24. After spending these past few days together, through thick and thin, Yusui and Wansini had come to regard Gu Panpan as family, so the system's details couldn't be concealed any longer. Yusui nodded. Yes, it's what you're thinking of, a get-rich-quick system. Get rich quick. Gu Panpan blinked, glanced outside at the dark sky and the relentless rain, and sighed deeply. If only this weren't the end of the world. That way, she could cling to the rich sister's thigh, enjoying the finer things of life and never again be a slave. But soon, her joy returned, and she looked at Yusui pitifully. Sister Sway, please support me. From now on, I won't go west if you point east. I won't stand if you say lie down. You are the direction of my life. Yusui sat up in bed, chuckled, and rubbed his still aching chest. Okay, okay. I take you. But that sounds so familiar. She glanced at Wansini. Wansini clapped her hands. What does this mean? It means fate. We're meant to be sisters, to be together. Yes, yes, Yusui nodded in agreement, getting out of bed. What time is it now? 4:36 a.m. Wansini pulled out her phone and checked the time. Turning around, her eyes widened at Yusui's movements. What are you doing? Lie back down. Your body needs rest. Midnight? That would make it May 9th. Yusui grabbed her hand, shook his head, and hurriedly put on his shoes. The system fixed my heart. I'm fine now. How about I go out and kill some zombies for you? Besides, the rain will stop tomorrow, and the zombies will all be evolving. We need to be prepared before then, and we need to hurry, otherwise we'd be sleeping forever. That was true, but Wansini was still a little worried about her health. She grabbed her down jacket and forced her to put it on, chuckling. Still want to sleep? Look at the zombies outside. They're practically free-range chickens, walking around day and night, back and forth for so long, and their legs haven't gotten any thinner. If you became one of them, you have to stand up for the rest of your life, even in your dreams. Yusui gave her a flattering smile, pinching his nose as he took the down jacket and put it on. When that happens, you give me a hammer so I can lie down and dream. Ha! Wansini glared at her fiercely. When that happens, I tie you up and take you back to the fields. You save yourself from wasting your energy. Gu Panpan chuckled. After leaving the house, Yusui tightened his clothes, adjusted his diving mask, and glanced around, about to get on the electric bike when Wansini grabbed his collar and pulled him back. Wrong this one. Wansini pointed, and Yusui looked over. Next to Gu Panpan, a red three-wheeled old man caught her eye. She patted the roof. Sister Sway, this one's great. It's sheltered from the wind and rain. They got in the car. Wansini drove in front, while Yusui and Gu Panpan sat in the back. It was quite cramped, but it was indeed protected from the wind and rain. No wonder those elderly people like to drive old man less. An hour later, they finally arrived at their destination, the Dongyuan vegetable market. Before they even left the car, the system's mission arrived. Host, don't miss the bank outside. Let's go in and do some maneuvering. That way, we can fit more supplies. The space is packed now. If there's an emergency, none of you will be able to get in. Sharpening the knife makes time for chopping wood. First, go to the bank, then to the market. The 4 major bank branches lined both sides of the street, their doors wide open. Bright lights shone through, as if saying welcome. So, the 3 of them spun on their toes and deftly entered, golf clubs in hand. First, they mowed down the zombies, then opened the door and followed the passageway leading to the back workshop. They arrived at the warehouse without any problems. This was all thanks to the consistent layout of the banks, saving them the trouble of searching the wrong way. The warehouse door opened. The scent of ink from fresh banknotes wafted out. The system, incarnated as an octopus, began to work. Yusui looked at the neatly stacked money and tooted critically, so little. Wansini sighed and gestured, this space can't even fit me. Hey, let's go to the bank next door later. She never imagined that one day, she would find herself so disdainful of even a few small goals. It was all thanks to the system, otherwise she wouldn't know how much space would be needed to accommodate them. After exiting the bank, the 3 of them quickly turned around and went next door. After all, this was Beijing's largest wholesale farmers market, and the 4 major bank branches all had a lot of money. This instantly expanded Yusui's space several times, enough to accommodate all 3 of them. Inside the bank. With the expanded space, it was now the 3 of them's turn to fill their bellies, taking the opportunity to observe the Dongyuan vegetable market across the street. Unlike the dim streetlights elsewhere, these were surprisingly bright. Every store was also lit, making the place brighter than daylight. Since we got here, we've seen at least 3 waves of people come out, Wansini said, taking a sip of milk and swallowing the bread in her mouth. There are so many people. As she spoke, 2 more people emerged, carrying large, bulging bags on their backs, and walked to the left. Yusui swallowed the bread in her mouth. Eat more to replenish your energy. There are probably a lot of people in here, and we need to avoid a direct confrontation with them. Gu Panpan heard this, and ate 2 more bars of chocolate. After eating and drinking, and feeling refreshed, the 3 of them put on their raincoats again and headed towards the market gate. Once inside, the 3 of them were dazzled by the warehouse-like stalls inside. Rows of houses on either side bore large signs declaring the vegetable, fruit, meat, and seafood sections, leaving them somewhat unsure how to choose. This is truly magnificent. It truly deserves to be the largest wholesale farmers market in Beijing, Gu Panpan exclaimed. Wansini nodded. I thought it was only slightly larger than the market downstairs, but I didn't expect it to be a billion times larger. Yu Sui coughed, pulling their chins back. While the speed of time in this space is the same as outside, that's for living things. For inanimate objects, whatever you put in remains the same when you take it out. It also serves the purpose of preserving freshness. However, space is limited, so we can only pick the most important ones. Wansini rubbed her hands together. Then let's get beef. It's high in calories and very filling. Just grill it and eat it, or eat it raw if you can't. We have to prepare more. As for rice and flour, it was the end of the world, and being able to cook rice, noodles, and stir-fries in peace was a luxury for them. You could pack more canned food and rations. The most important thing is water. With their goal in mind, the three of them headed straight past the fruit and vegetable section and into the meat section. Along the way, they encountered a few groups of people, but they simply glanced at each other from a distance before walking away. While they were wary of others, others distrusted them. Before the apocalypse, everyone still maintained morals and etiquette, but now they were no longer necessary. Desperately fighting for a bite of food was the norm. This is it, Yu Sui observed the sign above as he walked in. He first searched for a few houses, but they mostly moved out. Only as he went deeper did he see boxes of beef and mutton stored in a cold storage. It's rich. Wansini glanced at the cold storage, her tone rather regretful. I really want to pack all this away. Yu Sui had already started taking the beef, and Wansini and Gu Panpan weren't idle either, rummaging around. The best they could find were instant noodles, biscuits, and canned goods. They also couldn't miss out on anything like beverages and mineral water. Sugary and salty drinks replenish energy and electrolytes, which can be life-saving in a critical moment. After emerging from the cold storage, the three of them watched from a distance as a fight erupted over supplies. It was a fistfight, even more brutal and bloody than a fight with zombies. After all, most zombies these days wouldn't fight back, but humans were different. They would not only fight back, but they would also talk back. As they beat and scolded each other, Yu Sui spotted others not far away, watching the spectacle with them. Watching a spectacle carries risks. Yu Sui had known this well before the apocalypse, and now, naturally, she was carrying it through to the end. She grabbed Wansini with one hand and Gu Panpan with the other, dragging them away. We have work to do. Once we're done, we leave quickly. It's not safe here. Wansini glanced back reluctantly. You're right. In the past, she would have taken a photo and shared it with her friends on WeChat. After spending over 2 hours in the market, filling up the empty space, the three of them left with a lingering feeling. After unlocking another Lao Tu Lu, Gu Panpan still looked back towards the market with reluctance. I really hope there's still so much supplies next time we come. Wansini's heart ached at the thought of all the canned beef and other things that wouldn't fit. Sui, wait until we find a place to live and find time to come over and move them. It's such a waste to leave them there. By the way, Sister Sui, where are we going now? Gu Panpan turned and asked. Yu Sui examined the route map the system had given her, examining it several times. Isn't this the famous haunted house in Jing City? It's called Jinghua Manor. She heard terrifying rumors about it from her colleagues at work. The system nodded confidently. Right, that's it. It's in the suburbs, long abandoned and rarely visited. It's definitely a good place to hide. Haunted houses, indeed, are rarely visited. Jinghua Manor. Yu Sui reported the location and then acted as a navigation guide. Gu Panpan gasped at the name. Sister Sui, they say there really are ghosts there. Ghosts? Wansini said without turning back. If there were ghosts, we'd be seeing ghosts everywhere now, not zombies. Gu Panpan thought about it, and it was indeed true. The inexplicable fear subsided considerably. An hour later, the old man stopped outside the manor. Before him stood a large, rusty iron gate. The sign above was half peeled, the writing blurred. The surroundings were barren and overgrown with weeds. Just one glance sent a chill down one's spine. Gu Panpan trembled, hugging Yu Sui's arm. Are you really going in? Although her mind told her there were no ghosts, she couldn't overcome the feeling of fear for the moment. Yes. Yu Sui stepped forward, pushed open the door, flashlight in hand. Let's go inside, and pick the one at the very back. Wansini patted Gu Panpan's shoulder. Don't worry, you can beat any zombie. If there's a ghost, it's probably afraid of you. Come on, hurry up and get in. I'm dying of sleep. It would have been better if they hadn't said it. Gu Panpan couldn't help but yawn, her eyelids feeling heavy. Since leaving the complex, they've been constantly rushing and fighting zombies, not getting a good night's sleep. Even a strong body would have been exhausted. When the time came, Gu Panpan wasn't afraid anymore. She straightened her neck and raised her head as she walked inside. After crossing a small alley, the house inside appeared before them. The three of them headed straight for the innermost part of the complex, choosing a house with complete windows and doors. They walked in and were surprised to find it was completely furnished. Gu Panpan tooted her tongue. This was originally a beautifully renovated villa. Some of it had already been sold, and people had already moved in. Then, a series of accidents happened to the residents. Rich people believe in feng shui, but now, after this incident, they're desperate to get away from here, demanding their money back, and the house is gone. No one dared to take over the villa area in the back, so it's been abandoned and become a haunted house. Otherwise, in Beijing, where land is so expensive, such a beautiful place wouldn't have been abandoned. Once he blew on it, causing dust on the table to fly, choking her and causing her to sneeze loudly. That's great. I thought there weren't even windows or doors. Now we're in luck. Yusui came down from upstairs and gave it okay sign. There are no zombies, and the furniture is complete. We can move right in. Chapter 25. So tired, I want to sleep. After confirming that the villa was safe and free of zombies and humans, Wansini felt her tense nerves relax, a wave of deep sleepiness washing over her. She yawned, found a nearby sofa, and lay down. Her eyes closed, and the next second, she was fast asleep. Gu Panpan opened her mouth and lowered her voice. Sister Sini has such a good sleep quality. Yusui held her forehead. Fortunately, they had taken off their raincoats when they entered, and for safety, they had also left their coats at the door. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to fall asleep like this. Yusui covered her with a down jacket, locked the doors and windows, and instructed the system to monitor the outside. He and Gu Panpan each found a sofa and lay down. She was indeed very sleepy. A few minutes later, the room was silent, the sound of even breathing echoed, mingling with the sound of the rain outside, which seemed to fall forever. The three of them fell asleep. This sleep was exceptionally long. Yusui was still a little dazed when she woke up. She looked at the ceiling and the furnishings of the room. Gu Panpan's voice finally brought her back to consciousness. Sister Sui, you're awake. Yusui rubbed her aching neck, stretched her body, and stood up to walk around. Well, why don't you get a little more sleep? Gu Panpan smiled shyly. I gotten enough sleep. I just checked the kitchen. It's fully stocked with utensils and other appliances, but there's no running water, electricity, or gas. Yusui sighed. It's a haunted house after all. No one's lived in it for ages. It's normal to have no running water, electricity, or gas. What time is it? Are you all awake? Wansini rubbed her eyes, tilting her head back, her voice slurred and a bit hoarse. Yusui glanced at the time on her phone. It's almost 8:30. Wow. Wansini shuddered. I slept for so long. Haven't there been any zombies or humans here? Yusui shook his head. No, the system's keeping watch. Wansini patted his chest, sighing with relief. That's good, that's good. What were you talking about? They said there's no water, electricity, or gas here. Yusui said, as he pulled bread and milk from his space, and handed them to the two. Let's eat something first. Never having imagined that one day, he would live without water or electricity, Yusui suddenly felt like he'd been transported back to primitive times. However, this kind of life would probably become the norm from now on. All they could do was get used to it. The low mood lasted only a moment, and the three of them quickly cheered up. Yusui perked up, stuffed the bread into his mouth, and gulped down the milk in one gulp. According to the system, the rain will stop and the sky will brighten tomorrow. The zombies will evolve and become more powerful, but we still have to survive. The first step is to get a feel for the house we're living in. First, see if there's a backup generator or something. Isn't that a must-have for a villa? Gu Panpan raised a finger. Then, clean the house a bit. After all, we're going to live here, and we need to make it comfortable. I agree, Wansini raised her hand. Even if there's really no water or electricity, there's no need to worry. People have gotten through it before, so we can do it too. The three of them encouraged each other, finished their meal, and went downstairs first. The villa had 4 floors, 3 above ground and 1 underground. Flashlights in hand, the three of them descended the stairs to the basement, as if on a treasure hunt. When they opened the door, a damp, musty smell hit them. Yusui frowned and fanned it with his hand. It smells terrible. Wansini coughed a few times. The dust is so thick. How long has it been uninhabited? 2 or 3 years. Gu Panpan pondered. I remember building this villa complex when I was a sophomore in college. Soon after, something bad happened. It was quite a fuss. I kept hearing about it. The news even reported that the developer had hired a number of experts. In the end, it was useless, and the owners moved out. Wow, what a huge garage. Wansini gasped. That's got to hold 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars, right? Tears welled up in her eyes. I don't even have an electric car. These rich people live so well. Yusui consoled her. It's okay. Now you can get a good deal. You can move in. Wansini felt at ease after this thought. Storage room. Gu Panpan quickly ran forward a few steps and pushed open the door. What a mess. It seems those rich people aren't very sophisticated either. They don't even bother to clean up after moving out. Wansini nodded in agreement. Yusui shone his flashlight around. Besides discarded boxes and other miscellaneous items, there wasn't anything useful inside. However, in another electrical room, he found a backup generator and the main water, electricity, and gas switches for the house. Get ready. The moment to witness a miracle is about to begin. Wansini placed her hand on the main switch and winked at Yusui and Gu Panpan. Whether or not they could see the light again depended on this moment. 3, 2, 1. With a click, the main switch was flipped on. The electricity crackled a few times, and the lights in the distribution room suddenly lit up. Yusui and the others were immediately delighted, but before their smiles could fully unfold, darkness fell back on them. Yusui blinked. Is this power on or off? Gu Panpan flicked the switch, but the lights in the distribution room still didn't come back on. She harbored a glimmer of hope. Maybe the lights here are broken. I go check around. Click. The lights in the adjacent storage room also didn't come on. Yusui sighed, patted Wansini on the back, and flicked his flashlight, illuminating something to the side. It's okay. We have the backup generator. We still have a chance. The three of them cast their gazes upward. The system quickly learned the system, instructed Yusui to operate it, and successfully restored power to the villa. Wansini wiped the non-existent tears from her eyes. Wow, my eyes are finally seeing again. How wonderful. Yusui laughed helplessly, glancing at the nearby oil drum. From now on, we have to find not only food but also diesel, or you lose your sight again. It's okay, it's a piece of cake. For my sight, I do my best. Wansini laughed heartily. Come on, let's go upstairs and see if there's anything we can use. The kitchen was fully stocked with pots and pans, but without gas, they were just decorations. Although they had electricity, they didn't have much diesel, so they had to use it sparingly. However, Gu Panpan turned on the faucet, her eyes widening at the brown water rust that flowed out. Water? That's great. Is this water usable? Wansini frowned at the yellow stream. Yusui stared at it for a moment. Wait and see, maybe it returned to normal. A minute later, the water gradually became clearer, and the rusty smell dissipated somewhat. The three of them became excited. We have electricity and running water. Although there's no gas, we can still live. Gu Panpan cheered. The upstairs bedroom and study weren't anything special. Aside from the bed and some immovable cabinets and tables, everything else was bare. There wasn't even a bed or blanket. Exploration complete. Yusui rolled up his sleeves. Since we're free anyway, let's clean this place up. It's uncomfortable to sleep in all this dust. Wansini and Gu Panpan naturally agreed. Luckily, the family hadn't taken the broom, mop, or rags with them when they moved. The three of them divided the work. Yusui cleaned the living room, Wansini the upstairs master bedroom, and Gu Panpan the kitchen. Time seems to fly by especially fast when you're busy. 3 hours later, the once dusty house finally had a somewhat clean appearance. Yusui looked at the polished floor and rubbed his wrists. It feels much better now. Not bad, Wansini surveyed the decor with interest. It really does pay for what you pay for. It hasn't worn out even after being unoccupied for so long. Moreover, judging by the quality and decor, it's understated luxury, a testament to the owner's exceptional taste. Not bad indeed, Yusui sighed, relaxing on the sofa and taking a sip of water. This was truly the most relaxing and comfortable moment she felt since the apocalypse. Gu Panpan stood in the middle of the hall, looking at the clean floor and her clothes, feeling a little out of place. I want to take a shower. Go ahead. Wansini glanced down at her clothes, and just as she was about to sit on the sofa, she lifted her butt up again. I remember the water heater in that room is electric, so it works. I take a shower later, too. Tomorrow's dawn will be almost over, so we should face the battle with renewed energy. Yusui agreed. With a wave of her hand, she placed a self-heating hot pot and Coke and Sprite on the table. Let's have a hot pot supper. Spicy beef flavor, and tomato beef brisket flavor, with Coke and Sprite, ham sausage, and braised eggs. Let's have a delicious meal. Such a feast. Hwansini's nose twitched, as if she could already smell the hot pot. Gu Panpan didn't rush off, licking her lips. Eat first, then take a shower. The three of them exchanged glances, and began to eat. The steaming hot pot was ready, its rich aroma instantly filling the living room. Hwansini opened the lid, took her chopsticks, blew on the steam, picked up a handful of vermicelli, and slurped it. Very spicy. Yusui unscrewed the cap of his Coke bottle, and handed it to him. Here, eat slowly, don't burn yourself. Hwansini took the bottle, gulped down 2 gulps, and burped heartily, causing Yusui and Gu Panpan to laugh. Gu Panpan's eyes curved with a hint of nostalgia. This feels just like those sleepless nights in college, when we all got together to cook supper. The reunion we planned for next year probably wouldn't happen now. It was late at night. The lights in the living room were off, but the aroma of the hot pot lingered. Upstairs in the master bedroom, Yusui and the other two had showered, changed into clean clothes, and lay in bed, sighing comfortably. A meal, a chat, a good night's sleep. Things that once seemed ordinary now seemed extraordinarily precious. The lights went out. The patter of rain drowned out the breathing of the 3 people in the bedroom. 3 people slept peacefully on the large bed. Outside, the world was quietly undergoing tremendous changes. Just as people didn't know why the sky was raining red, why it never got light, and why the zombies appeared, so too did people know the reason for the arrival of light. Before anyone noticed, the zombies, having sensed these changes in advance, had already begun adapting to the new era. Chapter 26. 8 o'clock in the morning. Yusui's biological clock punctually woke her up. She stared at the ceiling with open eyes, listening to the steady breathing beside her. The ache in her heart, previously suppressed by the system, surged back, like a backlash. Host, there's nothing I can do about this. I can only act as an anesthetic. It can actually heal, but that would require tapping into its own inherent power. It's now resigned to the fact that it doesn't aspire to be number 1 in this system. It simply completes its mission. Yusui bit her lips tightly, taking a deep, long breath, enduring the pain. She even had the leisure to think, it's not so bad now. At least I have something to chat with. Before, she had to get through these boring, difficult times alone. System, are you a system right from the factory? Yusui was curious. This technology was truly impressive. Judging by the system's words and actions, if it weren't for its lack of a physical form, it would be a fully realized individual, with independent thoughts and ideas, and even its own little ideas. That's right. The system grew proud. I've been personally certified by the main system as the most powerful of this batch of systems. The main system even summoned me for a private audience, then the main system assigned it this mission. Now that I think about it, perhaps the main system already knew this world would become like this and chose this mission to train it. The more the system thought about it, the more it felt right, and its fighting spirit ignited. It couldn't let the main system down. It would definitely complete this mission perfectly. Yusui narrowed his eyes. So you haven't seen other systems? Yes, I have. The main system's majestic, smooth, shimmering figure remained deeply imprinted in my mind. The system's tone was rhythmic and full of emotion, and its reverence was evident. As for the other systems? The system's tone shifted, becoming disdainful. I'm the best of this batch. Why would I care about those defective ones? Yusui, Is the intrigue between systems really that intense? And the best? Yusui stared at the round ball of light in her mind. No matter how she looked at it, she felt like the main system had made up a lie to trick it into willingly working like a slave. For a moment, she felt as if she could see herself through the system, freshly graduated, entering the company, and talking to her boss. Back then, she was also so naive. Later, reality taught her a profound lesson. The pain in her heart subsided. Yusui carefully lifted the down jacket covering her, quietly got out of bed, walked to the window, lifted a corner of the curtain, and looked out. Is it bright? Is it bright? No, the system is lying. Yusui was startled, clutching his chest as he stared at the heads that suddenly appeared on his left and right. Why didn't you make a sound even though you woke up? Hwansini looked at her curiously. You're just too nervous. Didn't you hear Panpan and I calling you just now? Really? Yusui rubbed his ears. But that's not important. System, what's going on? Didn't you say it would be bright and the rain would stop today? The system glanced at the time, calm and composed. It wasn't time yet, but it was almost there. Still on time? Yusui muttered to himself. This alien creature is so punctual. The three of them didn't go downstairs. They had bread and milk for breakfast, and after that, they practiced in the empty study next door. Their recent survival experience had taught them that running fast was the only way to have hope. Now, they exercised in their free time, deeply understanding the meaning of the saying, the body is the capital of revolution. It's here. Yusui glanced at the time on his phone. Upon hearing the system's message, he beckoned Wansini and Gu Panpan to the window. The three of them were fully armed, ready for any unexpected events. May 10th, 10:26 a.m. After a week, light once again greeted this land shrouded in darkness. The black fog in the sky, as silent as it had arrived, seemed to be being dispersed by someone with a hand. Starting from the center overhead, it slowly spread outwards, bit by bit. The eerie red rain also ceased as the fog dissipated. The sky was azure, the sun was bright, and even the air was filled with a fresh scent of earth after the rain had cleared. It was as if the whole world had awakened at this moment. Sunlight shone through the glass onto Yusui's face, a long-lost warmth that brought hope. Wansini and Gu Panpan unconsciously pressed their cheeks against the glass, staring intently at everything outside, their faces filled with disbelief. The rain has stopped. Gu Panpan's voice was soft, as if she didn't want to disturb the moment. Wansini nodded. The sun is shining. This sunshine, I really miss it. Yusui took a deep breath, stood up, and quickly opened the curtains completely, letting the sunlight shine fully on her. Suddenly, a strange thought occurred to her, and she murmured, unconsciously speaking the words. Welcome to the new world. Humans are advanced animals, but they also mind being called animals. In the past, humans always claimed to be the masters of this planet, chanting slogans about protecting this and that, as if they could easily decide the fate of other species. But now, Yusui stood by the window, looking out. A sea of green filled his eyes. The trees, flowers, and plants were lush and flourishing. This disaster had no impact on them. Instead, it was they, the humans, who had lost their homes and their lives. They had never been the masters of this planet. It's just that they could talk, and when they talked enough, it became real. Wansini and Gu Panpan also recovered from their shock. They exchanged a glance. Yes, a new world, but this new world wasn't very friendly to them. Yusui was the first to break the silence, looking out the window. Let's go out and take a look. Perhaps because their place was so remote, not only were there no other people, but there wasn't even a zombie in sight. They wandered around the neighborhood, still completely unaware of this new world. Wansini fell silent. Gu Panpan glanced around and laughed a few times. Doesn't this mean we're absolutely safe here? Although they were safe, the three of them weren't particularly happy. After all, in this new world, they had to get first-hand information no matter what. If they lagged behind for too long, they would be left behind, overtaken by the zombies, and become their food. Wansini rubbed his chin. How about we go to the Dongyuan wholesale market again, move some supplies, and see how the zombies have evolved? Since there were no zombies in the complex, they had no choice but to attack. Yusui pondered for a moment. Wait a little longer, go out tomorrow. Today will probably be very chaotic. Host, you're right. It's not only chaotic outside, it's a living hell, even more terrifying than the first day. The system shook, and even the light ball shrank a few times. It considerately relayed the previously linked surveillance footage. I have surveillance here, you can see it. Yusui paused, having forgotten the system had this function. The footage appeared to be a shopping mall near her old complex, still on the first floor. The zombies, which had been cleared out, had now gathered again inside the mall. Someone was crying and running, pounding at the zombies with their weapons. The zombies, unable to feel pain, kept clawing and biting at him. Even with only their heads left, their mouths instinctively opened and closed, trying to bite into human flesh. The mall became a purgatory, and the remaining people rushed upstairs. However, this time, the zombies also lifted their legs and started running, their speed 2 levels faster than before. Yusui frowned and compared them. If the zombies before were all wooden, their legs clumsy, even a 3-year-old could outrun them, then now they were all grown men of 17 or 18. While not as fast as Usain Bolt, they were still much faster than those of them who worked in offices all day. As expected, the people running ahead saw that the zombies were actually climbing the stairs to catch up with them. They were terrified and screamed and fled in all directions, and the stairwell instantly became a chaotic mess. They had originally thought that dawn would bring them hope of life, but reality slammed them down upon them the moment they stepped outside. This was clearly the promise of a zombie feast. Some die, some live. On the other hand, some had already taken advantage of their supernatural powers to wreak havoc, slaughtering zombies, like melons and vegetables, earning the admiration of their group. Their servile demeanor and arrogant demeanor, if they weren't wearing modern clothes, Yusui would have mistaken them for the Emperor's eunuchs, resurrected from the dead, for a team-building retreat. Yusui stared at the zombies on screen, his expression grim. The zombies out there have evolved. They're faster, more agile, and significantly more resilient. Even if their heads are separated from their bodies, they can still bite you when you're not paying attention. If we were to face them, all we can do is run. Wansuni and Gu Pampan gasped and rubbed their necks. So ferocious? This is a world away from the zombies of the past. If people hadn't noticed the zombies outside had evolved and continued to fight them as before, they would have ended up joining the zombie horde. So, the number of zombies outside now is more than double what it was before. Yusui sighed deeply. They had originally planned to go out and check the situation tomorrow, but now there was no need to do that. Wansuni quickly regained her composure and stood up. Shouldn't we reinforce this gate? Even though there aren't any zombies here right now, we still need to be on guard. Gu Pampan glanced at the villa's gate and nodded. Sister Sunny is right. The courtyard wall is quite nice. A 2-meter-high cement wall that ensures privacy and security. That's the gate. The iron gate, with its carved hollows, is beautiful, but it's unsafe. It's easy to get through, and if zombies were to surround us, they might even be able to get through. As for the materials, the three of them exchanged glances and looked outside. Chapter 27. In the neighborhood. Yusui and the other two immediately took action. The system assumed surveillance duties, keeping them on sentry duty to prevent any zombies from wandering in unnoticed. Elsewhere, Yusui and the other two searched house by house, finally finding a new gate that would suit them. A thick, double-layered metal door blocked their view. Wansuni knocked on it with a stick, and the dull sound pleased them greatly. This door is great. Much sturdier than our current leaky one. Gu Pampan took a look and measured it. Perfect, the exact size. It's the new gate we're missing. But how do we move it? We use the space transport. Yusui reached out. Fortunately, she had taken some of the supplies from the space out and placed them in the room when she left. The free space now was perfect for the door. In the blink of an eye, the door vanished without a trace. Yusui inspected the space and nodded with satisfaction. Got it. Back at their villa, Yusui followed the same pattern, removing the existing door and placing it in the space. He then found a place to set it aside, took out the double-layered iron door he'd chosen, and began installing it. The tools were naturally taken from other villas currently under renovation. While the clumsy work was a bit laborious, it was safe to do so. Facts have proven it. You really need to push yourself, or you won't realize your potential. That's much better. Wansuni rubbed her chin, looking back and forth several times, very satisfied. Gu Pampan looked at the door in front of her, a sense of accomplishment rising. I never thought I could master this skill. Once I'm settled, I'd be installing doors for people. Looking at the 2-meter-high wall and the newly installed gate at the entrance, the three of them felt a much greater sense of security. Yusui wiped the sweat from his forehead, dusted his hands, and looked at the brand-new, thick gate. Now, even if zombies ram the door, they have to keep pounding for a while. Some people can't stand being nagged, but zombies aren't either. Host, bad news. Someone's coming, followed by zombies. They're heading towards the community gate, almost in. For the first time, Yusui felt like she had the ability to speak spiritually. Why didn't her promises about winning the lottery and becoming rich come true? Mumbling aside, Yusui quickly informed Wansuni and Gu Pampan, and the three of them, weapons drawn, rushed towards the community gate. As for hiding, Yusui asked herself, watching the surveillance footage relayed by the system show a mother running with her child in her arms. She couldn't just ignore it. Besides, if the zombies had entered the community, it was only a matter of time before they target them. In that case, it would be better to deal with those zombies right from the start. Wansuni said optimistically, I was just wondering what the zombie situation is like right now. This gives us a chance. Gu Pampan shook the golf club in her hand and touched her clothes. I thought I couldn't wear this raincoat anymore. It feels safer this way. Yusui thought of the gunmen they met in the bank. If only they could get their hands on a gun. Run. Run. Hurry. Her legs felt like lead, and the wind whistled in her ears. Chin Chom clutched Tian Jingxian tightly as she ran forward. The roar of the zombies approaching behind her made her heart leap. She didn't dare look back, and could only run forward desperately. Xuanxuan's face, held in her arms, was pale with fear, but she sensibly refrained from crying. She simply clung to Qinchang's clothes, remaining motionless. 10 minutes ago, she had witnessed her father fending off zombies to protect her and her mother, shouting at them to run. Now, Xian lay in Qinchang's arms, her eyes fixed on the zombie in the blue plaid shirt behind her. If it hadn't appeared, her father could have escaped. It was the zombie that killed her father. It was a monster, and all monsters deserve death. She was going to kill this monster. Unnoticed, Xuanxuan's body was coated in a layer of frost, and the temperature around her seemed to drop several degrees. The gate of the residential complex was vaguely visible before her. Qinchang didn't have time to identify it, only knowing there was a road ahead. She carried Xian and plunged into the gate, her feet never stopping. She was going to run. Run until she could run no longer. Having reached the gate early, Yu Sui and the other two, who had been hiding nearby, saw her rush in like a gust of wind. Wansini gasped in amazement. Wow, that's fast. Gu Panpan nodded, her eyes filled with admiration. Even if they carried a person, they could run faster than me. She tightened her grip on the chainsaw in shame. I'm so weak. Yu Sui listened to the system's reminder, his face serene. Get ready, here they come. This was their first battle against evolved zombies. Winning was the only option. Losing was not an option. Before the zombies entered, a foul, rotten smell wafted in ahead of them. Yu Sui and the other two remained expressionless, gripping their weapons tightly and exchanging glances. Here they come, here they come. 3 zombies in total. Host, get ready, raise your hands. Yu Sui held her breath, her eyes fixed. The 3 of them, cloaked in black raincoats, were tucked away in the shadows of the corner, so close that it was hard to tell who was standing there unless you looked closely. She held a chainsaw, its teeth gleaming coldly, their sharpness imperceptible. This was something they had seen last time they were looking for beef, and Yu Sui conveniently stowed it away in her space. It was quite handy. Off to the other side, Wansini also held a chainsaw, while Gu Panpan crouched beside her, her saw eager to try. As the system's voice faded, Yu Sui pressed the start button, and the chainsaw instantly emitted a piercing roar, its teeth spinning rapidly, a cold light flashing, like a hungry beast, ready to rip its prey apart. Yu Sui suddenly burst out from the shadows, chainsaw held horizontally before him. The teeth sliced through the zombie's neck with a swift movement, slicing through it like tofu. Instantly, foul-smelling blood gushed out, and the zombie's head clattered to the ground, rolling forward several times. Off to the other side, Wansini followed closely behind, his chainsaw swiftly severing another zombie's neck with precision, like a flash of black lightning. Gu Panpan plunged his chainsaw into the stomach of each zombie, instantly slicing it in 2. Rotting viscera and flesh splattered everywhere. The upper body continued to lunge forward, while the lower half mechanically struggled a few times before coming to a stop. The entire battle took less than 10 seconds, and Yu Sui and his 2 companions had dispatched the 3 zombies with impeccable efficiency. Huh? Yu Sui turned off the chainsaw and looked at the 3 zombie corpses before him, panting slightly. Luckily, we didn't let them in. Gu Panpan glanced at the bodies on the ground, then at the chainsaw in his hand. No wonder Saw is a horror movie. This power is truly terrifying. It took care of it in one blow. Killing the zombies was like chopping melons and vegetables. They hadn't even had time to investigate the abilities of the evolved zombies. Wansini poked at the bisected zombie's upper body with a chainsaw, her eyes widening in shock. Qinchang continued to mechanically run forward until she lost her strength and stumbled to the ground. Only then did she regain consciousness. Tian Jingxian, who was tightly cradled in her arms, cried out in fear, "Mom! Run, run, Xian, run! Mom will help you stop them." She scrambled to her feet, pulled Tian Jingxian up, and pushed her forward, still absorbed in the frenzy of her escape, oblivious to the disappearance of the zombies behind her. Xian finally couldn't hold back her tears. "Mom, my sister is fighting the zombies." "My sister? Fighting the zombies?" As if echoing Xuanxuan's words, Wansini's loud voice echoed. "Oh my god, Sui, you're telling the truth. This zombie's head's been chopped in half, and its upper body's still crawling forward, trying to bite. What a terrifying creature." Qinchang heard the sound and suddenly looked back. Finally, her sanity returned. She paused, stood up, and said, "Xian, be good. Go hide in that house over there. Mommy's going to check on you. If everything's alright, I'll be back with you shortly." Xian clutched her hand tightly, not letting go. She already had no father, but she couldn't live without her mother. Yu Sui struck it again with a chainsaw, only chopping its head in half did it stop. It seems their weakness is still in their heads. Only by severing their skulls can they be stopped. Wansini nodded in agreement. Just as she was about to study the differences between these zombies and the previous ones, she saw Qinchan approaching, hand in hand with Tian Jingxian. Her eyes met with shock. Wansini glanced down at the corpses on the ground, then at the three women's attire. She felt as if a label had been slapped on their foreheads. Chainsaw killer. Ahem, Wansini instinctively turned off the chainsaw in her hand and hid it behind her, shielding the bodies from the ground with her hands. Sui, Pan, someone's coming. Yu Sui and Gu Pan turned their heads at the words, their masks still stained with blood, their bloody chainsaws in hand, meeting Qinchan's gaze. The woman who just ran in. Further down. Wow. Little girl. Yu Sui and Gu Pan immediately turned off their chainsaws and, like Wansini, blocked the chopped-up zombie bodies behind them. A tender smile formed beneath their masks. Ha, hello. Xian saw her mother standing there in a daze. She pulled her hand and pointed at Yu Sui and the other two. Mom, these three sisters are helping us fight the zombies. Qinchan concealed her shock, looking away from the three chopped-up zombie corpses. She took a few steps forward and choked up, thank you. If it weren't for you, my mother and I would be dead today. Yu Sui smiled faintly. It's okay, it's just a small favor. She glanced at Xian, a little worried that she had scared her. Xian blinked. Thank you, sisters. You're amazing. Not scared? Yu Sui and the other two exchanged glances. It was the end of the world, and this kind of scene might not be their first time seeing it. Still, they said gently, you're welcome, little one. Go ahead and go in. We need to clean up here. There are no zombies or other people in the complex. It's safe. Qinchan patted Xian on the shoulder. Wait inside for Mom. I come get you after I help you deal with it. Xian glanced at them, then at the corpse of the zombie that Yu Sui and the other two had hidden behind them. She nodded obediently. Okay. Chapter 28. After Xian walked away, Yu Sui and the other two breathed a sigh of relief. Qinchan had calmed down by now. She glanced at the corpse on the ground and felt relieved instead of fear. If it weren't for these monsters, her Xian wouldn't have lost her father, and her home wouldn't be in this state. I clean up here. Thank you so much for what you did just now. If it weren't for you, Xian and I wouldn't have survived. Wansini waved her hand. We just took advantage of it. The four of them dragged the corpse to an open space to the side, found some hay, threw it on top, and set it on fire. After waiting for a while, making sure the fire wouldn't spread to the neighboring houses, they left. Mom. Xian saw Qinchan rushing over like a cannonball. Qinchan squatted down, caught her, and held her up. It's okay. Mom's here. Mom, are we still leaving? Qinchan paused. The danger outside was beyond her imagination. She and her husband had originally thought everything was going well, seeing the dawn and the cessation of rain, so they thought of taking Xian out to see their doctor friend for a checkup. But they hadn't walked far when they encountered zombies. She was now exhausted. She couldn't guarantee Xuan's safety on her own. Seeing this, Wansini said, this is an abandoned villa area. We came here a few days ago, thinking there were no people and no zombies, so we settled here. If you don't have anywhere else to go, you can stay here. The situation outside is terrible right now. You can stay here for a while, and see what happens. Yu Sui suggested. Gu Pan nodded repeatedly, looking at Xuan's pale face. Just as she was about to touch her hair, she saw the blood dripping down her hand again. She had almost forgotten, but wasn't her face a little too pale? Qinchan thought again and again, thanked him solemnly, and chose to stay. In the villa. Yu Sui pointed to a room on the first floor. Why don't you take Xian to rest for a while? She must be exhausted from the journey. More than exhausted, being able to stand here now felt like a life-or-death experience. Qinchan didn't refuse. Her mind was a mess, and even her ability to think was almost gone. She just wanted to find a quiet place to stay for a while. After sending her and Xian to their room, Yu Sui closed the door and went out to the courtyard. Wansini was hosed off the bloodstains on her raincoat. Seeing her come out and look back, she lowered her voice unconsciously. Did they go to rest? Yeah. Ah. Wansini sighed softly. How unpredictable things are. A once happy family of three has lost one member in the blink of an eye, leaving the remaining two in limbo. Yusui remained silent. There were so many pitiful people in this world, let alone something like this. She couldn't sympathize enough. Gu Pampan opened her hand and shook it, then thought for a long time before speaking. There seems to be something wrong with Xian Xian. Something wrong? Ruansini immediately turned her head and looked back, then glanced around the room. Could she have been bitten or caught by a zombie? I don't see any wounds or blood on her body. Yusui shook his head and exchanged a glance with Gu Pampan. Did you notice? What did you find? Ruansini asked, leaning closer. Gu Pampan placed her hand on her arm. That little girl's arm was very cold. Standing next to her, I felt a chill in my breath, as if I were standing next to an open refrigerator. Really? Ruansini tried to recall. I just thought her skin was exceptionally white, like snow. She was quite well behaved, not crying or making a fuss. God knows, she dreaded children crying the most. She's like this. It reminds me of Lu Jie. He was like this when his powers awakened. Lu Jie was a fire-type user. The initial sign of his awakening was a burning sensation all over his body, his skin flushed red. Standing next to him was a sense of warmth, like standing next to a fire. Tian Jingxian was like this now. Even just standing there, doing nothing, she could still feel a chill, like an ice cube. Ruansini's eyes widened in shock. You're saying that little girl has superpowers, and maybe even ice-related powers? Yes. Yusui looked at her. It's very possible. Furthermore, the system also reported the changes she experienced when Xinchang was carrying her. That little girl is indeed showing signs of awakening superpowers. Ruansini glanced around and wiped her face. A child this young can have superpowers? Why can't I? Ugh. That's unsound. But she quickly calmed down. Sui, if I remember correctly, superpowers are fueled by human life. Like Lu Jie before, he died from overusing his superpowers and having them drained away. Yes. Doesn't that mean? In the room, Xinchang held Xian Xian tightly in her arms, her face grim. Even though it felt like she was holding a block of ice, she didn't let go. 3 days ago, Tian Jingxian woke up with a low temperature. At first, she thought she had a cold, but she didn't seem unwell at all, the only symptom being a drop in temperature. Over the past few days, her temperature had been dropping, and her skin had been growing paler. Xinchang and her husband were growing increasingly worried. Today, with the dawn and the rain stopping, the couple decided they couldn't delay any longer, so they took Xian Xian out to see a doctor friend. Halfway through, they couldn't find the doctor, but instead encountered a swarm of zombies. Then, there was a panicked escape, and her husband sacrificed himself to buy them time. Luckily, they met a kind-hearted person, otherwise, they would all be dead by now. Mom, Xian Xian looked up at her, her distinct black and white eyes filled with seriousness. In that moment, she seemed like an adult. I will protect you from now on. I won't let those monsters hurt you again. Xinchang's eyes trembled slightly, and her eyes suddenly reddened. She gently stroked her hair, pulling at the corners of her mouth, a stiff smile. Mom doesn't need your protection. Xian Xian just needs to protect herself. My dear, I hope you grow up healthy and happy. She hadn't had a chance to see the beauty of this world before she encountered such a thing. It was her, as a mother, who failed to protect her that ended her childhood so early. Xinchang couldn't hold back any longer and sobbed. In the yard, the washed raincoats were hung out to dry, but the three of them weren't idle either. They began jogging in the yard, their chainsaws, which had served them so well, in their hands, striving to be able to chop zombies while running. Xian Xian waited until Xinchang fell asleep before quietly getting out of bed, opening the door, and stepping out. She was met with this somewhat strange scene. Sister Yu, are you guys jogging? Xian Xian rubbed her eyes, raising her face innocently. Yu Sui and the other two, silently putting down their chainsaws, they feigned indifference and laughed. Xian Xian, why are you out? Did you get some rest? Yu Sui walked over to her and took her hand. Sure enough, she shivered, as if she had touched ice. Xian Xian nodded obediently and followed her to a small stool nearby, sitting down. I gotten some rest. Next, it was time for the children to chat. Yu Sui put on a friendly smile. Xian Xian, how old are you? 4. Mom said I'd be in the middle class next semester. Xian Xian held up 4 fingers. Dad said he'd take me to the amusement park during summer vacation. After that, her head drooped. But Dad's gone now. She clenched her fist. With Dad gone, I protect Mom from now on. Xian Xian is so good. Ruansini patted her head. When Xinchang woke up, it was almost dark. In the living room, Yu Sui had specially cooked rice in the rice cooker, adding potatoes and sausages, making a delicious pot of simmered rice. Xian sat beside him, her chin resting on her hands, staring intently at the rice cooker. Seeing her greedy look, Wansini handed her a bag of cookies. Let's fill our stomachs first. Xian gulped and shook her head. Mom said, we can't eat snacks when it's almost time for dinner. After that, her stomach growled. This made Yu Sui laugh. Then let's hold on a little longer. The meal will be ready soon. Xian nodded heavily. She looked up and saw Chen Chong standing at the door. She ran over like a little butterfly. Mom, you're awake. Yeah. Chen Chong squatted down and picked her up. Sister Chen, what are your plans now? Yu Sui didn't mind them staying. After all, although Xian was young, she was still a psychic, and there was a high possibility that she had ice powers. I plan to take Xian with me and stay here. We see what happens later. Wansini cheered. That's good. We can all live together and take care of each other. Chen Chong didn't refuse. This option would best protect Xuan's safety. She thought to herself that she would go out and find some food and drinks tomorrow. She couldn't take advantage of others. Beep. The rice cooker beeped. The rice is ready, eat quickly. Gu Panpan unplugged the pot and opened the lid. A burst of steaming aroma filled her nostrils, and she swallowed unconsciously. She'd been eating nothing but bread and hot pot these days, and had almost forgotten the taste of rice. It smells so good. Wansini took a deep breath, took out her bowl, and handed it over. Eat quickly, eat quickly. I'm starving. Gu Panpan stirred the food with a spoon, scooped out a bowl, and handed it to Xian first. Here, Xian, eat first. A full stomach helps you grow. Xian glanced at Chen Chong, and when she saw her nod gently, she took the bowl and smiled sweetly. Thank you, Sister Gu. The group chatted as they ate. Yu Sui took out the clothes she had prepared and set them aside. By the way, Sister Chen, you and Xian probably don't need many clothes. We have some spares here, so you can wear them first. Thank you, Chen Chong said, her eyes filled with gratitude. I'm going to go out and find some supplies tomorrow. Xian, and I can't afford to eat and drink for free. Wansini glanced at Yu Sui and smiled. Sister Chen, don't worry about the supplies yet. We still have plenty. She pointed at Yu Sui. If we save some, we have enough to eat for 2 months. Chen Chong glanced suspiciously at the empty living room. Could it be that they had hidden the supplies somewhere she hadn't seen? Hee. Wansini coughed and cleared her throat. Our Sui has spatial abilities. Chen Chong was shocked. Spatial abilities. Yu Sui nodded, opened his hand, and a bag of milk appeared out of thin air before the group, leaving Chen Chong stunned. Here, Xian, this is for you. Sister Yu, you're amazing. Chen Chong's eyes flickered slightly. She glanced at Xian, who was drinking milk, then at Yu Sui. An idea formed in her mind. Her lips trembled, and she hesitated for a moment. Then Xian. Chapter 29. Chen Chong took a deep breath. Xuan's temperature has been dropping steadily since 3 days ago. She took Xuan's hand and placed it on Yu Sui's. At first, her father and I thought she was sick, but Xian didn't feel any discomfort. Plus, it suddenly got dark outside, and that strange rain started, so she had to stay home. Xuan's temperature has been dropping for several days. Sometimes, after wiping a cup, there's a streak of something like ice left on it. So, Xian isn't actually sick, but has awakened a supernatural power, right? They hadn't considered this possibility before, but after Yu Sui demonstrated it, she immediately understood. If that was the case, then, will this be bad for Xuan's health? Chen Chong asked anxiously. While she didn't know how this supernatural power appeared, she had read novels and seen movies, and such a powerful power couldn't just appear for no apparent reason. She didn't expect Xian to gain any extraordinary power, she just hoped she would be safe. Yu Sui paused and glanced at Xian. Due to her young age, she didn't seem to be able to control her supernatural powers very well. Perhaps she'd gotten a little excited earlier. They immediately sensed the temperature around them dropped several degrees. The milk in her hand had gone from room temperature to ice cold. Excessive use could harm your lifespan. Chen Chong's expression changed. Then what should we do? How can we control this? Xian is still so young, how could she suddenly have this ability? Yu Sui had no idea why this supernatural power had appeared. The only thing she could do was help Xian master this power as quickly as possible, lest she accidentally overuse it and end up dead. Xian blinked, glanced at her hands, then at Yu Sui and Chen Chong. Although she didn't quite understand what they were saying, she understood one thing. Sister I have magic, right? Like the magical girls in cartoons. I be super powerful, right? Xian excitedly gestured with her little hands, and a thin icicle actually formed from her fingertips. Mom, look, it's real magic. I can do magic. Xian. Qin Chong was startled. Let go. Stop playing around. Yusui held her down. Sister Chun, don't worry. This level won't put her in danger. Also, it's best to get her familiar with this ability as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if she encounters something outside and gets too excited, her superpowers will go out of control. Xuan's superpower startled Yusui, and the system started to scream in his mind. Ice-type abilities. Oh my god, this little girl has quite the talent. If used well, this ability could be incredibly devastating. With a snap of a finger, the opponent could be frozen from the inside out like a popsicle. The system was amazed. Host, we're in luck. We need to build a good relationship with this little girl. This will greatly increase our safety during future missions. Yusui frowned, feeling that the system was treating her like a thug. Alas, she's got this ability at such a young age. I'm afraid she won't live long. How long is soon? The system muttered to itself for a while, saying, at most, I can only live to 40. 40? Watching Xian sharing her feelings about becoming a magical girl with Xincheng, Yusui's eyes trembled slightly. System, can't the side effects of superpowers be eliminated? Will it affect my lifespan if I don't use them? No, the system jumped back and forth. As you humans say, you can't have the best of both worlds. According to the law of conservation of energy, the stronger the superpower, the shorter the lifespan. Oh host, don't overthink it. Without superpowers, they might die in a few days. Being alive now is already a blessing. Host, you should think about how to teach her to control this power as soon as possible, otherwise if it goes out of control, it might hurt you. Mom, don't worry, I can protect you better from now on. Xian raised her little face, full of pride. Qin Chong hugged her and gently replied, then Xian must also promise her mother not to use magic casually, and only when she's in danger. Okay. Xian nodded. Magical girl Xian obeys. Sui, look, I have to trouble you to teach Xian how to control her powers. Qin Chong looked at Xian lovingly. Yusui agreed. Sister Chen, don't worry too much. There's still plenty of time for powers to manifest. Perhaps there's a chance to eliminate their side effects in the future. Yes, Qin Chong whispered. If there's a chance in the future, I'd do anything, as long as Xian is healthy and safe. How could Xian quickly master her powers? Yusui pondered for a moment, and came up with an answer. She had the system download some cartoons about magical girls to her phone, compile the clips of magic learning, and use from them, save them to her phone, and showed them to Xian. At this moment, in the courtyard, Xian stood before Yusui, her eyes fixed on the phone in her hand, watching the screen intently. Then, she imitated and applied it. Her enthusiasm for learning was unprecedentedly high. In just 3 minutes, she had mastered the basics of ice-based abilities, such as instant ice spikes and creating ice cubes. It was late at night. The villa had fallen silent again. Now Yusui, Ruansini, and Gu Panpan lived on the 3rd floor, while Chinchong and Xian lived on the 2nd floor. After a long day, Yusui and Ruansini washed up and lay down on the bed. Gu Panpan now lived next door. Ruansini sat cross-legged on the bed, sighing. What's wrong? Yusui dried his hair and walked over. Ruansini turned her head and looked at her mournfully. I want superpowers too, Sui. Why don't you ask the system how you can give me one? If they had superpowers, they wouldn't have to hide here so cautiously. If anything happened, they wouldn't have to just think about running away. Yusui held his forehead and flicked her head with his finger. Go to sleep. Dreams are full of everything. Ruansini leaned back and closed her eyes. Really? I'm not well educated, so don't lie to me. What if dreams are empty? No problem. Yusui rolled his eyes and got into bed. Go to sleep. If you're not sleepy, go out for a run. Don't just lie here. I don't. Ruansini twisted her body. Mumbling for a while, she finally fell asleep. It was late at night. The neighborhood was shrouded in silence, only the occasional sound of wind and insects making the night less tedious. Not far away, the moonlight stretched the shadows of several people, casting long shadows on the ground. They walked, looking back. Coo! Frogs croaked in the distant pond, startling them into a run. They stopped only after confirming it was a false alarm, patting their chests. Fuck, I'm so scared. When will this end? Is this direction correct? It's pitch black. I can't see a thing. Right. The boy walked around a few times, seemingly trying to figure out the direction. After a long moment, he settled on one and pointed. That's right. I remember seeing smoke over there this afternoon. Let's go! Let's hurry. Okay, I trust you this once. Just don't get lost. The group continued walking, slowly approaching the villa. Yusui was awakened by the system's scream. The system coughed a few times. Host, you slept like a deadbeat. Thanks to me, otherwise, your house would have been robbed the moment you woke up. Yusui's mind was still a bit hazy, but she immediately sobered up. What was going on? Zombies were coming? Could it be the zombies that Chinchang and the others had attracted earlier? Hadn't they dealt with those three in a single encounter? Could it be that the zombies had developed noses like dogs, and could smell human flesh from a distance? She was lost in thought as she slapped Wansini awake. They weren't zombies, they were humans. 4 men in total. Humans. And men. Even scarier than zombies. Wansini leaped out of bed, threw on her shoes, and rushed outside. These days, to make running easier, she slept in her clothes, saving the time of getting dressed. Pan, wake up, something's wrong. Gu Pan quickly opened the door. Zombies? Yusui hurried downstairs. No, people. 4 men, Wansini added. 2nd floor. As soon as they reached the stairs, they bumped into Xinchang, who had come out after hearing the noise. Her face paled when she heard Wansini's words. Whether before or after the apocalypse, the 4 of them, along with a child, were considered incapable of fighting. Without further ado, they hurried downstairs, weapons in hand, and out the door. Look, right there. There's a gate. It looks like a residential complex. We're saved. Peng Jia's eyes welled with tears. He raised his hand to wipe away the tears, but seeing the black back of his hand, he lowered it in frustration. Zhou Chifeng shone his flashlight around, squinting his eyes. Jing. What manner? Shit, isn't this the haunted house? Dangy was so frightened he almost jumped on Qianjun, stammering, Zhou Chifeng, are you seeing things? Why is there smoke coming out of this damn place? Are ghosts visiting graves? Zhou Chifeng glanced at him. I'm not the only one who saw smoke. Didn't you see it too? Qianjun pushed him down. You're so timid. Damn it, you're like a rat. Don't blame me. I didn't mean to. Dengi touched his nose. Are there zombies in there? Let's be careful. The men cautiously approached the gate. Before they got close, they smelled a strong, fishy odor. Their faces changed, and they turned their heads and vomited in unison. Seize the opportunity. Yusui leaped out with a chainsaw, flipping it on. The humming roar of the saw made all 4 of them turn their heads. The moon was exceptionally bright today, allowing for clear visibility even without a flashlight. At this point, they also saw Yusui's attire, a black raincoat covering him from head to toe. The chainsaw in his hand gleamed coldly in the moonlight. The words chainsaw killer flashed through their minds. Following them, Wansini and the others leaped out, surrounding the 4 men. Their chainsaws hummed and gleamed, as if the scythe of death would descend upon their necks at any moment. Dengi, the most timid, swallowed. The next second, he leaped up like a rabbit, hanging onto Qianjun, the one closest to him, and let out a scream. A resounding tenor voice echoed throughout the neighborhood. Shut up. Yusui shouted angrily, thrusting his chainsaw forward. Dengi immediately shut his mouth and whimpered. Zhou Chifeng reacted and raised his hands. Don't do it. We're good people, just passing by. We mean no harm. Yusui, That sounded so familiar. Chapter 30. I don't care who you are, just stay away from here, Yusui said, holding a chainsaw, his threat clear. Dengi slid off Qianjun and plopped down on the ground, sobbing. Sister, we're starving. Please save us. Zhou Chifeng and the others were furious, but they didn't stop Dengi. Dengi wiped her tears, her eyes red and pitiful. We're students from Agricultural University. 7 days ago, the 4 of us went hiking in the mountains. Unexpectedly, the apocalypse struck. At the time, they were all wearing waterproof clothing and were exploring a cave. When they emerged, they discovered it was not only raining, but also dark outside. They thought it was a solar eclipse or something, so they simply hid in the cave for a while before leaving. They had plenty of time anyway, no rush. It was this hiding that saved their lives. After a while, they realized something was amiss. Even for a solar eclipse, this was a bit too long. At that point, they didn't know what was happening. They braced themselves and continued their climb, hoping to see a rainbow as soon as the rain stopped. They didn't see a rainbow, but they did see quite a few fellow hikers transformed into zombies. At first, they happily approached and greeted them, preparing to join them. Unexpectedly, the zombies turned and bit them upon seeing them. After getting a clear look at their forms, with the help of the overhead flashlight, the four of them were terrified. I used to think the zombies in novels and movies were just hoaxes, but I didn't expect them to be so realistic. Dangy hiccuped, his tears breaking again as he recalled the time he'd been chased by zombies, running through the woods in a panic and falling flat on his face. He'd never been so unlucky since he was a child. Later, they returned to their previous hiding place in the cave, surviving for a few days on the few remaining rations and water they brought with them on their ascent. Starving to the point of exhaustion, they went out and stole the food brought by their fellow hikers, who had become zombies. It wasn't that they hadn't considered descending the mountain, but it was pitch dark and rainy, and they were afraid they'd taken the wrong path. It wasn't until dawn that day, when the rain had stopped, that they packed up and prepared to descend. Then we encountered evolved zombies. Each one ran faster than a rabbit, impossible to kill. Their remaining heads were still gaping and biting. It was terrifying. Dangy felt incredibly unlucky at this point, sobbing. Wow, what's so great about climbing a broken mountain? And so many people are doing it. They're really asking for trouble. If he hadn't gone hiking, he wouldn't have encountered this. But then he thought, if he hadn't gone hiking and stayed in the dormitory instead, he'd probably be facing these hordes of zombies right now, maybe even becoming one of them. Sister, please take us in, he said, rolling up his sleeves and trouser legs. Don't worry, we haven't been caught or bitten by the zombies. We're still alive. He then turned and started to roll up the sleeves and trouser legs of Zhou Chifeng and the others. Sisters, if you're worried, I strip naked for you. I guarantee there won't be a single tooth mark on me. No need. Yu Sui coldly refused. She's not a pervert and doesn't want to see people naked. Now, looking at the four people before her, she showed no mercy. If they let her in, it would be very troublesome if they started fighting with ulterior motives. You are not welcome here. Wansini ordered them to leave. No! We've been living as savages in the mountains for a week, chased by zombies, and fought several battles with them today. We can't walk anymore. Now we're hungry and tired, so we just want to find a place to sleep. Don't worry, sisters, we be good and won't do anything. Please. Yu Sui and the other two were as hard as iron, and they refused coldly. Qin Chong hesitated for a moment, saying nothing. Dangy had an idea and pounced on Qin Chong. Sister, please, we don't want anything, just a place to sleep. We're not picky. Let us in. We have nowhere else to go, woo-woo. Under the moonlight, 2 tear marks appeared on Dangy's grimy face. Yu Sui, seeing a boy so prone to tears for the first time, stared at him for a moment longer. Qin Chong's heart softened at their miserable appearances. She glanced at Yu Sui and winked. Dangy cried even harder, winking at his 3 roommates, who were as stiff as wooden stakes. Why are you still pretending now? You got to stay here, even if you have to. Look at that chainsaw. As long as it's not pointed at him, he feels safe. He longed to find a place to sleep soundly, without worrying about waking up as a different species. Zhou Chifeng and the other two, receiving Dangy's gaze, were silent for a moment. Xianjun was the first to react. His legs gave way, and he sat down on the ground, dropping his trekking pole. Crying was fine, but he still acted like a spoiled child. Zhou Chifeng and Peng Jia exchanged a glance and sat down. Sitting was much more comfortable than standing, after all. They rubbed their aching legs. If it weren't for the awkward location, they would have just laid down and fallen asleep. Huh, are we being scammed? The system glared at Dangy and the other 3 with a rather unpleasant tone. After fiddling with them for a while, it found their profiles and displayed them to Yu Sui. Host, here are their profiles. Take a look. It was like a resume. Besides basic information, it even recorded whether or not each person had wet the bed as a child, and how many times. It was incredibly detailed. System, you're so thorough and efficient. You must have practiced this, you're so skilled. Yu Sui's first reaction upon seeing these resumes was that the system had done the same check on him. System, lying with its eyes open, host, I'm checking so carefully for your safety. This is the first time I used this feature. Host, don't worry, I haven't checked you this way before. Really? Yu Sui didn't believe it. How could he know she was sick without checking? The system fell silent. The identity and the mountain climbing incident in the data matched Dangy's story. A sophomore at Agricultural University, even sharing a dormitory. Yusui tapped the chainsaw in his hand and threatened, if you. Dingy shook his head like a rattle and held out his hand. I swear, we will behave ourselves and not commit any crimes. Zhou Chenfeng and the others immediately pledged their all. Come in. Yusui, chainsaw in hand, walked ahead. Dingy and the others immediately rose from the ground and followed them inside. As they passed through the gate, the overwhelming stench nearly made them all turn pale, and they doubled over, retching uncontrollably. What's that smell? Dingy grumbled, leaning against the wall. Gu Panpan said gently, we killed a few zombies here. It must be the stench of their blood. Oh, the blood on that wall you're leaning on hasn't been cleaned up yet. Whoosh. Dingy quickly withdrew his hand and looked at Yusui and the others with respect. When his eyes fell on the chainsaw, he felt a chill on his back. He clutched his chest and tremblingly said, Sisters, you're amazing. Walking through the bamboo forest, Yusui pointed, you guys can stay here. It's closest to the main gate and farthest from where they lived. If anything really happened, they have time to prepare. Ding Yi and the others had no objections. They didn't ask for much, they just wanted a place to sleep. After thanking them profusely, and facing the wary gazes of Yusui and the others, the four of them entered the villa and lay down on the living room floor, breathing a long sigh of relief. Finally back to the human world. Deng Yi didn't even have the strength to turn over. After he finished speaking, his eyelids drooped and he yawned. Zhou Chifeng glanced at Deng Yi, who was already lying on the ground, sighed, and closed the door. Feeling a little unsafe, he tried to find something to block it but couldn't find anything. Chifeng, aren't you sleepy? Go to sleep first, and we talk tomorrow. Peng Jia yawned and found an empty spot to lie down. As for whether it was dirty, he wasn't exactly clean himself anyway. Zhou Chifeng sat on the ground. Are you so confident? What if zombies come by tonight? Deng Yi muttered, don't worry. Look at them. They have chainsaws in hand, and they're still afraid of zombies? Besides, they were already stalking us before we even reached the door. It's obvious there's a surveillance camera, so they definitely know if any zombies were approaching. I'm so sleepy. I'm going to sleep now. Qianjun glanced at him. You're getting smarter now, kid. Deng Yi didn't reply, apparently sound asleep. Zhou Chifeng and the others, seeing this, relaxed and fell asleep. In the other villa, Ruan Sini closed the door, glanced in the direction of Zhou Chinfeng's villa, and patted her chest. It was a false alarm. I'm glad they're okay, Qinchan sighed. They're all college students, so they shouldn't be bad people. I'd be going upstairs first. You should get some rest. Okay, good night, Sister Chen. Gu Panpan smiled and waved, but her smile faded after she left. They don't have special abilities, do they? Yusui shook his head. The three of them chatted as they walked upstairs. No, they're just ordinary people with decent personalities. We stay and take a look. Gu Panpan nodded. Since she said their personalities were good, the system must have checked them out beforehand, so they could rest assured. Back to the room. Yusui lay in bed. The arrival of Deng Yi and his companions was a wake-up call. While they were alone here for now, and there were no zombies, that might not be the case in the future. There were more people in the city, and more zombies. The survivors would definitely head outside. Abandoned neighborhoods like this would also come into everyone's sight. Deng Yi and his companions had some manners and morals, but what if they encountered thugs, bullies, or those with superpowers? Could they stop them? Not only could they not stop them, they might even put themselves in danger. Should they hide in the mountains and forests like wild people? Not very realistic. The only solution was for them to become stronger. System, you saw that the people who came today were relatively easy to talk to. What if we encounter unreasonable people next time, especially those with superpowers? Yusui spread her hands. She could only catch the system, like a sheep, and pounce on it a few more times. System, eh? She started playing dead, trying to trick it into unlocking her superpowers again. This time, it wouldn't fall for her trick. Chapter 31. Yusui wasn't worried about getting a response from the system. After all, they were now tied to the same rope. If he died, the system wouldn't be in trouble. A good night's sleep. The next morning, Yusui woke up and went downstairs. Xian was practicing her abilities in the living room. Seeing her come down, she raised her head. Sister Yu, Sister Wan, good morning. Good morning, Yusui greeted. Why are you alone here? Where's your mother? She went out to get something to eat. She told me to stay home with you. Huh? Sister Chen went out? Ruan Sini's eyes widened, and she and Yusui exchanged a bewildered look. Yusui felt helpless, but she also understood Qinchan's intentions. She simply didn't want to take advantage of them. Xian ran over, took Yusui's hand, and showed him the ice cone she had condensed in her hand. Sister Yu, I get even better, so Mom won't have to go out alone. Yusui patted her little head. Our Xian is amazing. She squatted down. When your mom comes back, I tell her. We're a family now, so we can go out together. No one has to be alone. Xian beamed. Great. Then I have 3 sisters. Gu Panpan made breakfast. Simple white porridge with pickled mustard tubers and salted duck eggs. By 11 o'clock in the morning, Chinchong still hadn't returned. Xian grew restless and kept looking outside. Someone's coming. Seeing a figure approaching in the distance, Xian rushed out before she could even see clearly, so fast that Yusui, standing by, couldn't catch her. Xian. Zhou Chenfeng and his friends slept soundly, but upon waking, they felt utterly achy and their stomachs growling with hunger. The 4 of them decided to first thank Yusui and the others, then ask if they could move closer to them. The villa facing the main gate felt too insecure. After wandering around the complex, they finally found their residence. Before they even got close, a little girl with pigtails rushed out, calling out Mom. Zhou Chenfeng and his friends were stunned. Seeing Xian rushing towards them, the 4 of them clasped their hands, fearing they let her fall, and also worried they frightened her. Xian finally saw their faces clearly, slammed on the brakes, lost her balance, and nearly fell to the ground. 8 hands reached out, and forcibly lifted her from the brink of collapse. Huh? Deng Yi sat down on the ground, supporting Xian with both hands and letting out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I didn't fall. Beside him, Qianjun did a split, his face contorted. He tried hard to stifle a cry of pain, forcing a friendly expression. Little sister, be careful. Zhou Chenfeng and Peng Jia stood on either side, grabbing Xian by the collar and pulling her back. Yu Sui and the other 2, who had hurried out from behind, saw the somewhat comical scene before them and exchanged glances. Confirmed. Innocent and kind-hearted college students, Xian was placed on the ground and stared at the 4 dirty faces, only their eyes, noses, and mouths visible. Thank you, big brothers. She scurried off and hid behind Yusui. Deng Yi, thinking she had a sweet smile, turned and glared at Xianjun. Look at that expression on your face. You scared the little girl. Xianjun struggled to pull his leg back, barely noticing a movement. How could it be me? Look at your face, anyone would be terrified. Watching the 4 of them bicker over whose face was uglier, Yusui's face was etched in a frown. Yusui coughed hard, silencing the quarrel. What are you doing here? Deng Yi took a step forward, instinctively wanting to laugh, but then he finally remembered his face and retracted his outstretched leg. We're here to say thank you. He gestured, and the 4 of them bowed in unison. Thank you, sisters. You are so beautiful and kind. You will surely have great luck and prosperity in the future. Yu Sui and the others, Is this what pure and innocent college students look like? They graduated so long ago that they're out of touch with the times? Gu Panpan glanced at them with disdain, drawing a line between them. I'm not like them. Although she also graduated this year, she was studying medicine, so she wasn't like them. Deng Yi felt perfectly poised. Look, the sisters were all intimidated by his move. He knew they wouldn't refuse his next request. He looked up and grinned. Sisters, I have a small request. Yusui came to his senses, frowning warily. Speak. Ruansini and Gu Panpan's eyes changed, ready to draw their weapons and teach them a lesson. Zhou Chenfeng saw this and spoke quickly. We'd like to move next door to you. We don't feel safe near the door. Yu Sui and the others exchanged glances, remembering their actions and what they discussed yesterday. They nodded, okay. Deng Yi's smile widened, and he glanced at Zhou Chenfeng triumphantly. Look, he said his move was invincible, no girl could resist it, and he still didn't believe it. Now he's slapped in the face. These sisters are like angels descended from heaven. Gu Panpan couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. Ruansini also covered her mouth and giggled. I didn't think it was funny last night, but now, looking at their faces and these words, I find it hilarious. Xian pointed to her cheek. Big brother, your face is so dirty. Deng Yi paused in laughter. Zhou Chenfeng and the others behind him blushed, digging their toes into the ground, wishing they could dig a hole to crawl into. Chinchong happened to see this scene as she returned, carrying bags of things. She was infected by the laughter, and couldn't help but smile too. Mom. Xian ran over, throwing herself into Chinchong's arms, like a fledgling swallow. Mom, I was so worried about you. Mom, I'm fine. She held Xuan's hand, and saw Deng Yi and the other three. Deng Yi and the others immediately bowed and greeted them. "Hello, sisters." Qin Chong was a little confused and murmured, "Hello, you too." Xian pointed to the nearby villas. "Big brother, these villas are all empty. You can pick any you like." Deng Yi nodded repeatedly. "Well, we won't bother you anymore. We go back and pack up first." Halfway through the walk, Deng Yi remembered something, stopped, and turned around. "Oh, sisters, my name is Deng Yi. The tallest one is Zhou Chenfeng. The chubby one is Peng Jia. The last one is Qian Jun. From now on, just tell us what you need. We do whatever you say without hesitation." He patted his chest and promised. Back to the villa. Qin Chong had already listened to Xuan's explanation of the situation, and naturally had no objection to Yu Sui staying with Deng Yi and the others. She took the bulging backpack off her back. "I found some snacks, pickled mustard greens, meat dishes, and so on. I cook lunch. There were also a few changes of clothes inside." She handed one to Xian. "This is clean. Change into it. Take off your clothes, and I wash them for you." "Okay." Xian skipped back into the house, clothes in hand. In the living room. "Sister Chun, since we live together, we're family. Next time we go out to look for supplies, let's go together so we can look after each other. It's too dangerous for you to go alone." Yu Sui's words were sincere. Qin Chong smiled, her heart warming. "You already helped us a lot." She took Yu Sui's hand, her gaze sweeping over Yu Sui, Ruansini, and Gu Panpan. "I'm just doing what I can." Ruansini sat next to Qin Chong and put her arm around her. "Oh, Sister Chun, that's really out of context. Meeting was fate, and we can live together." "What a fate!" "Yes," Gu Panpan's eyes curved. "Sister Chun, I was also saved by Sister Sui and Sister Sini. Look at me, I'm not polite with them." Yu Sui made the final decision. "Sister Chun, it's a deal. Let's stop pushing it around." Qin Chong had no choice but to say, "Okay, let's help each other from now on." Xian came out after changing her clothes. Qin Chong had already skillfully chopped the vegetables, and was preparing to wash the rice and cook. "Xian, put your dirty clothes in the basin first. Mom will come over to wash them later." Xian replied, "Mom, I can wash them myself." She turned on the faucet, and filled the basin with water. Qin Chong stopped her. "That's such a waste of water. I just go wash in the community lake later. There's rainwater in the lake, so forget it." Yu Sui shook his head. Qin Chong straightened up. "Rainwater that falls in the lake can be used, don't you know?" Yu Sui and the other two shook their heads. They didn't know that yet. Previously, they used tap water and bottled water, never giving rainwater a second thought. After all, it could turn a person into a zombie just by getting wet, and drinking it would kill them instantly. Qin Chong only realized it after watching someone else use it. I don't know why, but that person who drank the lake water didn't turn into a zombie, and is still alive and well. Since that was the case, they had been worried about running out of water, but now they could save on that. In the living room, Yu Sui was about to recount their supplies. After all, they now had 2 more people, one large and one small. A total of 24 barrels of bottled water, 6 cartons of beverages, 17 bags of rice, 14 bags of flour, 33 handfuls of noodles, 16 barrels of oil, 11 cartons of instant noodles, 4 cartons of self-heating hot pot, 9 cartons of milk left, and 8 cartons of beef. Yu Sui wrote down as he spoke. There are also 4 cartons of bread, Lao Ganma pickled mustard tubers, and miscellaneous oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and other miscellaneous items. If we save them, it'd be enough for over 2 months. Over 2 months? That's a long time. Gu Panpan propped up her chin and looked at the notes on the paper. By then, things should have stabilized outside. Maybe those zombies have starved to death. They can't live forever. Wouldn't that make them perpetual motion machines? Ruansini thought. Yu Sui punctured her fantasy. Although zombies aren't perpetual motion machines, they can last incredibly long. One bite of food can keep them alive for a week. Waiting until all those zombies are dead will take at least a year or 2. Ah? So long. Gu Panpan was stunned. So during this period, we can't just sit there and live off our savings. We must increase revenue and reduce expenditure. Yu Sui shook the paper and looked away. Chapter 32. In the yard. The weeds and trees had been cleared. Yu Sui was turning the soil with a shovel. Ruansini was breaking up the clods, and Gu Panpan was picking up the gravel and weed roots and throwing them aside. Sister Gu, will vegetables grow like this? Xian counted out a few seeds from the bag and carefully placed them in the holes she had dug. Of course, Gu Panpan said confidently, filling the soil back up. Although she had never grown vegetables, she had grown flowers, so it should be similar. In a few days, these seeds will sprout and grow into lush green vegetables. Xuanxuan's mouth opened wide, and she exclaimed, "Wow!" Qin Chong finished lunch and came out to see that the entire yard, except for a path in the middle leading to the gate and a small area near the wall for laundry, had been turned into a vegetable patch. Xuanxuan's hands were covered in dirt. Seeing her come out, she pointed and said, "Mom, look. In a few days, we'll be able to eat some green vegetables." Qin Chong smiled gently. "Okay, Mom's been looking forward to it. Come wash your hands and eat." The aroma of food wafted from the house. After a busy morning, Yu Sui and the others were hungry and put down their things to go inside. Next door, Deng Yi and his friends, who had just finished touring the entire villa to connect electricity and water, smelled the aroma and their stomachs began to growl again. Deng Yi stretched his neck, eager to climb over the wall to take a look next door. "I'm so hungry." He swallowed and rubbed his stomach. Qian Jun said nothing, his eyes fixed on the next door, silently agreeing with Deng Yi. Peng Jia coughed and tentatively asked, "How about we?" Zhou Chifeng shook his head, turning to look at him. "You want to fight with a kid for food? That's not the case." Peng Jia also thought it was a bad idea, but we haven't eaten in almost a day. We're really hungry. Especially the aroma of food, which practically filled his nose, making his stomach growl. Zhou Chifeng waved the stick he found in the house. "Let's go out and look for it." The little girl's mother looked like she found some supplies outside. A few of them, grown men, could definitely find some, too. Deng Yi slurped his saliva and stood up. "Then let's get out quickly. Find it and eat soon. I'm starving." He originally wanted to take a shower or something, but now he hadn't thought of that. He just wanted to eat. Agreed. The four of them headed out, sticks in hand. Host, the boy next door, went out to look for supplies. As soon as they left, the system came to report. Yu Sui nodded. He expected them to come over for free food, but he actually gone out to look for supplies. A true college student, thin-skinned but strong morals. It's just the system's way of addressing him. Male student? System, what have you seen? He has a name, can't you just call him by it? The system retorted, that's convenient. Look, you know who it is the moment I say it. Yu Sui chuckled. I see you're quite free. Why don't you think about giving me a superpower? At the mention of superpowers, the system played dead and shut up again. By the way, Sister Chen, where did you find that thing this morning? Gu Panpan glanced at Chen Chong's bag, which had been placed in the corner, and asked. Yu Sui and Wan Sini also looked over. It was night when they arrived, and it was pitch black. They saw nothing, and hadn't noticed any nearby places to search for supplies. Chen Chong pointed, go straight ahead on the road leading out of the community. After about 20 minutes, there's a fork in the road. Go right there, and after another 10 minutes, there's a warehouse. There aren't many zombies there, but the supplies are decent. She and Xian had come from the left, but that side was crowded with zombies, and her safety was paramount, so she went right. Unexpectedly, they came across a warehouse, a pleasant surprise. Warehouse. Yu Sui and the other two asked in unison. Fork in the road. Deng Yi looked left and right. Which way? Peng Jia, bewildered, pointed casually. Left. He wasn't familiar with the area, so he just picked one. Deng Yi started to head left when Zhou Chifeng stopped him. He pointed to the left. Isn't this way closer to the city? Yes. Qian Jun, the only one who knew the directions, glanced at the direction and nodded. Zhou Chifeng said, then let's go right. Despite his lack of sense of direction, Deng Yi obediently changed direction after hearing Qian Jun's words. Let's go right then. The closer we get to the city, the more people there are, and the more people there are, the more zombies there are. We can only deliver groceries this way, so let's go right. Peng Jia nodded. You're right, let's go right. A dozen minutes later. Looking at the signs on either side of the gate that read warehouse, Deng Yi's eyes lit up, and he was filled with energy. Warehouse. We're going to be rich now. Hurry up. Before he even entered, he was already imagining the various delicious foods and drinks waiting for him to choose. Hey, wait, Deng Yi, Peng Jia reached out to stop him. Warehouse. The first few words were still there. Qian Jun narrowed his eyes and read aloud, Luyuan Warehousing Company, Limited. Why does that name sound a little familiar? Zhou Chifeng searched his memory for a moment, and combined with the pungent smell at the tip of his nose, he finally remembered, yes, It does. We called this company last week when we were looking for fertilizer for our experiment. The door was not closed, and Dangy pushed it open. The empty space, the pungent smell, and the familiar white nylon bags piled not far away finally brought him back to consciousness. Why is this a pesticide warehouse? Dangy's face turned green with anger. Peng Jia, standing behind him, patted his shoulder and soothed him. It's okay. Think positively. There aren't many zombies here. Let's go look in their dormitories. Maybe there's something to eat. Dangy whimpered a few times. Why is our luck so bad? Wansini lowered her hips, having just lifted them, and took a mouthful of rice. Hey, it's stuff like fertilizer and pesticides. Thank goodness, it was a false alarm. Yu Sui frowned. Sister Chun, are there any farm machinery in there? Chen Chong reminisced. Yes, I saw several tractors, and other machines too, but I don't know what they were used for. She had been a city kid since she was a child, and her knowledge of farming came only from books and news broadcasts. She didn't know much about anything else. I remember the tractors were diesel, right? Yu Sui tried to recall. Wansini understood. Sui, are you planning to get some diesel generators? Yes. Looks like our luck isn't that bad, Qian Jun mumbled as he tore open the package of biscuits he finally found and stuffed them into his mouth. Dangy nodded repeatedly, his mouth full. He struggled to chew and swallow the biscuits, choking and blushing. Zhou Chifeng handed him a bottle of water, and he tilted his head back and drank several gulps before recovering. I'm finally alive. I never thought these scallion biscuits tasted so good. Dangy wiped away the non-existent tears from his eyes. That's right, Peng Jia said seriously. Many of the biscuits in the plastic bag were brand new, and even those he had seen were knockoffs. They were things he wouldn't even look at before, but now he considered them the most delicious things in the world. Zhou Chifeng swallowed the biscuits. That means you weren't hungry before. The other sighed deeply. Thinking back to the past few days, Dangy's tears fell. Qian Jun's initial sadness was choked back by his tears. Speechless, Peng Jia casually snatched a piece of paper from the side and shoved it into his hand. Are you a spring? You cry so easily. I don't think even celebrities can cry as well as you. Dangy took the paper and wiped his eyes, his shoulders heaving as he sobbed. After a while, Dangy whispered, I miss home. Zhou Chifeng and the others slowed down their movements, lowering their heads in silence. They missed home too. But their homes were thousands of miles away. Right now, even leaving the house without fear for their lives, let alone going back, was a matter of life and death. How could returning home be so easy? Dangy wiped her tears and sobbed. If I'd known earlier, I would have listened to my parents and chosen a university closer to home. What do you mean? If I'd known earlier, I'd known earlier. There's no such thing as knowing earlier, Qian Jun retorted. Dangy glared at him. Can't I even say it? Would that even matter? Qian Jun was unhappy. Seeing the two about to argue again, Zhou Chifeng and Peng Jia hurriedly stopped them. Alright, cut it short. If you have too much to do, just go out and bite zombies. What's the point of practicing your rhetoric here? Peng Jia held them down. They stopped. Dangy finally stopped crying. So what do we do next? What do we do? Qian Jun spread his hands. It's nothing. Peng Jia's forehead veins twitched, and he punched each of them. So what are your plans? Go back home? Dangy and the others were silent. Go home. They wanted to, but reality made them a little timid. With no trains or planes available, it would take them at least 10 days or half a month to get home on foot. They also had to ensure they didn't encounter any accidents during the journey to make it back alive. Each of the 4 men, leaving the warehouse, carried a large bag filled with food, drinks, and daily necessities they found in the dormitory. Even the sheets and quilts had been stuffed into the bag by Deng Yi. In his words, they didn't even have a bed where they were living now, so taking these back would be enough to set up something, so they didn't want to waste them. When they returned home, laden with their belongings, they ran into Yu Sui and Wansini, who were just about to leave. Deng Yi, with a sweet tone, stepped forward and immediately said, Hello, sisters. Are you going out? How about I come along and help? Yu Sui glanced at the bags and things they were carrying and shook his head, no thanks. Deng Yi hurriedly pulled a bag of plums from his bag and handed it to Yu Sui. These are some snacks we found. A little snack will cheer you up. Wansini laughed. We're not local tyrants who need to be fed. Enjoy yourselves. Let's go. Yu Sui checked the time. Deng Yi stepped aside, then take care, sisters. Come back soon. After walking a bit, Wansini looked back and said, I know why I'm looking for my brother. He's so sweet, tall, and healthy. He'd provide plenty of emotional value if I kept him at home. Yusui glanced at her, but he's edible. Wansini tooted her tongue, forget it. I can't afford to keep him in this situation. Chapter 33. Looking at Yusui and Wansini's backs, Qianjun, a wallflower nearby, squinted at Ding Yi. I didn't realize you had the potential to be a lackey. Ding Yi glanced at him and snorted coldly, what do you know? I'm just trying to build relationships with the boss ahead of time. How can you be so tactless? Ding Yi stared at Yusui and Wansini's backs. Look at them. Two girls dare to go out, not afraid at all. They're so much better than us. They're such masters. This? Qianjun couldn't refute it, but he rolled his eyes at Ding Yi. I see, it's all in vain for you to be such a sucker. Don't you see no one wants to talk to you? Ding Yi tooted his tongue twice, giving him a critical look. No wonder you lost your position as student union officer. Your emotional intelligence is truly worrying. Yusui, already far away, didn't miss the rest of the scene. Like a gossip monger, the system thoughtfully relayed Ding Yi and the others' words, along with their facial expressions, to Yusui in real time. Host, you see, this male student is no good. He's as cunning as a sieve. Don't let that face fool you. In this kind of environment, how could a simple, kind-hearted young woman survive unless there was a powerful figure behind her? Yusui understood the ulterior motives of Ding Yi and the others. After all, they kept them around to exploit them. Even keeping Chinchong and her daughter wasn't simply out of kindness. After all, she wasn't a good person. But what surprised her was the system's attitude. System, are all your systems written from the same code? Yusui rubbed his knuckles as he looked at the road ahead. The system was puzzled. It had kindly reminded her of those people, but why had the topic veered back to itself? Yes, they're all the same. The main system is truly amazing. Ignoring its long string of flattery, Yusui continued, so each of your systems is the same too? How could that be possible? The system immediately retorted. Each system is different, with different personalities just like you humans. I'm the most powerful of our group of systems. No other system can compare to me. The system's entire orb of pride seemed to leap onto Yusui's forehead. Host, you got a great advantage by binding to me. If it were any other system, you'd probably be a zombie by now, not even standing here alive, let alone possessing superpowers. The code is the same, yet the resulting systems are like people, with different personalities. Is this technology truly feasible? Yusui, a devoted novel lover, began to doubt it. The system continued to extol its own intelligence and the effort it had put in, rambling on and on until it finally returned to its original statement. Host, when can we go to the bank again? I'm running low on energy. Yusui raised an eyebrow. What new superpowers have you decided on for me? The system choked. It had just been talking so much, and she hadn't heard a word. Host, we've been through so much together for so long, and you have no feelings for me at all? The system felt aggrieved. The once bouncing ball of light now shrank and huddled there, looking pitiful. Talking about feelings costs money. Yusui chuckled twice. No. The system shut down, spinning around, leaving Yusui with only her back. Yusui ignored it. It had been a tantrum for more than a couple of times, and she still had to complete a mission later. Less than half an hour later, Yusui and Wansini saw the warehouse's open door. Before they even got close, they were struck by a strong, pungent odor. Wansini rubbed her nose. It's choking. Yusui looked around. The place was quite desolate, with only this warehouse standing there. There were no houses within a few dozen meters, and it was completely empty. He entered. It was completely empty, save for a small mountain of fertilizer and rows of tractors and seed drills parked quietly. Yusui and Wansini didn't bother looking for supplies in the dormitory. Instead, they headed straight for the parked tractor. They opened the fuel tank cap and saw that there was indeed a good amount of diesel. They couldn't help but feel happy. We're lucky. This diesel should last us for a while. Wansini's face lit up with excitement. There's also diesel in the barrels over here. Now we don't have to worry about running out of power. The two of them set to work, eventually finding a total of 25 barrels of diesel and loading them into the space. Yusui also packed a few bags of fertilizer to take back for growing vegetables. Entering the community gate, their tense nerves finally relaxed. I didn't expect this trip to go so smoothly. Wansini suddenly felt her luck improve, eager to try. Sway, how about we go to the Dongyuan vegetable market next time and get some more supplies? After all, they now had 2 more people. Although they had already started growing vegetables, It wouldn't take more than a day or two to grow. Yusui pondered for a moment. Okay. The system had been putting off the superpower issue, and she couldn't just sit there and wait. She might as well go to the bank again, and give it a little sweet treat. Before they even approached the villa, Yusui and Wansini heard exclamations from inside. They exchanged glances, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. They were stunned by the scene before them, frozen in place for a moment. In the yard. On both sides of the road, in the vegetable plots newly cultivated that morning, tender green seedlings had already sprouted, neatly arranged in rows. A gust of wind blew, and the seedlings swayed gently, vibrant with life. If they had overlooked the sowing time, they would have been happy, but now, they felt only eerie and terrifying. What's going on? Wansini's mouth widened in surprise. She rubbed her eyes vigorously, muttering, Sway, am I seeing things? I see the vegetables we planted this morning have already sprouted. Yusui was also a little confused. Not just sprouting, they even grown leaves. Is it because the seeds are of exceptional quality? Wansini looked down at her hands, and then at the vegetable patch. No, those seeds are just ordinary seeds we picked up at the market. How could they sprout so quickly? System, what's going on? Yusui stared at the vegetable patch, fearing some genetic mutation, that these vegetables would grow into something deadly. The system had noticed this a long time ago, but it had been holding it in its chest. Now, finally, it could speak out. It coughed pretentiously, putting on a show of grandeur. Host, this is the rain's gift to this land. You can think of it as fertilizing it, bringing new life to the once barren and lifeless soil. Yusui frowned. Then why haven't the other trees, flowers, and plants changed? They changed too, you just haven't noticed. For some reason, hearing the system's response, Yusui felt her scalp tingle as if being watched. The trees, flowers, and plants that had previously seemed harmless to her suddenly took on a ferocious look. Their branches swayed in the wind, like slender whips, poised to fall upon them at any moment. As if understanding Yusui's feelings, the system reassured her, Host, don't be afraid of this. They're just growing faster and more lush. They're not that threatening. The only possible hazard would be some of the old trees deep in the mountains and forests, which have been there for a long time. The vegetable patch before her now lost its danger, leaving only sweetness. Wansini's eyes lit up as a sudden thought struck her. Could it be a supernatural power? Yusui shook his head and repeated the system's words. It's because of the rain just now. The seeds are growing much faster. Are there no side effects? Guponpon's eyes flashed with alarm. She had been watching the vegetable since she noticed its unusually rapid growth. In just 2 hours, it had already sprouted 4 leaves, as if it had drunk a magical elixir. Yusui shook his head. No. Xian cheered. Doesn't that mean our vegetables and fruits will grow quickly in the future too? Mom, won't we have enough food in the future? Chin-Chong smiled and pinched her cheek. Yes. We won't have to rush out to find supplies anymore. Thinking of this, the others looked eagerly at the vegetables in the yard. Wansini hurriedly said, We have some more seeds. Let's go find a plot of land and plant them. From now on, they won't have to go out to find food anymore. They got to work right away. Sleeves rolled up, shovels in hand, they emerged from the villa, spotted a spot, and prepared to start. Wansini, full of energy, looked at the nearby villas and said, Why don't we demolish all of them and start farming instead? From then on, they have a life of plenty. In the nearby villa, Dangy and the others, fresh from their meals and fresh from their showers, heard the noise and ran out. Their faces changed when they saw the shovels in their hands. Are there zombies attacking? Dangy turned and picked up a stick. Sisters, I'm going too. Zhou Chifeng and the others said nothing, but the sticks they held made their stance clear. Yusui and Wansini exchanged a glance, taking their first serious look at the 4 of them. Over 180 centimeters tall, though he looked a bit thin from hunger these past few days, he was still a sturdy, young man with plenty of strength. He was also a skilled worker. Wansini smiled at Dangy and waved her hand. Without zombies, we're going to farm. Dangy's mind was a little dazed, and he was a little slow to react. Farm? Aren't they dealing with a Doomsday zombie survival scenario, but a Doomsday infrastructure scenario? When he realized what was going on, Dangy's eyes lit up even more. What did this mean? It meant he'd chosen the right person. Farming is good. It's much better than fighting zombies. Besides, he's a real expert at farming. Dangy threw his stick aside, looking up, and grinned. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Dangy. I'm a sophomore majoring in agronomy at the Agricultural College of Jingshi Agricultural University. I'm top of my class. I have a solid theoretical understanding and extensive practical experience. I'm a real expert at farming. He spoke with a confident air, even promoting Zhou Chenfeng and the other two. Girls, leave the farming to us. We make sure it's beautifully cultivated, so you can eat whatever you want. Yu Sui and Wan Xini exchanged a glance. The labor force is here. Chapter 34. It was early May, the sun shining brightly and the breeze gentle. This weather was perfect for farming. In the small garden by the community's scenic lake, all the trees and flowers had been uprooted, leaving a large, bare patch of ground. Deng Yi and his 4 companions were tilling the soil with hoes. Yu Sui and his companions were also busy, picking up rocks and grass roots from the ground, digging holes, and sowing seeds. Deng Yi spoke eloquently about farming. Let's divide this land into several plots and plant different types of vegetables. For example, leafy vegetables and root vegetables should be planted separately, so they don't affect each other's growth. Besides that, we need to rotate crops every year. We can't always plant the same vegetable in the same plot. Not only will the soil's nutrients be over-depleted, but it will also breed pests and pathogens. Deng Yi squatted down, grabbed a handful of soil, ground it, and sniffed it. Wow, this soil is good quality, quite fertile. Sister Sui, what should we plant? Yu Sui had already taken out all the seeds she had collected when she came out. Cabbage, potato, radish, and pepper seeds were the most abundant, and there were even some fruit seeds. Rice seeds were scarce, only 2 bags. They already had quite a few vegetables planted in the yard, and now they planned to try planting some fruit to see if the system's words were true. Xian brought over the strawberry seeds she had prepared. Brother Deng, let's plant this. Strawberries. Deng Yi took them, stunned for a moment, then laughed. Strawberries are great. Strawberries are great. I haven't had strawberries in ages. He thought they were going to plant grains and vegetables, but they were actually going to plant fruit. If the zombie encounter wasn't still deeply imprinted in his mind, he had thought he was taking his sisters out for a farm trip. Peng Jia's mouth twitched. After a moment's hesitation, he couldn't help but ask Sister Sui, shouldn't we plant some rice, potatoes, or something? Filling our bellies is the most important thing. Host, look. These guys clearly don't trust you. They're so reluctant to even ask them to plant some fruit. Look at the expressions on their faces. TSK, they must think you're just playing house. The system's critical voice echoed in Yu Sui's mind. Yu Sui thought Peng Jia's thoughts were reasonable, and just as she was about to explain, she was distracted by the system's words. She raised her brows slightly. The system looked like it had something against them. Oh, are you telling my sister Sui what to do? Deng Yi stood up, hands on his hips, and pointed at Peng Jia. My sister Sui must have a reason for planting strawberries. Let's just do it. There's no need to worry. Peng Jia choked, paused at Deng Yi's expression, and gave a dry laugh. Sorry, Sister Sui, I'm just a little worried. Host, listen to him. Sorry, Sister Sui, I'm just a little worried. He thought no one could hear that. Isn't he just trying to make amends for himself? The system was indignant. And that Deng Yi, that pretty boy, is quite scheming. He just winked at Peng Jia. I recorded it all. Yu Sui's eyelids twitched, but he explained calmly, we already planted the vegetables. We're planting the strawberries now just to confirm. Confirm what? Deng Yi pressed the issue. Once and he coughed, confirm whether this land has really been treated with hormones, so everything is growing rapidly. This left Deng Yi and the other 3 somewhat bewildered. Xian chuckled, Brother Deng, the vegetables we planted in the yard grew in just 2 hours, so Sister Yu and the others wanted to see if it's the same outside. Deng Yi was shocked. Really? Qin Chong nodded. Well, vegetable and grain seeds are precious, so we can only test the waters with strawberries first. Deng Yi and the other 3 glanced at each other, seeing surprise in their eyes. Recovering from their reverie, they gazed eagerly at the strawberry seeds. If that's true, then we never lack food again. Deng Yi rubbed his hands together, looking at the soil beneath his feet, his whole body brimming with energy. Beside him, Qian Jun and Zhou Chifeng wielded their hoes without a word, their hands wielding rapidly. Peng Jia cleared his throat. Then let's speed up. With that, he buried his head and began to hoe the ground. As expected of a man, he works quickly. In just half an hour, the garden before him had been transformed into a neatly planted vegetable patch. Deng Yi buried the last seed in the hole and filled it with soil. Peng Jia watered it with a ladle. It's done. Now we just have to wait. Yu Sui and the others sat in a row nearby, gazing at the vegetable patch before them, waiting for a miracle to happen. Half an hour passed. Once he nudged Yusui and rubbed his eyes. Sui, look, are there any green sprouts emerging? Yusui nodded solemnly. Yes. I really saw it right. He muttered, glancing at the time on her watch. Only half an hour. Ding Yi and the other three were now desperately trying to get down on the ground, carefully examining the tiny sprouts with magnifying glasses. After a long moment, they finally confirmed that what they were seeing wasn't a dream, but reality. It's really grown. Peng Jia swallowed, his tone erratic. The zombies had appeared, but now even the ground beneath their feet had become a thing they didn't recognize. Soon, he was happy again. Now, they didn't have to worry about food, compared to Yusui's peaceful days of farming and harvesting vegetables, chatting and laughing. Outside, it was a bloody chaos. The next day, a new light had arrived. The balance had been shattered. The balance had completely tilted in favor of the evolved zombies. These evolved zombies had become the new masters of the city. Their strength and speed were even greater than before, their sharp teeth and razor-sharp nails capable of easily shredding human bodies and devouring their flesh. People fled in all directions, hiding as best they could, hoping for a glimmer of hope. Reality was always cruel. One after another, the supernatural zombies appeared, as if equipped with radar, accurately locating the people's hiding spots. Then, like hungry wolves among a flock of sheep, they greedily devoured human life. Survivors died, only to stagger to their feet moments later, raising their broken arms and roaring as they joined the zombie horde. The shadow of apocalypse enveloped every corner of the city. The Grim Reaper's scythe relentlessly harvested the lives of the survivors, and the air was filled with the scent of death. To survive, people could only find ways to escape the city and flee to the surrounding suburbs. Hurry. Hurry even faster. If they could just hold on a little longer, they could survive. Host, this is bad? Someone's leading the zombies here. The system screamed, startling Yusui, who was staring at the blossoming strawberries. Her expression froze. With a flick of her wrist, the chainsaw she had stored in her space suddenly materialized in her hand, startling Deng Yi and the others nearby. Are there zombies coming? Ruansini stood up quickly, took the chainsaw from Yusui, and turned to look towards the gate. Yes. Yusui handed the chainsaw to Gu Pan. 3 people, followed by a superpowered zombie, and 6 ordinary zombies. Hiss. Ruansini gasped and ran towards the gate, chainsaw in hand. Qinchong urged Xianxian, go home and hide. Xianxian shook her head, her face stern. Mom, I have superpowers. I can help. I want to go too. Wow. Deng Yi and the other 3 were stunned. From the side of the chainsaw appearing out of thin air in Yusui's hand, to the superpowered zombie she mentioned, to the ice cubes condensing in Xuan's hands, Deng Yi was in a trance. If the timing hadn't been wrong, he really wanted to ask why he didn't have superpowers. The 4 men came to their senses, grabbed their hoes and shovels, and hurried to catch up with Yusui. After all, they were men. How could they hide away and let them protect them at this moment, on the street outside the community? The 3 survivors running in the front had flushed faces. The wind whistled in their ears, and only one thought remained in their heads. Run. Keep running. Live. A male zombie with purplish skin followed closely behind them. His gray eyes fixed on the 3 in front, emitting a chilling roar. The 6 ordinary zombies behind him, seemingly controlled by him, followed his commands closely, closing in on the 3 in front in a surrounding formation. System, what kind of superpower does that zombie have? Yusui ran towards the gate, chainsaw in hand, taking a moment to glance at the feed from the system. System paused. Host, it's not clear yet. That zombie hasn't let go of his superpower since it appeared here, but the 6 ordinary zombies following him proved his power shouldn't be underestimated. Song Yuanming, running in the front, saw the gate to the residential complex, and a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. He didn't dare look back, gritted his teeth, held his breath, and ran with all his might. The other 2 also didn't dare stop, running with all their might. However, just as they were about to burst through the gate of the residential complex, the leading male zombie suddenly let out a deafening roar. The 6 ordinary zombies behind him instantly accelerated, as if energized by a shot of chicken blood. With a single lunge, they seized the last man running. Almost as soon as they tackled him, the other zombies closed in. The man let out a shrill wail and scream, his body torn to a bloody mess. Song Yuanming's heart trembled, his face pale. He pursed his lips, not daring to look back or stop. Ah! Another scream. The other man was so shaken by the sound that he stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Song Yuanming gritted his teeth, turned around, and grabbed her. Hurry, we're almost there. Lu Jia couldn't hold it in any longer, and trembling, she opened Song Yuanming's hand. We can't escape. All along the way, their number had dwindled from 9 to just 3, all thanks to that zombie. Lu Jia let out a bitter laugh, turned to look at her companions being torn apart by the zombies, and glared at the zombie man, who was watching with fascination. It did it on purpose. It deliberately gave us hope, then snuffed it out. It's the devil. It let them escape, then caught them with its own hands, teasing them like lambs to the slaughter, leaving them struggling in despair while it reveled in the slaughter. Song Yuanming's heart trembled at Lu Jia's words. He turned to look at the purple-skinned male zombie, who was staring coldly at his companion, who was crying and struggling under the zombie's bite, with his gray eyes. A hint of a smile seemed to linger on his lips. His heart sank instantly, but he quickly gritted his teeth and dragged Lu Jia forward. We can't give up. As long as we're alive, there's a chance. Song Yuanming shouted, as if to encourage Lu Jia and himself. We will definitely survive. Lu Jia stumbled as Song Yuanming dragged her, but she gradually regained some of her composure and gritted her teeth to keep running. Behind the door, Yu Sui's heart tightened at the sight of this. System, are you really unaware of that zombie's special ability? The system paused and whispered, it's mind control. Chapter 35. Yu Sui's vision went dark. She had barely begun to enjoy a peaceful life when danger suddenly struck. Not only were they zombies, but they also possessed superpowers. Superpowers would have been fine. She fought zombies with superpowers before. With a gritted teeth and a determined effort, she could have stood her ground. Now that was it. Mind-controlling zombies, system, I think you should think about your last words. Yu Sui's face was stone-faced, a look of despair, but she quickly retracted the chainsaws from Gu Panpan and Xinchang. After all, they were mind-controlling superpowers. If the zombies took control and started killing each other, she wouldn't be able to withstand them. Gu Panpan's hands were empty, and she was stunned for a moment. Wansini looked down at the chainsaws in her own and Yu Sui's hands, her brows furrowed in a frown, a sense of foreboding welling in her heart. Sui, is there something wrong with the zombies outside? Gu Panpan and the others all looked over. They had heard what the survivor outside had just said, and had seen the horrifying scene through the crack in the door. They had a vague suspicion. Yu Sui took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, that zombie's ability is mind control. Hiss! At these words, Wansini and the others present felt their scalps tingle, alarm bells blaring. Deng Yi shrank back, instinctively taking a step back, and stammered, Sister Sui, what do we do now? Mind control. The moment they emerged, they might be controlled by that zombie, stabbing a hole in their own heart. Without any special powers, how could they possibly defeat it? The system patted its chest and assured, Host, don't worry, that mind control only affects others. I protect your brain. It's absolutely safe, nothing will go wrong. Yu Sui's eyes shifted. Fortunately, the system was still somewhat useful in a critical moment. Then can you control the zombies instead? The system hesitated for a moment, its light ball bouncing up and down. Host, I can only hold out for 5 seconds at most. Oh, tomorrow I must have the host go out and find a bank for it to absorb some energy, otherwise it'd be completely drained by the host. Yu Sui patted the chainsaw in Wansini's hand, regained his spirits, and stood up with the chainsaw in hand. Sini, I leave the other ordinary zombies to you. I go lure that special-powered zombie away. You alone? Wansini frantically said, No, I go with you. Panpan and the others will handle the rest. Gu Panpan agreed immediately. Okay. With the 6 of them, plus Xian, who also possesses ice powers, it shouldn't be difficult to defeat 6 ordinary zombies. Host, Wansini can go? The system explained, Oh, I just noticed now. Didn't she have a fever before but didn't awaken her powers? I thought she didn't have any powers. Now I tried it, and I discovered she's immune to mind control. Song Yuanming and Lu Jiao, fleeing outside, were almost at the gate. There was no time for discussion. Yu Sui pulled Wansini aside. Let's go together. Panpan, Sister Chen, you guys retreat. Okay. Gu Panpan, a golf club thrust into her hand, agreed with Xinchang. Deng Yi and the others followed behind Xinchang and ran into the complex. Hurry up, hurry up. Song Yuanming felt his heart pounding, chest heaving violently. He held Lu Jia's hand tightly. We'd be safe once we're inside. Lu Jia held his breath and ran inside with him. After crossing the gate, the 2 men didn't dare to pause, their gaze fixed on the road ahead, rushing forward relentlessly, completely unaware of Yusui and Wansini hiding behind the door. The 6 zombies behind them had already finished devouring the captured survivor and now, under the command of the superpowered zombie, stood up, their eyes fixed on the backs of Song Yuanming and Lu Jiao, awaiting the superpowered zombie's next command. The man who had been wailing and crying a moment ago staggered to his feet, his face mangled and bloodied. His gray eyes slowly shifted, his gaze settling on the backs of the 2 men in front of him. With his mouth open, he lifted his legs and instinctively tried to chase. Roar! The superpowered zombie growled, and the survivor who had just transformed into a zombie retracted his legs and covered his head, as if in extreme fear. He stood trembling, not daring to move. Yusui and Wansini exchanged glances and tightened their grip on the chainsaw. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. A moment. When Song Yuanming and Lu Jiao disappeared at the end of the bamboo forest, the mutant zombie let out a cry, and the 7 zombies standing still finally moved, sprinting through the gates of the residential complex, heading towards where they had disappeared. A strong smell of blood filled her nostrils. Yusui, her face stern, counted slowly in her mind. 3, 2, 1. The 7 zombies was past, seemingly oblivious to them. The mutant zombies outside paced slowly, heading towards the residential complex. Yusui moved. She rushed out, chainsaw in hand. System. The system's light ball flickered, staring intently at the mutant zombie before her. Host, I'm ready. The supernatural zombie paused, its gray eyes shifting as Yusui and Wansini suddenly appeared. Its mouth remained curled, making Yusui suspect it had a slanted mouth before becoming a zombie. Seeing them appear, it let out a few short, low growls, as if it had already noticed their presence and was now greeting Yusui. Wansini's face was sullen, her palms sweating, her heart pounding. Mind control. She focused her attention, fearing she would be controlled by it, and hinder Yusui's progress. The growl received no response. The supernatural zombie grew impatient. It growled, a flash of red in its gray eyes, and its aura surged, as if an invisible wave emanated from it, making one's head spin. The system snorted the moment it roared. This is my territory. You're not allowed to run wild. Yusui's face darkened, as he turned to look at Wansini. Sini! Wansini shook her head and sighed. Damn! How can that sound penetrate my ears? It nearly ripped my head off. Luckily, I was wearing a hat. Seeing she still had the energy to quip, Yusui felt relieved. Now it's our turn. The superpowered zombie had intended to use its telekinetic power to manipulate Yusui and Wansini, but after roaring for a long time, seeing that they remained standing, showing no sign of being controlled, it was bewildered for the first time. This had never happened before in its life. Its brain, now a rotting mess, was unable to process the cause of this situation. It could only roar louder and louder, confusing the zombies already inside the complex, and making them turn and prepare to flee. Leave them. Gu Panpan saw this and slammed his golf club down. Xinchang, Deng Yi, and the others hurried over to help. The clubs, hose, and shovels all moved, smashing down hard on the zombie's head. The neighborhood instantly erupted into a chaotic battle. Xian hid to the side, muttering a spell. She reached out, and a layer of frost slowly coated the zombie's feet, slowing its movements. The frost slowly rose, finally settling at the zombie's knees. Gu Panpan, Xinchang, and the others seized the opportunity to swing their weapons, smashing the zombie's head to pieces. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, but no one had time to dwell on the disgusting scene. Everyone fought desperately, and only stopped when they were sure the zombie was dead. Outside the door, the supernatural zombie that hadn't summoned its zombie minions roared angrily. It simply gave up its supernatural power and lunged forward, clawing at Yusui. Yusui reacted quickly, her chainsaw activating instantly with a sharp, piercing roar. Buzz! The chainsaw made close contact with the zombie's arm, its cold, sharp blade severing it with a single swish. The hand, along with half its forearm, fell to the ground, still grasping at it unconsciously. The zombie was stunned for a moment, seemingly unprepared for the power of the weapon in her hand. Its eyes shifted, and it turned and prepared to flee. Damn! Such a coward! Luckily, Wansini was prepared. She swung the chainsaw around behind the zombie as it lunged towards Yusui. Seeing it was about to leave, she whirled the chainsaw towards its head. Roar! The zombie roared. Wansini frowned, steadily bringing the chainsaw in her hand a little closer to its head. In the nick of time, the zombie twisted its body, unexpectedly using its half arm to block the falling chainsaw. The saw teeth rubbed against its arm, sending blood splattering everywhere. Roncinni's face contorted as she felt a surge of immense force. The chainsaw was stuck, unable to advance any further. The zombie's other intact hand, its fingers forming claws, stabbed at her chest. I'm dying. Roncinni frantically tried to retract the chainsaw and retreat, but she couldn't run as fast as the zombie. After all, it was fearless and possessed supernatural powers. System. Yusue's face changed slightly. Host, I got it. Quick! The system screamed, its orb flickering. The zombie before her froze in place, as if under a spell. Cinny! Retreat! Yusue didn't hesitate, his chainsaw swiftly slicing its head. Roncinni instinctively jumped back, the chainsaw jerked free, then swiftly changed direction, slashing at the zombie's grasping hands. Buzz! Blood splattered everywhere as the mutant zombie's head, severed and tumbling to the ground, its outstretched hands also severed and clattered to the ground. Whoa! The system released its control over the zombie, and the entire light sphere fell silent. A weak voice uttered, Host, I'm so tired. Counteracting a mutant zombie had consumed a considerable amount of energy, but it wasn't completely debilitated. It had just had a sudden inspiration and decided to feign power, giving the host a sense of danger. It needed to find a few banks quickly, not just sit there and eat up all its resources. I used up a lot this time. I can't even check the surveillance footage from behind. It was about to exaggerate its weakness when Yusue approached, pulled Roncinni up, and looked her over, clearly oblivious to its antics. How's it going? Roncinni waved her hand. I'm fine, she said, looking at the still snarling mutant zombie. Huh? She exclaimed. That's disgusting. Let's chop its head in half, so it doesn't control anyone else later. As she spoke, the sharp teeth of the chainsaw instantly sliced into the zombie's skull, sending a foul odor wafting out. Yusue's face changed, and he suppressed the urge to vomit. System, what did you just say? I really want to thank you today. If it weren't for the system, they would have become this mutant zombie's minions by now. This thank you is a sincere one. The system froze for a moment, then chuckled, its ball of light bouncing several times. Well, no need to thank me. I just did what I had to do. The host actually praised it. Chapter 36. After dealing with the zombies inside, Gupanpan tossed her golf club aside and hurried out. It was so quiet outside that her heart skipped a beat. Only when she saw Yusue and Roncinni standing on the road did she breathe a sigh of relief. Sister Sui, Sister Cinny, are you all okay? Roncinni waved her hand. It's okay, it's okay. How about you? Are you all done? Gupanpan nodded and smiled. Xian was amazing. She froze the zombies' legs in an instant. They just stood there and let us hit them, so we dealt with them so quickly. This was Xuan's first time taking action, and the little girl was still excited. Sister Yu, Sister Wan, I helped. Yusue patted her head and praised. Xian is amazing. Deng Yi's face changed when he saw the zombies on the ground. He couldn't help himself, and he bit over and vomited. Peng Jia and the others behind him couldn't help but vomit as well. Song Yuanming and Lu Jia were still a bit confused. Everything happened so quickly. They had rushed in, only to realize that not only had the zombies behind them not caught up, but something else seemed amiss. Song Yuanming and Lu Jia were stunned by the sudden appearance of Gupanpan and the others. Before they could react, they heard a roar. Song Yuanming thought it was bad. This was the zombie's special ability, controlling these zombies and driving them crazy. He shouted a warning. Be careful. Run! The moment the roar rang out, Gupanpan and the others felt as if their heads had been hit by a sledgehammer. A sharp dizziness instantly overwhelmed them, and they could barely hold their golf clubs. A voice suddenly echoed in their heads. Get out. Get out. Her body felt like it was being controlled, like a puppet, unable to control herself. But soon, the voice faded, and control of her body returned. She clenched her golf club, looking at the zombies just a step away. With a sudden impulse, she swung the club hard. And then, Song Yuanming and Lu Jia watched the zombies being unilaterally overwhelmed. In less than 3 minutes, only the corpses of the zombies remained on the ground. The people standing turned around and ran outside. Song Yuanming swallowed and blinked hard, fearing that the scene before him was a hallucination. Lu Jia's consciousness was a little fuzzy. Song Yuanming, are we dreaming? No. Song Yuanming pinched his thigh and lowered his eyes to look at the corpses on the ground. He could vaguely see a familiar look in their horrible heads. These zombies had once been their companions. Lu Jia followed his gaze and opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but words failed to come out. The two of them silently glanced around, picked up the shovel Ding Yi had thrown on the ground, and slightly enlarged a nearby pit. When Yusui led Xianxian, Peng Jia, and the others in, they saw Song Yuanming and Lu Jiu digging. Song Yuanming paused, his gaze falling on Xianxian. If he hadn't seen correctly, this little girl, who looked only 4 or 5 years old, was a psychic, and an ice-based one at that. Lu Jiu was the first to break the silence, earnestly thanking them. Thank you for saving us. Peng Jia listened to their conversation and immediately felt at home. They'd been like this not long ago. Now, thinking about it, going this way was the best decision he ever made. Otherwise, how could he have gotten such a powerful partner? He now completely approved of Ding Yi's behavior and even planned to emulate him. Yusui smiled faintly. It's okay. She pointed to the bodies on the ground. Do you know them? Lu Jiu nodded slightly with a look of sorrow. Yes. Song Yuanming sighed deeply and began to explain. My name is Song Yuanming. Her name is Lu Jiu. The 9 of us are from the same department. On the day of the apocalypse, we were finishing a project and had a small gathering at a nearby farmhouse. We didn't expect to encounter something like this. At first, they thought it was just a normal solar eclipse, until another guest at the farmhouse went out in the rain and experienced a strange change. They realized the apocalypse had arrived. After daybreak, we all left together, preparing to return to the city. Lu Jiu gritted his teeth. After all, their families were in the city, he said. We didn't expect to run into a superpowered zombie not long after we started. It spotted us, but didn't rush to catch us. Instead, it followed us from a distance. Lu Jiu pointed at a zombie with a complete face, but a hole in its heart. He was the first one. The zombie took control of him, ripped out his heart, and ate it right in front of us, then let him follow us. They chased us all the way until only 2 of us were left out of the 9 of us. Song Yuanming's eyes were bleeding with hatred. That wasn't a zombie at all, it was a demon. It deliberately let us escape, giving us hope only to destroy it with its own hands. I don't understand why the world has become like this. Although she said countless times at work that she hoped the world would end, she hadn't expected this day to actually come, let alone in this way. Lu Jiu sobbed. She wanted to give up countless times along the way, but she gritted her teeth and persevered until she reached the outside. That scream had finally broken her heart. Luckily, Song Yuanming woke her up. She survived. Peng Jia sighed softly, thinking about his experiences over the past few days. Suddenly, he felt that the 4 of them in their dorm were quite lucky. Although they encountered zombies in the mountains, they already been transformed by them, skipping over the initial stages. Furthermore, they were all strangers. Despite some initial discomfort, they quickly adapted to the struggle for survival. But what Song Yuanming and Lu Jiu encountered was pure psychological torture, unbearable for anyone. After Lu Jiu and Song Yuanming vented their emotions and wiped away their tears, they joined Yusui and the others in moving the bodies to a nearby cart. With the previous experience of the cremation, witnessed by Ding Yi and his men, they planned to dig a pit on the hillside behind them and bury them. Lu Jiu and Song Yuanming stood silently for a moment, looking at the grave before turning and leaving. Yusui looked at the sorrowful faces of Lu Jiu and Song Yuanming. What are your plans now? Lu Jiu sniffed. I want to go home. Her hometown was in Beha province, next to Jing City. It wasn't far away, and her parents were still there. Now, she just wanted to go back and be with them. Song Yuanming pondered for a moment. Then I go back with you. He and Lu Jiu were fellow villagers, from the same city. He had been debating whether to return. After all, they had just encountered a superpowered zombie, leaving him uncertain about the journey ahead. Now that Lu Jiu was going back, the 2 of them could go together, giving him companionship. Even if they encountered a zombie and died later, he would accept it. Hearing their words, Peng Jia paused, his mood sinking. He also wanted to go home, but he lacked the courage. Yusui nodded. In that case, let's stay here for a night before we go. Song Yuanming had no objection. He was truly exhausted. Setting off now would be tantamount to seeking death. He wanted to return alive. The group met at the villa entrance. Yusui opened the door and stared at the lush green courtyard in amazement. Ronsin's jaw dropped in shock. Pointing at the nearly man-tall bok choy in the yard, her fingers trembling, she said, Sway, this is what we planted. Bok choy? Gu Ponpon's voice trembled. Xianxian nodded her head. Sister Gu, it's bok choy. I looked at the label on the bag several times, and even asked Mom. Mom said it's tender and crispy, so delicious. Yusui was a little dazed. Is this really edible? Ding Yi and the other 4, following behind, were silent for a moment. They exchanged glances, then turned and ran towards the strawberry patch. As expected, the newly planted strawberry patch was already thriving with life. Green strawberry vines blanketed the soil. If they hadn't planted the seeds themselves, one would have thought this was already a strawberry garden. Could the strawberries grow as big as watermelons? Wansoni laughed and teased. Yusui paused. It's not impossible. Based on the man-sized cabbages in the yard, a strawberry as big as a watermelon would be a conservative estimate. It would have to be at least as big as a winter melon. System, what's going on? Is this thing really edible? Yusui felt it was unreliable to eat it. Wouldn't it turn you into a zombie? The system's voice was soft, as if it was struggling to breathe. It paused for a long time before saying, eat it. After asking several times, the system gave the same answer, and Yusui finally felt relieved. The group returned to the villa's courtyard. Seeing the cabbages growing in the yard, they didn't dare to delay, and quickly took up their sickles to begin cutting them. Otherwise, they were afraid that if they woke up, the cabbages would be taller than the house, or if they mutated and ate them, it would be the end of them. They gathered all the bok choy in the yard and piled them aside into a staggering mountain. Wansoni plucked a few leaves and sniffed them. It smells just like regular bok choy. It smelled just like vegetables. It looked quite tender when I picked it, not old at all. Yusui took a stalk, washed it with water, and took a bite. It's quite crisp and sweet. Xian cheered. That's good. We have enough to eat. Qinchan also rejoiced. That night, they had a bok choy feast. The bok choy soup was delicious, the leaves had a sweet, refreshing flavor, and most importantly, the portions were generous and filling. Ding Yi, the other four, along with Lu Jia and Song Yuanming, also enjoyed the steaming hot meal. Ding Yi took a sip of soup from his bowl and couldn't help but sigh, this food is so delicious. We all lost several pounds from starvation these past few days. He even pointed to his cheek and leaned closer to Yusui and the others, looking pitiful. Xian looked at him seriously. Don't worry, brother Ding. We have plenty of food in the future, so you won't lose weight. Ding Yi smiled and replied, that's great. Elsewhere, Yusui thought the system was a little strange. System, what's wrong with you? Usually, whenever Ding Yi and the others said something, it would pop up and say bad things about them. Why hasn't it spoken now that everyone's entered? Could it have been really tired from before? The system coughed several times, its heart agitated, but it struggled to suppress the urge to badmouth them. For the mission, it had to persevere. Chapter 37. Dinner was over. The system remained silent, and the entire ball of light seemed to dim, prompting Yusui to wonder if she had truly exhausted it. However, she quickly dismissed this thought. Ding Yi rolled up his sleeves, revealing his sturdy forearms, and with a smile, he began to clear the dishes from the table. Sister Sui, you guys take a break. Leave things like cleaning up the dishes to us. We can handle it. That's right, we handle these chores. Sister Sui, you've been tired all day, so take a break, Peng Jia said quickly. He glanced around, pondering how to clean up, when he saw Zhou Chifeng silently pick up a broom and begin sweeping the floor. He paused, then glanced to the side. Qian Jun had already retrieved a rag from the kitchen, preparing to wipe the table. Peng Jia, good boy. I never seen them so diligent. Ding Yi carried the dishes into the kitchen, and Peng Jia had no choice but to say, I come too. Hurry, both of you. In his mind, the system's eyes fixed on Ding Yi's exposed forearm, a garbled pattern flashing across its light. If it had teeth, Yusui felt it would have chopped it to pieces by now. What did it say? Men are really restless. Although Yusui didn't hear it speak, at that moment, he could still sense its intense disdain and even jealousy. Yusui stared at Ding Yi's back, discreetly sizing him up and down. How could a system be jealous of a human? Wansoni collapsed on the sofa, rubbed her stomach, and sighed comfortably, I haven't eaten this full in ages. Even though it was just small bok choy, it gave her the feeling of delicacies from the wild and the sea. Song Yuanming and Lu Jia felt the same way. The food at the farmhouse had been gone by the 5th day, after dark. They'd been relying on water, and the few remaining bread and biscuits, and they were already starving. They come out today hoping to get something to eat, but they hadn't expected to run into that damn mutant zombie. After being rescued, the two had originally planned to find a place to sleep and recuperate before continuing on their journey. Not only did Yusui bring them back, but they also filled their stomachs. There really are many kind people in this world. Lu Jia stood up, bowed, and said solemnly, thank you. If it weren't for you. Yusui waved his hand, stopping Lu Jia's words. They had only acted to protect themselves. Saving someone was just a matter of convenience. It was just a matter of convenience, but do you really want to go home? Gu Panpan and the others looked over. Yeah, Lu Jia nodded. I want to go home. Song Yuanming lowered his head, his voice muffled. Me too. My parents are still home. I don't know how they're doing. He raised his head, scratched his hair, and pulled himself together. Maybe they're waiting for me at home right now. Besides, she and I are from the same hometown, so if we go back together, we can look after each other. Qin Chong pondered for a moment. But the journey is dangerous. Even if it's close, it'd take you 2 days to get back. She and her husband had originally thought nothing serious would happen. Now it seemed they were too naive. Hearing Lu Jia and Song Yuanming say they were going back, she couldn't help but worry and offered some words of advice. Lu Jia knew the journey would be dangerous, but she shook her head firmly. I still want to go home. Hey, don't be so pessimistic. Maybe our journey back will be smooth, Song Yuanming said with a smile. Hearing this, Qin Chong stopped trying to persuade them. Xian raised her little face and said crisply, Sister Lu, you will definitely see Mom and Dad. Lu Jia smiled, yes, you will definitely see them. Deng Yi finished washing the dishes and walked out of the kitchen. He lifted his t-shirt to wipe the water off his face, inadvertently revealing his muscular waist and abdomen. The system's eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth and said, Host, I have something to tell you. Let's find a quiet place with few people. Sister Sui, is there anything else I can help you with? How about you go wash up, and I do your laundry? Deng Yi said with a chuckle, like a diligent snail girl. Host, I have something important to say. Let's go upstairs. The system wanted to punch Deng Yi out. Yu Sui looked puzzled. You can say it now, and no one else can hear. Is it really thinking it's human? No. The thought of Yu Sui sharing a room with him made it feel uncomfortable. Yu Sui wouldn't indulge it. Speak or not. Forget it. Wansini, beside her, whispered in her ear, Sui, don't tell me, this guy is really quite good. He's fair-skinned, has a nice figure, and has good taste. How about we raise one? She gestured, I just saw some abs. I wonder if they're 8-pack. No, the system screamed, the entire ball of light protesting. Yu Sui's temples throbbed at the infernal sound. Why are you talking so loud? Can't you just be more gentle and whisper? Host, wow. I fought that zombie for you, and my energy is almost exhausted. How dare you just burn your bridges? What's the point of keeping this pretty boy? He has no special powers, can't help you fight zombies, and can't even do basic surveillance and doorkeeping. He's useless. The system kept babbling, wanting to smack Deng Yi into the dirt. I don't know how a system like it could be so competitive. Yu Sui rubbed his ears. Alright, what were you trying to say? The system choked. Host, I'm running out of energy. You have to keep watch tonight. Got it. Yu Sui nodded. Also, host, the system stammered, when can we go to the bank? I'm really running out of energy. Yu Sui chuckled twice. You're even worse than a pretty boy. The system hummed even louder. Sui. Wansini waved her hand in front of her face. What's wrong? Is the system messing up again? Yu Sui pressed her hand down. We need to have someone on guard tonight. Without the system's monitoring, it was indeed quite inconvenient. Guard? Deng Yi patted his chest. Sister Sui, we be there. We can definitely handle this. Besides farming, the 4 of them were now the only use they had. They had to cling to Yu Sui's support. From now on, they wouldn't have to worry about zombies, and wouldn't have to worry about food and drink. Peng Jia made arrangements quickly this time. Deng Yi and I will watch the first half of the night. Zhou Chifeng, you and Qian Jun will watch the second half. That's settled. Staying up late is our forte. Sister Sui, leave it to us. Lu Jia and Song Yuanming quickly stood up. We come too. There's still a few hours until midnight. Let's go watch. No, Wansini glanced at the sky. Aren't you guys going to travel tomorrow? Get some rest. Sui, and I will be fine. I go too. Xian jumped up and grabbed Yu Sui's hand. I can go too. I know magic. Qin Chong calculated. Then Sui, Sini, and Pan will watch until midnight. After midnight, Xian and I will follow Deng Yi to relieve you. Peng Jia, Zhou Chifeng, and Qian Jun will watch the second half of the night, in groups of 3. Since we're on night watch, let's all line up together. Yu Sui nodded, that's fine. Lu Jia felt rather embarrassed, we're not sleepy yet, so we can keep watch for a while. Gu Panpan pointed at the dark circles under her eyes, and said, don't force yourself. Go to sleep now, and get some rest, or you be exhausted for the journey later. Lu Ji pursed her lips, then I won't be polite. She was indeed very sleepy. She hadn't slept a single night these days while staying at the farmhouse. On the rooftop of the villa closest to the gate in the community. Wansini plopped down, binoculars in hand, and peered outside. I'm glad I brought them earlier. I didn't expect they come in handy. Sway, was the system's intelligence wrong? That zombie this afternoon seemed pretty easy to kill. Mind control isn't as mysterious as it's portrayed in movies and novels. Gu Panpan recalled the moment when her head felt like it was being hit by a hammer. Sister Cindy, didn't you feel anything? When that zombie screamed, it felt like it was hit hard by a hammer. I almost couldn't hold the golf club anymore. My mind went blank, and I'd lost control of my body. It was terrifying. No! Wansini gave her a strange look. Aside from the zombie's louder and stronger voice, nothing else. That's because you're immune to mind control. Yusui looked at her and said. Wansini was stunned for a few seconds, then pointed at her nose in disbelief and asked, Me? Immune to mind control? Yusui nodded. Yes, it's you. You're immune to mind control. That's why the zombie's mind control didn't work on you, and you didn't feel anything. Pan and the others felt it, but the system blocked it. Wansini blinked, then stood up, hands on her hips, and laughed. Ha ha. I have superpowers too. Wow, this is so great. Is it because of that fever I had earlier? I was saying, I have a fever now, so there's no way I wouldn't have superpowers. So it was waiting for me right here. I'm so touched. So touched. It was a shame that the fight had gone so fast this afternoon. She was so excited that she wanted to dig that zombie out of its grave and have a few more exchanges with it. Yusui reached out to hold her, preventing her from getting too excited and accidentally stepping on air and falling. Sit down first and stop jumping. It scares me. Gu Panpan joined in the laughter, grabbing Wansini's other arm. Great, Sister Cindy, you have powers too. Immune to mind control, hee. Wansini sat down and hooked her arm around Yusui's shoulder. Sway, I have powers too. I can protect you better from now on. She then put her arm around Gu Panpan's shoulder. I can protect you better too. Gu Panpan, who had been feeling a little disappointed about not having powers, smiled at this. Then I have to get along better with you guys. It's just a small matter. Wansini said generously. Hey, I feel so full of strength right now. She picked up the binoculars and looked around. See if any zombies are coming to test my powers. The setting sun illuminated the world. At the end of the path lay wildly growing weeds, swaying in the wind. There were no people or zombies. No zombies. Wansini's tone shifted. Sway, something seems to be happening. Chapter 38. Outside the residential complex, a winding road stretched wildly, its lush greenery lining both sides. At first glance, there was little to see except for the vast expanse of green. Originally, they had thought the dense forest would effectively conceal the residential complex's location, isolating it from the outside world. Now, Yusui was beginning to feel that the trees outside were a bit of a hindrance. System, can you see? Yusui lowered the binoculars, gripped the golf club, and his heart sank. The system observed for a moment, and just as it was about to speak, it thought of its previous persona. It paused, thinking there was no danger at all. It feigned weakness and said, Ahem, host, I'm sorry, I can't see. Really? The system nodded vigorously, its voice as soft as a mosquito's. Woo-woo, host, I'm sorry, I'm running low on energy. Sway, how's it going? Did you see clearly? Wansini squinted, not seeing anything. She held the whistle to her lips. I blow it to warn Sister Chin and the others. I can't see clearly. Yusui shook his head. Warn them first. Wansini blew the whistle hard. The crisp sound shattered the tranquility of the community, echoing towards the villas deep within. Chin Chong and the others, who were observing the strawberries growing in the strawberry field, heard the whistle. Their faces changed, and they all drew their weapons and ran towards the community gate. Sway, there's someone. Gu Panpan, with her sharp eyes, pointed. Yusui and Wansini looked in the direction of her finger. Through the gaps in the leaves, they could vaguely see a figure in yellow clothes running towards them. Passing the last bend, his figure was completely exposed to Yusui and the others. The other party seemed startled by Wansini's sudden whistle and paused, then sped up again, running towards them. At the gate, Li Chao saw Yusui and the others standing at the gate, golf clubs in hand. A flicker of joy crossed his face, and he waved his hands vigorously at them. Great, there's someone there. That's good, we're saved. Wansini stood on tiptoe to peer behind him. No zombies, just him, sway. He seems very happy. These days, running into people is not a pleasant experience. Yusui tightened his grip on the golf club and looked the other person up and down. His clothes were intact, and he looked untouched by zombies. He seemed in good spirits, otherwise they wouldn't have come running towards him so happily. He seems to need our help with something. Gu Ponpon's eyes were filled with vigilance. Li Chao ran all the way to the gate, stopping about 2 or 3 meters away from Yusui and the other two. He gasped, "Great! There's actually someone here. My name is Li Chao. Do you have any medicine? Children's fever reducer. My son has a fever, and I'm looking for something for him." A week ago, he and his children came to his hometown in the countryside for a few days, only to encounter something like this. To make matters worse, his son has had a fever since the day before yesterday and continues to have it ever since. He had originally intended to go to the pharmacy in town, but was scared back by zombies outside. Remembering there was an abandoned neighborhood nearby, he decided to try his luck here. To his surprise, there were actually people here. Li Chao rubbed his hands, his honest face filled with anxiety. "My son has had a fever for several days. We run out of medicine at home, but the fever hasn't subsided. Do you have any medicine? I won't give it away for free." He pulled several bars of chocolate from his pocket. "I trade these with you." Yusui raised his eyebrows, looking him up and down. He looked like he'd been staying home for days, his expression anxious, but Yusui still found him a little strange. As for what he was saying, the child has a fever. If I remember correctly, this is an abandoned neighborhood. The chances of finding medicine here are much lower than the chances of encountering zombies on the street. No one would consider trying their luck here. Yusui and Wansini exchanged a glance, neither of them saying anything. Gu Panpan, standing by, stared at Li Chao and pointed her golf club in front of him, causing Li Chao, who had been about to step forward, to take a few steps back. "Do you have any medicine for the fever? I give you all these chocolates. Just give me a box of medicine." Li Chao held out the chocolates. "I really don't have any other intentions. I just came here looking for medicine." As he spoke, Chin Chong and the others ran out, weapons in hand. Seeing only Li Chao at the door, they were puzzled, but they didn't let their guard down, which actually startled Li Chao. Seeing so many people emerge, not only looking menacing but also armed, he couldn't help but step back a few steps, trembling. I just wanted to find some medicine. Don't use force. I hadn't expected so many people to live in such an abandoned neighborhood. Sister Sui, what's this?" Dengi looked Li Chao up and down, then peered outside. Without waiting for Yusui to speak, Li Chao introduced himself. "My name is Li Chao." He pointed to the right. "I live in the village over there. My child has a fever, and I like to come over here to look for some medicine. Do you have any? I won't take it for free. I trade these for you." He curled his lips. "If you don't have any, I look somewhere else." Chin Chong understood. Hearing the other person mention their child having a fever, she couldn't help but feel a sense of empathy. But she didn't have any medicine. After a pause, she looked at Yusui. Sui. What a coincidence. Yusui did have some medicine. Not only had they not used it up when Wansini had a fever, but they also traded quite a bit from their neighbors. But Yusui carefully examined Li Chao several times, but still felt something was amiss with him. Yusui shook his head gently. "Sorry, we don't have any fever-reducing medicine." Wansini understood. "Why don't you go to the town over there? There should be a pharmacy there. Or wait a little longer," Gu Panpan said tactfully. "Don't novels and movies say that a fever is a prerequisite for awakening superpowers? Maybe your child will have superpowers." Li Chao was stunned. "Superpowers?" He curled his lips and gave a dry laugh. "How is that possible? Have you read too many novels and movies? Although there are zombies now, but..." He paused, his face gradually becoming serious. "Yes, there are zombies, so why can't there be superpowers?" Li Chao's expression changed. Yusui and the others noticed. Chin Chong narrowed her eyes and looked him up and down. "Does your son really have a fever? Or is it really his son who has a fever?" As a fellow parent, his expression and demeanor were clearly off. Li Chao felt a little uncomfortable under Chin Chong's gaze. He nodded quickly, rubbing his hands anxiously. "Really? My son has a fever. It's been like that for several days now. I couldn't help it, so I came to check on him. Since you don't have any here, I won't stay any longer. I go to the town over there and see what's going on." With that, Li Chao turned and scurried out. Dengi stared at his back, bewildered. He really left? Peng Jia rubbed his chin, analyzing the situation carefully. I don't think he came here looking for medicine. More like he was scouting the area. I just didn't expect so many people here. Wan Sini shared the sentiment. He doesn't look like a father worried about his child. Be vigilant when you keep watch tonight. Yu Sui put away her golf club. Li Chao's back was no longer visible on the road, but she still felt something strange. Deng Yi clapped his stick in his hand. Don't worry, Sister Sui, we definitely be careful. If anyone's so foolish as to try to take advantage of us, I make sure they realize how wrong that decision was. He chuckled a few times. Qian Jun rolled his eyes. Just talk, but don't do this. It's disgusting. Seeing the two about to argue again, Peng Jia quickly tried to smooth things over. Oh, okay, now that everything's settled, let's go back and rest up. We come back later to relieve the others. Sister Sui, we go back first. Deng Yi smiled and waved. Go back. After they all left, Gu Panpan was still a little confused. What was that guy trying to do here? Was he really scouting the place? Wan Sini snapped her fingers. It's definitely not what he said. Think about it, the last time we rescued Xian and Sister Shen preferred being captured to keep Xian alive. That's not like him. Coming here to look for medicine doesn't sound very credible. He's not worried about his son's brain getting damaged by wasting time if he can't find the medicine. End of the road. Li Chao ran as fast as he could, as if someone was chasing him. At the fork in the road to the right, the warehouse door was open. Li Chao rushed in. The people inside heard the noise, and ran out with weapons in hand. Seeing it was him, they didn't let their guard down. After carefully checking his body for scratches and bite marks, they dropped the weapon. The man sitting in the middle had a buzz cut and intricate tattoos covering his arms, extending all the way to the backs of his hands. He folded his hands across his chest, raised his chin, and asked, "How's it going?" Li Chao shook his head and sighed. It's hard to fool them. I haven't even gone in yet, and there are quite a lot of people inside. He pulled over a stool and plopped down. 8 people in total, 4 women and 4 men. The woman leading the group looks pretty fierce. Women. Luo Yujia laughed. Fierce? I think you're just too timid. They'd be easy to catch now. He pointed. There are 10 of us here, all men. We can knock them down in a matter of minutes. The people around him laughed along, scolding Li Chao for his cowardice. Li Chao waved his hand. They know about superpowers. I think there's one among them who possesses them. Luo Yujia paused for a moment, then waved his hand nonchalantly. Even if there is, it's certainly not as powerful as our brother Huang's. He gave him a thumbs up. Our brother Huang is a psychic, a top-tier superpower. He easily handled them. No, there's no need for brother Huang to intervene. We can handle this on our own. That's where the wealthy bosses used to live. The conditions are much better than here. That's where our brother Huang should live, he said flatteringly, leaning forward. Brother Huang, don't you agree? Brother Huang gave him an approving look and patted his shoulder. It's settled. Let's stick to the plan. We go tonight. Chapter 39. 12 p.m. Deng Yi followed Chinchong and Xian to take over from Yu Sui and the other two. Wan Sini patted Xuan's little head. Xian, you're still young. Go back with me and rest. Xian shook her head, her chubby face filled with determination. Sister Wan, I'm not sleepy. I know magic and can protect everyone. Yu Sui smiled slightly, leaning over to look at her encouragingly. Then Xian, you must protect everyone well. Yes. Xian clenched her fists and nodded heavily. Sister Yu, I will. Deng Yi patted his chest. And I'm here. We're so good here, Sister Sui. You two can go back and rest. Then let's go. Wan Sini waved, pulling Yu Sui and Gu Panpan away, one on each side. In the villa, Wan Sini yawned and rubbed her lower back. I'm really getting old. I can't handle it after just a short while. My back hurts like hell. Let me give you a massage. Yu Sui looked at her amusedly and reached out to give her a pinch. Wan Sini jumped up like a shrimp and burst into laughter. It's so itchy. No more. I'm not hurting anymore. Gu Panpan chuckled and turned to glance outside. Sister Sui, can Sister Chen and the others keep watch? Especially after what happened with Li Chao that night, she felt a little uneasy. Yu Sui and Wan Sini exchanged glances and shook their heads. They said in unison, let's go. Gu Panpan was stunned for a moment. Where to? Yu Sui smiled faintly. Let's raid their base camp. Wan Sini shook her head. That's what they call the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Base camp? In the villa next door, Peng Jia and the other two, who were resting and recuperating, were awakened by a knock on the door. Zhou Chenfeng leaped out of bed with a somersault, not even bothering to put on his shoes, picking up a stick he had left lying around and hurried downstairs. When he opened the door, he saw Yu Sui and the other two standing outside, a little confused. Sister Sui, what happened? Yu Sui glanced at Peng Jia and Qian Jun, who were frantically trying to get dressed, and coughed into her hand. No. Ruansini, feeling a little uncomfortable after the blunder, pointed at Zhou Chenfeng's bare feet. Put your shoes on first. It's nothing serious. The three of them exchanged glances, realizing their own disheveled appearance and feeling a bit embarrassed. As he was leaving, Zhou Chenfeng casually raised his arm, causing his t-shirt to tug, revealing a sliver of his toned abs. He calmly said, Sister Sui, take a seat. We go back and change. Yu Sui nodded. After the three of them went upstairs, Ruansini excitedly tugged at Yu Sui's arm and whispered those abs. Sui Pan, did you see that? This class of boys is in great shape. Every one of them has abs. Gu Pan covered her lips with her hand. Sister Sini, be quiet. It was embarrassing to be overheard. Yu Sui hadn't noticed at first, but the system in her head, nearly fuming the moment Zhou Chenfeng raised his hand, caught her attention. This made her look at Zhou Chenfeng several times. She hadn't expected him, who usually kept to himself and looked serious, to be so cunning. No wonder the system had such a bad mouth the moment they saw him. Tell me, what's the matter with them coming over to see us now? In the room, Peng Jia asked as he dressed. Didn't Deng Yi and the others just leave for a shift change? Did something go wrong during the night watch? I don't think so. Qian Jun shook his head. If something really went wrong, they wouldn't be so calm, even taking the time to let us change clothes. Peng Jia nodded. You're right. What's the matter? Zhou Chenfeng put on his shoes. We find out once we go downstairs. The three of them arrived downstairs, and didn't see Yu Sui and the others in the living room. They exchanged glances, picked up the sticks they had hastily tossed aside, and walked out. The door. Ruansini coughed, stopping herself. She stood up straight, glancing subtly at the three men's waists, her face sullen, a hint of disappointment. The abdominal muscles were no longer visible. Sister Sui, is there something wrong? Peng Jia asked first. Yu Sui raised his chin slightly. Do you remember where you went to find food last time? That warehouse? Qian Ju remembered it clearly. Where are we going? Aren't there just farm machinery and fertilizer? Peng Jia asked suspiciously. Are we going to move the fertilizer overnight? Given the current growth rate of crops grown on this land, fertilizer wouldn't be necessary. Zhou Chenfeng pondered for a moment. Could it be that the man came from that place this afternoon? Yu Sui snapped his fingers. It's just a guess. We find out if it's true after we go over and take a look. Anyway, I'm free now, Ruansini said, drawing out her tone. Let's just take a stroll and get familiar with the surroundings. Peng Jia and the other two exchanged glances, understanding the situation. Whatever that person had intended to do this afternoon, they were now prepared to strike first. To avoid a head-on collision, Yu Sui and the others deliberately left the complex through another gate. This gate was closer to the warehouse, though the path was a bit more difficult. In the half-man-high grass, Ruansini pouted a few times, pushing aside the dogtail grass that had hit her cheek. This stuff is really uncomfortable on my face. Sui, is this the right direction? Yu Sui looked at the navigation route given by the system. Yes, we'd be there in 10 minutes. Ruansini lowered her voice. Was that really where that person came from this afternoon? Yu Sui wasn't sure, but she felt it was most likely that way. After all, since entering the complex, they had only been to the warehouse over there. Also, perhaps stimulated by Zhou Chenfeng's abdominal muscles, the system had given the navigation route to the warehouse, further proving Yu Sui's theory. At the same time, this also proved that the system was feigning weakness again. The system's light ball remained dim and motionless, but in reality, it was nearly suffocating. What did it say? All grown-up men are bad. It had seen clearly just now that Zhou Chenfeng had deliberately lifted his t-shirt to reveal his abs. This kid is really good at hiding his strength. We must target him from now on. We can't let them steal our limelight again. Ever since the sky darkened and then brightened again, the moon had been exceptionally bright every night. Like an incandescent lamp hanging high in the sky, its cold light illuminated the world and lengthened their figures. Using the bushes for cover, the group successfully reached the warehouse. Yu Sui crouched down, staring at the light streaming from inside, and lowered his voice. Someone's here. They're really here. Once and he sighed. Gu Panpan clenched his golf club. I'm ready. Shall we go? Peng Jia gasped, whispering, we don't know how many people are in here yet. Isn't it a bit too dangerous to go in now? 10 people. The system tried to contain it, but it couldn't. Host, there are 10 people in there, all men. The leader has a mind control ability. Yu Sui understood. No wonder the other party had set their sights on them. But mind control ability? Isn't that a coincidence? Yu Sui's eyebrows curved as he explained the number of people provided by the system and the situation inside. Mind control. Peng Jia was startled, his voice nearly cracking before finally steadying himself. Isn't this the same as that zombie's ability? He still remembered how the zombie's howl had nearly turned him into a puppet, his body completely shattered. How are we going to fight him? Yu Sui smiled. It's okay. He has mind control, and we're immune to it. Once he patted her chest. Hee hee, what a coincidence. I was just thinking of trying out my new ability. And here comes someone, letting me see if his control is stronger, or if my immunity is unbeatable. Peng Jia's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Immune to mind control? Qian Jun was a bit dazed. Superpowers, plus Xian, that means we have 3 people with superpowers here. His eyes lit up, and his whole body perked up. What are you waiting for? Let's go! Let's finish the fight quickly, and go back to bed quickly. Zhou Chifeng said nothing, silently tightening his grip on the stick, ready to step forward and clear the way for them. Be careful, someone's coming out. Yu Sui held down Wan Sini, who was about to leave. Burp, Li Chao burped and patted his stomach. Life feels so much better now than before. I have food and drink, and I don't have to work, the man next to him chimed in. People fawn over me all day long, like I'm the emperor. Another man laughed, winking and muttering, look at Luo Yujia. He's just like the eunuch on TV. I think he wants to kneel down and serve Brother Huang like a dog. Listen to what he said in there. TSK, I can't say anything. Li Chao glanced at him, ignoring his fawning attitude, and joined in the rant. Who says it's not? He slapped his thigh and sighed. Oh, if only I had superpowers. That would be a life of wonder. By the way, do those women in the villa really have superpowers? Someone asked curiously. Li Chao shook his head. I can't say for sure, but a woman mentioned it, and I think one of them must have superpowers. Who else would say that? That's right. What kind of world is this? Even women have superpowers, so why don't I have any? After a moment, the topic veered off. One of them smirked, nudged Li Chao with his arm, and chuckled maliciously, are those women pretty? Li Chao nodded at him, then gave him a lewd smile. Of course they are, especially the leader. She's like a fairy. TSK, her cold face makes her even more exciting. Oh. The two joined in the commotion, laughing knowingly. Once we take over that neighborhood, those women will all be ours. Then, we can have our fun as usual. The 3 of them laughed heartily, making dirty remarks, then walked to the side of the road and unzipped their pants. Back. The system gritted its teeth in anger. Host, act. I control them for you. That Huang guy in there is just a noob. Blocking him is a piece of cake. What kind of character mission is this? It can't hold it back anymore. Yu Sui twisted his wrist, and a dagger appeared in his hand. In the moonlight, the dagger's sharp blade exuded a chilling coldness. Chapter 40. Humans truly are terrifying creatures. Looking at the 3 corpses lying on the ground, Yu Sui deeply understood this truth. Her face expressionless, she calmly harvested the lives of others. With a single blow, warm blood gushed out, leaving only a few lifeless bodies lying on the ground, their eyes wide open in disbelief. In her mind, the system kept praising her. Host, you're amazing. 1 strike, a clean kill. Humph, they set their sights on us, and here comes the retribution. Host, well done. This is how you deal with people like them. No mercy. The system continued to chatter, but Yu Sui was in no mood to listen anymore, so she shut up. Her hands were stained with a hot, sticky blood, and she felt uneasy. She shook them off, trying to dispel the feeling. The system faltered, then noticed something was amiss on Yu Sui's face. It paused, then clumsily offered comfort. Host, don't feel burdened. These people deserve to die. They already harmed so many people. It simply pulled out a list, listing their crimes, but Yu Sui didn't want to read it at all. Can you be quiet? The system finally shut up, embarrassed, and remained silent. Yu Sui understood what the system meant. From what they had just said, she could tell this wasn't the first time they experienced this. But deep down, she wasn't feeling the guilt and regret the system assumed. On the contrary, the damp, Hot, sticky feeling was like a venomous snake, spitting its tongue, slithering out from the darkness of her heart, wrapping around her heart and perched high above it. Its cold eyes looked at her, as if to say something. Look, this is you. This is the real you. You don't feel a trace of guilt or fear, but rather long for this very moment. From a long time ago. Perhaps it was during that first fight in the orphanage. Yusui felt as if she wasn't normal. During the fight, she was unusually calm, her heart pounding, not out of fear, but excitement. Sometimes she wondered if her parents had abandoned her because they knew she wasn't normal. Her heart condition was a punishment for her viciousness. Yusui squeezed her eyes shut and exhaled deeply, trying to dispel the sticky, wet heat, but it was ineffective. A strong smell of blood lingered at her nose, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. She gripped the knife tighter and tighter, her heart beating faster and faster. If she hadn't had her wits about her, she would have rushed into the warehouse uncontrollably. Seeing this, Wansuni sighed softly inwardly. Without saying a word, she walked over to her, pulled a handkerchief from her pocket, and wiped her hand. Yusui opened her eyes, and they exchanged glances. The overexcited nerves in Yusui's head finally calmed down. She remembered that when they were little, every time Yusui led her in a fight with the kids, who bullied them in the yard, he would remain silent for a while. At first, she thought Yusui was afraid and reflecting on himself, but after asking, she realized that Yusui believed he was born a bad person. Otherwise, why would he not be afraid of fighting, but rather excited? Wansuni didn't know whether he was born a bad person, but she knew that this was all for their better lives. So, back then, the young Wansuni nearly burst out laughing at Yusui's words. She grabbed her arm and said, "So, I'm a badass too. We're truly best friends, a natural fit." Now, Wansuni opened her hand, revealing the blood it had just smeared on it. She tooted in disgust, "Hey, let's hurry up. Let's get this done sooner, so we can go home and get some sleep." Even if it was a monster, as long as it wasn't alone, there was nothing to fear. Yusui's eyes flickered slightly, her heart relaxed, and she curled her lips into a smile. "Sister Sui, there are 7 more inside. Shall we charge in?" Peng Jia clutched his stick, eager to give it a try. It was truly humiliating. Such a good opportunity to show their loyalty had been wasted. This time, they absolutely could not just stand by and do nothing to help. Zhou Chenfeng, stick in hand, darted to the warehouse door, hid to the side, and cautiously peered inside. There are 2 people in the yard chatting. The defense was lax, their vigilance was 0. Zhou Chenfeng thought they might have been overconfident, relying on the presence of a psychic, and now they hit a wall. On either side of the gate, Yusui and the others stood on either side, their weapons tightly gripped. The sound of laughter emanated from inside, and one of them peered toward the gate. Why haven't Li Chao and the others returned yet? Could something have happened? The other frowned, feeling uneasy and wary. The man waved his hand. How could that be? Brother Huang is a psychic. If a human or a zombie were approaching, Brother Huang would have noticed it long ago. He patted his butt and stood up. I guess the 3 of them went out to slack off. I go check. I'm going with you too. Could it be that Li Chao got something from there this afternoon, and the 3 of them went out to eat alone? The 2 men's conversation grew more and more certain of this. Unable to sit still, they glanced at the few people inside, playing cards and chatting with Brother Huang. They cautiously stood up and walked towards the door. Yusui and the others held their breath. They were fully prepared. Light streamed through the doorway, and a long figure slowly approached. Yusui gestured, and Wansuni and the others beside them immediately understood. They took a deep breath, raised their golf clubs and sticks high, and listened to the approaching footsteps. Why didn't I see? Bang. The golf club and stick fell simultaneously, making a crashing sound. The 2 men, who had just exited the door, instinctively looked up and to the sides. The club and stick struck them like a bolt of lightning. Their heads went blank, and when they came to, they felt a sharp pain piercing their heads. The man's body lurched, trying to cry out in pain. He opened his mouth, but no words came. Blood gushed from his forehead and temple, staining his vision red. Swish. Gu Panpan and Yusui quickly stepped forward, slashing their necks with their blades, ending their lives. 5 more. Gu Panpan retracted her knife, her pretty face a layer of frost, her eyes indifferently gazing towards the door. Yusui casually wiped the blood from the blade onto the man's clothes and whispered, "Let's go in, and move quickly." Okay. Peng Jia nodded heavily, hunched his waist, and leaped in like a cat, quietly making his way along the dark corner toward the dormitories at the back. Pair of aces. Brother Huang shook the cards in his hand. That's the last card. If it weren't for me, I win. Luo Yujia, standing by, flattered him. Brother Huang, you're definitely going to win this time. He opened a bottle of Coke and handed it to him. Brother Huang, have some Coke to moisten your throat. The other three people at the table secretly curled their lips and exchanged glances. One of them gave an embarrassed smile. Brother Huang, I'm sorry. He pulled out 2 cards and threw them onto the table. Pair of deuces. Luo Yijia's expression darkened. He glared at him and complained this. He deliberately sighed and slapped his own lips. It's all my fault. Brother Huang raised his eyelids and glanced at him, then good-naturedly took a sip of his Coke. It's okay. Playing cards is a game of cards. There are winners and losers. The man who had just played pair of deuces gave a thumbs up. Brother Huang, as expected, so generous. He glanced around, frowning, his face etched with embarrassment. Finally, he pulled a card and threw it on the table. King of Spades. The other 2 shook their heads. Pass, pass, pass. Looking disdainfully at the man who had played the card, he sighed, This is my biggest card. It's your fault you couldn't catch it. But it's okay. Brother Huang definitely doesn't have any. Before he finished his words, Brother Huang smiled with a quirk of his lips. Ace. Damn. Brother Huang, you're bluffing us. Look at that hand, Xiao Zhang. You might as well not have taken it. Luo Yujia gave him a thumbs up and immediately flattered him. Brilliant. Brother Huang's move is the best. The dormitory was bustling with activity. Outside, however, it was deserted. Outside a door. Yu Sui stood by the door, steadying his breath. System, get ready. Host, I'm ready. System, alert, respond immediately. The person inside has powers inferior to the zombie who came to the community last time. I made perfect arrangements for you. After the laughter and joking, the cards were reshuffled and dealt. Luo Yujia stood on tiptoe to look outside, feeling a little uneasy. Brother Huang, why is it quiet outside? Could those guys be slacking off? I go check. Brother Huang, cigarette dangling from his lips, said without turning back, Okay, go ahead. Squeak. The dormitory door swung open, and light poured out, illuminating the hallway. Almost the moment the door swung open, Zhou Chenfeng and Peng Jia sprang into action. They leaped up, tackled the defenseless Luo Yujia, and struck him hard on the head with their clubs. Then they rushed back inside. The man facing the door in the room suddenly lost his expression. He leaped up and overturned the card table. Someone's coming. Brother Huang's face paled. Confused, he subconsciously used mind control to restrain Yu Sui and the others who had entered. But seeing them unaffected, he paused. Damn it! Recovering, he grabbed a nearby stool and hurled it at them. Qian Jun dodged to the side, his staff wielding a variety of techniques, hitting the opponent's weak spots with every strike. Zhou Chenfeng, on the other side, refused to be outdone. The 2 of them worked in perfect harmony, dominating the entire dormitory and leaving the 4 opponents powerless. Compared to them, Brother Huang and the other 4's resistance looked like kindergartners. They were aggressive but utterly threatening, completely outmatched. After a few rounds, they were completely powerless and lay on the ground, groaning. Yu Sui and the others froze for a moment, then reacted quickly and rushed forward to finish off the opponent. It took only a dozen seconds. Everyone in the room was knocked down. The battle ended rather suddenly. I thought it would be a protracted battle, but it turned out to be a blitz, over almost as soon as it began. Wan Cini was astonished. Oh my god, you 2 have such skills, have you practiced before? Zhou Chenfeng put away his stick and smiled modestly. A little bit. Qian Jun glanced at him, curled his lips, and said confidently, I've been learning Sanda from my dad since I was 4 years old. I'm currently a 6th degree Sanda fighter. 6th degree? Wan Cini pondered for a moment. I don't understand, but it looks impressive. Not bad, a big man. Qian Jun's smile froze. Big? Man? Yu Sui glanced at him, coughed, and said quickly, they seem to have quite a lot of supplies. Let's quickly find some, and move them back, so they don't waste anything. Wan Cini came to his senses, and immediately agreed. That's right, Sui, I go look in the next room. Let's split up. With that, he ran out. Chapter 41. Damn! Wan Cini's eyes flushed with jealousy. How do they have so much food? She opened the box and said sourly, self-heating hot pot, instant noodles, chocolate, canned food, and even Coke. What a luxury. Gu Pampan gasped. Did they empty out the entire supermarket? Why couldn't they be so lucky? The dormitory was neatly stacked with boxes and boxes of supplies, food, medicine, and all sorts of daily necessities. The variety was plentiful. It was just like Gu Panpan had said, like emptying out a small supermarket. On second thought, Wansini clasped her hands together and grinned. Thanks to nature's gift, all of this is ours now, haha. Happy New Year. Let's take all this away. Don't let it go to waste. By the way, can it fit? Yusui glanced around the room, taking in the space now cleared. Before he could say anything, he heard Pingjia's words. He paced around a few times, feeling both happy and worried. It won't fit. This is too much. How about I go back and get Dingy and the others to help us move it? There's a tractor outside. We can just load these things up and drive the tractor back. Xianjun pointed outside, feeling like he was just like that idiot Dingy, his mind boggling. Any tractor can carry them back. What if the noise from the tractor attracts zombies? Zhou Chifeng said nothing. He glanced at the two men, who seemed to be suffering from amnesia, and covered his face. Yu Sui was slightly stunned, his hand stretched out in the air paused for a moment, and Wansini realized it belatedly and whispered, Sui, didn't we tell them about your ability? I don't think she said anything, Yu Sui thought carefully. She hadn't avoided them the last time she pulled the chainsaw from her space, so she should know. Thinking this way, Yu Sui stretched out her hand, and with a thought, the boxes in her hand instantly vanished, stored in the space. Peng Jia blinked hard and spoke in a daze, Qianjun, those boxes disappeared. Did you see? I'm not dreaming. Qianjun reached out and pinched his thigh without mercy, causing him to jump with a cry of pain, gasping for air. Hiss, why are you using so much force? It hurts so much. I was just afraid you wouldn't believe it. Now you believe it, don't you? I believe it, Peng Jia grinned. Sister Sui, you really do have space powers. Yeah. As Yu Sui spoke, she gathered all the supplies in the room into the space. She moved quickly, and in just a dozen seconds, the dormitory, once crammed with supplies, was empty, leaving only dust and the bare bunk bed. She clapped her hands. All right. Peng Jia rubbed her hands together and walked around the dormitory several times, carefully checking everything, fearing she missed anything. This is fantastic. Spatial abilities are truly essential for home and travel. With this, we won't have to worry about not being able to bring back supplies when we go out to look for them. It's not that easy. Wansini shook her head. Space has a size limit too, she thought, glancing at Yusui. Sui, shouldn't we go out and upgrade the space? We talk about it when we get back. The system is now slacking off, which is indeed a bit troublesome. She had to discuss this with the system when she gets back. Now that they stabilized, it's going to be quite dangerous to go out. The men meticulously checked every corner of the warehouse before leaving and retracing their steps back to the villa. Dengi and the other two, who were guarding the gate, were unaware of what was happening. They kept a vigilant eye on the outside, fearing that someone or a zombie might have taken advantage. Xian's eyes widened, her hands behind her back, as she paced back and forth at the gate, resembling an invigilator. Dengi glanced at her several times, wanting to laugh, but fearing to offend Xian, he forced his upward smile down and held it back. At the gate of the villa, Yu Sui had initially offered to share some of the supplies he had retrieved with Peng Jia and the others, but they quickly waved him off. Peng Jia smiled sheepishly. Sister Sui, it's better to leave the stuff with you. What if we lose it? Besides, I'm afraid we won't be able to control ourselves and eat it all in a few days. It's better to leave it with you. He also had a calculation. If he really took the food and drinks, wouldn't that mean he have no reason to continue hanging out with them? That wouldn't be good. The first rule of currying favor with someone is to impress them daily. Qianjun shook his head like a rattle. No, Sister Sui, leave it with you. Besides, if you take it, we have nothing here, so we just have to eat it raw. He licked his lips and paused. Well, Sister Sui, can you give us a bottle of Coke first? I haven't had one in ages. He wanted to drink it when he saw it in the warehouse earlier, but he hadn't dared. Now, he couldn't help himself. If he didn't finish the Coke, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to sleep that night. Of course, Yu Sui said with a flick of his wrist, revealing 4 bottles of Coke. Here for you. Qianjun grabbed them, unscrewed the caps, and gulped down a long gulp. He burped heartily, his eyes brightening, and he felt much more energetic. It's delicious. Compared to him, Peng Jia and Zhou Chifeng were much more reserved. They thanked him, took the Coke, unscrewed the caps, and took a sip. Then remember to come for breakfast tomorrow morning, Yusui said with a wave, then turned and left. Okay. Peng Jia and the other two nodded like obedient children. It was late. After washing up, Yusui lay down on her bed, sighing comfortably. Today had been an unusually long day. Now lying down, she felt her whole body aching, unable to even lift a finger. She lifted her eyelids, staring at the bright moonlight outside the window, and slowly closed her eyes. Inside her spiritual consciousness, the system's light ball huddled there, motionless. Yusui softly called out, System? System, eh? Impulse is truly the devil. Not only had its original self-image collapsed, but it had also exposed itself for deceiving her. The system regretted it so much that it wished it could go back in time and slap itself in the face, just to see what it had done. Why couldn't it hold back? Now the host must be coming to call it to task. Alas. We've been together for a while now, and tonight, with all the time and the beautiful moonlight, I wanted to talk to you. I didn't expect you, System, to disagree. Yusui feigned sadness and sighed deeply. It seems I was being too sentimental. Forget about the conversation. Then, System, take care of yourself and recover your energy quickly. The system paused, its light ball flashing a few times. Host, I'm here. I'm open to whatever you want to talk about. It almost wished it could give the light ball wings and fly to Yusui. Host, I'd be there for you, whatever you want to talk about. Yusui, eh? For some reason, she felt something was amiss with the system right now. She glanced behind it. It was still the same ordinary, round ball of light, without a tail. Well, Yusui found a topic. Hey, can't your system hear the host's thoughts? Of course not, the system said, jumping up and down. Our system is very particular about privacy. The host's thoughts are private, and we certainly can't eavesdrop. So that's how it is. Your system is quite user-friendly. The system chuckled. Of course. After all, our main system is the most powerful. Ah, that wasn't what it seemed to be saying. Never mind. It's not important. It fantasized, I wish I could be as powerful as our main system someday. You're pretty brave right now, but why do you keep screaming when you encounter zombies? Yusui teased. Every time it encountered zombies, the system was like the reincarnation of a screaming rooster, crowing furiously in its head. Yusui felt deeply confident that his mental strength was strong enough, otherwise it would have driven him crazy. The system was justified. It's not my fault. Just looking at those faces gives me nightmares. It's terrifying. Oh, forget it, forget it. It didn't want to have nightmares. After several detours, the topic finally got to the point. System, where are the superpowers you promised me? Yusui changed the subject. The system was speaking cheerfully when its voice froze, its laughter faltering. It said dryly, Host, this I really didn't. Think it over before you speak. I don't like being lied to. The system hesitated, sighed deeply, and almost wanted to pull out a calculator to start calculating with Yusui. Host, let me do the math. The energy I harvested right now, according to your theory, doesn't even cover 7 small targets. Let's start with the space. Look at the size of this space, packed with so much supplies. 4 meters by 6 meters by 6 meters. Host, honestly, can a space this size even cover 7 small targets? I already opened up so many backdoors for you. The system complained. And the ability upgrade I promised you before, and now you can even hide people. I already used the power of my origin back then. I swear I'm telling the truth. I'm definitely not lying. It's just a slight discrepancy in the words. Yusui remained silent, carefully considering whether its words contained any truth. The system continues to output. And these 2 battles with mind-controlled zombies and humans, reversing their powers, have cost me a lot, not to mention, I have to use energy to repair your heart every day. Otherwise, your body wouldn't be able to run around like it does now. It felt increasingly sad as it spoke, almost wanting to stamp itself with the label unjust. Host, I'm running low on energy. Without new energy input, I'm going dormant. Wow, I really wasn't lying this time, wow. Yusui, eh? She had a headache. Why was this system so good at crying? It made her feel like a despicable capitalist who should be hanging from a streetlight, exploiting it. Chapter 42. The system finished crying, sniffed, and, giving up, decided to throw in the towel. Host, I have less than 10% of my energy left. Just using energy to repair your heart every day without doing anything will consume 2% of my energy. Based on this calculation, I can only hold out for 5 days at most. After 5 days, if there's no energy input, I enter a dormant state, and the space I open for you during dormancy will be unusable. In short, the system now deeply regrets it shouldn't have tried to take shortcuts by choosing an unhealthy host. Look, now it's gotten itself into such trouble. Yu Sui's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she pondered. 5 days is enough time for the outside world to recover from its initial chaos and stabilize. It's time for them to go out and see what the world has become. But judging by the current situation, even if she stays here, she probably won't be able to survive 5 days in peace and security. Okay, Yu Sui took a deep breath and said firmly, we go out in 3 days. The system burped, its light ball instantly lighting up. Fearing Yu Sui might regret it, it quickly said, Host, that's great. I already marked the locations of the nearest shopping malls and banks. Look, the route map is right here. Super detailed. Host, I suggest we first head to the small town on the right, the one where Song Yuanming and Lu Jie used to live. There are several banks there. It might be small, but even a small opportunity is worth taking. We can't miss it. Yu Sui glanced at the route map. She suspected the system had created it shortly after they arrived at the villa, and had been holding onto it until now. To conserve energy, system, from now on, please don't use your energy to repair my heart. Compared to the unpredictable danger, she could bear the heartache. The system hesitated for a moment. Host, are you really going to stop? Judging by your exercise these days, your heart has been overloaded for a long time. I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the pain if it suddenly stops. It's okay, Yu Sui opened her eyes, and looked at the faint moonlight filtering through the curtains. I'm used to it. Then. Okay. Then the words fell. Yu Sui's face paled. A strong discomfort spread from her chest. Her heart felt like it was being pricked by needles. The stinging pain made her breathing involuntarily become rapid and labored. She subconsciously reached up to clutch her chest and bit her lip. A fine layer of cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Her body curled up, shaking uncontrollably. Her heart felt as if it was being torn to pieces, and the hot air she exhaled was searing and scalding. Host, why don't I continue repairing it? The system grew worried, and for some reason, seeing her like this, it felt a faint pang of guilt. Yu Sui shook her head with difficulty, forcing herself to speak. No need. Every ounce of energy must be used effectively. A little heartache, she could endure. Wansini, soundly asleep, rolled over and placed a hand on Yu Sui. Yu Sui bit her lip to stifle a moan. Wansini frowned, rubbing her hands up and down. The scorching heat from her palms sent a shiver through her body, and she sprang to her feet. Snap. The lights in the room flicked on. Yu Sui curled up, tilting her face upwards, and forced a smile across her pale face. Her hair, wet with sweat, plastered to her face. I woke you. Wansini was furious. Her eyes widened as she pointed at her. She angrily jumped out of bed, and fished out the medicine and water from her bag beside her. Yu Sui. You're amazing. As stubborn as a donkey. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you weren't feeling well? Her eyes were red as she gently lifted Yu Sui up and fed her the medicine. She complained, but her voice was filled with heartache. It's all my fault. I didn't notice. Take the medicine quickly. Yu Sui smiled weakly after taking the medicine. I'm fine. It was the system's energy repairing my heart before, and I didn't feel anything. I just let it withdraw because I wanted to feel the condition of my body. Is the system's energy running low? A gentle pinch on the back of her hand caused Wansini to react quickly. Wait a moment. She gently set Yu Sui down, turned, and ran out. Yu Sui reached out and called out to her several times, but to no avail. She felt a surge of anxiety. Host, how about I help you refill your energy? The system is ready. At Yu Sui's command, it will immediately restore the energy supply. It's a humane system, and it can't bear to see its host in such pain. No need. Yu Sui's breathing was heavy. If I refilled it now, her pain would be in vain. She lay in bed pale, her whole body as if she'd been pulled out of water, as if she were about to die from the pain. Although the self-torture tactic was bitter and painful, it was undoubtedly effective. The system couldn't bear it any longer. It thought about the medicine Yu Sui had just taken, calculating the time. The drug should be taking effect soon. Using the drug's effect as a cover, it should be able to transmit a small amount of energy without the host noticing. So, Yu Sui sensed it the moment the system's energy was input into her heart. After all, the medicine Wansini had just given her was the same medicine she'd taken before. Judging by the time it was taken, it had probably only just reached her stomach and hadn't even begun digesting yet. It certainly wouldn't take effect that quickly. Only the system could work so quickly. Her heart felt like it was being soaked in warm water, the warmth soothing the tiny wounds and relieving the pain considerably. Yu Sui lowered her eyes. Sure enough, this foolish system was lying to her again. It was probably dormant after running out of energy, but it definitely had more than 10% of its remaining energy. It was probably just a lie, fearing she'd get enough food and drink and not want to leave, staying here and delaying its mission. "Host, how are you? Are you feeling any better after taking the medicine?" the system asked cautiously. The host probably hadn't noticed. It hadn't dared to input too much, just a little bit shouldn't have been noticeable. Yusui thought this system was a fool, constantly calculating, yet so soft-hearted. Her face still showed a look of suppressed pain, and she clutched her chest and shook her head gently. "Better? That must be no." "No." The system was suspicious, wondering if it had input too little. Never mind, considering the host's poor health, it would be merciful and write an IOU for the host. When the host went to the bank, it would quietly withhold some of the collected energy to replenish itself. Thinking this way, the system sent another little more to Mimi. Downstairs, Rwansini was a little anxious. She had been worried about Yusui's health. After all, her heart condition had been with her since birth. The doctor said that while it wasn't curable, it wouldn't be a big deal if she took good care of herself. But these days, they'd been so busy escaping, living one meal a day and going hungry the next, that wasn't exactly taking good care of her. The system didn't seem very reliable either, and she didn't know if Yusui had fooled it. When Chin-Chong brought Xian in, they saw Rwansini sitting on the doorstep, chin propped up at the sky, lost in thought. Xian waved and called crisply, "Sister Rwan, why are you here?" Rwansini came to her senses and looked at Chin-Chong and Xian, who had returned from their shift. She raised her hand and checked the time on her watch. "It's already this late, Xian, are you sleepy?" Xian shook her head and skipped over to stand in front of Rwansini. "Not really. I was diligently keeping watch to protect everyone." "Xian is amazing." Rwansini praised her generously. Xian's eyes narrowed in a smile. Chin-Chong patted her head. "Okay, go back to bed, or you won't grow taller." Xian stuck out her tongue and made a face. "I go back to my room first." "Mom, you should come soon." "Okay." After Xian left, Chin-Chong glanced at the lighted room upstairs and sat down next to Rwansini. "Did something happen to Sui?" Rwansini sighed, a worried look on her face. "Sui has had another heart attack." "So serious?" Chin-Chong was also a little nervous. "Is it because I've been using my powers too much lately?" "What about Xian? Rwansini quickly waved her hands. No. She paused. "Not really. It's mainly because I've been too tired lately and haven't rested enough." Even after hearing her explanation, Chin-Chong still felt uneasy. At this point, she didn't know what to do. Should she tell Xian not to use her powers? Take the zombies they encountered today, for example. If it weren't for Xuan's help, they wouldn't have been able to deal with them so quickly, and they might even have been mauled to death. Xuan's powers also serve as her self-protection tool. Is that so? Then let Sui rest up tomorrow. We handle anything else. By the way, how about I go out for a bit? There seems to be a hospital in the town over there. I go find some medicine. Hospital? Rwansini couldn't sit still any longer. Sister Chen, where is the town? They were really running low on Yusui's medicine. It was time to go out and restock. Chin-Chong pointed. It's at that fork in the road, turn left. We passed that town on our way here. It's quite large, with a hospital. My husband has a friend who used to work there and lives nearby. They had come out to check on Xian, wanting to see him. They hadn't found her, and someone else was missing. Chin-Chong stood up, not thinking about the previous events. If you want to go, I go with you. Then let's go now. Rwansini stood up and picked up the chainsaw that had been placed beside her. Sini, what are you doing? Yusui, who had just come down from upstairs, paused for a moment when he saw the chainsaw in her hand. Rwansini looked back and quickly put down the chainsaw in her hand. She walked over and simply picked her up. Why did you come down here? You're not even fully recovered yet. Why would you come down here? Yusui was carried to the sofa and sat down. What are you going to do? Nothing. I just picked up the chainsaw to see if it needed cleaning. Rwansini made up a random excuse, smirking. Now's the time to talk about this. Why are you so stubborn? It's already this late. Why can't you just rest in bed? Why did you have to come down here? It's okay. It's okay. It's not burning anymore. Look at your lip, it's all bitten. Does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. Yusui pinched the back of her hand and blinked. Rwansini breathed a sigh of relief, but then a hint of annoyance returned. Sure enough, that lousy system had been lying to them. It said they had no energy, couldn't even monitor the situation. It was all a trick to trick them into going out and completing a mission for her. When are we going out? 3 days later. Chapter 43. As the first rays of morning light shone across the earth, Peng Jia sat down on the ground, grimacing as he pounded his aching legs, feeling a surge of emotion. Finally daybreak. Why didn't I feel the nights were so long before? It's killing me. Qianjun glanced at him. You used to be so busy playing games, watching movies, and browsing your phone at night. How could you have felt the passage of time was so long? That's true. Peng Jia waved his hand. Hush, I can't take it anymore. My legs don't belong to me anymore. Qianjun, help me up. I can't walk anymore. Dream on. Chen Feng. Zhou Chifeng shuddered and glared at him with disdain. How disgusting. Can you please stop imitating that Deng Yi? No. Peng Jia stretched out his tone, curling his fingers, and slowly shook his head. In the villa. Deng Yi sneezed and rubbed his nose. Xian counted on her fingers solemnly, think, curse, and mutter. She looked up at Deng Yi, her face wrinkled. Brother Deng, you just sneezed twice. Someone cursed you. Deng Yi put his hands on his hips, feigning anger. Really? That's disgusting. How could someone curse at such a nice person like me? That's right. Xian angrily imitated him, putting her hands on her hips. Qin Chang emerged from the living room, amused by the two men's whispering. Deng Yi, go get Peng Jia and the others back for breakfast. Deng Yi put down his hands. Okay, Sister Chen, I go right away. I go too. Xian scurried forward. Brother Deng and I will go together. Then you all go together. After watching them leave, Qin Chang turned and went upstairs. In the room on the 3rd floor, Yu Sui was lying in bed. Hearing a knock on the door, he was about to get up when Wan Xini stopped him with a look. Lie down. I'm fine. Fine? Look at your face. You could apply for a female ghost role without even putting on makeup. Yu Sui had no choice but to lie down obediently. The door opened. Qin Chang glanced inside and lowered her voice. How's Sui? I'm fine. Yu Sui shouted, Sister Chen, I'm well now. Wan Xini turned and glared at her. What's so good about that? Qin Chang glanced past Wan Xini to see Yu Sui lying in bed. Her face was pale, even her lips were bloodless, but she looked a little better than when she'd just been pulled out of the water last night. Why do you still look so bad? I made breakfast, and we'll bring it up later. Yu Sui waved her hand. No, I just go downstairs and eat. Her heartache wasn't as bad now. The medicine and the subtle energy transfer from the system made it completely bearable. But Wan Xini was frightened and wanted her to stay in bed all day. She couldn't lie still any longer. Wan Xini pretended not to hear. I bring it to you. Just lie down. Xini! The door closed, and Yu Sui sighed softly. What she feared most was Wan Xini's protective attitude towards her, treating her like a porcelain doll. It was all her fault that she noticed something was wrong with her last night. She should have found an excuse to smooth it over. The system also thought she was holding on, mainly because her face was so deceptive. It was obvious she was dying. Host, you should get some rest. It's already starting to worry. What if the host's body gives out, and its mission isn't completed? We need to find a way to get the host to complete the mission faster. Got it. Host, how are you feeling now? Yu Sui gently stroked her chest, a smile on her lips. Much better. Thank you, system, she said sincerely, sighing. If it weren't for you, I'd probably have had a heart attack and been mauled to death by zombies on the first day of the apocalypse. The system felt a little guilty. It was actually clueless back then, too, unable to offer any help. It almost gave up, ready to go back to the factory with the host for retraining. Actually, I'm not that amazing. Yu Sui shook her head gently, a gentle smile on her face. System, don't say that. You're amazing. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be alive today. I was wrong before, but I change. She clutched her chest and gasped, as if unable to catch her breath. After a moment's pause, she continued, System, this time you made me realize how important you are to me. You helped me so much, and now it's my turn to repay you. I will actively help you complete your tasks in the future. It hadn't spoken yet. The system was overjoyed. Really? Really? Yu Sui's smile grew even gentler, and she gazed at the system's light ball with eyes that seemed ready to drip with tears. It had indeed been planning this. The system now felt even more guilty. Host, that's not what I meant. It had a sudden inspiration. I just wanted to complete more tasks and absorb more energy so I could better help you. Yes, When I have enough energy, host, I help you unlock another powerful superpower. This way, the host can complete the mission better, a win-win situation. Why hadn't it thought of this before? Yusui smiled and shook his head. How could I be so embarrassed? It's too difficult for you. No, it's just a piece of cake. The system was very satisfied. The host finally understood its importance. Its mission was almost complete. Yusui was also very satisfied. The system had indeed given her another ability. Looks like I have to visit a few more banks on this trip. After breakfast, Yusui was ordered by Ruansini to continue recuperating in bed. To reassure her, Yusui lay down quietly. Neither of them could sleep, so they could only stare at each other. After lying there for a long time, Yusui could no longer lie still. The sun was shining brightly outside. Yusui sighed softly, his eyes drifting towards Ruansini. Ruansini coughed and read a previously downloaded novel on her phone. You don't like this? Then I change it. Sini, I want to go out. If I keep lying down, I really be ruined. Ruansini remained unmoved. Yusui had no choice but to use the system as a shield. The system just secretly gave me energy. I'm fine. The system was shocked. Had the host discovered its covert actions? System, I just wanted to go out. I said it casually to reassure Sini. Yusui began to explain. The system breathed a sigh of relief. It said, well, it did it so covertly, there's no reason the host would notice. Ruansini glanced at her several times, wishing she could turn into an X-ray machine and see through her heart. After a while, she reluctantly agreed. The yard was empty. Yusui sat on a stool and looked around. Where are they? They all gone to the strawberry patch, Ruansini replied. Yusui then remembered the strawberries they planted and licked her lips. Have any of them started growing? Sister Wan, they're growing. Xian came running in from outside, 2 strawberries in her hand. She didn't know where she'd been, her face drenched in sweat, her hands covered in dirt. Sister Yu, are you feeling better? Here, the strawberries are growing, look. The 2 strawberries were the size of an adult's fist, bright red, and looking incredibly tempting. So big! Yusui exclaimed. She'd grown strawberries before, and it took 3 months from sowing to fruiting, and that was with her meticulous tending. She hadn't expected these strawberries to already be fruiting in just 1 day. They're really as big as a fist, Ruansini compared them to the strawberries. They were heavy, looking a bit like apples. Xuan's eyes curved into crescents. It's growing so fast. When it first bore fruit, it was still tiny, so I ran back to call Mom and Brother Ding over. In the blink of an eye, it's grown several times bigger. Mom and Brother Ding are harvesting the strawberries from the field right now, worried they grow as big as basketballs. Ruansini watched 2 strawberries, and handed one to Xian and one to Yusui. You 2 eat, I go help. Yusui took the strawberry and took a gentle bite. The sweet and sour flesh burst in her mouth, and she couldn't help but squint. So sweet. So delicious. Xian mumbled, chewing the strawberry. Yusui stood up and took Xuan's hand. Let's go help too. Sister Yu, Mom said you're not feeling well. No need. I hold you up. Yusui was at a loss for words. No need. The 2 of them walked to the strawberry patch. The 2 rows of land, which had been worked hard, were now covered with strawberry vines. This sized strawberries hung from the vines, looking like little red lanterns, quite a delightful sight. But it also made them feel a little worried. Chin Chong and the others wielded hoes and sickles, digging the strawberry vines out of the soil and cutting them off. Ruansini turned and saw Yusui approaching with Xian. She quickly put down her hoe and pointed to the side. Don't come over here. Sit over there. Sister Sui, are you feeling better? Deng Zhiji asked, leaning forward with concern. They hadn't seen Yusui for breakfast that morning, and now they knew she was ill. Seeing her face now, they were worried. She was the life of their neighborhood, nothing could happen to her. Better. Yusui smiled. Just as she was about to sit down, Zhou Chenfeng brought a stool over and placed it beside her legs. Sit down. Thank you. Yusui sat down unceremoniously. Host, those who show undue attention to you are either treacherous or thieves. They're just afraid you leave them alone. Humph, a gigolo still wants to live off you. The system began to grumble again. Yusui smiled at the strawberries in the field. System, why are you so upset with them? I'm just afraid you be tricked by them. It's just a facade, powerless. Anyway, it's of no use to the host. Humph, it looked at Ding Yi and the others critically, looking at them with disdain. The host felt the same way. Why didn't they just kick them out? Seeing it start to freak out again, Yusui ignored it and glanced around. Where are Song Yuanming and Lu Xiao? Once he found time to reply, they left early this morning, without even having breakfast. Why are you so anxious? I only realized they were gone when I saw the note they left on the table when I woke up this morning. Qin Chong stood up, pulled the strawberry vine aside, and asked Xian to pick the berries hanging from it. I only brought 2 bottles of water and 2 bars of chocolate for them. I didn't take anything else. That's all. Yu Sui had specially packed a school bag of food for them, but they didn't take anything. Wansini nodded. Well, I don't know where they are now. Chapter 44. Alright, Wansini dug the last strawberry vine out of the soil and glanced at its thriving root system, marveling. It's growing incredibly fast. If left alone, it might become a towering tree, right? Whether it can grow into a towering tree or not, I don't know, but this strawberry really can grow into a ball. Dangy looked at the strawberry in his hand, which was almost as big as a pumpkin, and felt a little unreal. He weighed it, it's so heavy. As they were working on the vine, the strawberry suddenly grew larger like a balloon. 100, 200, 300, 366, Xian counted as she loaded the strawberries into a nearby cart. 367. Dangy placed the last strawberry in his hand, and patted the dirt off his hands. What a bountiful harvest. Yu Sui looked at the cart filled with strawberries, and began to worry. If they were to eat them for a meal, they would need several days' supply. System, will any vegetable you plant ever grow like this? Of course not, the system calmly analyzed. This is just the beginning. As time passes, the nutrients in the soil will dissipate and return to their previous state. This process is quite long, but at least while you, the host, are alive, you don't have to worry about food. Luckily, I only planted 3 rows of strawberries, otherwise a small cart wouldn't be able to fit them all. After finishing the strawberry vines in the field, it was already noon. At the villa gate, Peng Jia, who was on guard duty, saw Zhou Chenfeng's expression change. Someone's coming. Peng Jia straightened up, gripping his stick tightly. He whistled to his lips, about to blow, when he heard Zhou Chenfeng say, "Wait a minute, those 2 guys' clothes look familiar." Peng Jia paused. On the road, Lu Jia laboriously supported Song Yuanming as they moved toward the community gate, sweat dripping down their cheeks. Song Yuanming, you have to hold on. Song Yuanming was filthy, his right calf bandaged with blood. He clenched his teeth, his forehead covered in sweat. The pain blurred his vision, slowing his reactions. He took a few more steps before he could hear Lu Jia's words. He struggled to purse his lips, trying to say something, but his voice was too soft for Lu Jia to hear. Is anyone there? Lu Jia screamed at the top of her lungs. She held Song Yuanming tightly with both hands, straining to support herself. Her legs felt like lead, unable to move a single step. That voice sounds familiar. Peng Jia squinted his eyes, listening to the voice. Zhou Chenfeng remembered. It's Lu Jia's voice. Peng Jia jumped down from the roof and ran out, saying, Really? Didn't they say they were going back home? Why are they back again? Something must have happened. The 2 of them quickly ran out the door. Lu Jia's eyes lit up at the sight of them, and he hurriedly said, Great. Please help. Song Yuanming's leg is scratched, and it's seriously hurt. Peng Jia quickly stepped forward. Seeing the wound on Song Yuanming's leg, his face changed. He reached out, picked him up, and rushed inside. How did he get like this? Lu Jia slowed down and explained as he ran. Leaving the residential complex, the 2 took a different route, avoiding the main road and taking a smaller path to avoid zombies. Perhaps they were lucky, as they didn't encounter a single zombie along the way. Song Yuanming's injury stemmed from a fall while climbing the mountain, where he cut his leg on a rock. He couldn't walk anymore, so Lu Jia had to return with Song Yuanming the same way. At the villa entrance, Deng Yi and Qian Jun were pushing a cart overflowing with strawberries. Just as they were about to enter, they saw Peng Jia running towards them, breathlessly, holding Song Yuanming. Sister Sui, Song Yuanming's injured? Behind them, Lu Jia was running, nearly expiring. I never imagined that Peng Jia, despite looking so thin, could be so strong and fit, and even run so fast while carrying someone. Injured? Yu Sui's gaze dropped to Song Yuanming's right leg. Blood dripped down his foot onto the ground. Lu Jia, fearing they might think he was bitten by a zombie, quickly explained, it was scratched by a rock. Yu Sui stepped aside. Hurry, take him inside. In the room, Song Yuanming lay on the bare bed, his lips pale, yet he couldn't help but moan. Gu Pampan washed her hands, untied the bandages around his legs, and cut open his trouser legs, revealing a deep wound that reached the bone. Frowning slightly, she quickly pulled disinfectant and hemostatics from the medicine box and began treating the wound. In the living room, Lu Xiao, exhausted, sat on the sofa, her legs still trembling, her hand trembling as she gripped the cup. She took a few sips of water, calming her breath. Thank you. It turned out they had been too naive. Going home is easy to say, but actually doing it is difficult. Song Yuanming's leg. Lu Jia clenched her cup and glanced towards the room. In the past, he could have been taken to the hospital, but now the hospital is gone, and he's so badly injured. What if his leg can't be saved? Host, his leg is fine. The system stared at him for a moment, then couldn't help but praise him. Gu Ponpon's surgical knowledge is quite good. After cleaning the wound, she directly sewed it up with sterilized needle and thread. As long as it doesn't get infected, it shouldn't be a big deal. Needle and thread? Yu Sui was silent for a moment. There was nothing he could do. During this special period, having needle and thread was a blessing. Whether Song Yuanming could hold out depended on his life. It should be fine, Yu Sui said soothingly. Pan Pan is a medical student. Lu Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. Although there was no hospital or doctor at the moment, having a medical student was a great help. With her mind at ease, she recounted what had happened on the way. Upon hearing they were planning to cross the mountain, Ding Yi's eyes widened. There are zombies in the mountains too. They encountered several waves of zombies while they were there, and they stole a lot of their food. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived for so many days. Lu Xiu shook his head slightly. Luckily, we didn't encounter any, otherwise, I'm afraid more than just my legs would have been injured. The mountain path was already difficult to navigate, and they stumbled along. Song Yuanming lost his footing, slipped, and tumbled down the slope, cutting his leg on a rock. Now it seems unclear whether this injury was a blessing or a curse. Half an hour later, Gu Panpan wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked at the twisted, centipede-like wound on Song Yuanming's leg with a sigh of relief. Although his sewing skills were a bit poor, the wound had been stitched shut and the bleeding had stopped. Teacher, are you touched? What she learned is really putting it to good use. Gu Panpan mentally patted herself on the back, washed her hands, disinfected them again, and carefully bandaged the wound with clean gauze. Is this okay? Peng Jia withdrew his grip from Song Yuanming. Song Yuanming had fainted from the pain during the stitches, and didn't struggle much, but they still held him down to prevent him from moving. He glanced at the splayed, centipede-like wound, feeling a pang of pain in his teeth. Fortunately, he had fainted. It's done. Gu Panpan dug a few pills from the medicine box, ground them into a powder, and mixed them with water. Grabbing Song Yuanming's chin, she poured the liquid into his mouth without leaving a drop. Then, she clapped her hands. Now it depends on his physical condition, and whether he can handle it. How is it? Lu Xiu asked immediately upon seeing Gu Panpan emerge. She peered into the back room. Song Yuanming lay quietly in bed, while Peng Jia and Zhou Chifeng were making it. The wound has been treated. As long as it doesn't get infected, it will heal in a short time. Gu Panpan felt like she was missing a white coat. Lu Xiu breathed a sigh of relief and thanked him earnestly. Thank you. You're welcome. It's my pleasure. Then can I go in and take care of him? Gu Panpan leaned aside. Of course. Lu Xiu entered the room and helped Peng Jia and Zhou Chifeng make the bed. Then, sitting beside them, he sighed softly, watching Song Yuanming's brow furrowed even in his sleep. Now, it seemed they couldn't return home. Who knew if they would ever have the chance to return home again in this lifetime? In the living room, Qin Chong sighed heavily. She hadn't expected Lu Xiu and Song Yuanming to return, especially in such a situation. Luckily, they didn't go very far. Otherwise, Song Yuanming's life would be in danger. But this was also something they should have considered when making their decision. Compared to encountering zombies, a mere scratch on the leg was a minor matter. Deng Yi sympathized. They really have bad luck. Qian Jun glanced at him. I think they're quite lucky. They encountered danger twice in a row, but in the end, they escaped danger and survived. That's enough. You have a point. Deng Yi thought about his words and nodded in agreement. At this moment, being alive is the greatest blessing. Noon. Qin Chong cooked lunch and called Lu Xiu out. She ate a few bites and returned to the room, keeping an unblinking eye on Song Yuanming, afraid of any unexpected situation she hadn't noticed. In the yard, Yu Sui rested his chin on his hand, looking worriedly at the strawberries in the cart and the small bok choy beside them. Will these go bad? If I leave them for a day or two, they won't, I guess. Once he glanced up at the sun. It's not that hot right now. She washed a strawberry and pressed it into Yusue's hand. Eat it quickly. It'd be fine once you finish it. Yusue took a bite. He used to be so reluctant to buy strawberries in the supermarket because they were so expensive. He never thought he'd even have to eat them for a meal. The sun was setting in the west. Lu Xia ran out of the room, the worry on his face lessened. Pan, Song Yuanming's awake. Gu Pan, golf club in hand, was practicing behind Qian Jun. Hearing Lu Xia's words, she put down her club and hurried inside. Everyone else in the room couldn't help but rush over. The room was packed. Song Yuanming, feeling the pain in his leg, blinked softly, glanced at the room's layout, and regained his composure. Then he saw Lu Xia rushing in, followed by Yusue and the others. He licked his lips, opened his mouth, and said hoarsely, "I'm still alive." Lu Xia glared at him. "Of course I'm alive." She had gone to such great lengths to drag him back, not to find him a good grave. Song Yuanming smiled foolishly. "Thank you for your hard work." "Thank you." Lu Xia shook her head. "It's not me you should thank. It's Pan who saved you. You're lucky to have Dr. Pan. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to help you." "Thank you." Song Yuanming looked at Gu Pan. Gu Pan nodded slightly. "It's my duty." Gu Pan checked on him and, seeing that he was recovering well, left without saying anything, telling him to rest. Song Yuanming and Lu Xia were the only ones left in the room. Song Yuanming slowly raised his hand, brushed his fingertips across the corner of Lu Xia's eye, and smiled. "Don't cry, I'm fine." Lu Xia gently patted his hand. "I'm fine. You almost broke your leg, and now you're still trying to act brave. Why are you pretending? Doesn't it hurt?" "It hurts." Outside the residential complex, the blood dripping onto the ground slowly turned black. A gust of wind blew, and the dirt covered it up again, obscuring the bloodstains and their whereabouts. Chapter 45. In the room, Song Yuanming and Lu Xia talked for a while before falling into a deep sleep again. Lu Xia placed her hand on his forehead and, seeing he didn't have a fever, breathed a sigh of relief. She tucked the blanket around him and tiptoed out of the room. It looked like they wouldn't be able to return home anytime soon. Lu Xia closed the door and sighed deeply. Never mind. In this situation, if I couldn't go back, I couldn't. As long as I was alive, that was enough. As long as I was alive, there was hope. In the yard, Yusue slowly nibbled on a bright red strawberry the size of Bebe's pumpkin. Turning around, she saw Lu Xia emerging from inside. She smiled. "Why are you out?" "Song Yuanming's asleep, so I came out to see if I can help." Lu Xia rolled up her sleeves as she walked. Since she couldn't leave anytime soon, and since Yusue and the others had helped her so much, she felt it was her duty to do her best to help. She couldn't just sit around doing nothing. At that moment, Lu Xia noticed the neatly stacked grass, like a small mountain, against the courtyard wall. And the apple Yusue was holding? Yusue lowered his gaze, took a few bites of the strawberry, and pointed it over there. "Strawberries, over there. If you want some, feel free to help." "You're welcome." Lu Xia thought there might be something wrong with her hearing. "Strawberries? Isn't this an apple?" Puff. Once and he laughed. "This isn't an apple. How can there be an apple as big as a small pumpkin? Look at the seeds, the bright red flesh, the core. It's several times larger and rounder. It's just a strawberry that's grown several times bigger." She casually picked up a strawberry, washed it, and handed it over. "Smell it? Isn't that the aroma of strawberries?" Lu Xia took it dazedly and sniffed. The tip of her nose was filled with a rich, sweet aroma of strawberries. Belatedly realizing, her eyes widened. How did it get so big? Is it hormones? No, even strawberries with hormones can't grow this big. It's the apocalypse, after all. Zombies are here, and even pumpkin-sized strawberries are here. Yusue took another bite of the strawberry and motioned to Lu Xia, "Try it." The sweet aroma made her drool. Lu Xia took a gentle bite, her eyes lighting up. "It's really a strawberry. How did you do that? Is it a supernatural power?" "No," Yusue pointed to the vegetable patch in the yard. "It's the soil. After the rain, they evolved. No matter what you plant, they grow incredibly fast. Here, once," and he pointed to a small pile of grass nearby. "That's the pak choi we planted earlier. Without us noticing, it grew to a full length. We were so scared we harvested it right away." Recalling her initial surprise, once and he sat aside and laughed. "We were afraid the pak choi would turn into a man-eating monster like in the novels." Lu Xia took a big bite of the strawberry and understood. It's truly terrifying. If she had come across it, she'd probably have thought the vegetable had mutated and was ready to eat people. But now, she took another bite of the strawberry. It was sweet and fragrant, so delicious. This change was going in the right direction. Finally, there was something to be happy about in this damned world. After finishing a strawberry, Roncini washed her hands and checked the time. Pan and I will swap shifts. Gu Pan nodded, standing up with the chainsaw in hand. Yusui, feeling much better now, stood up as well. Let's go! You stay. Roncini gestured to a chair. Lie down and rest. Don't go over and cause us any trouble. Yusui sighed. She had actually recovered completely by now. As for the slight pain, she'd long since gotten used to it. Besides, it was just sentry duty, nothing serious. But Roncini didn't think so. She began to wonder if she should go to the hospital during this trip. They had a medical student, Gu Pan there. It would be helpful to get some medicine and equipment. If the system failed like last time, they could still use modern medicine to save Yusui. Lu Jia quickly finished the rest of her strawberries and mumbled, I go. Don't look at me thin, but I'm very strong. Yusui and the others were convinced of her strength. After all, she had been able to carry Song Yuanming back to his feet after his leg injury. Anyone with less stamina couldn't have done that. What do you need to do? Yusui, stand guard. Lu Jia patted her chest. I have good eyesight, 5.0 centimeters, and I'm tall, perfect for standing guard. I go. Yusui didn't hesitate. Okay, we form teams of 3, rotating every 3 hours. You, Cini, and Pan will be one team. Okay, no problem. Lu Jia lowered her sleeves, looked around, grabbed a stick, and headed out with Roncini and Gu Pan. The gate of the residential complex. Dengi stood on tiptoe to peer outside. It's calm, so nice. He used to find such days boring, so when he had nothing else to do, he dragged his friends around to seek out various thrills. Mountain climbing had recently become his favorite outdoor activity, and he encouraged the other 3 dorm members to go on a spontaneous hiking trip. If he could go back to the past, he'd definitely stop complaining about a boring life. Ordinary life is truly great. But since he couldn't go back, he could only seize the moment to reminisce about the old days. Sister Cini, Sister Pan, you're here. Deng Yishi smiled and waved vigorously. He glanced at Lu Jiao beside him. Sister Jiao, why are you here? Is Brother Song feeling better? Better, Lu Jiao smiled. I'm here to help. Xian tilted her head and looked at her. Sister Lu, why don't you rest a little longer? I can help you here. No, I can do it. Chen Chong patted Xuan's head gently. Then we go back. Since we all lived in the same community, we definitely had to do our best to contribute. Roncini took the binoculars from her. Outside, a blanket of green stretched as far as the eye could see. Lu Jia squinted her eyes, finally remembering, when I brought Song Yuanming back, he was bleeding from his leg wound and might still be on the road. I go out and check to make sure no one sees him. Roncini held her back. Zhou Chifeng and the others have already taken care of him. The trail of blood led straight towards their neighborhood like an arrow. Although there weren't many people outside, it wouldn't be good if passers-by or zombies noticed it. So, after Zhou Chifeng and Peng Jia brought Song Yuanming over, they sent Deng Yi and Qian Jun to clean up the bloodstains along the way. Shovel the dirt and cover it up. They finally restored the area to its original state. Lu Jiu breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to you all, otherwise we'd be dead. Gu Panman chuckled softly, her eyes narrowing. She too felt very lucky. Night fell. The sky was ablaze with stars, and the moon hung brightly in the sky. In the moonlight, even without turning on the lights, one could see the road clearly. In the villa, there was a rare bustle. Everyone gathered, the table laden with self-heating hot pots, snacks, and cola. It was a hearty meal to welcome Lu Jia and Song Yuanming. Song Yuanming sat on a nearby chair and raised his glass. Thank you all for your help. I won't say much. From now on, I do anything you need me to do. Lu Jia also raised his glass and stood up, adding, yes, from today on, these 2 lives are yours. We brave the wind and the rain. I won't say any more polite words, it's all in this Coke. Lu Jia tilted his head back and gulped down his Coke. Song Yuanming, beside him, also raised his glass and drank the rest. If you need me, just let me know. Everyone laughed. Yusui raised his glass. Meeting his fate. It's our greatest blessing to be together. Let's work hard together and live well. Yes. Roncini clinked her glass with Yusui's. Let's live well together. Gu Pan and the others raised their glasses and clinked them. Cheers. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became lively, and everyone's face was filled with cheerful smiles. Although the world had been shattered beyond recognition, in this community, they could enjoy a rare moment of warmth and peace. After a lively dinner, Deng Yi, Chen Cheng, and Xian Xian went out to stand guard at the community gate. Behind the community stood the mountains. Originally, they had thought the community would be quiet, but now, it felt like a natural barrier, surrounding the entire community and adding a sense of security. After Deng Yi and the others left, Yu Sui and the others did not stay long and returned to their rooms to rest, waiting for their shift in 3 hours. The system, which had been silent all day, suddenly popped up. "Host, how are you feeling now?" It had been observing for a day and felt that the host's condition did not seem as weak as it had imagined. It couldn't help but wonder if the host was trying to trick it. It wasn't impossible, after all, it hadn't told the host the truth. Yu Sui gripped the doorknob, and the moment she entered, her expression changed. Panting, she leaned against the wall and inched her way to the bedside, where she sat down. Her face was frighteningly pale, as if she were about to faint. "System, I feel okay." The system was startled. Yu Sui before it, pale and patting her chest, her breathing slowed several beats. She looked a world away from the cheerful, natural-looking woman just moments before. The host is acting. And the host was just holding on. Two thoughts battled within the system's brain. Finally, the thought the host was just holding on. 1. After all, the host's physical data, as it sensed, couldn't be faked. This body is truly broken. Yu Sui's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she spoke weakly. "System, what were you trying to say just now?" Faking illness was a piece of cake for her. When she was little, she liked to pretend like this when she didn't want to go to school early, and the headmistress would tell her, distressed, that she didn't have to go to school that day. Besides, her health really wasn't very good, and she wasn't lying, she was just exaggerating a bit. "Oh host, I just wanted to tell you about the town situation in advance, so you wouldn't be completely in the dark." The system felt a little petty, and felt extremely guilty. It secretly decided that from now on, the supernatural power it had promised to the host would be speeded up. Chapter 46. The night was dark and windy. When people were sound asleep, that was when the dangers lurking in the darkness quietly awakened. On the hill behind the residential complex, the overlapping shadows of the trees obscured what was happening inside. The occasional chirping of insects and birds could be heard. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a dappled light and shadow that made the forest seem particularly mysterious and desolate. A rustling sound echoed from the depths of the woods. A rabbit, startled, leaped from the brush. Birds, startled, took flight, flapping their wings vigorously as they fled into the distance. Then, two blurry figures whizzed out from behind the trees and scurried forward, as if pursued by wolves, tigers, or leopards. Roar. The low growls of zombies echoed through the quiet forest as they dragged their heavy feet, chasing the two figures. "Hurry up." The woman running ahead spoke with anxiety. "Once we're over this mountain, we'd be in Beijing. We need to find a way to shake off the zombies behind us." The zombies behind them had been chasing them all the way. In the mountains and forests, the zombies' advantage was greatly reduced. After all, they had no brains and couldn't think. They simply ran headfirst into any trees blocking their path, turning aside only when they could no longer move. But, driven by their bloodthirsty instincts, the zombies soon tracked the two men with pinpoint accuracy. The man panted, glanced back, and cursed. "Do these zombies have dog noses? We just shook them off, but how did they catch up again?" The woman spat. "They have dog noses, and they're following us, following the scent of human flesh. Let's hurry up. I don't believe I can't outrun a single zombie." Back in school, she won the long-distance running championship at the school sports meet. A chase unfolded through the forest. At the gate of the residential complex, Peng Jia gathered his clothes, rubbed his arms, stood up, and punched a few punches to warm himself up. "It's still a bit chilly tonight. Didn't Sister Sui say she's going out to look for supplies tomorrow? We need to grab some clothes and blankets, or we'd be doomed if we catch a cold or fever," Qian Jun added. Peng Jia nodded in agreement. The villa they were living in now wasn't as well equipped as the one Yu Sui and the others had. Besides the doors, windows, plumbing, and basic faucets and plumbing, there wasn't much furniture. The bed they slept on at night was still the bunk bed they brought back from the warehouse dormitory. The Spartan environment made him feel a little sad. "Ah! When will this end?" Peng Jia sighed wistfully. It had only been so long, and thinking back on the past felt like a dream, too beautiful to be true. He said cheerfully, "Do you think those myths our ancestors passed down could be true? Just like now, with a zombie outbreak, and the traces of civilization being torn down and rebuilt. When we're old and tell our children about the past, they think we're just bragging and dreaming. Who knows? Qianjun rolled his eyes. You don't even know if you survive, and you're still thinking about your children? TSK. At this point, if you didn't have something to think about, you go crazy, Peng Jia argued confidently. Zhou Zhifeng paced back and forth, watching the road outside warily, listening to Peng Jia and Qianjun bickering. Time seemed less unbearable. As they ran, the trees ahead became fewer and fewer, and the view widened. We're almost down the mountain, the woman said breathlessly, glancing back at the man following closely behind her, and the zombies not far away. Damn it, it looks like we can't shake these zombies off. Might as well kill them all. The man nodded heavily. I'm suffocating. If I weren't afraid of burning the entire mountain down, I would have burned all those zombies to death long ago. Setting the mountain on fire means life in prison, the woman's eyes widened. We can't break the law. The man muttered softly, we already killed them all. Isn't it a little too late to talk about whether it's illegal or not? The two of them ran down the mountain in one breath. Rustle. Rustle. The grass was trampled here and there, and the sound it made broke the tranquility of the night. Yu Sui was awakened by the system's scream. System, bad. Zombies are coming down the mountain. Wake up! Wake up! Her still groggy head snapped awake, and she immediately jumped out of bed, shaking Ruansini, who had just fallen into bed. Sini, wake up! Zombies are coming. Ruansini hadn't fallen asleep at all. Upon hearing her words, she jumped up and quickly put on her shoes. From the front door? Didn't you hear the whistle? From the mountain. Yu Sui answered as she went downstairs, knocking on the door and calling for help. They weren't prepared, but they were right. There were zombies on the mountain too. They would naturally come down. At this point, they could only bite the bullet. Luckily, everyone slept lightly in the apocalypse, so it didn't take much effort to wake them up. Everyone grabbed their weapons and headed out. Dengi, who lived in the villa next door, stayed in the living room of Yu Sui's villa after his night watch. He said that if he went back, he would be alone, and if anything went unnoticed, it would save him a lot of trouble. The villa Yu Sui had chosen was located at the innermost part of the complex, with the community wall behind it, separated by a 2-meter-wide stream. Beyond the wall lay the mountains and forest. Host 2 people, 7 zombies. Yu Sui raised an eyebrow and told Ruansini and the others what the system had said. He didn't have time to dwell on the system's laziness and playfulness yet again. He would settle the score with it once the current situation was resolved. 7 zombies? Ruansini tightened his grip on the chainsaw, his muscles tensing. Deng's hand trembled. There are 2 more people. They managed to survive this long in the mountains. Amazing. Chen Chong shielded Xian behind her. Xian, retract your powers first. Use them when it matters most. Oh, Xian obediently retracted the ice pick and tugged at Chen Chong's clothes like a grown-up. Mom, I protect you. Okay. Coming, Yu Sui whispered. The sound of hurried footsteps and breathing drifted from the depths of the woods, drawing nearer. Even the voices gradually became clearer. Huh, we finally made it out of the mountains. I'm so tired. The woman grumbled, her feet twitching. Hey, is that a wall up ahead? The man looked closely. Wife, there's not only a wall, but people too. Yu Sui, chainsaw in hand, watched the 2 men burst out of the forest with bated breath, never letting his guard down. They could speak, sounding full of energy. Under the moonlight, the 2 men, dressed in black, almost blended into the darkness, making it impossible to see if they had any wounds. Damn, there's someone! The woman screamed, waving her hands vigorously. She was running so fast that she could barely stop. Get out of the way! There's zombies behind us! Lao Lu, what are you waiting for? Get to work! They were running for their own lives, and they couldn't put others in danger. They hadn't expected anyone to be in such a remote place. The man braked suddenly, turned his head, raised his hand, and shouted. 2 dragons of fire emerged from his palms, soaring high. The flames licked the zombies that were still charging behind them, instantly igniting and enveloping them. The blazing flames illuminated the area. They could clearly see the expressions on each other's faces. Be careful. Yu Sui quickly got out of the way, leading Ruansini and the others. The zombies, enveloped in flames, continued to run forward, completely unaware of the pain, one flaming fireball after another charging towards them. Lao Lu, are you capable? The woman quickly jumped aside, cold sweat pouring down her forehead, having nearly been burned by the flaming zombie. Oh, I didn't get the timing right. The man rubbed his head with an embarrassed smile, reaching out to condense the flames once more, this time in the shape of an arrow. Yu Sui and the others ran, dodging the flaming zombies. This one was even more ferocious than the mutant zombies. No one dared to approach, fearing they would be the next to be transformed into a fireball. The scene was in chaos. System, a human with superpowers. It's doomed. If only it had known, it wouldn't have warned its host. Now I have to think carefully about how to explain to its host that it's suddenly gained the ability to help monitor its surroundings. The rocket whizzed into the zombie's head. Plop. The zombie, which had been chasing everyone with vigor just a moment ago, finally collapsed quietly to the ground. The raging flame set the nearby grass ablaze. Seeing this, Yu Sui quickly swapped his chainsaw for a fire extinguisher he grabbed from the warehouse. Holding the canister in one hand and the hose in the other, he pressed the handle. Puff. White foam poured out like rain, instantly extinguishing the blaze in the grass. Yu Sui found time to throw out a few more fire extinguishers. Put out the fire. Wansini and the others reacted immediately, grabbing their fire extinguishers and getting to work. Xianxian wanted to step forward. I can put out the fire. Chen Chong held her hand. Xianxian. Xianxian didn't understand why her mother wouldn't let her use magic, but she knew it was for her own good, so she obediently lowered her hand. After a while, the fire was out. The zombies were reduced to charcoal. Everyone came to their senses, their eyes fixed on each other's faces, and then, unanimously, they looked at the two people running down the mountain. Their faces were covered with several black marks, probably from putting out the fire. Their faces were unclear, and they were filthy, as if they had been in the mountains for a long time. The woman panted and patted her chest. Phew, I was so scared. I thought I was going to die here today. The man scratched his head sheepishly, looking at Yu Sui and the others. I'm sorry, I didn't control my powers well just now, and almost hurt you. Are you all okay? Why are you okay? The woman glared at him. Look at what you did. You almost wiped out our entire army. She turned to Yu Sui and the others. I'm sorry I scared you, didn't I? Look, this is all our fault. The woman was about to introduce herself when Lu Xiao, looking a little uncertain, took a step forward and spoke tentatively. Mom? The woman froze for a moment, then looked up in Lu Xiao's direction. Seeing Lu Xiao's face clearly, she rushed over and hugged her. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she spoke with a choked voice. My dear, Mommy finally found you. The man was stunned for a moment, then reacted. He ran over and looked Lu Xiao's hand up and down. My dear, it really is you. Look, your face has become thinner. Yu Sui and the others standing by were stunned. This was truly unexpected. Chapter 47. Lu Xiao, held in the woman's arms, tears streaming uncontrollably, sobbed, Mom. I thought I'd never see you again. Woo-woo. I wanted to go back to find you, but something happened before I got far, so I had to come back. I thought I'd never see you again. Woo-woo. Suyi hugged her tightly, his heart broken by her sobs. He gently patted her back and soothed her softly. Don't cry, baby, Mom's here. Don't be afraid, Mom's here. Lu Shufei, a burly man, was also crying uncontrollably. He held Lu Xiao's hand and hugged Suyi's shoulders. Baby, Daddy's here too. How could Mom and Dad leave you alone here? Look, they're here to find you. Don't cry. Your tears are breaking your heart. He wiped his face with his sleeve. His already dirty face was now black, making the whites of his eyes shine. Yu Sui, Wansini, and the others stood by, amazed at the reunion of the family of three. They looked at each other, each suspecting that this was all a dream, unreal. Wansini whispered, This is truly a miracle. Yu Sui agreed. Who wouldn't say it wasn't? The possibility of separated families reuniting under such circumstances was even less than a miracle. When the flame shot up into the sky, Peng Jia and the other two who were guarding the gate ran over in a hurry, and then saw the scene of Lu Xiaofei setting fire to the zombies. They dealt with the fireball zombie with trepidation, and then the scene changed to the heartwarming and touching family recognition segment. The three members of the Lu family embraced each other and cried bitterly. Peng Jia and the other three watched the scene, feeling somewhat downcast. Deng even lowered his head, sniffed, and wiped away tears. They feared they would never see their parents again in this lifetime. Lu Xiao gathered herself, wiped away her tears, and sobbed as she introduced Yu Sui and the others. Suyi also recovered. Upon learning that Yu Sui and the others had saved Lu Xiao, he rushed forward, shook Yu Sui's hands, and said gratefully, Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for saving my Yao Yao. Lu's father then took Deng Yi's hands one by one, shaking them vigorously. Thank you so much. His face was black and pockmarked, and tears streaked it. Now, his wide grin revealed a set of teeth that stood out against the backdrop of their whiteness, making him look rather comical. This is truly fate. I won't say anything polite. If you need me in the future, just tell me. I won't hesitate. Yu Sui and Wansini exchanged glances and coughed. Uncle and aunt, everything's been taken care of here. Let's go inside and talk. Okay, let's go. Lu's father, holding Su Yi and Lu Jia's hand, began to mutter along the way, recounting the past events. On the first day of the apocalypse, I wasn't feeling well, so your mother stayed home from work to take care of me. That's how we avoided the initial catastrophe, and didn't turn into a zombie. Later, when it got dark, everyone realized there was something wrong with the rain. Your mother and I thought you must be terrified here, so we packed up and headed out to find you. Su Yi continued. At first, the journey went smoothly. Those zombies were so stupid, we easily dispatched them one by one. Your father and I made it out of the city without much effort. As we neared Jing City, daylight broke. Then, the zombies rushed forward, howling like crazy, startling your father and me. Lu's father chuckled. That's when I realized I had superpowers. At first, he was startled, thinking he'd die and become one of the zombie hordes. But then, after Su Yi slapped him in the face, he finally realized he had superpowers. After we defeated the zombies, your mom and I decided there were too many zombies to walk through the city. We'd be in trouble if we ran into a tougher one and got killed along the way. So we decided to go over the mountain, but we ran into these zombies inside. They're like sticky plasters, impossible to shake off, Su Yi said with a sigh, then brightened up again. We had planned to find an open area down the mountain to take care of the zombies, but we didn't expect to startle you and run into you. My dear, you must have suffered a lot along the way. Lu Jiao's face seemed to light up, and she smiled and shook her head. No. You kid, Lu's father held her hand tightly. You gotten so thin, and you still say you haven't suffered. Don't worry, Mom and Dad are here to take care of you. Lu Jia hugged their arms, grinning from ear to ear. Okay. They entered the villa. Song Yuanming was awakened by the noise, and couldn't fall asleep anymore, so he simply walked to the yard with his crutches, and sat there waiting for them to come back. He originally wanted to go with them, but then he felt that he would be a burden if he went there now, so he stayed. Hearing the door open, he quickly stood up and jumped to greet them. Is everyone okay? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw two people standing next to Lu Jia. She held their arms tightly, her hands in a familiar and intimate manner. He froze in his tracks. Yu Sui shook his head. It's okay, it was a false alarm. Song Yuanming, why did you come out? Lu Jia grumbled. Your leg is injured. If you don't take good care of it, what if you get bumped? Lu's father frowned, his eyes wide as he stared at Song Yuanming, sizing him up and down. He was a pretty boy, handsome, and of decent height, half a head taller than his sweetheart. But his physique. Lu's father looked down. Was he lame? Song Yuanming thought of something, but he couldn't believe it. He instinctively tried to lower his right leg and stand straight, but before he could even touch the ground, Lu Jia stopped him. Where's your crutches? Go back and sit down. If it gets infected, it'd be a disaster. You don't want your leg anymore. Deng Yi, standing nearby, quickly stepped forward to support Song Yuanming. Brother Song, these two are Jia's parents. Song Yuanming straightened up, quickly smiled, and greeted them. Hello, uncle and auntie. My name is Song Yuanming, and I'm Jiu's colleague. Colleague. Dad Lu pouted. Seeing their stalemate, Yu Sui coughed. Uncle and auntie, it's getting late. You must be tired after walking for so many days. Why don't you rest first? Dad Lu held Lu Jia's hand tightly. Yes, sleep. Honey, let's go and rest. It's a blessing for our family to be together again. We must cherish it. Su Yi glanced at him and followed his words. Mom missed you so much, sweetheart. Sleep with me tonight. I have so much to say. Okay. Lu Jia was about to go out to help Song Yuanming, but stopped short. The room was arranged. Lu's father and Su Yi led Lu Jia into the room. Song Yuanming looked down at the closed door and his bandaged leg, sighing softly. Deng Yi patted his shoulder. Brother Song, let me take you back to your room. Okay, thank you. Song Yuanming smiled. Upstairs in the room, Yu Sui and Wansini washed up and lay down on the bed. Wansini sighed deeply. I didn't expect Lu Jia's parents would come to Beijing to look for her. Not only did they come, but they found her. Yu Sui felt that his family must have done a lot of good deeds in their past lives to have such good fortune in this one. Dad Lu has superpowers. Speaking of this, Wansen he felt a bit nagging and sat up cross-legged. Why isn't my superpower an offensive one? Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, anyone will do. Immune to psychic powers sounds impressive, but it's a bit too targeted. She spread her hands. It's nothing against other superpowered zombies. Yu Sui pushed her back. Superpowers aren't cheap. You can't be picky. Go to sleep. Will you give me a powerful superpower in my dreams? Wansen he fell back and pulled the quilt up. I'm not greedy. A mutant lightning or something would be fine too. Dream on. Wansen he mumbled a few words, sighed deeply, found a comfortable position, and closed her eyes. Hurry and dream. Maybe she wake up with new powers. System, are you there? Yu Sui, unusually gentle, asked softly. System, eh? It's understood. As long as the host doesn't answer, there's nothing it can do. System? Yu Sui's tone was dim. Actually, everyone. Oh no, every system is just a paid employee, with the pressure of performance KPIs. I completely understand some of their ulterior motives. After all, I was a paid employee myself. You don't have to be like that. I understand. I came to you just to ask about Uncle Lu's powers, not about your discovery of them. On the contrary, I want to thank you. Although it was a false alarm you reminded me. Otherwise, if something really happened, it would be too late to regret it. System, eh? Continued in silence. The host was praising it, but it didn't sound quite the same to it, and, host, I'm different from you workers. The rewards the main system promised us are real, not empty promises like your bosses. Moreover, our system's benefits are far superior to yours. Yu Sui had a heart attack. She gently stroked her chest, taking long deep breaths. It's okay. She's no longer a worker. As for the past, the world has changed, and so have the people. What's wrong with Lu Xiafei's superpower? It's fire-based, with decent damage. Actually, it's the same as Lu Jia's from downstairs in your complex. The system analyzed it carefully, but Lu Xiafei's current situation is much better than Lu Jia's. After all, Lu Jia's superpower hadn't fully awakened when he was stabbed by Gu Panpan. He consumed most of his energy healing the wound and forcing his superpower to awaken. Later, during the battle with the zombie, he was severely overdrawn, ultimately resulting in a mutually devastating outcome. So far, besides her own system-generated powers, there are already 3 other people with special abilities in their community. Wansen is immune to mental attacks, Xian is ice-type, and Lu Xiaofei is fire-type. These people vary in age, physical condition, and lifestyle. How did these special abilities emerge? Furthermore, the system previously mentioned that special abilities involve burning one's own life force. So what exactly is happening to their bodies? The system isn't clear on this point either. But rest assured, host, they're all in good health. And, haven't you noticed that special abilities possess significantly better physical fitness than ordinary people? Yu Sui pondered. Chapter 48. The next morning, early in the morning, Lu Xiaofei suddenly woke with a start. His first reaction was to sit up and turn his head to look at the bed next to him. On the single bunk bed, mother and daughter slept soundly. Lu Xiaofei blinked hard, his thoughts returning to him, and an unconscious grin spread across his face. Hee. So good. Everything last night wasn't a dream. Downstairs, it was peaceful and warm. Upstairs, the system was screaming again. Wansen put on her clothes, noting that the bathroom was closed. She walked over and knocked on the door. Sui, are you okay? No, Yu Sui took a deep breath, managing to steady her voice. You go down first. Wansen heard the pause in her voice. Okay. In the bathroom. A pale face was reflected in the mirror, the scarlet at the corners of the lips glaring. Yu Sui coughed out a mouthful of blood, the tightness in her chest dissipating considerably, and her body relaxed, but this startled the system in her mind. Ah! Host, why are you vomiting blood? What? Host, please don't die. The system was terribly anxious, subconsciously pumping energy into Yu Sui's heart like it was free, fearing that even a second later Yu Sui would die. Yu Sui, bracing herself on the sink, spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood, her tone calm, I won't die. She was used to it. The system wasn't, and it wailed, Woo, you're vomiting blood, what should I do? What's going on? It's clearly been pumping energy into Yu Sui's heart to repair it, so why is he still vomiting blood? Is the energy too low? It's only a third less than before. Yu Sui turned on the faucet, scooped up a handful of water, and rinsed her mouth. She felt much better after spitting it out. She had been feeling so stuffy in her chest that she couldn't even breathe. But seeing the system's response, and the sudden relief of the pain in her heart, she gently pursed her lips and spoke softly. "Oh, it's an old problem. You know I have a weak heart. This happens when I overexert myself. It's okay." "How do you call it okay?" The system frantically churned out a flurry of gibberish. After careful consideration, it gritted its teeth and replenished the remaining 1/3 of the heart's energy. Anyway, they'd be out looking for the bank tomorrow. In short, the host must survive until its mission is complete. Having made such a great sacrifice, the system feels it must let the host know its dedication. "Host," the system's voice has grown weaker for no apparent reason, and the light orb has dimmed. "I restored the energy needed to repair your heart. How are you feeling now?" Yusui felt as if her heart had been taken out of the refrigerator and immersed in a hot spring. Her limbs warmed, and her body felt stronger. She was deeply moved. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "System, you should just take it back. Didn't you say that if you depleted your energy like this, you fall into a deep sleep? Wouldn't that be even more dangerous? This little pain is fine with me. I'm used to it." The system gritted its teeth. "It's okay, host. I can hold on for your health. I can hold on, too." "System, please take back your energy," Yusui righteously refused. "For tomorrow, we can't waste energy now." The system insisted, incredibly magnanimous. "No, I figured it out. Your health, host, is most important. My energy can be restored by visiting a few more banks. It doesn't matter. As long as you're doing well, even if I overdraw my own energy, I'm willing to do so." Yusui raised an eyebrow. Where did the system learn this magnanimous trick? But she was willing to suffer less pain. She wasn't a masochist, so she still offered a few earnest words of humility. "How could this be? I can only endure this little bit of pain." Cough, cough. Yusui covered her lips and coughed a few times, then slowly opened her palm, which was stained with a little red blood. "System, quickly retract the energy." The system was shocked. "Host, stop talking. I won't retract the energy. In short, I regret it now deeply. I pray to the master system that the host can live long enough to complete its mission." Coming out of the bathroom, Yusui's face flushed, and her steps became a little lighter. She had fooled the host after all. It seemed that all those blood-spitting tricks she'd learned from movies as a child were not in vain, they were now useful. Coming down from upstairs, Wansini saw her and immediately stood up, walked over, took her hand, and winked. Yusui gently pinched the back of her hand, telling her not to worry, it was done. Wansini breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, this system was new and had little experience. It was easy to fool. In the kitchen, Qin Chong, who had been preparing breakfast, was replaced by Lu Xiaofei, who took over the entire kitchen, bustling about making a hearty breakfast for everyone. Xian trotted out of the kitchen like a happy little bird. "Sister Yu, you're awake. Are you feeling better?" "Much better," Yusui said, reaching out to take her hand. "Why are you up so early?" Xian rubbed her belly and licked her lips. "Because it smells so good? It smells so good that I can't sleep." As they spoke, Lu's father came out with a plate of fragrant fried egg pancakes and placed them on the table. "Everyone's up. Here, some freshly fried potato pancakes. Try them and see if they suit your taste." There weren't many dishes, but I saw there was plenty of flour, so I fried some pancakes and made some dumplings. They'd be ready in a minute. Wansini's eyes widened. And dumplings? Neither she nor Yusui knew how to make pasta. They thought the bags of flour they found would be useless, but now they were actually useful. Lu's father rubbed his hands together and grinned. "I'm from Jin province, and pasta is our staple. I've been able to make it since I was a kid. Just wait, it'll be ready in a minute." That smells so good. "Dad, did you make some pancakes?" Lu Xiao emerged from her room, her nose twitching. Last night was the most restful night she slept since the apocalypse. If she hadn't been so hungry, she would have slept a little longer. Father Lu looked at her lovingly. Dad also made dumplings, with a cabbage and vermicelli filling, but no meat. "Just make do with them, sweetheart." Lu Jiu took a bite of a potato pancake, her eyes narrowing in happiness. "Delicious. Hey, eat slowly. I go see if the dumplings are done." Yusui sat down, took a sip of milk through a straw, and then took a bite of a potato pancake. It was fragrant and crispy, with the edges fried to a crisp. With each bite, she felt completely enveloped by happiness. Uncle Lu's cooking is truly remarkable. She hadn't expected to be able to enjoy such a normal breakfast in the apocalypse. Before, They lived on bread and milk, and at most, they cook rice in the rice cooker and order pickled mustard greens for lunch. It's really delicious, Wansini gave a thumbs up. You could open a shop. Hearing the compliment, Father Lu poked his head out of the kitchen, a slightly sheepish smile on his imposing face that didn't quite match his muscular frame. "Ha, that's nothing. The dumplings are out of the pot," he said, carrying a pot of steaming dumplings and placing them on a nearby table. "Eat them while they're hot, everyone. I made quite a few." Suyi came over with a plate of vegetables in one hand. A simple cold salad of cabbage and shredded potatoes. "Try it." Yu Sui scooped up a bowl of dumplings, blew on them, and drank a sip of the soup. She picked up a dumpling and took a gentle bite. The cabbage inside still had a sweet, refreshing flavor that warmed her stomach. "These dumplings are delicious too." Lu's father chuckled. "As long as they're delicious, eat more. You all look so skinny. After you finish, I go find something else to eat. It's especially important to take care of yourself at times like these. You can't fall behind." Song Yuanming, holding the bowl, glanced down at his right leg and pursed his lips. "It's indeed quite inconvenient." Lu Jia noticed his mood and raised his chin. "What? Not tasty?" "No," Song Yuanming quickly shook his head. He picked up the dumpling and shoved it whole, ignoring the heat. He slurred, "Delicious, delicious, haha, really delicious. The best dumplings I ever had." Lu's father smiled. Lu Jia chuckled. "You must have burned yourself." No. Song Yuanming lifted the bowl and blew on it, using the same gesture as blowing on the soup. Yu Sui put down the bowl. "Uncle Lu, we found a lot of supplies earlier, so we won't be short of food for now." "Of course not," Lu's father said, assuming she was worried about the danger outside. "It's okay. Your Uncle Lu has special powers, so it's safe." Suyi nodded. "It's okay. He's become quite skilled at fighting zombies these days. His inability to control his powers last night was an accident. He's actually quite capable." The room was bare. Aside from the rice, flour, grains, oil, and seasonings in the kitchen, she didn't see any other supplies. With so many people, they couldn't just sit there and eat everything they had. Yu Sui, seeing their disbelief, reached out. Wansini, standing beside him with her bowl, stood up and made way. A carton of milk and a self-heating hot pot appeared out of thin air on the sofa. "Look, Uncle Lu, I have spatial abilities. I stored all the supplies I found in my space for safety. It's enough for us to eat for the next 2 weeks." Lu's father and Suyi, holding their bowls, were stunned. After coming to their senses, they exchanged a glance. Lu's father was amazed. "I didn't expect spatial abilities to exist in this world." "That's right," Suyi nodded. Now she looked at Yu Sui with a different look. This was like a walking, human warehouse. They weren't worried about not being able to bring back the supplies they found. Lu Jia smiled. "Sister Sui is a space-based psychic." She pointed. "Xian has ice powers." "Ah!" Dad Lu's mouth dropped open, his eyes filled with disbelief. "She's so young and already has powers." Suyi looked Xian up and down, a bit dazed. "She looks only 4 or 5. Xian smiled shyly. "Uncle and Aunt, I'm 4, and I can do magic too." After a bowl of dumplings, Dad Lu and Suyi digested the news about Yu Sui's space-based powers and Xuan's ice-based powers. They were delighted. At this point, the more psychics they had, the stronger their fighting power would be, and the better their chances of survival. "But we do plan to go out tomorrow," Yu Sui began. Father Lu patted his chest. "I go too, and help you. Let's get some more meat and vegetables back, and I take good care of you." They didn't lack food now, since they could grow crops. What they needed were some daily necessities, and the money needed for the system tasks. Besides, this was their base camp. If all the psychics were out, it would be bad if something happened in the community, and no one was watching. Yu Sui shook his head. "Thank you, Uncle Lu. Cindy, Qianjun, and Zhou Chifeng, the 4 of us will go." We brought Qianjun and Zhou Chifeng because they were good at martial arts, which would be very useful against ordinary zombies. More people would make it difficult to move around. Besides, we can grow those vegetables. Grow? Dad Lu was puzzled. How slow would they grow? Yu Sui picked up a dumpling and said, "The cabbage inside is what we grew." Dad Lu, huh? Lu Ji chuckled and pointed to the cabbages piled in the yard outside. "Look, they're piled right outside. And that truckload of strawberries too." Dad Lu and Suyi, huh? Chapter 49. In the yard. Dad Lu looked at the strawberries in his hand. A uniquely sweet strawberry scent filled his nose. He swallowed hard. are these really strawberries, not apples? Open your mouth, Suyi said, holding the clean strawberries in his hand to his lips. Dad Lu instinctively opened his mouth and took a bite. The sweet strawberry flesh filled his mouth. Now he finally believed it. Oh my god, this is unbelievable. We stumbled upon this after planting some pak choi. We then planted strawberries for experimentation. Yu Sui stood by the door and pointed at the pak choi pile to the side. It was covered with a plastic tarp, the same material they had brought from the fertilizer warehouse. Dad, don't blink. Lu Jia walked over with a smile, lifted the tarp, and pulled out a small bok choy nearly as tall as herself. Dang, 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 this is the bok choy we had this morning. Dad Lu took one look and quickly swallowed the strawberry in his mouth. Wow, this is too long. After breakfast, Dad Lu happily picked up a hoe and dug a few small holes in the yard. He watched Yu Sui bring out the seeds and selected a few. We have bok choy. Let's plant some potatoes, tomatoes, beans, chili peppers, and garlic. Dad, don't plant too many. Look at all those bok choys. We don't know when we finish them. Lu Jia counted out 2 seeds from the bag. 2 is enough. Okay, just 2. Dad Lu buried the seeds in the soil, covered them, and watered them. Is it ready? It's ready. In the yard. Yu Sui sat in a chair, basking in the sun, feeling somewhat lazy. It had been a while since she had this much free time, especially now that the discomfort in her heart had vanished, leaving her feeling much more relaxed. Once he sat beside her and winked. Something must have happened to her in the bathroom that morning. The noises sounded strange, but Yu Sui didn't open the door and sent her away. He must have had something else in mind. Besides, when she came down, her complexion had returned to normal. Even the color on her lips had returned. Once he knew it must have been the system's fault. Because of the system in her head, Yu Sui couldn't speak. She pinched the back of Ronsin's hand, and they exchanged glances. Though they didn't say anything, Ronsin immediately understood. Ronsin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the system was still somewhat useful. Sui, which way are we going tomorrow? Ronsin sat up straight, mentally planning that if they had enough time and the situation wasn't serious, they could go to the hospital and get some medicine, just to be prepared. At least we can't let the system manipulate us. Upon hearing her words, Dangy immediately rolled up his sleeves and patted his chest. Sister Sui, you said you were going out tomorrow. Take me with you. I go too. I'm quite strong, so I can be very useful against ordinary zombies. Xian raised her hand, saying, I go too. I know magic, so I can protect you. Chen Chong nodded. Yes, we should all go together. There's strength in numbers. The whole courtyard began to chatter. Everyone wanted to go. After all, while they didn't know what was going on outside, it was always going to be bad, and having more people would help them look out. Yu Sui understood, but she still shook her head. We don't need so many people. Xine Qianjun, Zhou Chifeng, and I can go. Qianjun and Zhou Chifeng were called upon and accepted without hesitation. They had considered going out before. After all, their current villa was completely bare, with nothing but a bunk bed. They kept waking up cold at night, and a few more days like that would surely make them sick. But they hadn't felt comfortable asking Yu Sui to go with them because of this. Finding some supplies to replenish their villa was just what they wanted. Yu Sui continued, before I go out this time, I take out some of the food and drink stored in the space and leave them in the villa. I need Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu, and Sister Chen to help keep an eye on it. She thought carefully. There wasn't much space left for storage. Although she would go to the bank to get money to expand the system, it was still unclear how much she could expand. In order to gather more supplies, the best way was to clear out the space first. And Yu Sui's gaze swept across the faces of Chen Chong and the others. This was also a test. Ronsin glanced at her in surprise. Those were the supplies they painstakingly gathered, and they were just sitting there like that. Honestly, it wasn't that she was overly suspicious. Aside from Gu Panpan, who spent a few extra days with them, the others who stayed behind had only met for 3 or 4 days. Besides knowing their names, they were essentially strangers. It was a bit hard for her to trust them so quickly. Yu Sui shook his head gently at her, and Ronsin swallowed her words. The most terrifying thing about the apocalypse is the human heart. If these supplies could reveal their character, it would be a very good deal. After all, it's just the beginning. Any problems that arise can be dealt with quickly. If we run into difficulties later, it would be painful to be stabbed in the back. Besides, her things aren't so easy to get. System, can you put a mark on the supplies I left behind? The system understood. Host, you mean a location sensor? It's a simple matter, I handle it for you in a minute. If someone takes these things away, even if they run to the ends of the earth, I can find them. As expected of the host, you're always thoughtful. However, even if a location sensor is installed, there's nothing we can do if they eat or drink. Isn't that still like charity? Yusui was silent for a moment, considering his words. I mean, can you leave something on them? Medicine, a mental imprint, or something? The system considered Yusui's words, finally understanding her meaning, and stared at her in silence. It had misjudged it. It wondered why the host had suddenly shown such generosity, and was waiting for them here. No, Yusui was a little disappointed. This was the system. It had even given her superpowers. So how could it not even possess such a simple means of controlling people? The system felt mocked and felt the need to demonstrate its power. Host, wait a moment, I checked the database. Oh, then you should check carefully. Gu Panpan lowered her eyes. Upon hearing Yusui's words, she shifted them, then looked up and replied, Sister Sui, don't worry, I protect this place. She understood what Wansini had left unsaid. She was also the one who had spent the longest time with Yusui, and Wansini among them. She would never forget the feeling she had when she knocked on their door, and took the medicine from them. What she hated most was betrayal. Qin Chong suddenly felt a surge of responsibility, and hesitated for a moment. Will it be unsafe? After Yusui and the other 4 left, only 9 people remained in the community. Of these 9, Xian was only 4, Song Yuanming had difficulty walking, and the only person who could truly fight was Lu Shufei. She was a little worried. Why don't you leave the unimportant things behind, and take the important things with you? Dad Lu thought for a moment, then, after receiving Suye's gaze, patted his chest. Don't worry, big sister, I'm here. Sui, don't worry, I definitely take care of everything. He wiped his face. This is our future home. Even if it costs me my life, I take good care of it. Home. Qin Chong and the others were stunned. Yes. They live here, their family is here, so isn't this their home? Dengi grinned, dispelling the sullen gloom he felt at not being called out by Yusui. Sister Sui, don't worry, I protect our home. I can do it too. Xian clenched her fists. I protect our home too. Yusui laughed. In an instant, it was as if that single word connected everyone's hearts. Invisibly, their relationship seemed to grow closer, their sense of alienation diminishing. However, her decision remained unchanged. After all, everyone can say what they say, but ultimately, it's their actions that matter. Seeing this, Qin Chong offered no more excuses. She simply patted Xuan's head, her eyes softening. Yes, this was their home. Wansini counted on her fingers. We're not short of instant food right now, but we're short of seeds. Let's go out and find more this time. We also need to find more pots, pans, cups, clothes, and other daily necessities, Yusui added. The chopsticks and bowls they were using were reused from the self-heating pot they used earlier. Qin Chong turned. I go see if the kitchen still needs anything. There were many things missing. After all, they had nothing but a rice cooker and a frying pan. Even the cutting knife was from the fertilizer warehouse they collected last time. The group chatted animatedly, discussing what supplies to gather. Wansini listened intently and took notes, lest she forget later. Yusui stood up. I put the things in the basement storage room first. Okay. Wansini nodded. Dengi followed Yusui. Hey, I'm going to check too. He wanted to know what Yusui's space contained. He have a better idea, so he wouldn't panic. If there's one, there be 2. Finally, a long line of people followed Yusui into the basement. The once dirty storage room had been briefly cleaned. Aside from being a little empty, there wasn't anything wrong. Dengi surveyed the storage room. It's about 16 square meters. Peng Jiao looked up at the ceiling. It must be 3 meters high. He was filled with tears. A storage room is bigger than our old dormitory. Those damn capitalists. Host, I found a solution. The system took credit. Actually, this was inspired by the way the superpowered zombie controlled those zombies. It's been slightly improved. I placed a mind control mark on it. If anyone touches or tries to take these supplies, I can not only sense it, but also influence their behavior to a certain extent. The system said proudly, for example, let them stab themselves in the neck or something. Yusui nodded slightly. Yes, system, you're awesome, but there's no need to be so cruel. Just disable them. System, eh? If it understood correctly, this loss of mobility should be similar to its come with a blade attack. Furthermore, it remembered that the meaning of the host's previous statement was the same as the method it had devised. Host, what do you mean by loss of mobility? Yusui responded in his mind, a kind smile on his face as he looked at everyone and took out the supplies he had organized in the space. It was like he was paralyzed and unable to move. System, Chapter 50. In the blink of an eye, the once empty storage room was now filled with a variety of supplies. Ding Yi's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard, finding his tongue. This? So much. Did they rob the supermarket warehouse? Self-heating hot pot, instant noodles, bread. Peng Jia rubbed his eyes vigorously. Wow, they even have spicy snacks. Qian Jun murmured, my biggest wish as a child was to open a supermarket at home. I never thought it would come true here. Compared to the ecstasy of Peng Jia and the other three, Qin Chan felt the burden on her shoulders grow heavier. She shifted her gaze from the supplies to Yusui. Sui, this is too much. It's too unsafe to keep it here. Why don't you put it in your space? She couldn't afford the compensation if something happened. Yusui smiled and shook his head. It's okay. We brought these back to eat anyway. Since we're all family, we should eat together. Besides, my space is limited. If I take all this with me, I won't be able to fit much on this trip. In her mind, the system murmured together. The host simply relocated these items and hired you guys as bodyguards. If they truly have any plans, all I can say is that joining the liberation and rebirth movement sooner rather than later would be a good idea. Yusui raised an eyebrow. System, what are you mumbling about? No. Host, I already placed a mental imprint on these supplies for you. If they attempt to take them, the mental imprint will be triggered, instantly rendering them incapable of movement. However, this kind of control has its drawbacks. If the enemy is too numerous or too powerful, I might not be able to control them. But judging by the current situation in the entire community, I can easily control them all. The system spoke in one breath, looking at the crowd outside, deeply moved by the host's move. It simply felt that the host had mastered this move. You know, most of what the host gave out was food, but now they can not only grow vegetables, but they also grow so quickly. They will never lack food in the future. Great system, you're amazing. Yusui casually praised. Luckily you're here, otherwise I don't know what to do. The system chuckled, then complained internally. Don't know what to do. How could that be? If it weren't there, it strongly suspected that the host would directly poison everyone who coveted her supplies. Qin Chang's words reminded everyone. Ding Yi and the others looked at the supplies before them, and their initial joy turned into a heavy burden. If they couldn't protect the community and something happened, wouldn't they be like delivering couriers? Even if they died, they couldn't swallow this shame. Ding Yi patted his chest and promised, Sister Sui, I will definitely take good care of these foods. Not a single bag will be missing. Standing nearby, Father Lu recovered from the shock of the sheer volume of supplies and said solemnly, as long as I'm alive, I won't let anyone get close to these supplies. Everyone quickly expressed their commitment, as if they were swearing to live and die with these supplies. The supplies before them were not only life-saving food, but also the heavy trust that Yusui had placed in them. Under such circumstances, this trust became even more precious. They couldn't let Yusui down, especially since Yusui had saved their lives. Yusui smiled faintly. Actually, there were still some canned chocolate, compressed biscuits, soft drinks, mineral water, and medicine left in the space. Those were the most important things. Honestly, she didn't trust them. Even if they spoke with such confidence, human nature could never withstand the test, especially since it was the end of the world, and fighting for a bite of food was the norm. As long as they could afford the price, that was all. The door to the storage room was closed, and everyone went upstairs. The atmosphere suddenly became more serious. Sui, Cindy, since you're going out tomorrow, don't stand guard today. Stay strong so you can be more secure when you go out tomorrow. Chun Chan began to make arrangements. Yusui and Wan Cini exchanged glances, agreeing. After arranging the guard shifts and determining the key supplies to collect after the trip, and sorting out the various tasks, time flew by and it was already noon. Lu's father glanced at the bright sun outside and stood up. I'm going to cook, he said, going out to get some bok choy to stir-fry for lunch. As soon as he stepped outside, Dad Lu was stunned. No wonder he felt like he'd forgotten something earlier. Now, looking at the sprouts emerging from the vegetable patch in the yard, he finally remembered what he'd forgotten. The vegetables he planted. They sprouted. Yusui watched the sprouts break through the soil, their leaves covering the ground. A gust of wind blew, and the leaves trembled, a delightful sight. This is too fast. Dad Lu couldn't believe his eyes. Even though the small cabbages and pumpkin-sized strawberries were right before his eyes, he was still shocked to see the seeds sprout in just over 2 hours. Yusui walked over and fiddled with the tender leaves. Looks like we have a few more dishes tonight. Once he listed the dishes: stir-fried celery, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. We don't seem to have any eggs. Speaking of eggs, they hadn't eaten meat in quite a while. Wansini licked her lips. Although the dishes were delicious, she was a little greedy. Sway, do you think we can get some chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs? Wansini figured that since they could grow vegetables, they have to find a way to get some meat. Yusui rested his chin on his hand. Yes, we can, but where can we get them? At least there weren't any live chickens or ducks in the markets in Beijing, and getting some young ones to raise would be incredibly difficult. Lu Xiao's eyes lit up, and Song Yuanming, standing beside her, also remembered, and they both said in unison, I know where they can get them. Yusui and the others looked over. Song Yuanming gestured with his eyes to Lu Xiao, who began to speak. Over at the farmhouse where we used to stay, every household raised their own chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs. When we were short of food there, we set our sights on those lively chickens, ducks, and geese. But back then, no one knew what to do, and no one was so hungry as to eat them raw, so the chickens, ducks, and geese escaped unscathed. After hearing her words, Yusui formed a plan. Lu Jia gestured with her hand, indicating the route. Her memories of running from that place were too muddled, and she and Song Yuanming pieced together a rough map of the route. Seeing this, she said directly, Sway, why don't I go with you? I can't quite remember it now, but I definitely remember it when we get there. Dad Lu frowned, about to say something, but Sui beside him gave him a look, and he swallowed his words back. He was worried about Lu Jia's safety, but he also understood that even if she stayed, she wouldn't necessarily be safe. Furthermore, he glanced at Yusui discreetly. This girl looked frail, but she showed no fear when she talked about going out, which showed she had the ability to protect herself and her friends. Yusui thought for a moment and agreed. Lu Jia smiled and said, Sway, I won't hold you back, don't worry. What do you mean by holding you back? Wansini waved her hand. We're all family now. We need to help each other and work together to live a better life. Sway, am I right? Yusui nodded slightly, clapped his hands, and stood up. You're right. We're all family. The system couldn't hold back. Yusui glanced at him, and the system choked a few times before quickly trying to make amends. Host, I wasn't laughing just now. I choked on my saliva. Cough. A family? The system tried to hold it in. Family that would render someone incapacitated if they moved anything? The system felt like it was losing its grasp on the meaning of the word family. Oh! Yusui asked coldly, are you free? The system swung left and right, its entire light sphere signaling, no host, I'm very busy. Very busy. Busy with what? An idea flashed through the system. Here, host, look, this is the map of the town I prepared for you. It's incredibly detailed. Yusui glanced over, his brows raised. It was indeed incredibly detailed. The banks were highlighted in bold red, making them conspicuous. They were conveniently located on both sides of the town's main road. There were 4 of them, not far away. One more person went out. Seeing the matter had been settled, Father Lu pulled out 2 stalks of bok choy and said, Okay, I go cook. Just a simple stir-fry for lunch, and we have a good meal tonight. Sui followed him, I go help. Qianjun and Zhou Chifeng, no longer on guard duty, were squatting in the vegetable patch, their heads rubbing together, muttering something, as if studying the vegetable's growth. Gu Pan was checking on Song Yuanming's leg injury. In the upstairs room, Wansini closed the door, turned around, and said, Sway, what if they take our supplies and run away? They had painstakingly collected those things, and these people had only been with them for a few days. It was too risky. Yusui pointed to his head and whispered, I had the system tamper with the supplies. Anyone with ulterior motives will pay the price. That's good, Wansini breathed a sigh of relief. But I still feel it's a bit risky. It's definitely risky, Yusui met her eyes. Life in the community is relatively peaceful and tranquil right now, and we haven't been together for long. Even if these people really have other ideas, we can still take action. Over time, their concerns will grow. Besides, I have a feeling the peace and tranquility in the community won't last much longer. If a large number of people arrive, they must stick together tightly. Only then can they gain a foothold in the community, and avoid being pinned down by those who arrive later. Wansini was silent for a moment, then understood. After all, the 2 of them are weak alone. If they really run into trouble, they still need to win over those around them to their side and support them. The life-saving grace alone isn't enough. The bond of shared interests can bring them closer together. It's time to eat. Lu's father's voice brought Yusui back to her senses. She looked at Wansini and smiled. It's okay. We survive. No matter what the future holds, they will survive. Chapter 51. Downstairs. Lu's father came out with the dishes. This morning, when he'd been cooking, he assumed the complex had adequate water and electricity, so he used the induction cooker to make pancakes and dumplings. Just now, after going down to the basement, he realized they were using the villa's small backup generator for electricity. Now, he didn't dare use it vigorously. So, for lunch, a simple stir-fried bok choy, shredded potatoes with vinegar, and sweet potato rice. He was thinking about building an earthen stove in the kitchen or somewhere else. With the mountains behind him, there was no shortage of firewood, so he spoke directly about it. Yusui carried the bowl. On the table, besides the stir-fried bok choy and shredded potatoes, there were also a few self-heating hot pots of pickled mustard greens as a side dish. Earthen stove? She only seen this kind of thing before, and had no idea how it was built. Lu Jiu's eyes lit up. That's right. This way, we won't need electricity for cooking, and we can save on diesel. Besides, cooking on a clay stove is so delicious. Dad, can you fix it? Lu's father snorted, and scooped up a handful of shredded potatoes for her. It's just a small thing, and I'm your dad. I can fix it in minutes. Just wait, Dad will let you enjoy a firewood-cooked meal tonight. Dengi eagerly signed up. Uncle Lu, I help. My grandma has an earthen stove. I've seen it. Okay, let's eat quickly. We go after dinner. Everyone gathered around the coffee table, the atmosphere more harmonious than usual. Perhaps it was the sense of security brought by the supplies in the storage room, or perhaps it was Yusui's honesty and trust, but after just a few days together, everyone felt instantly close. After dinner, Father Lu and Dengi pushed the cart out the door. Some villas still had unused bricks and cement, which now came in handy. Peng Jia and Qian Jun were assigned to dig up some red soil from the hills behind. They excitedly headed out, hoes and shovels in hand. In one corner of the yard, the bricks, cement, and red soil they had brought back were piled. Father Lu and Dengi set to work. Yusui and the others sat nearby, watching, occasionally helping pass things around. The kitchen countertops and cabinets had been knocked down and moved out, replaced by a stove built from red bricks. Yusui found it curious. That evening, the wood stove had taken shape. However, Father Lu had broken his promise, and they didn't get to enjoy their wood-fired meals. The reason was simple. They searched the entire neighborhood, but couldn't find a large iron pot. Father Lu sighed. This is truly the case of a clever man can't cook without a pot. Lu Jia took a bite of tomato and laughed. Dad, just wait. I come back and bring you a pot, so you can show off your cooking skills. Okay, Father Lu nodded happily. My sweetheart is so thoughtful. As he spoke, he glanced discreetly at Song Yuanming, who sat off to the side, looking a little awkward as he ate his meal politely. A pretty boy, so frail, how could such a person be worthy of his sweetheart? Song Yuanming noticed Father Lu's gaze, and instinctively sat up straighter, not daring to chew the rice in his mouth, swallowing it down in one gulp. He glanced at the large group of people sitting and standing in the living room, pondered for a moment, and made up his mind. Originally, the villa had only housed Yusui, Ruansini, and Gu Panpan, and Yusui had found it quite empty. Not only did her every word echo, but more importantly, she watched too many horror movies, and was terrified someone might sneak into the house without them knowing, or even a zombie. So, initially, the three of them shared a single room. Later, Chen Chong and Xian moved in. Xian, with her cheerful, talkative nature, brought a lot of life to the house. Later, Lu Jia and the injured Song Yuanming also moved in, filling up the villa's empty rooms. And now, with the addition of Lu's father and mother, there were now 9 people living in the villa. Yusui no longer had to worry about hiding people or zombies. Every room was occupied, and it was bustling with activity. Song Yuanming began to feel a little uneasy, especially after Lu's father and mother arrived. After dinner, he approached Yusui and told her he was moving out. Yusui considered this for a moment and agreed. After all, they had seen the way Mr. Lu had looked at him, and the words he had said over the past few days. If Song Yuanming truly wanted to take things further with Lu Jiao, they shouldn't be living so close now. Yusui contacted Peng Jia about Song Yuanming's whereabouts. Peng Jia naturally had no objection. Their place was empty, and they feel more at home with one more person. He called Qian Jun and Zhou Chenfeng and simply carried Song Yuanming's bed over. Learning that he had moved in next door, Mr. Liu finally began to like him a little more, believing him to be understanding. A good night's sleep. In the blink of an eye, daybreak arrived. Wansini opened the curtains and looked outside. Nice weather, another sunny day. Yu Sui, after washing up, came out and heard her say this and looked outside. Her gaze paused, and she narrowed her eyes slightly. Something was amiss. Because their villa was located at the very back of the complex and not particularly high, the view from the third-floor bedroom window was limited, allowing only a glimpse of the buildings in front. Yu Sui thought it was quite pleasant though. The roof of the previous complex had some flowers and plants. Although untended, they were flourishing, vibrant, and blooming in a vibrant array of colors. Seeing them in the morning always brightened my mood for the day. Now, the problem also arose with those flowers and plants. Yu Sui narrowed his eyes, took a few steps back, then a few steps forward, and gestured with his hand. Seeing her strange expression, Wansini couldn't help but tilt her head to look over. What's wrong? Had those flowers grown a little taller? Yu Sui raised his chin, motioning her to look at the flowers on the rooftop of the villa across the street. Especially that pot of roses. Wansini followed her direction, examining them closely for a moment, her brows furrowed. A little bit. She gestured with an okay sign. I remember the roses were only about this size yesterday. How come they look so much bigger today? Can roses grow that big? Yu Sui didn't know, but she felt a vague unease. System, did that flower really grow? Yu Sui asked the system, wondering if there was something wrong with her memory, or if the flower was naturally that big. The system nodded. Of course, host, the flower has grown. Grown? Yu Sui murmured. Is this growing the same as what she thought it meant? Is its growth related to the rain? Of course, Yu Sui paused, his brows lowered. You mean, if left alone, it might grow even bigger than the vegetables we grow? Yes, the system nodded matter-of-factly. Yu Sui's expression changed, and he quickly turned and ran downstairs. I remember you saying before that those trees, flowers, and plants weren't threatening. No, the system said innocently. They just grown a little bigger. How threatening is that? And I said it before. The trees, flowers, and plants outside are all changing. You just haven't noticed. The system put it another way. You can understand it as they were recuperating, digesting the bounty of the rain, healing their previous wounds. Now, they're gathering strength and regaining vitality. Hey host, don't be so scared. They really aren't threatening. They won't eat or bite. Yu Sui no longer cared to listen to it. If a random blade of grass growing wildly by the roadside could grow taller than a person, then its existence would be a threat to humans. Yu Sui could no longer imagine what the world outside had become. Downstairs, Lu Dad emerged from the kitchen carrying breakfast, and saw Yu Sui hurriedly running down the stairs. His face paled slightly. What's going on? Are there zombies attacking outside? Zombies coming? Gu Panpan and the others' expressions changed. Yu Sui simply said, the trees, flowers, and plants in the community, like the vegetables we grow, are starting to grow. Gu Panpan and the others, wow! It was a bolt from the blue. Although they loved greenery and cared for the environment, wanting lush green mountains and clear waters, the most important thing was that they had to survive, and that lush green mountains wouldn't shrink their living environment. What should we do then? Chin Chong panicked. Wouldn't their community be crushed by the trees on the hill behind them? Yu Sui's face was grim. Now all we can do is clear the vegetation from the community as quickly as possible. Not only were the trees on the hill behind them still a few meters away from their community, but there was also a small river blocking the way. They should be able to hold out for a while. The most important thing now was the trees and plants within the community. Thankfully, they had already cut down and removed all the trees and plants in the yard to make room for the crops, saving them some effort. Gu Panpan came to her senses. You're right. I go right away. With that, she turned, picked up the sickle she had placed beside her, and followed Yu Sui out the door. The gate opened. Dingy and the others, who were about to knock on the door, were startled. They stared at the sickles and hoes in Yu Sui's hands, stunned. What's going on? Wansini briefly explained the situation, and Deng Yi and the others immediately realized, let's go too. Everyone immediately sprang into action, dividing into groups. Starting from the villas across the street and next door, they transformed into lumberjacks, leaving no trace of a dog's tail untouched. Yu Sui rubbed her aching back. After 3 hours of hunching over, her back was practically breaking. Compared to her, Wansini was in much better shape. Yu Sui immediately remembered what the system had said before. People with superpowers have much better physical fitness than ordinary people. She couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for the system supporting her heart, she would have died by now. The entire community was so large that it would take too long to clean it up. Dingy brought his bowl to the edge, slurping down a mouthful of noodles. His hand trembled slightly, but he gritted his teeth to hold it in. Father Lu wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's true, plans can't keep up with changes. Sway, are you guys still going out? Sway swallowed his food and nodded. Yes. Okay, we take care of the rest of the things in the complex. You guys take a break before you go out. Father Lu thought it was okay. He was a physical education teacher, and he'd been exercising for years, so this kind of work was easy for him. But looking at the shaking hands of Dingy and the others, he knew they'd be exhausted if they continued. We need to think of a solution. If only we had one of those lawn mowers. Lawn mower? Dingy immediately perked up and grinned. Yes. Sway and the others glanced at each other and thought, fertilizer warehouse. Chapter 52. Exiting the gate of the residential complex, they continued along the winding road until they reached a fork in the road. Qin Chong parted ways with Ding Yi, Peng Jia, and Sway. They headed right, heading to the fertilizer warehouse they'd been to before, to see if they could get a lawn mower or some herbicide. Be careful on the road. Qin Chong looked at the road, worried. She had come from that direction, where her husband had lost his life and her children had lost their father. Sway nodded. Sister Chun, we know. Wan City was about to say something, but swallowed it back and laughed. Let's not talk about coming back, or it sound like a threat. Okay, I won't say anything else. We be leaving now. Qin Chong smiled and waved. Okay. Sway waved and turned to walk forward. After watching Qin Chong and the others leave, Sway turned and walked forward. It was late at night when they arrived at the complex. It was pitch black all around. All she knew was that this place was remote, but she couldn't see anything else. This was her first time observing her surroundings. It was indeed quite remote. Sway and the others walked for over half an hour before the road ahead widened and smoothed out, as if they had finally reached the main road. A few more houses appeared scattered ahead. A few ragged zombies, emitting a foul odor, sensed their presence and scurried out from the houses on the roadside, roaring and charging towards them. Wansini shook her wrist, glanced down at her clothes, and sighed softly. These zombies may be brainless, but their noses are still so sharp. Lu Zhiyu's smile faded, and she gripped the golf club tightly, shaking slightly. To be honest, she never fought a zombie before, and her first instinct upon encountering one was to turn and run. But seeing the unperturbed Sway and Wansini, still joking, she resisted the urge. Escape wouldn't solve the problem, and she couldn't afford to be a drag. Roar! The thrill of fresh flesh and blood sent the zombie before it into a frenzy of excitement, its mouth agape, its legs sprinting towards Sway and the others. Wansini waved a chainsaw in her hand and gestured, not bad, just one. Easy to take care of. Qian Jun and Zhou Chenfeng, standing nearby, exchanged a glance, then leaped forward, golf clubs in hand. It's just an ordinary zombie, they can handle it. No time at all. The zombie that had just been eager to devour Sway and the others now lay quietly on the ground, a large hole in its head piercing it, and red and white liquid oozing out. Qian Jun and Zhou Chenfeng both turned their heads and gave an okay sign. Done. They were still somewhat useful. Lu Xiao, clutching her golf club, was silent for a moment. Her gaze flicked from the zombie to the faces of Qian Jun and Zhou Chenfeng. She had been mentally preparing herself for so long, but ultimately realized it was useless. Ugh. I want to throw up. Sway noticed her expression and patted her on the back, then pointed to the roadside with a considerate gesture. It'd be even more painful if you hold it in. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xiao turned, bent over, and vomited all over the floor. Sway patted her on the back, pulled out a bottle of mineral water from his space, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to her, waiting for her to recover. Wansini looked at Lu Xiao, and recalled the time when she and Sway had just gone out together to learn how to fight zombies. Her heart was pounding, and she couldn't sleep at night. The moment she closed her eyes, the horrific sight of the zombies would flash before her. But now, she had mastered it. After a while, Lu Xiao rinsed her mouth, wiped it, and stood up straight. Her eyes were a little dizzy, but the nausea she felt at the sight of the zombie corpses had subsided a lot. Sorry, I wasted time. Oh, what's the big deal? I was just like you back then, my legs trembling with fear. Wansini waved her hand. Qian Jun agreed, that's right. When we saw the zombies in the mountains, we were scared to death. We had nightmares for a long time afterwards. But soon, they no longer had time for nightmares. Lu Jia pursed her lips sheepishly and put the bottle of mineral water into her bag. I'm fine now. Let's keep going. Go this way, and you'll be in town in about 10 minutes. There are a lot more zombies there than here. There were a lot of them when we left, but because of that psychic zombie, the others didn't dare approach. The group continued on their way. Hearing her words, Yusui remembered the speed-boosting zombie who had previously occupied the apartment building below them. He had also designated that area as his own territory, and the other zombies avoided it. It seemed that even among zombies, there were different levels. The closer they got to town, the more obstacles appeared on the road. The cars tumbled into a heap, blocking the road. Corpses, blood, and debris littered the ground. Flies buzzed, landing on the mangled bodies. Startled by their sudden intrusion, they buzzed aside, landing on another corpse. Zombies wandering aimlessly, sensing their presence, suddenly turned their heads, their terrifying faces opening their mouths in bloodthirsty, frantic roars as they sprinted towards them. Yusui quickly glanced around. 8 or 9 zombies darted through the gap between the cars. She gripped her chainsaw tightly. Get in the car. Everyone sprang into action. Yusui and Lu Jia were together. Standing on the roof of the car next to them were Wan Xini, Qian Jun, and Zhou Chifeng. Everyone gripped their weapons tightly, tensing their muscles for battle. Yusui and Wan Xini exchanged a glance, then reached out and activated their chainsaws. Buzz. A roar sounded the battle cry. The fastest zombie had already reached the car, stretching its arms to grab Yusui and Lu Jia from above. Lu Jia pursed her lips tightly, raised her arm high, and smashed the golf club hard into the zombie's head. With a thud, blood splattered. Not wanting to delay, she swung the club again and continued to smash down. Swish. Blood foam splattered, and the chainsaw roared dully, instantly severing a zombie's head in two. Before it could react, it twitched and fell to the ground, finally returning to peace. On the other side, Wan Xini, holding the chainsaw, had found a simpler method. She held it vertically downward, first severing the zombies' outstretched arms one by one, then turning the blade towards their heads. The zombies, unaware of danger, didn't know how to dodge the approaching chainsaws. Even without arms, they leaped forward with their mouths open, as if intending to bite them to death. This made things easier for Wan Xini. She wielded the chainsaw and mowed down a bunch of blood gourds like grass. After bringing them down, Qian Jun and Zhou Chifeng jumped from the cart, golf clubs in hand, and slashed their heads open one by one, lest they bite with only their mouths left. A few minutes later, the ground was stained red with blood. The world returned to tranquility. Lu Jia's hands trembled, her face pale. She stared at the corpses on the ground, squeezed her eyes shut, and looked away. She consoled herself that this was for their own good. Lying peacefully on the ground was better than becoming a monster. Yusui turned to look at Lu Jia. Is everyone okay? Lu Jia swallowed and shook his head, his voice trembling. No. Qian Jun and Zhou Chifeng shook their heads. Qian Jun wiped his golf club on the zombie's clothes. With just these few zombies, how could they possibly get close to me? Yusui raised his chin, motioning him to look behind. Qian Jun turned and gasped. A dozen more zombies, seemingly out of nowhere, roared towards them. Yusui pulled Lu Jia up and jumped back into the car. Qian Jun meanwhile grimaced. This is the first time I felt so popular. This popular? I haven't even entered the town yet. Stop complaining. Zhou Chifeng stared intently at the approaching zombies. Be careful. Don't let them catch you. Qian Jun curled his lips. Hey, you look down on me? I'm so agile, how could they catch me? Just wait, I teach them a lesson this time. Lu Jia's mood wasn't as good as theirs, but seeing the zombies approaching, he could only suppress his discomfort and swing his golf club, smashing into the zombies' heads. Yusui's chainsaw was now of the greatest use. Qian Jun stared at the chainsaw, amazed. Wow, that kind of destructive power. No wonder Saw is so terrifying. In just half an hour, Yusui and his companions encountered 5 waves of zombies. The battle line extended from the roofs of cars on the street outside to the 3rd floor of a clothing store along the town's main street. The last zombie was chopped to the ground. Yusui kicked the corpse down the stairs, panting heavily as he held the chainsaw. Qian Jun's forehead was covered in sweat. He wanted to wipe it, but when he raised his hand, he saw the blood on his hand and held it back. Are there so many people in this town? There were so many zombies. His hands were sore. Lu Jia was numb now. She didn't want to vomit anymore, and her fear was gone. She was left feeling tired. Her arms were so achy she could barely lift them. Hearing Qianjun's words, she calmed down and explained, "This town has beautiful scenery and is close to the city. There are many farmhouses, so it's crowded. That's how they got here." Yu Sui, chainsaw in hand, circled the room. After resolving the crisis, she didn't care about anything else and sank down on the sofa, breathing heavily, her heart aching slightly. "Host, I give you a hard boost right now." The system immediately noticed her condition and quickly replenished the energy. The bank wasn't far away. She couldn't collapse here. Yu Sui took a moment to calm down, her heart finally stabilizing. She spoke softly. "System, is this the town you mentioned? We already investigated the situation, and it's not considered a dangerous place." "System, well, host, don't worry. You'd be fine with me here." If it hadn't said that, why would the host have come here? Chapter 53. The system felt guilty. A second later. "Host, there's nothing I can do. I'm truly running low on energy." The system's confidence returned. What little cash it had previously saved had been emptied out by the host over the past few days. If this continued, it would truly have to use its original power. It's the system. It's here to complete a mission, not to be swindled. Her temples throbbed, making her irritated. Yu Sui reached out to press her hand, but was met with blood-stained hands. She paused, lowered her hand, exhaled a long breath, and spoke softly. "Is that so? Then, after returning this time, I should realize my new superpower." New superpower? The system felt a pang of pain, but hearing Yu Sui's tone, the system gritted its teeth. Since the space was already open, it might as well open another one. "Host, you should also visit the shopping malls and gold shops in town. It can't suffer any loss." Okay. Only 5 days had passed since they entered the villa complex, but the world outside had already changed drastically since they arrived. The appearance of these waves of zombies had made Yu Sui deeply understand the importance of supernatural powers. She needed greater strength, only then could she better protect herself and Wansini. As soon as she finished dealing with the zombies, Wansini immediately went back to her room and searched for the bathroom. After battling several waves of zombies, they were all covered in blood. Although it smelled a bit unpleasant, she could tolerate it. However, Yu Sui couldn't. Wansini still remembered the first time Yu Sui had fought with a kid in the yard as a child. He had used a stool to smash his head, drawing blood. She was stunned and stood there in a daze. At first, Wansini, like the director's mother, thought Yu Sui was frightened. Later, Yu Sui secretly told her that she wasn't afraid, but excited. Wansini can still remember the look on Yu Sui's face when she said that. Her eyes sparkled, her voice was light and airy, but her expression was dull. She said, "I know why Mom and Dad don't want me anymore. I'm a bad kid." From that day on, Yu Sui hated the sight of blood. Wansini fiddled in the bathroom for a while, then came out with a basin of clean water. Sui, wash your hands first. I see there's hot water in the bathroom. Why don't you take a shower and change clothes?" Shower? Yu Sui wanted to agree immediately, but the system in her head quickly stopped her. "Host, I don't recommend changing clothes and washing up. Your dirty clothes will mask your scent." The system quickly stopped her. "Haven't you noticed that you've been here for a while now, and no zombies have come?" Yu Sui sat down again after just raising her butt. "Should I dress cleanly or fight fewer zombies? No need to choose, it's definitely the latter." Moreover, ever since the apocalypse, when she killed her first zombie, she felt a sudden release of her long-suppressed innate excitement and acquired aversion to blood, a feeling that eased considerably. She truly wasn't a normal person. However, now she had come to terms with the fact that she wasn't normal. After all, it was the end of the world. Yu Sui shook his head and relayed the system's words. Wansini paused for a moment, his gaze scanning her face. Seeing no trace of impatience between her brows, he chuckled, "I go get a new basin of water. Wash your face first. These clothes are enough for us." She sniffed, fanned herself, and burped. Yu Sui was amused. "No, I just go to the bathroom and wash." Wansini held her back. "Come on, look at your face. You should get some rest." Knowing she was worried about him, Yu Sui didn't insist. Qianjun glanced at his clothes, his expression changing. His tone was odd. "I never thought I ever wear a blood-stained shirt. Ugh. I go wash my hands and face, too." Zhou Chifeng, with a sullen face, followed in silence. Although he wasn't particularly particular, his hands were sticky, and his face seemed to be covered in blood scabs. Pulling at the corners of his mouth felt like the flesh was being pulled apart, which was very uncomfortable. Lu Jia followed suit. After briefly washing the blood off her hands and face, Lu Jia sat down on the floor, rubbed her wrists and arms, and sighed deeply. She was exhausted from walking all the way here. Yusui pulled out a few chocolate bars from his space and handed them to them. Let's eat something to replenish our energy. Lu Jia thanked him, took the chocolate, opened the bag, and took a bite, instantly satisfied. Wansini looked at her amusedly. How do you feel now? I'm alive. Lu Jia swallowed the chocolate in her mouth, thinking back on her experience, lost in thought for a moment. I never thought I'd see myself beating up zombies. Lu's mother was a dance teacher, and she had been thinking about raising her daughter to be a great dancer since she was little. Unfortunately, after just a few dance lessons, her mother readily accepted Lu Jia's path from dance to martial arts. From then on, Lu Jia followed her physical education teacher, Lu Dad, learning everything from women's anti-wolf techniques to sanda and boxing. It's unclear whether she mastered them, but she certainly built up a pretty good physique. Especially after the apocalypse, Lu Jia was deeply grateful for Lu Dad's foresight. Otherwise, she would have been captured by a mutant zombie, had her heart eaten, and become its minion, never having been able to run this far. Now, after several battles with zombies, she felt that the hard work and effort she put in as a child had finally paid off. Lu Jia smiled as she reminisced about the times when Lu Dad forced her to run early in the morning and exercise during the holidays. Her tense nerves relaxed. Standing nearby, Qianjun considered the pile of clothes in the room. These men's clothes are a good size. Why don't we take some more back? Qianjun said, holding a few pieces of clothing in his hands, trying to pack them into his bag. He found the clothes he was wearing in the warehouse, and even with the 4 of them, each of them only received 1 piece. Finally, they had something to change into. They happened to be in a clothing store, and the room was still filled with a lot of unopened new clothes, so it was natural for him to be tempted. Yusui, seeing this, glanced at the clothes lying nearby, then reached out and simply put them all into the space. After all, they needed a change of clothes too. Qianjun rubbed his hands happily, then glanced at the sofa where Yusui sat, the coffee table in front of him, the tables and chairs not far away. His eyes gleamed with desire. Yusui stood up, looking at the bloodstain on the sofa. Let's go to the mall later. Since they were already here, they needed to get their furniture and everything else, so they might as well go to the mall for a walk. Qianjun nodded repeatedly. Okay. Their bare-bones apartment could finally be renovated. Coming down from the upstairs, the first thing they saw was the corpses of the zombies they had just chopped down, piled at the doorway, covered in flies, their buzzing noise making their heads buzz. As Yusui and his companions approached, the flies buzzed away, then returned like a gust of wind after they left. This time, they hid the scent of their blood-stained clothes and avoided the commotion they had at first. The zombies they encountered were few and far between, unavoidable. After walking a few steps, they came upon a bank. The glass door had been shattered by something, leaving it empty. Inside, a few zombies in work clothes milled about. Yusui and Wansini exchanged a glance, then grabbed the fire axe they had found on the street and walked over. A few bangs. After clearing out the zombies inside, Yusui, with familiarity, opened the door to the back workshop and walked in. Qianjun rubbed his head, bewildered. Why are we here at the bank? This isn't a supermarket, and there's no food. Are we here to get money? But what would we do with money now? Zhou Chifeng winked at him. Why was he so curious? Yusui didn't hide it. I need money to upgrade my space. Huh? Qianjun's eyes widened. That's a weird premise. Lu Jia had an idea. Sui, does that mean if we find enough money, we can get a large warehouse? Wansini snapped her fingers. Yes. Lu Jia rubbed his chin. Little by little, we can make a lot. We should also go to the gold and jewelry stores. They must have quite a bit of money there. If they could have a giant mobile warehouse in the future, they could store more supplies and avoid running out of them. After all, daily necessities will expire over time, but if they're stored in a space, there's no need to worry about expiration. Thinking of this, everyone's enthusiasm instantly soared. After finding the key to the vault, Qianjun stared at the thick door before him, amazed. I never thought I'd have to open a bank vault one day. Lu Jia whispered, I wonder how much money is in there. A small goal? I never seen so much money in my life. Wansini chuckled and gestured. A small goal would take about 20 24-inch suitcases to fill. Click. The vault door opened. Lu Jia immediately looked over and gasped. Wansini fell silent. Yusui sighed, looking at the pile of money, which could only fill 3 24-inch suitcases. That's too little. Is that too little? Xianjun was shocked. Although he didn't have a small target, the red banknotes in front of him, smelling of ink, dazzled him. Little? He couldn't tell. He had never seen so much money in his life. If only it weren't the end of the world, he could have spent his life in peace. No, if it weren't the end of the world, he would almost be eating the government's food by now. Wansini nodded. It's indeed quite little. Not enough to upgrade the space? Zhou Chifeng asked. Yu Sui nodded. The size of the space is equal to the amount of money it can store. Right now, the space can only accommodate 3 24-inch suitcases. Lu Jia paused for a moment. Then this money is indeed quite little. 3 24-inch suitcases sounded large, but in reality, they couldn't even fit the sofa they had just spotted. It seems upgrading spatial abilities isn't easy. So, if spatial abilities can be upgraded, what about other abilities? What are the requirements for upgrading them? Lu Jia couldn't help but think of Lu's father's fire ability and planned to ask him about it when he got back. After leaving the first bank, everyone rushed to the second without stopping. With experience, everyone was much more proficient this time, finding space for 4 24-inch suitcases. After visiting every bank on the street, the space changed from a rectangle measuring 4 meters long, 6 meters wide, and 6 meters high to a square measuring 6 meters long, 6 meters wide, and 6 meters high. The system sighed. The town still wasn't up to par. Not only did it only add a tiny amount of space with such a small amount of money, but the task progress bar only moved forward a little. On top of that, there was still energy to repay that the host had borrowed from it on an IOU, which was far from enough. It whispered, Host, since we're already out, why don't we go into the city again? It's very close to the city, only an hour's drive. Chapter 54. Yu Sui sneered. She said the system wasn't so honest, so this was what she was planning. Entering a small town was already exhausting them, and now they were relying on just a few of them to enter the city, without even a single psychic. They were just going to be slaughtered by zombies. Host, I'm still here. I help you. The system goaded her. And now you know your clothes can mask your scent, so you won't attract zombies as easily as before. Yu Sui flatly refused. The system was unwilling to give in. Since we're already here, and we're not far away, I can only unlock more powerful superpowers with energy. Yu Sui chuckled. This superpower had become a carrot dangling before her eyes, but she didn't want to be the donkey. The system, unconvinced, sighed and jumped. This guy is still the same as before. Can't she just listen to him for once? This thought flashed through its mind, and the system froze for a moment, its light ball frozen in place. After a long moment, it jumped up again. How could it have such a thought? How bizarre. Yu Sui didn't know what the system was thinking. He looked at the mall in front of him and rubbed his wrist. Let's go! Several people rushed in. Thanks to their blood-stained robes, they encountered significantly fewer zombies. After exiting the bank, they looked at the mall across the street and walked in without hesitation. Wow! Wansini gasped and unconsciously took a step back. Yu Sui dragged her by the back and looked inside. The mall was in a mess, with several rotten corpses lying on the ground, bitten beyond recognition, crawling with flies and maggots, and the stench of decay went straight to the top of the head. A dozen zombies were wandering in the hall, and when they heard the noise, they all turned their heads to look over. The horrific sight of these disfigured faces, combined with the surroundings, was even more terrifying than anything in a zombie movie. Even though Yu Sui felt he'd seen plenty, he still felt a pang of fear. Hell on earth was like this. Ugh! Xianjun couldn't hold it back. He covered his mouth, bent over, took a few steps back, and leaned against the wall before vomiting. He admitted that he had seen too little. Zhou Qinfeng's face was pale, his lips pursed tightly, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. This trip had finally made him realize the cruelty of the apocalypse. The days they lived in the community seemed like a dream in comparison. Beautiful dreams are always easily shattered. Watching the zombies charging towards him, roaring and threatening, Yu Sui raised his golf club high, freeing them. After a fierce fight, the men were panting, their expressions heavy, as if mourning the loss of life. Yu Sui glanced at the corpses on the ground, straightened up, and stepped aside. She was still alive, and to be alive she had to plan for tomorrow. She would have countless tomorrows. In the jewelry store, Yu Sui cleared out all the jewelry inside, exiting one shop and heading straight for another. Wansini and the others were also busy. After clearing the hall of zombies, they searched the various shops for valuable jewelry, bringing them all to Yu Sui. Even a mosquito leg as meat, Don't let it go. After finishing on the first floor, they headed straight for the second. The stairs were piled with corpses, revealing the horrific situation. They had to move the bodies aside to make room before ascending. Compared to the first floor, there were more zombies still alive on the second floor. A quick glance revealed at least 30 of them. Yusui frowned, but didn't flinch. The system was right. Now that we're here, we should try to replenish their missing supplies. She took a deep breath, twisted her wrist, and whispered, "Be careful." Wansini switched hands to hold the golf club. "Don't worry, we're all experienced now." Experienced, yes. But the zombies were too numerous. Yusui swung the golf club vigorously, each strike landing precisely on the zombie's head. Wansini, standing beside him, followed closely with her golf club, smashing 2 large holes into the zombie's head, and its movements began to slow. Behind him, Lu Jia raised his fire axe and rushed forward to finish off the zombie. On the other side, Qianjun and Zhou Chifeng also drew their weapons and fought side by side. Their agility, coupled with their martial arts training, allowed them to easily dispatch each incoming zombie. The battle lasted for over 10 minutes. Finally, the zombies on the second floor were nearly wiped out, and the group became veritable blood men. Without a break, they began searching store after store for necessary supplies. Clothing, furniture, and daily necessities, leaving nothing untouched. The staircase leading to the third floor. Yusui looked up. Even before she reached the top, she could hear the roars coming from above. When they had been fighting the zombies on the second floor, Yusui had worried that the zombies upstairs would follow the scent and the noise down. Fortunately, no zombies had yet escaped, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to eliminate them unscathed. Clearing a path through the corpses on the stairs, Yusui ascended the stairs, step by step, only to realize his earlier worries were unnecessary. The door of the women's clothing store in front of him was draped with chains. Zombies were huddled together inside, roaring and snarling with fangs and claws. As if sensing Yusui and the others' arrival, they rushed to the door and banged their bodies against it. Bang. Clatter. The chains made a sharp sound. Wansini took a step back, tightening her grip on the golf club, turned around, and looked around warily. Is anyone here? It seems all the zombies on this floor are locked up here. Lu Jia tiptoed and peeked inside. This guy is quite powerful. He was able to drive all the zombies in. Through the door, the zombies seemed to have sensed their presence and became restless, banging against the door with a loud bang, and the chains rattled incessantly. Qianjun stepped back. Let's not get so close. It would be terrible if it gets damaged. He turned and pointed. There's a furniture store over there. Let's go check it out. After getting a change of clothes, he was still thinking about taking a few beds back with him. After leaving the furniture store, the space was already crammed to the ground. After all, the beds took up a lot of space, not to mention the tables, chairs, and benches. Host, would you consider going into the city? Look, you don't have much space left. You can't even fit much stuff in there. I didn't expect the bank in this small town to be so disappointing. With this little money, it's not even enough to pay off the host's previous debt. What a mistake. Host, how about we go to the National Treasury? The more the system thought about it, the more it seemed like a good idea. Banks out there don't have much money, but the National Treasury is definitely different. Maybe a visit there would instantly complete its mission. The more it thought about it, the more excited it became, and the more it felt that this idea was a great one. Yusui poured cold water on it. Do you know where the National Treasury is? The system paused. Let me check. Yusui then asked, do you know where the key to the National Treasury is? The system scratched its head. How would it know? It had never considered that completing its mission would be tied to the National Treasury. Speaking of which, this shouldn't violate their system manual, right? Oh, never mind. It's already violated several of them anyway. Special cases require special treatment. Yusui snorted. I don't know this, I don't know that. You want to go, but can you fight the zombies along the way? The system was speechless. It was a virtual system. Fighting zombies was clearly not a task it could handle. However, Yusui changed the subject. If you awaken a powerful superpower for me beforehand, I can go. The system shut up. Haha, so the host is waiting for it here. He muttered under his breath for a moment. Host, haven't you paid off that IOU you wrote earlier? Yusui was surprised. IOU? What IOU? System, didn't you say we're all in this together, so we should help each other? IOU? That's too hurtful. The system suffocated. If it doesn't hurt feelings, it will hurt energy. So, it's better to hurt feelings. Host, let's be clear. I don't have much energy right now anyway. Superpowers? I can't activate them. Yusui raised an eyebrow. That's not what you said before. Didn't you say you activate it for me when you get back? Really? I didn't say that, host, you're remembering it wrong. The system is playing dirty. Anyway, the money we found in town isn't enough to unlock superpowers. With that, the system shut up and began to play dead. No matter how Yusui called out or asked, it remained silent, as if it would play dead unless Yusui agreed to go to the city. Yusui sneered. Okay. Playing dead, huh? Wait, she has plenty of ways to deal with it. After collecting the supplies on the 3rd floor, Yusui and the others found no signs of other survivors. They set their sights on the upper floors. With that in mind, Yusui and the others went upstairs. The 4th floor, like the 3rd, had zombies trapped in a shop. But in terms of numbers, the 4th floor was significantly less populated than the 3rd. The shop was sparsely populated, and even the zombie corpses on the ground were much fewer. Yusui looked at the obvious trails of blood on the ground, traces of drag. The bodies had been thrown over the railings and downstairs. No wonder the conditions downstairs were so awful. Is anyone on this floor? Wansuni leaned over to Yusui, lowering her voice. Lucia and the other two also stepped softly. Yusui looked up at the nearby surveillance camera and raised his chin. A red light flashed, indicating the camera was still working. Perhaps they noticed us the moment we entered. Wansuni and the others followed her gaze, their expressions changing. In the monitoring room, the man raggedly ran his hand through his hair and pushed back his eyes. His face was unshaven, his gaze fixed on the large screen before him. He nervously tugged at the ears of the stuffed bear in his hand. Go out, I'm not going out. Go out. I'm not going out. After mumbling for a while, the man slapped his face and shook his head. I'm not going out, I'm not going out. Who knew if they were good or bad guys? It was safer for him to stay here. Chapter 55. 5 minutes later. At the corner of the 1st floor, a man with an oversized backpack slung over his shoulder clung to the wall, cautiously revealing his eyes. He glanced quickly in the direction of the stairs before retracting his head. He haphazardly grabbed a handful of his tangled, greasy hair and pushed his glasses up on his nose to encourage himself. Shuiyin, come on, be brave. They can't eat you. Opportunities come to those who are prepared. Do you still want to hide in that tiny monitoring room? Hiding was possible, but the problem was that his food supply was running low. If he didn't grab a leg and leave, he starved to death. Shuiyin gritted his teeth, half of his face reappearing, staring towards the stairs. He had seen Yusui and his companions on the surveillance camera the moment they entered the mall. After clearing out the zombies, he watched them turn and head into the gold shop. From there, they began raiding clothing, furniture, and other stores selling daily necessities. Their bags, however, were still flat. He knew one of them had spatial abilities. He rubbed his hands and retracted his head. A spatial ability? That's a must-have for a protagonist in a Doomsday novel. God willing, he's still lucky. This opportunity to curry favor has arrived, and he mustn't miss it, and, despite their filthy clothes, everyone seemed in good spirits, like normal people. Much better than the people he met before. That was enough. This trip really filled all our needs, Qianjun grinned. Lu Xiyu was also delighted. It feels so good to shop for free. Don't even bother looking at the price when picking up things. It's more like, regardless of whether you need it or not, just grab whatever you can see. Where are we going now? To. Be careful. Ah! Who is it? Hearing voices coming from the stairs, Shuiyin, crouching in the corner, gave himself a pep talk. He took a deep, long breath, turned, and dashed out, blocking their way. Wansuni and the others were startled, their golf clubs nearly hurling their way towards them. The man screamed and quickly stepped back to avoid them. Don't do it, don't do it. It's me, it's me. I'm a human, not a zombie. Don't hit me. Yusui reached out to block Wansuni's arm, sizing him up and down. The man was short and skinny, carrying an oversized backpack. His hair was disheveled, and even now, startled, he kept adjusting his glasses. Hello, Shuiyin smiled sheepishly. Sorry, I scared you. He glanced quickly at the golf club not far from his head, remembering the video of it smashing through a zombie's skull on the surveillance camera. With a look of fear on his face, he reached up and touched his head. Luckily, the skull was intact. Wansuni lowered her arm and glanced at him. Don't you know how terrifying scares can be? Sorry, Shuiyin apologized repeatedly. He now felt that his previous performance had been a bit frightening. He patted his chest. Well, my name is Shui Yin. I'm 27 years old, a programmer at a large company. Yu Sui interrupted his introduction and got straight to the point. You saw us on the surveillance camera, didn't you? What do you want to do? At the word surveillance, Wan Sini glared at him with a venomous look. Behind him, Lu Xiao and the other two also watched him warily. Shui Yin glanced at Yu Sui, then back again. He licked his lips, seeming a little embarrassed to speak. After a pause, he whispered, I want to follow you. Wan Sini scrutinized him several times. He looked skinny and timid, yet he was a programmer at a large company. And judging by his small frame, he looked like someone who couldn't lift or carry anything. He probably didn't have any special abilities. Someone like him would only be a drag on them. However, she gave Yu Sui a questioning look. System, help me check the information on the person in front of me. System, I'm quitting. Let's see who can outlast the other. Yu Sui almost laughed at the system's manipulation. Shui Yin felt uneasy, noticing the scrutiny from Wan Sini and the others. He lowered his hands, unconsciously straightened his back, licked his dry lips, coughed, and began speaking with the air of a job interview. I graduated from the Computer Science Department of National Tsinghua University. I was top of my class all 4 years, joined the Communist Party, and have 3 years of experience working at a major company called T. I'm familiar with various programming languages. As he spoke, he caught the puzzled looks from Yu Sui and Wan Sini before realizing what was happening. Yes, it's the end of the world now, his work history is useless. To gain acceptance, the most important thing is to demonstrate your value. Shui Yin glanced at the jewelry store, remembered the footage he'd seen on the surveillance camera, and changed the subject. I know where in this town there's a lot of jewelry. Yu Sui and Wan Sini exchanged a glance. Wan Sini raised an eyebrow, her expression filled with disbelief. How much can a small town possibly have? Shui Yin paused. Not only jewelry, but also a large amount of cash. He paused. At least several small targets. At this point, not only Yu Sui, but also Lu Xiao and the other two changed their gazes towards Shui Yin. Zhou Chenfeng calmly tightened his grip on the golf club, ready to strike. Shui Yin sensed danger and quickly explained, I only know this from what others have said. He pointed at the camera. Someone came to the mall a few days ago, gossiping while fighting zombies, and I overheard it. It's at our mayor's house. They say he built a basement. It's glittering with gold, and it's filled with money. I know where it is. As for how he knew, it was because he was the first person in town to get into Tsinghua University, and the mayor even gave him a big red envelope and invited him out for dinner. He thought the mayor wanted to invest in him, but they haven't been in touch much since. Maybe he was simply curious. Shui Yin promised repeatedly, I swear, everything I say is true. If I lied to you, I turn into a zombie the moment I leave. Host, agree now, agree now. Those are some small targets. The system is not playing dumb anymore. What's this? After searching high and low for something, it finally comes to me without any effort. If I known this town had some money, I wouldn't have gotten angry with the host. How childish. Host, I checked Shui Yan's profile for you. Take a look, it's pretty much what he said. He's been a kid since he was little, a brilliant student and a good student. The community already has so many children, so one more won't make a difference. Besides, he's from this town and familiar with the area. Yu Sui feigned surprise. Hey system, you're here? She glanced at Shui Yan's information and made a decision. The money wasn't going anywhere. The most important thing now was to correct the system's bad habits. The system gave a dry laugh. Host, I was just looking up information for you and didn't get back to you right away. Sorry, I won't do that next time. Yu Sui feigned realization. So that's how it is. She lowered her eyes, the light in her mind flickering. I thought you were gone just now. My mood has been surging like a roller coaster, and now I'm a little breathless. Yu Sui reached out to touch her chest, and Wan Sini quickly embraced her. Hurry, hurry, let's find a place to rest and sit for a while. Shui Yin, startled, quickly pointed to the side hallway. Go to the monitoring room. It's safer there. Although the zombies here had been cleared out, it would be disastrous if new ones came in. Yu Sui, embraced by Wan Sini, nodded gently. The others followed Shui Yin toward the monitoring room. Qian Jun and Zhou Chifeng, guarding the two, followed Shui Yin. They exchanged glances, becoming alert and ready to fight at any moment. If Shui Yin in front of them harbored any ill intentions, they would make sure his head explode. Lu Xiao, behind him, slowly retreated, fearing a sudden attack from a zombie. System, It finally understood. The host was going to drain some of its resources again, or else it would be its turn to abandon the task. They arrived safely at the monitoring room. The door closed, and a large screen on one wall inside broadcast the entire mall situation in real time. Lu Jia suddenly realized, "So you discovered it the moment we entered." Shui Yan nodded sheepishly, quickly explaining, "I didn't mean to pry into your privacy, but this situation was unavoidable." "Oh, so I peeped, but you're finding so many excuses." Wansini glanced at him, then at the small monitoring room. A strange smell lingered, but soon faded, replaced by the familiar stench of blood and decay. Shui Yan attentively pushed a clean chair over for Yu Sui to sit down. "Host, then." The system gritted its teeth and steeled its resolve. "For those few small goals, it's going to fight. I grant you another ability, so you be safer." Yu Sui said quietly, "Don't force it. Didn't you say you didn't have enough energy? Never mind. I just leave it at that. Life and death are determined by fate. If I die, it's my misfortune." No, not at all forced," the system forced a smile. "Host, we are one. Besides, we've been together for so long, we developed feelings for each other. How could I bear to see you get hurt? Just wait 10. No, 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes, I clean up the mess, and I give you super powerful combat power." Yu Sui raised her eyelids and coughed a few times. Wasn't that too hasty? 5 minutes? The system had been bluffing before. No, there's just a little bit left to clean up," the system said, then realized it seemed like it was dawdling, so it made amends. "For the host's safety, I used a little of my origin power. It be quick." Yu Sui smiled. "Thank you so much." Shui Yan detailed the scene of the day. They heard the gossip to Yu Sui and the others. He pushed up his glasses and said, "On the 4th day after dark, a group of 6 people arrived. They were tall, strong, and extremely ferocious. They quickly dispatched the zombies in the hall and headed straight for the supermarket downstairs, carrying away a large amount of supplies. They also revealed that they had taken over the mayor's house and discovered money in the basement. In reality, those people not only dispatched the zombies trapped in the mall, but also eliminated a number of survivors." When asked what their reliance was, Shui Yan's brows furrowed. The man in the lead had a gun. A gun? Wansini and the others' expressions paled slightly. Shui Yan nodded. When the gunshot rang out, he thought his ears were failing. After all, who would have thought someone in such a situation in China could so easily pull out a gun? Yu Sui frowned. He was indeed a tough guy. Chapter 56. "Okay, host, give it a try." A blue light flashed, and the system jumped, quickly announcing the good news. Looking at the strings of code before it, it couldn't help but sigh, worthy of being the most powerful system ever praised by the main system. It was truly a genius, capable of even giving the host this kind of superpower. Amazing. If this small world hadn't suddenly come to an end, it would have undoubtedly been the fastest of its batch of systems to complete the mission and receive the main system's commendation. The reward would have been its own. No, even if the world had ended, it would have been the first to complete the mission. Yu Sui rolled her eyes. "What is a superpower, and how do I try it?" She held out her hand, and her palm was empty except for blood. The system awoke from its narcissism. "Host, concentrate your mental energy, then imagine lightning in your mind, then snap your fingers." Thunder power. Yu Sui's lips curled slightly, this time completely surprised. She followed the system's instructions, focused her attention, simulated it in her mind, and snapped her fingers. Snap. Sizzle. A crisp snap of her fingers was followed by a flash of blue light. A sizzling sound. She stared at her fingertips in astonishment for a moment. A small but bright arc of electricity coiled around them, like a docile pet, following her movements. Shui Yan, standing across from her, explaining the situation to Yu Sui and the others, stared at the scene with eyes as wide as bells. After a moment, he stammered. You got an electric shock?" Lu Xiao, with a vague suspicion in her mind, stared at the faint blue light on Yu Sui's fingertips with a touch of disbelief. Qian Jun, excited, grasped Zhou Chenfeng's arm and winked vigorously. Wansini leaped for joy. Sui, you awakened your lightning ability. Great. Our combat effectiveness has skyrocketed." The two exchanged glances, and Yu Sui smiled. Facing the gazes of the others, she snapped her fingers again. This time, the arc was more stable, even forming a small lightning bolt on her fingertips, gleaming with a faint blue light, adding a touch of dreamy color. For a moment, she felt like she had become Pikachu. "Host, how's it going? Are you satisfied?" The system quickly took credit. It was truly a genius. Now, the host wouldn't hold it against the previous minor unpleasantness. Zizizi. Feeling the sudden surge of powerful energy within her, Yusui experimented with changing the ark's shape. She looked at the electric fan beside her, pondered for a moment, and a stream of electricity shot out from her fingertips, immersing itself in the fan. Buzz, whoosh! The fan blades began to spin. Yusui held her breath, concentrating, and increased her supernatural power output. Facing the stunned gazes of Wansini and the others, the fan blades spun faster and faster. The wind blew against her face, and Yusui's lips curled slightly as she finally replied to the system, satisfied. Then, bang! Sparks flew from the fan's motor, and a burning smell emanated from it. Then, black smoke rose from the motor, and the blade stopped rotating. It was obvious that she had overexerted herself and burned the motor. Wansini and the others were stunned for a moment. Yusui, feeling somewhat embarrassed, coughed and said in a serious tone, "I'm not very skilled yet. I need to practice." Wansini put her hands on her hips and laughed, "Practice, practice, practice. Let's practice more. Now we won't be afraid even if we encounter other supernatural users." "Yes," Lu Xiu said excitedly. "When the time comes, Sui can just wave his hand and electrocute a large section of the enemy. Just thinking about it makes me excited." Qianjun sighed, "Sister Sui, from now on, if you tell me to go east, I won't go west. If you tell me to play with a dog, I won't chase a chicken. I only ask you to give me a chance to curry favor with me." Dual superpowers, both spatial and lightning. Wouldn't they be able to roam freely in the apocalypse? Shui Yin recovered from his initial shock, his cheeks flushed with excitement, and he spoke rapidly. "I may not have great combat power, but I have a sharp mind. Your place is still in need of a housekeeper, right? I'm fully capable of the job. From small things like tool repair to big things like security system construction, I'm a skilled worker. Take me on." He said he was lucky. Look, this golden leg fell from the sky. If he didn't seize it, he might as well get into trouble. He pushed his glasses up, an idea suddenly dawning on him. "I know a place where I can get guns." Wow, Yusui and the others looked at Shui Yin with strange eyes. Shui Yin didn't keep him in suspense. "The police station. I have a way to get in, and I know where the guns and ammunition are stored." His parents were both police officers, his father a criminal police captain, and his mother in the firearms management department. He'd been there a few times when he was little. Fortunately, the police station hadn't been renovated over the years, and remained the same. Yusui immediately said, "Then let's go to the police station first." Even if she was powerful alone, she couldn't save everyone. With guns, their fighting power would be greatly enhanced, especially against other survivors with various ulterior motives. Zhui Yin smiled easily, he had finally found a supporter. Before leaving, one more thing. Wansini smiled as she looked at the power bank in her hand and handed it to Yusui. "That's it. Now you mastered this trick. It's our large portable power bank." Yusui held the power bank in her hand. A faint blue light continuously streamed from her fingertips. The light on the power bank flickered, indicating that it was charging normally. However, it didn't last for 10 seconds before there was another bang, and the power bank was broken. Looks like she needs more practice. Fortunately, they found over 100 power banks, enough for her to practice. After leaving the mall, it was already 4:30 p.m. Time was running out before sunset. The danger would increase sharply with darkness. They had to hurry. This was the first time Zhui Yin had been out since the apocalypse. Seeing the situation outside, he was silent for a long time, feeling a little heavy. Although he'd seen the devastating scene inside the mall from the surveillance room and could imagine the situation outside, actually seeing it was still a bit hard to accept. Especially since those corpses or zombies had faces that looked vaguely familiar. He took a few deep breaths, one hand gripping the strap of his backpack, the other tightly gripping the golf club he found at the mall. Veins bulged on the back of his hand. He glanced past the familiar face, stealing his resolve, and swung the club. "I'm sorry." He just wanted to survive. After dispatching several waves of zombies along the way, Yusui's control over her lightning abilities had become much more proficient. At least now, she could kill 2 zombies with a single wave of her hand, their heads electrified and deadly. It was much easier than before. The only downside was that it consumed too much energy. "Host, I'm exhausted. Please use it sparingly," the system said weakly. "If this continues, I really be drained." Yusui felt it was lying again, after all, it had a history. The system burst into tears, feeling a sense of defeat, as if it had shot itself in the foot. It had originally used its own energy to grant the host its superpowers, exploiting a bug in the program. Now Yusui was using it like it was free, draining its own energy. If Yusui continued using it like this, it felt like it was going to go dormant soon. The system explained repeatedly and earnestly, almost swearing, its only thought being to get Yusui to use it sparingly. Host, this time, I really didn't lie to you, it gritted its teeth. If I did, I'd be punished by not getting first place, and not receiving the rewards from the main system. Yusui's outstretched hand paused, hesitating for a few seconds. System, hurry up. Host, you know that when a psychic uses their powers, they burn their own life force. The power I'm granting you is the same, except it replaces your life force with my system energy. After all, energy can't be created out of thin air. At this rate, I won't even see the sun rise tomorrow before I'm offline. Please, host, be frugal. If the system becomes threatening, I have to issue a mandatory mission and send you into the city to make up for my energy loss. Yusui lowered her eyes, tapped her leg with her fingertips, and lowered her voice. You mean you still have a mandatory mode? Can you control my body? If that's the case, the system in my mind is also becoming dangerous. And she always felt she wasn't that lucky to still have the system protecting her even when Doomsday arrived. Although this system claimed to be a get-rich-quick system, it had actually repaired her heart and unlocked 2 powers. It was a bit too omnipotent, wasn't it? It was as if it had foreseen the coming of the apocalypse and learned all this in advance. Is this something a brand new system should know? The system, feeling its threat was sufficient, paused deliberately and, mimicking the tone of a movie villain, said sinisterly, Hey, host, think about the mental imprint I left on the supplies you left behind. Physical? Uh-huh. In fact, it wouldn't work at all. This method can only be used on outsiders, not on the host. The main system has set strict procedures for them to prevent some systems from resorting to unscrupulous means to achieve their mission. They are systems, but they are still very humane and serious systems, unlike those black-hearted systems out there. But now, it can be used to scare the host. Yusui pondered for a moment. Theoretically, it was feasible. After all, the system can tamper with inanimate objects to affect people, and it has taken root in her mind, making it even easier to tamper with them. However, upon closer consideration, it is somewhat difficult. She remembered the system's previous words. Their main system was benevolent and fair, and they had set numerous rules and regulations to prevent anyone from tampering with the host. Now, the system was deceiving her. Okay, I trust you this time. Yusui flicked his wrist, grasped the golf club, raised it, and brought it down. The zombie's head exploded. The system breathed a sigh of relief, but still threatened with a bluff, Host, as long as you understand, I don't want things to get awkward. After all, we're partners. Even a slap in the face should be sweet. Don't worry, if the mayor's family really has that much money, my energy will be replenished, and your superpowers will grow even stronger. Then, Host, you will be the lightning queen who can dominate the world. Ha-ha, Yusui, ha-ha. Chapter 57. The system thought it had played its cards well, wielding the stick well, and giving the red dates even better. Seeing Yusui obediently retracting her powers, it spoke with a smile. Host, let's work together to dominate the world. Then, like the protagonists in novels, we build a survival base, and become queens ourselves. Yusui gave it a long look. I never knew you were so ambitious. What had it seen? Was it a Chinibu? The more the system thought about it, the more excited it became. It wanted to immediately send Yusui to the police station to get guns and ammunition, then flash directly to the mayor's house to shoot the bandits and steal their gold, silver, and jewelry to replenish its energy. With one swift move, they marched straight into the city, destroying every bank along the way. And ultimately, they plundered the national treasury. Oh! It's a genius, in reality. After clearing out this wave of zombies, Yusui stared at Zhui Yan's clothes for several seconds. He had been hiding behind the scenes, and they were clean and tidy, without a trace of blood. Zhui Yan felt a chill on his neck and turned his head, only to be met with Yusui's dark eyes. Startled, he twirled the golf club uncomfortably, wondering if she was displeased with his performance and regretted bringing him along. What happened? Yusui pointed at the zombie corpses on the ground. He had originally ignored his clothes to attract more zombies to practice with him. But now that his proficiency had reached a certain level, he naturally wanted to take a break. Roll around here for a bit. Huh? Zhui Yan was a little confused, wondering if being alone for too long might have caused his brain to deteriorate. Yusui pointed at the blood on the body, and then at his clothes. It's so clean. Roll over. Zhui Yan, eh? His eyebrows knitted together, his expression twisted. He glanced at the mangled corpse on the ground, his stomach churning. Heck. Is this an obedience test? Has he joined the dirty clothes gang? He took back what he said about their normal. This doesn't seem like something a normal person would come up with. Ronson, watching Shui Yan's changing expression, clicked her tongue and pointed at her blood-stained clothes. He rolled his eyes. Do you think we want to be so dirty? These things will mask our scent, distracting the zombies, and making it easier for us to reach the police station. Lu Jiao and Qian Jun nodded emphatically. That's right. Zhou Chifeng stared at Shui Yan for a few moments. Didn't you notice before? Shui Yan shook his head. Of course not. After entering the mall, he sensed something was amiss and hid in the surveillance room. He hadn't left since then, and the room was sealed, making the smell even fainter. Yu Sui looked at him in surprise. You weren't the one who killed the zombies locked in the shop upstairs? Of course not. Shui Yan waved his hands quickly. How could his small frame pull off something only a werewolf could do? That was someone who came into the mall searching for supplies. I don't have the skills or the courage. Yu Sui looked at him intently, feeling that taking him with him might not be easy. Shui Yan noticed her hesitation, gritted his teeth, and squatted down. He closed his eyes, grabbed something, and started to touch his body. His speed was a bit slow, so he simply fell to the side and rolled around in it for a few times. When he stood up, Shui Yan doubled over and vomited. It was hard to tell if his face was pale, as it was covered in blood. But judging by the way he looked like he was about to throw up bile, he couldn't be in good shape. Qian Jun gave him a sympathetic look, patted him on the back, and pulled a bottle of water from his backpack, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to him. Brother, I respect your manliness. He couldn't roll over. Shui Yan, ugh! Ugh! He had never felt so miserable and disgusting in his life, but he fought to survive. 10 minutes later. In front of the police. Shui Yan wiped his face, feeling that the dirt on his body was no longer unbearable. After all, apart from the zombie that hit them in the face, no zombies had ever jumped out of the alley like dog snouts to chase and bite them. By comparison, even a fool would know the difference. We're here. Follow me. As soon as he entered the police station, he was confronted by 4 or 5 uniformed zombies. Shui Yan's expression shifted, but he finally took the first step forward, golf club in hand. Before he was 15, he was a regular here. As a child, he'd come every day after school. Back then, his dream was to grow up and become a police officer like his parents. After he turned 10, his dream changed. He lost his father, and seeing his mother faint from crying, his dream became to protect her. But alas, now, all he could do was protect himself. Shui Yan's aura shifted, his previous timidity gone. He walked ahead without turning back, saying, I take you to the armory. Yu Sui followed him inside. The apocalypse is cruel, and human growth happens in a flash. Circling the building in front, Yu Sui and the others followed Shui Yan to the building behind. They entered, dispatched the zombies inside, and descended. Looking at the security doors before them, Shui Yan pursed his lips and turned away sheepishly. It's inside. We need to find the key first. Yu Sui stepped forward, examined the lock, and peered inside from tiptoe. A black hairpin appeared in his palm, and he began to fiddle with it. Shui Yan was skeptical. Let's find the key. This was the security door of the police station. It wasn't going to be that easy to open. Click. The lock swung open. Shui Yan looked at Yu Sui for a moment, and after a moment, he began to suspect Yu Sui's former identity as a skilled thief. Otherwise, how could this door have been opened so quickly? With the experience gained from the first door, the subsequent locks opened even faster. Innermost, the door to the armory. The system had already disabled the security system. Yu Sui fiddled with it for a while, but the lock on the door before him was clearly not the same level as the previous ones. After 3 minutes of fiddling, he still couldn't open it. Once he knocked on the wall. How about we just break it down? Shui Yan practically shook his head like a rattle. This wall has several layers of reinforced concrete built into it. It's about half a meter thick. Breaking it open is a bit of a stretch. Then what should we do? This lock looks difficult to open. He frowned. Yu Sui glanced at the time on his watch. It was already past 5 o'clock. It would be almost dark if he went out now. It seemed he couldn't go to the mayor's house today. It'd be dark if we go out now. Let's rest here tonight and leave tomorrow. Ronson naturally had no objection. Time suddenly became abundant. Shui Yan turned, then I go look for the key in the office upstairs. Let's go too, Lu Jia and Qian Jun said in unison. Ronson looked at Yu Sui, who was fiddling with the lock with her hairpin again. Okay, you guys go ahead. I stay here with Sway. Zhou Chifeng, I stay too, just in case. Yu Sui didn't even turn around. No, it's even more dangerous for you to go upstairs. You come with me. Okay, Zhou Chifeng agreed. After they left, Wansini confirmed the safety outside and whispered, Sway, why did the system think of giving you superpowers now? Has it changed its mind? Yu Sui curled his lips. The two exchanged glances, then said, how could that be? The system has always been good, and has helped us so much. That's right. The system's light ball trembled. I'm the kindest and most generous system. I even gave my host superpowers. Host, if you had encountered any other system, you would have already become part of the zombie horde. Luckily, you encountered me. The system coughed and beamed triumphantly. I'm a genius system. Yu Sui suppressed a laugh. Yes, you are a genius system. She tapped the door lock with a hairpin. Then may I ask, genius system, how do you open this lock? The system rested its hands on its hips, glanced at the lock lightly, and trembled. Host, you finally asked the right person. I already prepared the answer for you. Yu Sui immediately saw a comprehensive diagram of the lock before her, and pulled out the key. Hey host, why don't we just get a key ourselves? That makes sense. Before they could finish the key, Shui Yan's joyful voice reached them. He clutched a large bunch of keys, clanking as he ran. Found it. Here, I don't know which one it is, but I found all the keys. Let's try them one by one. Hey Sister Sui, what are you planning to do? Sawtooth? Yu Sui unnoticedly stored the half-polished key, made from locally available materials, into her space. It truly looked easier said than done. She'd been busy for nearly half an hour, only to produce a sawtooth. Blame her naivete, believing the system's tricks. Try key after key, Shui Yan sighed uncontrollably. How about I go back up there and look again? Maybe I missed some. Lu Jia leaned over and whispered, saying he should have checked all those zombies. Yu Sui remained calm, thinking she could just continue sharpening the key later. No need. There are still a few left. The third one from the bottom. Click. The lock turned, and the door finally opened. Yu Sui and the others cheered. We found it. Hurry, this is my first time looking at the armory. We be able to touch the guns soon. Am I dreaming? Xian Jun rubbed his hands, and tiptoed inside to take a look. Roar, hiss, before anyone could enter, they were frightened by a zombie that suddenly burst out from inside, causing them to stumble back and fall to the ground. Zhou Chifeng quickly grabbed a golf club and smashed it on the zombie's head. Yu Sui was startled and quickly pulled Wansini back, barely avoiding the zombie's door-opening attack. After dealing with the zombie, Wansini patted her chest. We almost capsized in the gutter. That was a close call. Yu Sui was dissatisfied. System, why didn't you warn me? I didn't have time. The system, feeling a little guilty, paused. Host, you should take a look inside first. Yu Sui had a bad feeling. The armory door was open, revealing rows of shelves within. At first glance, it seemed strikingly bare, with barely a trace of guns or ammunition visible. The cleanliness was almost blinding. Where's my gun? Xian Jun's excitement instantly shattered. Unconvinced, he ran inside and began searching meticulously, even tearing down the shelves to see if the gun was hidden inside. Shui Yan was also shocked, muttering, how could it be? That's impossible. I remember my mom saying their armory was full of guns and ammunition. How could there be nothing? He stepped forward and joined in the search. Yu Sui frowned. This was a bit of a dilemma. Chapter 58. Originally, they thought it was a golden opportunity, a pie in the sky, that they could painlessly take over an arsenal, arm themselves to the teeth, and rise to the top of the martial arts world. But it turned out to be just a pipe dream. Shui Yan was so anxious that he was spinning around like a donkey pulling a millstone, muttering to himself, how could it not be there? This is impossible. My memory is correct. It's right here. Believe me, it's absolutely here. If I lied, I'd be damned. He was terribly worried that Yu Sui and the others would think he was lying and abandon him in anger, or even throw him outside to feed the zombies. That would be a disaster for him. However, his worries were clearly unnecessary. The neatly arranged shelves in the room were now turned upside down, making a clanging noise. Shui Yan wanted to scrape up the floor and walls to examine them carefully. As expected, the wall was a full half-meter thick. There wasn't even a rat hole, and naturally no trace of a gun. After searching around for a long time, they found nothing. Wansini was filled with resentment. What happened? Did someone get there first? Now, not only had all her work been in vain, but she also picked up a burden. Thinking of this, she glared at Zhui Yan with disapproval. But when we came here, the outer doors were all shut and not open. Lu Jia's gaze fell on Zhui Yan. Could he be lying? Zhui Yan reassured her again and again, almost swearing, if I'm lying to you, I'd be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. This was a real mess. He raked his hair in frustration and paced around the room a few times. Suddenly, he quickly walked towards the zombie corpse, squatted down, and felt around its waist. There was only a holster, no gun. I see. Wan Cini glanced at him. What do you know? Zhui Yan, only the police know about this weapons cache. Maybe they knew the apocalypse was coming, sensed the danger, and moved the guns ahead of time. Yes, that must be the case. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he was. None of the zombies we encountered since we arrived here have had guns. They must have taken them away before leaving. Wan Cini glanced at him. This explanation made some sense. Yu Sui pondered for a moment, then asked Lu Jiao, when you went upstairs to look for the key, did the zombies you encountered have guns? Lu Jiao thought carefully, and shook his head. It seems not. No. Zhou Chenfeng, standing beside him, said firmly, 3 of the zombies had holsters on their waists, but they were empty. Zhui Yan became excited. And the doors outside are all closed. It definitely wasn't done by someone outside. Someone in the police station must have noticed something was wrong and moved all the guns and ammunition here. Do you know where they went? Wan Cini asked. This? Zhui Yan paused. That I don't know. Wan Cini curled her lips. System, can't you import the police station's surveillance footage and check it? The system had been sighing, but after hearing Yu Sui's words, it finally realized. Yes, check the surveillance footage. That's its forte. Host, wait a moment, I check. A moment later. I found it, host. It's just as Zhui Yan guessed. The system pulled up several surveillance footage. On the day of the apocalypse, the police noticed something was amiss and moved all the guns and ammunition, even the officer service weapons. As for the location, I only saw a few cars leaving the police station, but I have no idea where they were headed. Yu Sui understood. After all, she wasn't the only smart person in the world. It was normal for her to notice something unusual in advance. Knowing it was the police who took the guns and ammunition, she felt relieved. She had previously worried that the group had gotten hold of them, and her jewelry would be ruined too. You're right. Yu Sui looked at Zhui Yan and nodded slightly. It was the police who moved them. Zhui Yan's eyes were filled with gratitude. You believe me? Yes. Not trusting him, but trusting the system. There was no need for the system to lie to her about this. After all, their interests were aligned on this matter. Wan Cini turned to look at Yu Sui, and finally felt relieved after receiving her gaze. As long as no one got there first. So what do we do now? Wan Cini glanced at the time on her watch. It was already 6:30, and it was almost dark outside. Yu Sui glanced at his watch. Rest here for the night, and go out tomorrow morning. Zhui Yan, relieved after clearing up the misunderstanding, sat down. The large bag behind him hit the ground with a thud, causing him to fall backward. Puff. Wan Cini laughed, then began to worry. Would this skinny guy really hold them back? The people they'd be facing tomorrow were armed. Zhui Yan's ears flushed red as Qian Jun and Zhou Chenfeng helped him sit up and put down his large bag. As soon as he sat down, he felt a sharp pain all over his body, his legs trembling. Reflecting on the past half-day, he felt a bit surreal. You won't abandon me, will you? Wan Cini rolled her eyes and said nothing. Yu Sui patted her hand and soothed her, of course not. Oh, Qian Jun plopped down beside him and patted his shoulder familiarly. In this apocalypse, our meeting is a stroke of fate. How could I leave you behind? That's right, Lu Jiao echoed. By the way, how did you know the police station's weapons cache was here? Zhui Yan, my parents are both police officers. When I was little, I often came here, secretly observing and taking notes. Oh. Lu Jiao nodded. Looking back now, it felt like something from a past life. During those days in the mall surveillance room, Zhui Yan sometimes felt like he had imagined everything. He felt like he'd gone mad if he hadn't met Yu Sui and the others again. But in this world, even a normal person couldn't survive. The shells in the room were pushed aside, clearing a space. The corpse of the zombie they had just killed was dragged out. Then, it was time for a rare break. Zhui Yan's stomach growled. Yu Sui and the others heard the sound and looked over. Zhui Yan blushed with embarrassment. He covered his stomach with his hand, smiled sheepishly, turned around, opened the large bag behind him, and took out some cookies to distribute to Yusui and the others. I found this in the monitoring room. It fills your stomach. As expected, people are incredibly adaptable. Before, he was pale and vomiting profusely, but now, he can eat without batting an eyelid. Qianjun took the biscuits and thanked him. What's in here? He was about to ask Yusui to keep the things, but after thinking it over, he swallowed it back, deciding it wasn't his place to bring up the subject, so he changed the subject. Shuiyin simply dragged the bag over and took out the contents one by one. This is my sleeping bag. I've been sleeping in it these days. Biscuits, mineral water, toiletries, daily necessities. Qianjun tooted. You pack quite well. Shuiyin sighed. I resigned not long ago before the apocalypse. After a few days at home, I wanted to go traveling, so I went to the mall and bought some outdoor travel equipment and some supplies to get ready for the trip. Unexpectedly, before I even left the door, that strange rain began to fall outside. Then, dark fell, and those who had come to hide from the rain began to mutate. He was terrified, and relying on his instinct to avoid any further commotion, he didn't even dare to join in the fun, simply dodging back and accidentally stumbling into the monitoring room. Originally, there were 2 people in the monitoring room, but on the 3rd day, they went out to find food and never returned. Upon learning of his experience, Qianjun patted him on the shoulder and offered some comforting words. Comparatively, he felt that their initial experience in the mountains had been relatively good. After all, the zombies were limited in number and dispersed, greatly reducing the danger. Yusui took a bite of his biscuit and drank a sip of water. He hadn't noticed until he stopped and realized that his stomach was practically bursting with hunger. She opened her mouth and took out a few more chocolates, distributing them to the group. Shuiyin wiped his hands on his clothes and carefully took them, staring at Yusui's hand with curiosity. Space powers. I hadn't thought they existed, and he actually seen it with his own eyes. He had no idea what kind of luck he had. To show his sincerity, Shuiyin searched around, found a piece of paper, and began drawing with a pen. This is the shape of the mayor's house. There's a courtyard in front, and a 3-story building inside. I'm not sure if there's a basement. Shuiyin recalled carefully. There were 6 of them, who came to the mall. From their conversation, I heard that a few more stayed behind at the mayor's house. He paused and wrote an 8 next to it. A conservative estimate is 8 people in total. As for weapons, only 3 of those who came were armed with 9mm guns, and they even changed magazines once. Although they were scolded by the leader and told to use them sparingly, judging by the reckless firing from the group behind them, there was no sign of them being sparing. It seemed they must have amassed a considerable amount of ammunition. Yusui and the others listened quietly. Their only hope now was to gather as much intelligence as possible about the enemy, lest they go blind and become the ones offering themselves up for dead. After a peaceful night's rest, the next morning, Yusui and the others woke refreshed, ate a quick meal, and prepared to leave. After a few steps, Yusui's expression changed, and he called out to Wansini and the others. Someone's coming. Wansini and the others quickly turned back to the police station and hid upstairs. The system reminded him mentally, Host, those people on the other side look familiar with this road, they must be from this town. Here they come. Damn, they're holding guns. Could they be the same gang hiding in the mayor's house? Chapter 59. Outside the police station. Yellow Hair impatiently shook the blood stains off his iron rod, grumbling TSK, every time I come out, it stinks. Ugh. And you come to this damn place? TSK, in our line of work, even seeing those 2 words is unlucky. TSK. The long-haired man beside him, covered in blood, tilted his head and tossed his hair. I didn't realize you were so superstitious. He studied the police station sign. Come to think of it, I'm a regular here. Yellow Hair, reminded by this, also remembered his own miserable state when he was arrested. Looking at the gate before him, anger welled up in his heart, but then he chuckled. He quickly stepped forward, tucked the rod under his arm, unzipped his pants, and began to relieve himself. That's what they call a whirlwind. The long-haired man was startled for a moment, then burst into laughter. He ruffled his hair and nodded at him. Aren't you afraid of zombies jumping out and getting bitten by you? As he spoke, he lifted his foot forward and unbuttoned his pants beside him. The yellow-haired man bared his teeth in amusement and glanced at him. You're here to protect us, aren't you? Behind the 2 men followed 2 tall, muscular men. Their tattoos, faintly visible on their blood-stained arms, were hideous and terrifying. They exchanged a disdainful glance. Before the apocalypse, one of them was a thief and the other a con man, neither of them worthy of respect. If the boss hadn't been short of men, he wouldn't have kept them here. The tattooed man on the left coughed and said sternly, "All right, get in now. You're wasting time." The yellow-haired and long-haired men curled their lips, then shook their pants with a polite nod and pulled them up. They both rolled their eyes and muttered inwardly, "TSK. What a boast! If they didn't have guns, they wouldn't have served us." The yellow-haired man turned and flattered, "Brother Sure, what exactly did the boss send us here for?" "Yeah." The long-haired man looked inside. "The police in here are all zombies. There's only this dilapidated house left. Could there be some treasure? Why are you asking so many questions?" The other tattooed man glared at them and kicked the yellow-haired man. "Hurry up, get this done and get back home." The yellow-haired man, unable to dodge the kick, rubbed his leg with a grimace. Okay, I'd be right there." Turning around, his expression immediately changed. The long-haired man, seeing this, didn't dare ask any more questions. He exchanged a glance with the yellow-haired man, tightened his grip on the iron bar, and stepped inside. At first, they thought they had hooked up with the boss, enjoying the good life, but now they were reduced to lackeys, doing all the hard and dirty work. The two men felt a little resentful, but because the other man held a gun, they had no choice but to follow him as his subordinates. As soon as they entered the police station, they subconsciously sensed something was amiss. The parking lot in front was empty, with only a few cars scattered around. Looking around, there weren't even a few standing zombies to be seen. Supposedly, the apocalypse would strike during the morning rush hour, so the parking lot wouldn't be packed, if not like it was now. And why weren't there even any zombies? Could someone have gotten in before them and cleared out the zombies? The yellow-haired man and the long-haired man exchanged glances, their hearts tensing. They tightened their grip on the iron bars and stared around warily, afraid someone would suddenly pop out and blow their heads off. Compared to the zombies that roar and anticipate their arrival, humans who attack silently and stealthily are far more terrifying. Another thought popped up in Huang Ma's mind. With so many people coming to the police station, could there really be something valuable here? His fingers gripping the iron bar unconsciously curled up, a tingling sensation. Next to the parking lot, Yu Sui and the others, lying on the ground pretending to be corpses, naturally didn't miss the conversation. Yu Sui, watching the live feed of the scene in his mind system, pondered. "Host, they have guns. Could they really be the group Shuiyan mentioned? The system thinks this is fate. Originally, it was worried that if the mayor's family really had 8 people and guns as Shuiyan said, Yu Sui and the others wouldn't be able to defeat them. Now, not only have they dispersed, but they entered their territory. Isn't this a godsend? Host, we can't let them get out alive." It has its eyes on the guns in the hands of the 2 tattooed men. If they can get them, taking care of those people at the mayor's house will be a piece of cake. Yu Sui thought so too. Regardless of whether they were the group hiding at the mayor's house, she was attracted by the guns they held. The moment the tattooed man spoke, Shuiyan quietly moved his fingers and poked Yu Sui, who lay beside him. He knew that voice. After all, he'd been having nightmares about that voice, claiming it had seen him, then shooting him twice, leaving a deep psychological scar. The yellow-haired man slowed down his pace, craning his neck to peer into the building ahead. He was about to step inside, when the tattooed man behind him called out to him. "Don't go to the front. Go to the one in the back." Oh. The yellow-haired man quickly agreed and turned around, heading back. Inwardly, he couldn't help but complain. Why didn't you say that earlier? Would I die if I said a few more words? If he had a gun, he would have shot them all. He mentally cursed them 108 times as they arrived at a 2-story building in the back. Looking at the zombie corpses lying inside and carefully examining the bloodstains, they were now certain someone had been there. The tattooed man pulled the safety catch, pushed aside the yellow-haired man, who was walking slowly ahead, and hurried inside. He wanted to see who was so reckless as to even dare to steal something they had their eye on, in the corner. After confirming they were gone, Yu Sui climbed up from the ground and hid there. Now, watching the system feed, his suspicions were confirmed. They were also heading for the police station's armory. When they left, they considerately closed the outer doors again. Aside from not capturing a single zombie and putting it in the storage room, everything else had been restored to its previous state. However, she also took the warehouse key into her space. Watching the system feed show the tattooed man pulling the key from his pocket, she was stunned. How did they even have the key? Police? From their tone and appearance, they didn't look like police officers. And considering the guns they were holding, could there have been a problem with the police department transferring the guns and ammunition? That wasn't impossible. They passed through one iron door after another until they opened the warehouse door. The four of them finally arrived at their destination. Seeing the empty warehouse before them, the tattooed man's mind went blank. Coming to his senses, he immediately went forward and began searching. How could there not be one? This is impossible. Someone got there first. Bang! The outermost iron gate suddenly slammed shut. The tattooed man, reacting with a start, turned and ran outside. Who dares to plot against me? I skin you alive when I catch you. Xianjun snorted coldly and muttered softly, You still want to skin me alive? Forget it. I electrocute you into fools. Zhou Chifeng ran up breathlessly, and gave an okay sign. Yu Sui nodded, holding her breath, watching the screen displayed by the system, and prepared herself. She wanted to test the effect of the lightning power on a human. Host, get ready. The system didn't say anything about insufficient energy. Now was the time to fight, and it had to go all out. The mayor's little money was waiting for it. Yu Sui took a deep breath, imagining the effects of anime he's seen before. He stretched out his hand, and a blue electric current slowly condensed, blending with the sound of footsteps and curses from within. Bang, bang, bang. The tattooed man, furious, kicked the iron gate, but it didn't budge. The yellow-haired and long-haired men following behind him were also frantic. Sure enough, sooner or later, they have to pay for their misdeeds. They were finished. The other tattooed man, gripping the iron gate's bars with one hand, fired 2 shots. The bullets pierced the opposite wall, terrifying Zhuo Yan outside, who quickly covered his ears, hugged his head, and crouched down. The scene of their earlier massacre in the mall flashed back to his mind. Ziz. The electric current instantly struck the iron gate, a flash of blue light. Before either man could react, they felt their hands go numb, their bodies stiffen, and a pain in their chests. Plop. The 2 men's hair stood on end, their vision went black, and they fell straight back, twitching a few times before pausing to breathe. Their guns fell to the ground. The yellow-haired and long-haired men behind them were so frightened by this sudden change that they quickly jumped back a few steps and shrank back, trembling. What kind of monster was this? They were killed instantly before they even saw them. They didn't even have guns in their hands, so they were at the mercy of others. That's right, guns. The yellow-haired man looked up, his eyes lighting up, and he instinctively wanted to step forward and grab it. Sizzle. A blue electric current struck the yellow-haired man's hand like lightning, instantly singeing a patch on the back of his hand. He cried out in pain, clutching his hand. The long-haired man next to him was so frightened that he shrank back into the corner, clutching his head. He's just a little brother, cannon fodder. Please ignore him. Wansini took the key and went to open the door, immediately picking up the 2 guns on the ground. Really? They're guns. She held the guns, pointed them at the still screaming yellow-haired man, and said with a smile, so noisy. The yellow-haired man's screams abruptly stopped. His eyes widened, and his breathing slowed. He looked at Yu Sui and the others with deep fear in his eyes. The long-haired man immediately raised his hands in surrender and knelt on the ground. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I do anything you ask, just don't kill me. Woo, what am I doing? I don't know anything. They were the ones who sent us here. I didn't realize this is your territory, boss. I'm sorry for offending you. Please let me go. I know nothing. Lu Zhi sighed. They're kneeling so quickly. Yu Sui poked the tattooed man several times with a golf club, but he remained motionless. She then knelt down and touched their necks, sighing. Sure enough, she wasn't very skilled the first time. She had hoped to keep them alive to ask about the situation, but the voltage was too high, and they died instantly. She set her sights on the yellow-haired and long-haired men. The long-haired man slid to his knees with astonishing skill. I do anything you ask me to do. Please don't kill me. He glanced at the gun in Wansini's hand, his eyes lighting up. You want a gun, right? I know where I can find one. I take you there. Chapter 60. When it comes to sliding on his knees, the long-haired man considers himself an expert. After all, everyone stumbles, and he's escaped many disasters with this trick. He used to rely on his face and his mouth to make his way through society, cheating and deceiving people. Now that his face is gone, he still has his mouth. Without waiting for Yu Sui and the others to speak, he said, I know where there are guns, even machine guns. Leave me behind, and I take you there. Wansini found his keen eye truly admirable. He was able to precisely hit their weak spots. Now, their gazes shifted from the long-haired man to the yellow-haired man. After all, one person was enough to lead the way. The yellow-haired man shuddered, belatedly professing his loyalty. I know too. Our boss has a lot of guns. He's hiding them in a very secret place. I know where it is. Take me with you, and I can take you there. He ignored the pain in his hand. Seriously, I saw the guns he took from there. Take me with you. I'm very useful. Not only are there guns, but there's also a lot of supplies, food and drink, a whole warehouse. This was part of his professional habit. Scouting the area was a reflex, and now it came in handy. Yusui pondered for a moment. Over here, the yellow-haired man and the long-haired man were vying for loyalty, fearing that Yusui and the others would leave them behind. As they spoke, they began to compete in voice. The yellow-haired man no longer felt the pain in his hand, and he was eager to fight the long-haired man, exposing each other's secrets, leaving Ronsini and the others stunned. Wow! A thief and a liar, still competing for who's nobler, unafraid to tell anyone about it. Clearly, the yellow-haired man felt that at least he earned his living through his cooking, far superior to the long-haired man, who was just a talker, and he looked down on him in every way. Yusui's head ached as he listened, and he struck the two men with lightning bolts. They immediately foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground, convulsing. Shui Yan, Yusui pointed at the yellow-haired man and the long-haired man. Have you seen them in the mall? Shui Yan's eyes were bloodshot. Yes. Before the yellow-haired man could recover, he heard Shui Yan grit his teeth and began to speak word by word. He killed that pregnant woman. The yellow-haired man struggled to raise his head and saw Shui Yan pointing his finger at him. He twisted his lips to try to argue, but suddenly met Yusui's icy gaze. His heart ached, and the next second, his whole body trembled, like a carp that had flipped up, and he lost his breath. With his last thought before death, a pale, tear-stained face flashed before the yellow-haired man. The other person knelt before him, begging desperately. What had he done then? Oh, I remember. She knelt before him, cowed out repeatedly. In that moment, he felt like a god, able to control her life, so he tried. Soon, she stopped moving. Just like him now. The long-haired man's face paled, and he knelt beside him, trembling like a sieve. His eyes flicked over the yellow-haired corpse, then quickly retracted, fearing he would be the next target. He knew the yellow-haired man had killed someone before. The look in his eyes had changed since he returned from outside. He even promised him that he'd be able to broaden his horizons if he had the chance. Unexpectedly, instead of broadening his horizons, he lost his life. Yusui asked the long-haired man a few questions. He didn't dare to hold back, spilling the beans like a bamboo tube. As for where their boss hid his weapons, it wasn't a secret. It's in the villa's basement. The key is on the boss. Only their own people have weapons, but they only give us two when we go out. Those who carry guns are usually the boss's confidants. People like him, and I never have the chance to handle them. And after returning, the boss takes the guns back. He's the only one in the villa with a gun. Where did those guns come from? Yusui asked. The long-haired man shook his head. I don't know. They already had guns when I joined. I don't know how they got them. Yusui understood and inquired more carefully about the situation in the villa. He breathed a sigh of relief when he learned that there were still 4 people inside. In that case, there was no need to bring the guide along. The long-haired man's face changed. He thought his life was over. After all, he understood the principle of abandoning the donkey after it has done its job. It wasn't that he didn't want to keep the secret to increase his own value, but he simply didn't have the conditions. To his surprise, when he looked up, Yusui and the others had turned and left. He was stunned. The bodies of the tattooed man and the yellow-haired man lay before him. The long-haired man stared at the empty hallway, scrambled to his feet, grabbed his iron rod, and stumbled out. A thigh! He couldn't miss it. When he reached the door, he saw Yusui and the others not far away, and without a second thought, he wanted to follow them. How could he survive alone? Once he heard a noise behind him, turning to glance at him. Sway, he's following. Yusui snapped his fingers, and a bolt of lightning struck in front of the long-haired man. He quickly stopped, but the lightning almost struck him. However, he now understood Yusui's intention. The boss looked down on him. The long-haired man could only stand there and watch Yusui and the others gradually walk away, not daring to follow. As for tipping off the boss, the thought had barely crossed his mind when he shook it off. He might not die if he stayed, but he would surely die if he went back like this. After all, their boss was a murderer, and this time, not only were 2 of his closest associates killed, but 2 guns were also lost. Forget it. He clenched the iron rod in his hand. The zombies here had been mostly cleared out by Yusui and the others. He decided to look for food and drink to see if he could survive a few more days. After leaving the police station, Shui Yan led the way. After a while, the system tipped off the host, saying he hadn't come out with them, and was still inside, apparently planning to hide out. Yusui hummed softly. Then I take back the mental imprint. The system felt like it was about to go into a schizophrenia. It was having to keep an eye on the supplies left behind in the villa complex, and now there was this long-haired man. It was truly too much. Wait a little longer, until we dealt with things over there. Yusui looked at the road ahead. The long-haired man and his men must have cleared the road of zombies when they came over, so they were now moving more smoothly. Okay. After walking for over half an hour, Shui Yin and them stopped in a corner. We're here. He pointed to a 3-story building with a courtyard not far ahead. That's the mayor's house. Yusui poked his head out to look over. The 3-story building looked incredibly imposing compared to the buildings next to it. A circle of zombie corpses lay around it. It seemed the people inside had done this intentionally to mask the odor of the people inside and reduce its attraction to the zombies. The courtyard's large iron gate was tightly shut, its high walls obscuring her view. She could only make out the pleasant greenery within. A lush crabapple tree, its branches and leaves adorned with clusters of vibrant blossoms, peeked out from the wall, swaying gently in the wind. It seemed the people inside hadn't yet noticed the changes in the trees and plants. Wan Cini withdrew her head. According to what that person just said, there are still 4 people inside. They're all trusted confidants of that so-called boss. They're probably quite skilled. But as that person also said, when they're at home, except for the boss himself, no one else has a gun. Lu Jia lowered her voice. There are 6 of us here. Qian Jun and Zhou Chifeng are quite skilled, and Sister Sui has special abilities. We can definitely defeat them. Then should we just force our way in? Wan Cini rubbed her wrist and glanced at the closed iron gate. In fact, she also believed they could make it. Then they turned their gazes to Yusui. Yusui pondered for a moment. System? The system immediately responded, Host, I'm here. The boss inside is playing cards with his men in the living room downstairs. Playing cards? Yusui raised an eyebrow. They really live a carefree life. Probably because they have guns and the zombies around them look like they've been cleared out, so they're fearless. The system felt incredibly lucky. Host, I blocked the surveillance cameras inside and planned a route for you. There's a large tree behind you that you can climb over the wall and quietly capture them all. Yusui gestured, Let's go. She led the way, followed by Wan Cini, Lu Jia and Shui Yin, and Qian Jun and Zhou Chifeng. The group walked around the gate and reached the back, where they found a sturdy tree. Its thick branches were just the right size for them to scale the high wall. Yusui stored his golf club in his space and climbed up first. Luckily, he hadn't lost his childhood tree climbing and wall climbing skills. He easily scaled the wall and landed on the ground. Except for Shui Yin, who had a little difficulty, the others were quite agile. Laughter emanated from the house. The man in the main seat had a kind smile and a gun tucked into his waist. As he drew cards, he would occasionally glance up at a nearby computer screen, which displayed surveillance footage of the surrounding villa. Aside from the swaying branches of one crabapple tree, the rest of the footage looked as if copied and pasted from before, completely uneventful. The man glanced at the time in the upper right corner and frowned, then quickly relaxed his brows, pulling out a card and playing it. Good luck today. The man to his left scratched his head, put away his cards, and sighed, It's still the boss. The other 2 also joined in the praise. The man's brows relaxed, and he laughed heartily, nodding at them. You guys, all you know is flattery. How can that be flattery? This is from the heart. Laughter emanated from the room. Yusui, hiding under the window, was about to get up when he overheard the conversation inside. The man to his left, shuffling the cards, glanced toward the door. Why are Ashur and the others so slow? It's been so long. The man picked up the teacup beside him, blew on it, and took a sip without saying a word. The man on the right glanced at him subtly and hesitated for a moment. Boss, why did you send Ashur and the others to the police station today? Didn't that young officer say the other day that the guns and ammunition in the warehouse had been moved? If we weren't so well informed, we wouldn't have been able to intercept even that. Who knows if that young officer lied? Isn't it natural to go and take a look? We already have the key anyway, so it would be a waste not to go. The man on the right glared, and the 2 men began arguing. After the 2 men finished arguing, the man slowly spoke. There's a secret compartment in that warehouse. I just wanted Ashur and the others to try their luck. The 3 of them were stunned. Secret compartment? Damn, they can even repair these things in the police station. Amazing. But boss, is there really anything in there? The man chuckled and drew a card. Who knows? Let's try our luck. The 3 of them exchanged glances, and change their tune to flatter the man. Outside, Yusue's eyes flashed slightly. After solving this problem, he would go back and take another look.